In the year 1498 of the Sea Circle calendar, in the town of Rog, the East Sea was shrouded in dark clouds, heralding a downpour. In the square, a throng of people jostled against one another, their murmurs resembling a multitude of mosquitoes buzzing in one's ear. Thunder rumbled ominously, and a flash of silver lightning illuminated the square for a fleeting moment. "Hey, Pirate King, where have you hidden the treasures you found? Could it truly be in the Grand Line? Did you obtain it? That unparalleled great treasure, One Piece." At that moment, a plain-looking passerby suddenly shouted, his gaze fixed upon the figure kneeling atop the execution platform. "Belle Roger, the Pirate King." This passerby was humorously dubbed the true harbinger of the great age of exploration across various forms, though whether he was indeed a pawn of Roger remains a mystery. As soon as the words left his lips, the crowd before the execution platform fell silent, as if a mute button had been pressed, their breaths slowing instinctively, eyes locked onto Roger. Fearful of missing a momentous event, the executioner on the platform found himself momentarily at a loss, bewildered by the unexpected turn of events. "Ha ha 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 ha. Do you want my treasure? If you desire it, come and claim it. Hey, go search for it. I've left everything in this world there, the Grand Line. One Piece," Roger bellowed, seated cross-legged atop the platform. "Hey, you, what are you doing? The Pirate King Roger has perished." Ugh. Upon hearing this proclamation, the crowd below the platform, as well as those watching the grand live broadcast from around the world, erupted into chaos. Adventurers cheered loudly, eager to seek the great treasure, while the ambitious observed with cold detachment, and revolutionaries watched with indifferent eyes. Everyone understood that the tide of an era was about to rise, and thus, the so-called Age of Pirates had commenced. Damn it! Not far from the execution platform, in a nearby loft, a middle-aged man with frog-eye glasses and a braided beard gazed at the tumultuous scene, unable to restrain his fury. The windowsill he gripped shattered under his immense pressure, for he knew the world was about to change dramatically. Admiral Sengoku of the Navy headquarters. In a narrow alley not far from the clamor, a figure, sprawled on the ground like a lifeless dog, seemed to be roused by the uproar. Slowly raising his somewhat stiff neck revealed the youthful face of a boy, appearing around 11 or 12 years of age. His slightly bewildered eyes instinctively surveyed his surroundings, landing on the calm yet resigned face of Roger, causing his pupils to constrict in shock. Pirate King Roger. As a devoted fan of pirates, he was all too familiar with Roger's wild visage, especially those two protrusions that resembled either whiskers or nasal hairs, easily recognizable. Even across dimensions, indeed, the boy was among the many who had traversed into this world, finding himself inexplicably in the realm of One Piece. In his previous life, he was merely an ordinary orphan who, with the support of the state, managed to graduate from university and secure stable employment. Little did he expect to awaken in this chaotic world that in his heart, he had regarded the tales of the Pirate King merely as entertainment. To truly inhabit this world, survival would undoubtedly transform into a harrowing saga of struggle. It was well known that this realm was plagued by the tyrannical celestial dragons and pirates who wreaked havoc, constantly threatening the lives of the common folk. As for Luffy and his crew, they were but a rare breed among pirates, a group that claimed adventure as their mantra, yet were also disruptors of order. With no regard for what constituted order, their actions were dictated solely by whims, rendering them impervious to ordinary moral standards. As a modern individual accustomed to orderly living, he felt utterly devoid of security in this place. "Konos Atlas, huh? It seems I have no choice but to bear your name in this world," the boy, Atlas, murmured to himself. With the last remnants of his strength, he struggled to rise, attempting to distance himself from this perilous locale. He understood that the imminent danger loomed large. Formidable figures were gathering here, future emperors like Shanks, Mihawk, Doflamingo, and Moria. Even if their renown was not yet as resounding as in later years, glimmers of their future prowess were already apparent. The Navy would not overlook this golden opportunity to extinguish danger in its infancy, and he was confident that the strategic Sengoku would be aware of this. The so-called free-spirited pirates and ambitious souls would not yield easily. When that moment arrived, this place would transform into a battleground of blood and fire. A novice like Atlas could easily fall victim to the aftermath of their clashes, likely earning the title of the most unfortunate time traveler in history. Staggering, he pressed onward toward the Navy base in Rog Town, propelled by an insatiable desire for life. His leaden legs and his stomach searing with hunger constantly reminded him of his frailty. Yet, as an orphan who had endured a harsh upbringing, Atlas had long learned a crucial lesson. Survival or demise rests solely upon oneself. The reverence for life and the yearning for existence had been etched into the very core of his being. To seize fate by the throat, or to be ensnared by it, all hinged on a single thought. Time trickled away, yet the mere span of a few minutes felt like an eternity to Atlas. However, the distant sight of the Navy emblem and the nearby Marines reminded him that the chance for survival lay just ahead. At last, as if having traversed countless trials, Atlas arrived at the Navy base in Rogue Town, gazing at the seagull emblem clutching a scale. For reasons unknown, a wave of relief washed over him, and his body, deprived of adrenaline, succumbed to exhaustion. His vision blurred, and he could only faintly hear the sounds of cannon fire intermingled with cries of alarm. Before he could utter another word, darkness enveloped him. His already battered body, akin to a fraying string on the verge of snapping, could endure no longer and collapsed onto the ground before him. "Quick, there's a boy collapsed over there." A shaft of sunlight pierced through the dense clouds, illuminating the battle-scarred Rogue Town, as if heralding rebirth amid destruction. At the Navy base, a handsome young boy lay in bed, his eyes shut tight, a sheen of sweat visible on his brow, his face occasionally contorted in struggle. Suddenly, the boy's tightly closed eyes snapped open, his bloodshot eyes instinctively surveyed his surroundings, and his feeble fists clenched reflexively. His pupils dilated, revealing the turmoil within his heart. "It seems I am not dreaming. I have truly arrived in the world of One Piece." Atlas could only hope that this ordeal was but a fleeting dream. Yet, reality dealt him a harsh blow. "Since I am here, I must make my peace with it." Atlas sighed. Resigned to his fate, he began to ponder his next course of action. Power. To live freely in the world of pirates, one must possess overwhelming strength. That he clearly understood that in this world, where the law of the jungle prevails, the only foundation for survival lies in one's own formidable strength. Thus, he resolved to enlist in the Navy. Indeed, in the anime One Piece, the role of the Navy is merely that of a lackey for the Celestial Dragons. Moreover, characters like Captain Mouse, who not only fail to protect the innocent but also conspire with pirates to oppress the common folk, are all too common. However, it is undeniable that the Navy is the true bastion of justice, upholding order upon the seas. That in this chaotic world, it is merely a matter of comparative failures, yet the Navy does maintain a camp of individuals who believe in justice. As for the Revolutionary Army, regardless of its current status, a glimpse into its organization and agenda reveals it to be a nascent revolutionary group. On the other hand, the thought of joining the ranks of pirates had never crossed Atlas' mind. Having grown under the red flag and having undergone 9 years of compulsory education as a model citizen, Atlas found the notion of becoming a pirate utterly intolerable. Even without resorting to violence and plunder, the very idea of being a thief was abhorrent to him. Moreover, accustomed to the relatively affluent lifestyle of the modern world, he could hardly accept the idea of living a life of hardship and uncertainty at sea. As for the insufferable bubble dragons, they were indeed a source of irritation. Following the principle of out of sight, out of mind, he preferred to avoid any encounters with those pests. After all, he was merely an ordinary person struggling for survival, and did not need to concern himself with the extravagant notion of saving the world. Even to meet the so-called nobility of the world, given his current status, seemed beyond his reach, and he couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. Furthermore, the Navy possessed a complete system of inheritance, affording him the necessary protection in his vulnerable years, granting him ample time to grow. Seeking refuge within the Navy amidst chaos was his only option. Otherwise, he would have been forced to exit this world prematurely. Suddenly, a series of knocks interrupted Atlas' reverie. "Come in," he called out, surprised to find his voice somewhat hoarse, perhaps due to a lack of adequate hydration. With a creak, a beam of light flooded the room as a robust figure clad in a justice cloak appeared before him. Yet, he knew that only officers of the rank of lieutenant and above were entitled to wear such a mantle. Thus, this man must be at least a second lieutenant. Atlas, determined to rise in respect, struggled to get to his feet. "Haha, no need for that, kid. After all, you are still a patient." The man waved his hand dismissively, a flicker of admiration in his eyes. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Marcus Wright, a captain stationed at the Rogue Town Navy base. You may call me Captain Wright." Yes. Captain Wright, I am Atlas, an orphan aspiring to be a just Navy officer, Atlas replied earnestly. Oh, a just Navy officer, you say? Captain Wright's expression brightened with satisfaction. That cursed Roger had ignited the era of pirates with his life, and now chaos was beginning to rear its head. The Navy required more individuals of justice to uphold order upon the seas. If only all youths were like Atlas. This thought crossed his mind. A shadow of melancholy passed over Captain Wright. Yet, he quickly regained his enthusiasm, for it was precisely because of such chaos that he must remain steadfast in his pursuit of justice. Then, young man, what does justice mean to you? Captain Wright's expression turned serious as he fixed his gaze upon Atlas. Justice. Justice is, of course, to combat evil and protect the innocent, Atlas declared passionately, a flush of excitement crossing his pale face. Indeed, this was a fad he donned, embodying the fervor and vigor expected of a spirited youth. Utio utters something like, I adhere to absolute justice, would be akin to claiming to be a kill. Is that so? A commendable notion of justice, Captain Wright replied, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. Many young officers within the Navy shared such sentiments, and he too had once harbored similar thoughts in his youth. As this thought flickered through his mind, Captain Wright continued, Atlas, I appreciate your sense of justice. However, the Navy does not accept 12-year-olds. Nonetheless, I can appoint you as a maintenance worker at our base. That said, the Navy does not tolerate incompetence, and should you fail to meet expectations, I will have no choice but to dismiss you. Do you understand, Atlas? Maintenance worker Atlas at your service, Captain. Atlas responded eagerly, genuinely thrilled. This marked his official integration into this world and the discovery of a path toward becoming stronger. Suddenly, a loud growl emanated from his stomach, shattering the atmosphere of excitement. Atlas sheepishly scratched his head. It had been days since he last ate, and his ability to endure thus far could only be attributed to the extraordinary physical resilience. Typical of this pirate world. All right, let's head to the base cafeteria for a hearty meal. After all, maintaining justice requires a full stomach, Captain Wright chuckled, realizing he was merely dealing with a child. Yes, Atlas exclaimed, the Navy base. In the colonel's office, Captain Wright stood before his desk reporting on his recent encounter with Atlas. Behind the desk sat a middle-aged man, puffing on a cigar, shrouded in swirling smoke that obscured his features, revealing only a pair of piercing eyes, hardened by the trials of blood and fire. Canas Atlas, born in the jurisdiction of the Navy's 153rd Division in Shells Town. A year ago, he was attacked by pirates while traveling with his parents and subsequently wandered to Rogue Town, where he lived for 6 months, with his parents now missing. Attacked by pirates, you say? The man mused. What a chaotic world we live in. The Rogue Town Navy base cafeteria. An unusual quiet enveloped the space, which should have been bustling with noise. Following the astonished gazes of those around, one could see a somewhat frail boy immersed amidst heaps of food, diligently devouring the provisions before him. Indeed, the boy was Atlas, fulfilling his mission to satisfy his hunger. That's already his 3rd serving that the onlookers observed with intrigue as they watched Atlas wage war against the food. Some even began to wager amongst themselves on how many servings this little glutton could consume. Oblivious to the thoughts of those around him, Atlas was consumed by his hunger, leaving no room for other considerations. One could only wonder how such a slender frame could contain so much sustenance. The only sound echoing in his mind was the frenzy of his chewing. Yet, this also instilled within Atlas a flicker of confidence in his pursuit of strength. Indeed, at least in his eyes, the ability to consume more than the average person was indicative of a commendable talent in his body, signifying a greater capacity for energy storage. In accordance with the law of conservation of energy. In the realm of pirates, mere gluttony does not guarantee strength. However, all strong individuals can certainly eat. Although he could not yet rival the staggering appetites of figures like Garp and Luffy, Atlas ultimately concluded this culinary battle by consuming 5 servings. Burp. Atlas patted his slightly protruding belly, satisfied as he let out a belch, then ambled towards the dormitory with a carefree swagger. Upon returning to his quarters, Atlas leisurely performed a few movements as a post-meal exercise. Alas, he could not return life, a feat he lacked the prowess to achieve, unlike Luffy and his companions who had transformed their ability to return life into an astonishing passive skill. Thus, he could only rely on external physical forces to aid in the absorption and digestion of his sustenance. After a considerable time, beads of sweat began to form on his brow, and his complexion took on a noticeable flush. Atlas finally ceased his post-meal exercise and turned his focus inward to assess his condition. Gradually, he delved into the depths of his consciousness. 12 distinct patterns of octahedrons floated in the boundless abyss. Indeed, this was Atlas' unique gift devoid of any system or inherited legacy, merely these 12 talismans. If Atlas' memory served him correctly, these talismans resembled the 12 zodiac symbols from the childhood series Jackie Chan Adventures. In his recollection, the powers represented by these 12 talismans rivaled those of the devil fruits, perhaps even surpassing them in conceptual might. The 12 zodiac talismans were derived from the demon lord of fire, embodying an almost magical prowess. They could be wielded immediately upon acquisition, requiring no development, though their potency undoubtedly depended on the wielder. Moreover, they possessed an unparalleled trait that set them apart from the devil fruits. They would not be rejected by the sea. How will this artifact perform in the world of pirates? Atlas pondered aloud. With this thought, he directed his consciousness towards the talismans. Instantly, the excitement on Atlas' face dimmed. In the world he hailed from, activating the talismans required the presence of Qi. In the realm of the demon lord, Qi existed within every individual, enabling anyone to harness the power of the talismans, albeit with varying degrees of efficacy. However, in the pirate world, Qi was non-existent, and utilizing the talismans necessitated physical strength. Furthermore, the ability to wield these talismans required a robust physique to sustain them. It bore a resemblance to the gradual transformation of one's body to adapt to the soul. Atlas' expression darkened. Based on the information he had gathered, his current physical state permitted him to activate only one talisman. Attempting to wield 2 or more talismans simultaneously was nothing short of a fanciful dream for him at this juncture. Which talisman should I choose now? Atlas found himself in a quandary. Recalling his childhood memories, the rat talisman could endow inanimate objects with motion, somewhat akin to the homies produced by Big Mom's soul fruit. Just hearing about it seemed formidable, given it was a power of one of the 4 emperors. The ox talisman could grant Atlas immense strength. Whether this divine augmentation enhanced his base strength or provided an additional boost remained to be seen, yet it was undeniably a weapon of combat that piqued Atlas' interest. The tiger talisman would enable the bearer to harmonize varying powers within, meaning it could unify the strengths of all talismans. When split into 2 halves, it would render the wielder as both good and evil. This ability sparked a glimmer of intrigue in Atlas. While it might seem trivial at first glance, the potential to wield multiple talismans simultaneously would elevate his capabilities beyond mere arithmetic. For instance, if he were to combine the speeds of divine swiftness and divine strength, the resultant power could reach staggering heights, echoing the wisdom of Kizarusped. Equals power. The rabbit talisman could bestow upon its holder incredible speed, enhancing their neural reflexes. However, it remained uncertain whether it could facilitate time travel. The snake talisman could grant invisibility, akin to a replica of the transparent fruit, though its efficacy against observation haki was unknown. The horse talisman could endow its possessor with the ability to heal ailments, effectively dispelling negative influences on the body. Pain and injuries would presumably fall under this category, making this ability an unparalleled choice for aiding in training. With sufficient stamina and energy, one could recover without concern for self-inflicted injuries. The goat talisman could allow its bearer to project their soul, enabling dream visitation. It appeared to enhance the soul's potency, although its benefits for haki cultivation were uncertain, given that haki was an extension of one's will, closely akin to the soul. The monkey talisman could transform any individual into an animal form, an intriguing power indeed. However, if this transformation merely altered appearances without affecting strength or speed, its value would diminish for formidable opponents. The rooster talisman might bestow control over levitation, seemingly employing telekinetic forces, though the conditions for its activation in the pirate world remained unclear too. Atlas.it bore similarities to the float fruit, an exceptional ability for survival, as flight was a rare commodity in the pirate realm, granting its users significant mobility. The dog talisman could grant immortality, meaning that upon activation, Atlas would essentially cease aging. This was akin to undergoing an anti-aging procedure reminiscent of the surgery Fruitan absolute game-changer. Immortality has eternally been humankind's pursuit, and now it lay before Atlas. With but a thought, he could obtain this power, causing his breath to quicken. The pig talisman could grant its holder laser vision, akin to laser eyes, with a focus on cutting rather than destruction, in contrast to the dragon talisman. Atlas was uncertain how these talismans would manifest in the pirate world. He could only make his choice based on the information he had accumulated, with the subsequent exploration of their abilities awaiting him. Having comprehended the powers of each talisman, he found himself in a dilemma regarding which to select. Should he opt for a talisman that could yield formidable combat prowess in a short span, or choose one that offered supportive capabilities? After a prolonged deliberation, he finally made his choice. Concentrating his consciousness on the desired talisman, Atlas felt a stirring within his heart. This is the one. Chapter 4. The Horse in the Year 1499 of the Sea Circle Calendar, June. At the naval base of Rogu Town in the East Sea, the morning light was hazy, and the scattered starlight glimmered upon the training grounds of the base. A robust figure sprinted around the field, embracing the slightly cool breeze, his limbs bound with heavy weights. Who? As Atlas ran vigorously, his breath came in labored gasps, reminiscent of a bellows in motion. This was his daily routine of 4 hours of physical training. In this world, all abilities are underpinned by a strong physique. Even the mightiest of generals and emperors engage in battles that stretch for days and nights. Without stamina, one would surely falter. He had no desire to be a fleeting man for a mere 5 seconds. Seizing a bamboo sword from a corner of the field, Atlas began to wield it with fervor. Swish, swish, swish. The unsharpened bamboo sword danced through the air with an invigorating grace. Chop, slash, cut, thrust, flick, sweep. Atlas practiced the fundamental movements with remarkable proficiency, though these were the only techniques he had mastered. After all, the tallest skyscraper rises from solid ground. Wasn't Zoro himself once entrenched in the basics? Thus, a solid foundation allows for rapid advancement in strength. 9992, 9993, 9994. Atlas diligently completed his morning training regimen, the sweat pooling around him, soaking the ground beneath. He now inhabited the world of pirates, where even in the East Sea, known as the weakest sea, numerous formidable great pirates posed threats to his life. After all, he was but 13 years of age in this body. Training was indeed exhausting. Fortunately, he had the horse talisman to mend his various hidden injuries. Otherwise, with such an intense training regimen, he would be riddled with ailments. Not to mention, living to see 30 would be a challenge. Once all training concluded, Atlas lay flat on the field. The newly risen sun bathed his body in its glow, each chiseled muscle glistening with sweat, exuding a potent aura of masculinity. Compared to a year prior, Atlas had undergone a significant transformation. It was not merely his rapid growth in stature, but also his remarkable surge in strength. Over the past year, aside from routine chores like laundry and sweeping, most of his time had been devoted to self-improvement, even reducing his sleep to a mere 5 hours. The intensity of his training had shifted from arduous beginnings to a state of comfortable mastery, largely thanks to the horse talisman's assistance. Atlas felt grateful for not being swayed by the allure of other talismans, instead decisively choosing the horse talisman, an exceptional auxiliary ability for him at this moment. In the pirate world, physical prowess serves as the foundation for all abilities, whether one wields the power of a devil fruit or excels in martial arts. No one can escape the necessity of a robust physique. What thrilled him even more was the realization that the effects of the horse talisman extended far beyond mere healing. It not only alleviated the various pains endured during training, but also accelerated his body's self-recovery through consistent nourishment. This was akin to the regenerative properties found in Zoan-type devil fruits, allowing him to recover from wounds while expending stamina in battle. Through experimentation, Atlas discovered that the energy consumed by the horse talisman was not limited to physical strength. The stored energy within his body could also fuel the talisman. Furthermore, with frequent use, the talisman's mark in his mind gradually faded, which he believed was not a sign of diminished ability. If his guess was correct, once the mark completely vanished, the horse talisman would transform into an innate talent of Atlas's body, akin to an awakening state. Certainly, it would not be as extraordinary as a devil fruit awakening, but it would at least reduce his energy expenditure. Over the past year, he had grown to an astonishing height of 9 meters, a considerable leap from his previous stature of just over 1.6 meters. Moreover, with rapid nutrient intake and the exertion of sweat, he had metamorphosed from a scrawny youth into a muscular figure, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist. His arms nearly bursting from their sleeves. Each of his limbs and torso bore an additional weight of 60 kilograms, which he never shed except while bathing. Even during physical training. Throughout the year, he had challenged nearly everyone at the base. From initially being unable to defeat anyone to now being invincible against all but those of the highest rank. Who could fathom how many beatings he had endured? Of course, the officer who had welcomed him into the naval base, Lieutenant Light, was no longer a match for him, leaving Light in a state of frustration for some time. After resting for a moment, Atlas brushed off the non-existent dust from his rear and strode toward the cafeteria. Nowadays, he needed to consume a quantity suitable for 10 people to feel merely satiated, a stark contrast to his former self. "Hey, Uncle Carl, prepare 10 servings for me," Atlas exclaimed as he entered the cafeteria, waving at a burly man with a beard, enthusiasm evident in his demeanor. "Huh, you again, you little brat, Uncle Carl." The chef of the base feigned annoyance, though his eyes revealed no trace of impatience. Carl Mack, the head chef of the cafeteria, had grown fond of the spirited Atlas due to his alarming appetite, recognizing him as a role model for the younger generation at the base. "Don't be so stingy, Uncle Carl," Atlas replied, unfazed, with a cheerful grin. As he spoke, his meal was already prepared, and he wasted no time devouring a piece of meat meanwhile. In the office of the base's commander understood, "I shall ensure support arrives promptly," Colonel Arthur Randall declared solemnly. Arthur Randall, the highest-ranking officer of the Roguetown Naval Base, had been the one to approve Atlas's enlistment a year prior. With a decisive click, Colonel Randall hung up the phone and bellowed towards the door, "Signalman, immediately sound the alarm, and assemble all personnel at the training grounds." "Yes, sir," echoed the distant footsteps outside. Urgent alarms blared throughout the naval base, prompting all non-duty personnel to spring into action, including Atlas, who had just emerged from the cafeteria, sated, "Hee, now is the perfect moment to validate my training results." Atlas felt an inexplicable thrill, his expression sharpening as he hastened towards the training grounds. 5 minutes later, all personnel had gathered, draped in a cloak of justice. Colonel Arthur Randall stood at the front of the formation, surveying the orderly ranks with satisfaction before shouting, "Attention! A small town within our jurisdiction is under siege by pirates. Now, all combat personnel, follow me to uphold justice. Justice cannot be desecrated. Justice! Justice! Justice!" The naval personnel shouted fervently, their spirits ignited, and Atlas, standing among them, felt a surge of power coursing through him. Chapter 5. The Blade Pirates in the East Blue. In an obscure little town, a boisterous voice echoed, "Ha ha ha! You lot, follow me. Seize the food and the beautiful women." A towering figure, standing 2 meters tall, with a fearsome visage, donned a crooked captain's hat. With a cutlass in hand, he bellowed at the forefront. He was the captain of the Blade Pirates, Otto Man, with a bounty of 8 million berries. The crew, unable to contain their insatiable desire for plunder, rushed down the ship in a frenzy. The once peaceful town transformed into a scene of chaos, filled with the cries and pleas for mercy of its inhabitants. "Captain, won't such a ruckus attract the Navy?" One of the crew, a man with a cigarette dangling from his lips, approached Otto Man, his expression grim. "What do you take me for, Frank? I am Otto Man." The captain's boisterous laughter carried a hint of cunning. In the East Blue, a bounty of 8 million berries was indeed significant, justifying his confidence. Frank, realizing his place as merely a subordinate with a meager bounty of 5 million berries, chose to remain silent. At the harbor of Lowtown, Colonel Randall observed the slowly departing naval vessel with a solemn gaze. The image of a figure stealthily boarding the ship flashed in his mind, causing a slight smile to break across his rugged face. "Hey, Atlas, what are you doing here?" Lieutenant Light exclaimed upon spotting the sneaky Atlas, his jaw nearly dropping in disbelief. Reporting to Lieutenant Light, deckhand Atlas requests to join the battle. Atlas, having been discovered, decided to be forthright, thinking it unlikely they could send him away now that he had infiltrated. "Very well, you shall serve as a temporary deckhand. Light replied with resignation, fully aware that given the current circumstances, there was little choice. But remain at the back and do not wander about. The enemy comprises a notorious pirate crew, each with bounties exceeding 10 million berries. Light's brown eyes bore into Atlas seriously. Should Atlas utter a word of dissent, he would not hesitate to confine the young rascal. Fear not, Light. I shall heed your warning. After a brief silence, Atlas cheerfully reassured him, brimming with confidence in his abilities. After all, the captain was merely a small fry with an 8 million berry bounty. Who knows how inflated that bounty truly is? While bounties may reflect a certain level of strength, some pirates commit heinous acts to enhance their renown. Thus, many pretenders roam these seas. Light, observing Atlas's nonchalance, realized that the lad had disregarded his warnings and silently resolved to keep a closer watch during the impending battle. After parting ways with Light, Atlas strolled to the storage room, selecting a standard naval sword. Though it paled in comparison to a fine blade, it was certainly better than bare fists. As his current physique had yet to reach the level required for wielding hockey, he was still within the realm of normalcy, and thus, a sharp weapon was his best option. Meanwhile, Light reported Atlas's situation to the commander in the control room. At last, the naval vessel reached its destination amid a tense atmosphere. The flag of the pirates, a skull with a sword piercing through its center, gradually came into view. The naval soldiers gripped their weapons tightly, their nervousness evident in the way they swallowed hard. After all, this was war, and war could lead to death. On deck, Atlas began to shed his lazy demeanor, his eyes devoid of fear, brimming instead with excitement for the forthcoming conflict. His very cells seemed to pulsate with anticipation. Captain, the Navy has arrived. Should we retreat? A lookout from the Blade Pirates spotted the approaching naval forces and immediately raised the alarm. The crew of the Blade Pirates, upon receiving the warning, hastily withdrew from the town, colliding head-on with the newly assembled navy. Thus began Atlas's first battle. Drawing his long blade, he surged forward through the throng, charging directly at Ottoman. Spotting the familiar figure, Lieutenant Light felt his heart skip a beat. Ottoman, taken aback for a moment, soon sneered upon realizing it was merely a deckhand. Strike first, suffer later. Atlas, noticing Ottoman's underestimation, remained undeterred, his gaze icy as he intensified his grip on the weapon. One sword style, Lion Song. The name of a high-class technique escaped his lips, and the confident aura surrounding him caused Ottoman to shudder. Of course, it was merely a borrowed name from Zorro. In reality, it was just a simple slash, a name shouted for bravado. Ottoman, seeing the attack coming, raised his sword to block. However, the next moment, he regretted it, as Atlas's strike sent him flying, tumbling across the ground before finally coming to a stop. Seizing the moment, Atlas lunged forward once more, blade in hand, aiming another strike at Ottoman. Yet, Ottoman was no fool. He exhibited the qualities expected of a great pirate, rolling away just in time to avoid a fatal blow. However, he was not entirely unscathed. One of his arms would bear a permanent reminder of the encounter. "You little brat." Ottoman's expression darkened, realizing he had been bested by a mere boy. Not everyone could be like Shanks, who could still rise to greatness despite losing an arm. It was clear that Ottoman's career was effectively over, assuming he survived. Without allowing Ottoman a moment to recover, Atlas advanced with a single-handed slash. Damn it! Ottoman retaliated, trading injury for injury, his sword aimed straight at Atlas's heart. But Atlas ducked low, feigning a move and then striking upwards, catching Ottoman off guard. With a powerful blow, he struck Ottoman's thigh, blood spraying forth, staining the pale visage of the pirate captain. Ottoman collapsed, unable to rise, blood pouring from his mangled leg, his face paling visibly. The battle, from start to finish, lasted but a few fleeting seconds. Witnessing their captain effortlessly defeated by a mere deckhand, the remaining members of the Blade Pirates stood in disbelief. Yet, the truth was undeniable. No matter how they struggled, they had to accept their fate. Their spirits crushed, they surrendered without resistance, soon bound and subdued. Moments later, the fight concluded. The Navy methodically began to clean up the aftermath. Lieutenant Light approached Atlas, a proud smile gracing his lips as he patted the young man's shoulder. Silent yet full of approval. The bloodstained visage radiates a smile, revealing a set of pristine white teeth, precisely 8 in number, perfectly aligned. sunlit yet enchanting. Chapter 6, the second one in the year 1499 of the Sea Circle calendar. Kano's Atlas was 13 years old, having ascended to the rank of warrant officer at the Rogtown base in the East Sea. A year later, at the Naval Training Ground, Atlas diligently engaged in today's training, despite being the leader of the younger generation at the Rogtown Naval Base, and having slain a notorious pirate with a bounty of 8 million berries just a year prior. He still felt woefully inadequate. After the battle, as a mere errand boy, he was tasked with managing the casualty statistics and the repatriation of supplies in the aftermath. What he witnessed was not the joy of survival, but rather faces marked by grief or numbness. This was the treatment reserved for the weak. It was then that he truly comprehended the brutality of the world, a realm where the strong prey upon the weak. Thus, he resolved to become sufficiently powerful. With this thought, Atlas quickened the speed of his strikes, only to hear a sharp crack as his bamboo sword shattered. "Hey, brat, don't even think about taking another sword from me," shouted an elderly logistics officer nearby, who had witnessed the scene and was nearly fuming. This was the 5th bamboo sword Atlas had broken that month. Chuckling awkwardly, Atlas could only shrug. His body was in a period of rapid growth, with increasing muscle density and strength. At 14, he had already reached a height of 2 meters, with hopes of growing to the towering stature of 3 meters as an adult. Suddenly, a white-haired boy appeared outside the training ground, panting heavily and leaning on his knees, his eyes glimmering with admiration. "Hey, Smoker," Atlas called out, recognizing the boy. Indeed, it was Smoker, the renowned white hunter who would become legendary in the future. In the early episodes of the anime, he was nearly invincible, often cornering the protagonist, Luffy. As a user of the smoke fruit, he had yet to consume the devil fruit and was merely a child, serving as Atlas's junior. Like Atlas, he had begun as a mere errand boy and had since risen to the rank of private. It could be said he was the foremost among Atlas's subordinates. However, Smoker was keenly aware of his limitations, estimating he could not withstand even a single strike from Atlas. It is essential to note that Atlas had not merely been idle at the base. He had participated in every naval outing, understanding that flowers nurtured in a greenhouse could not endure the scorching sun. To become a true warrior, one must undergo the trials of blood and fire. Combat skills and experience could not be acquired through mere practice. He estimated that, aside from the base's commanding officer, no one else could stand against him. "Did you seek me for something, Smoker? Don't call me a brat. Aren't you the same age as me? Colonel Randall is looking for you." Despite the annoyance, Smoker conveyed the colonel's message to Atlas. "What does Colonel Randall want with me?" Atlas asked, somewhat perplexed. Nevertheless, he proceeded towards the colonel's office. "Randall, what do you need from me?" Atlas entered without knocking. Having dealt with Randall numerous times before, their familiarity almost akin to that of brothers. "Hey, brat, at least show some respect for your superior. You should knock before entering," Randall reprimanded, though he was well aware of Atlas's potential. He had a high tolerance for the young star of the base, convinced that this audacious boy's future would not be confined to the small Rog town. "Enough chit-chat. I have 2 matters to discuss with you," Randall continued, prompting Atlas to adopt a serious demeanor. Atlas was taken aback. The new recruits training camp was a prestigious nurturing ground for naval officers. Graduates typically ascended to the rank of captain, making it a coveted opportunity. Moreover, the camp's chief instructor was the former Admiral Zephyr, who had trained some of the most formidable officers in the fleet. Naturally, Atlas yearned to attend, as it would offer him the most comprehensive training in the 6 powers in hockey, laying a crucial foundation for his journey toward becoming a strongman. "There are a few slots available, so I wanted to gauge your interest," Randall continued. "Colonel, I wish to go, but not just yet. I have not yet reached my limits. It is not the right time for me to head to the headquarters," Atlas replied resolutely after careful consideration. He believed he was still too young, and his strength had yet to reach its peak. Attending now would squander the opportunity. He needed to focus on honing his fundamentals. "Very well, I shall reserve the slot for you, and you can go to the headquarters with Smoker when the time comes," Randall acknowledged, appreciating Atlas's self-awareness, a rare quality at such a young age. "Smoker?" "Yes, initially I intended for you to go first, and Smoker to follow in a few years, as he is still too weak. I would appreciate your guidance for him," Randall explained. "Certainly, Colonel. I will take care of that brat Smoker," Atlas assured him. Randall had grown accustomed to Atlas's carefree demeanor and recognized that the boy's maturity often belied his age. Now, let me address the second matter. Chapter 7. The Phylock Pirates, East Sea, at the entrance of the Naval Base Commander's office in Rogtown. Atlas stood in place with a complex expression, tightly clutching a bounty notice. The Gentleman of Horror, Phylock. A bounty of 15 million berries. Kid, what I am about to tell you concerns you. Oh no, more precisely. It pertains to your parents, Colonel Randall said gravely as he pushed a wanted poster in front of Atlas. Upon hearing this, Atlas was momentarily taken aback, then gazed at the somewhat familiar face on the bounty notice. An inexplicable surge of anger welled up within him, and his mind involuntarily conjured images of a blood-red haze and echoes of anguished cries. No, this is not Atlas's emotion. It is a remnant of the previous owner's experiences. The true memories of a deceased past suddenly assailed me. Hey, Atlas, calm down. Randall quickly interjected, noticing the increasingly ferocious expression on Atlas's face. Atlas exhaled a long breath, forcibly suppressing the surge of sorrow and rage that did not belong to him. He scrutinized the slightly yellowed bounty notice. Phylock, captain of the Phylock Pirates. Bounty of 15 million berries. 3 years ago, he plundered a merchant ship on which the Kanos couple and Atlas were unfortunate victims. Currently, the only known survivor is Atlas himself. According to Atlas's recollections, the reason the previous owner managed to escape was that his parents hid him in a barrel. He then drifted in the barrel along the currents to Rogtown, struggling to survive for several months before reuniting with the Kanos couple. Intelligence indicates that Felix's crew has entered our jurisdiction. Initially, I intended to handle them personally, but I believe it is better for you to settle this yourself. Atlas slowly departed from the command building, resolutely deciding to fulfill the previous owner's dying wish, thereby repaying the favor of occupying this body. With this thought in mind, Atlas took all the information regarding the Phylock Pirates from the staff and promptly set off to capture them. At the dock, Big Brother Atlas, can you take me with you? I want to kill pirates too. Smoker had heard about Atlas's mission from somewhere and was waiting eagerly at the dock. By the way, this is my own affair. Before Smoker could say anything more, he swallowed his words upon hearing Atlas's statement, silently watching Atlas's fading silhouette. Hey, Mitchell, sailing the seas is so dull. How long until we reach the next island? Jim asked impatiently. Jim, the vice captain of the Phylock Pirates, with a bounty of 12 million berries. Powerful and cruel, he delights in obliterating his enemies' heads and relishing the spectacle of their brains splattering. Truly a perverse individual. Jim, it will take several more days to reach the next island, Mitchell replied. It was impossible not to feel anxious. He certainly did not wish to meet a gruesome fate. All right, Jim, if you're bored, find something to occupy yourself. Just don't frighten our navigator. However, Mitchell felt no warmth for the captain, who appeared to be a gentle gentleman, was the most terrifying and deranged person aboard. Captain Phylock not only reveled in torturing his enemies, but also enjoyed psychologically tormenting them, making them experience the full spectrum of emotions from hope to despair. Ugh! Jim heard Phylock's voice and dared not speak out any further. The last time he had exploded a civilian's head had already displeased the self-proclaimed gentleman captain, and to provoke him again would be sheer folly. Meanwhile, Atlas, reviewing the intelligence on the Phylock Pirates, deduced that their course was set for Mean Island for resupply. He resolved to intercept them en route, preventing them from wreaking havoc on yet another island. Captain, a small boat has been spotted ahead. It appears to be the Navy. The lookout of the Phylock Pirates reported the approaching Atlas to Phylock. Ha 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 ha. The Navy? Finally, something to do. I hope it brings me some amusement, Phylock remarked. And before he could say more, Jim eagerly jumped forward, rubbing his hands in excitement. Phylock, seeing this, did not intervene. His gaze flickered momentarily, contemplating allowing Jim to test the waters first, as he had always been cautious, or he would not have survived till now. Upon realizing he had been discovered, Atlas wasted no time and leaped from his small boat. He landed firmly at the bow of the pirate's ship, looking down upon the assorted remnants of the sea. Some calm, some excited, and others panicked. Hey, you there, kid, are you the Navy? Jim shouted. Atlas remained silent, merely flipping through the bounty notice in his hand, extracting Jim's and comparing it meticulously. His demeanor suggested he had already deemed Jim a dead man. Hey, know your limits, you punk. Don't underestimate me. Jim, clearly incensed by Atlas's actions, charged towards him, ready to throw a punch. Atlas, however, remained unfazed, leisurely folding the bounty notice, seemingly having confirmed Jim's identity. He then leaped down and swung his fist forward. Bam! A powerful force surged through, and Jim's arm twisted in an unnatural manner. He had not anticipated Atlas's strength, and he was instantly sent crashing into the cabin, expelling a small chunk of internal organs. The other pirates were momentarily stunned, but they quickly rallied, shouting and brandishing their weapons at Atlas. Observing the situation, Atlas merely shifted his stance, evading all incoming attacks with ease, his hands moving with precision. Drawing his standard-issue military knife, he slashed, cleaved, and thrust, mercilessly slaughtering the pirates as if they were mere vegetables. Yet, Captain Phylock did not charge forward in a bloodthirsty frenzy. Instead, he calmly withdrew his sword cane and took a few steps back. In no time, the majority of the Phylock pirates had been slain by Atlas. His navy uniform remained almost untainted by blood, as if he had merely taken a leisurely stroll. The deck was awash in crimson as the remaining survivors hesitated. After all, humans are inherently fearful of death. At that moment, a glint of cold light sliced through Atlas's peripheral vision, accompanied by a face that bore a slightly sinister and triumphant expression. The intent to kill had descended. Chapter 8. The user of Inu no Mi. I am Phylock, a pirate captain. I yearn for a life of elegance akin to that of the nobility, and I harbor a disdain for those who are excessively coarse, particularly my first mate, Jim. Today, I was unfortunately confronted by a naval officer who cruelly dispatched many of my hard-won crew. What an insufferable little brat. However, this unwelcome guest shall soon meet his demise. As for my dear crew, your sacrifices shall not be in vain. At last, I've awaited you, Phylock. Atlas seemed to have anticipated my move, deftly sidestepping my ambush. His powerfully charged fist struck my chest with a resounding impact. Yet, I merely staggered slightly, a pronounced imprint left upon my attire. How could this be? The composure Atlas had maintained since boarding began to fray, his pupils dilating in shock. With a bounty of 15 million berries, how could I withstand his blow so effortlessly? I am a Zoan-type devil fruit user, specifically the Inu no Mi in its Shirshir form. I chuckled darkly, surprised that my ambush had failed, but resolute in my belief that I could never be defeated by this brat. I was eager to reveal my devil fruit powers, wishing to see the expression of despair on Atlas's face. After all, in the East Blue, the existence of such devil fruits is mere legend. I acquired this priceless fruit merely 2 months ago while plundering a merchant ship, even though it is the most ordinary of Zoan fruits. The Shirshir fruit has significantly enhanced my strength. This information was withheld even from my crew, for I understand that only the cautious survive in this merciless sea. I, Phylock, am as steady as they come. Of course, having possessed this fruit for a short time, I have yet to fully master the seamless transitions between the 3 forms of a Zoan-type devil fruit. Thus, I'm currently confined to the hybrid form while battling Atlas. Yet this hybrid form is, in fact, the most potent. Just moments ago, the brim of my hat had obscured Atlas's view, preventing him from noticing my ears, which had already begun to take shape. Regardless of your reasons for troubling Captain Phylock today, you shall not leave, I declared as I cast my staff aside upon the deck, licking my exposed claws. Has this mere devil fruit inflated your arrogance so? Atlas, having regained his composure after the initial shock, fixed his gaze upon me, a man now teetering on the edge of madness due to the impending slaughter. The remaining pirates, witnessing their captain's unsettling expression, instinctively took a step back, clearing a vast space for our duel. I slightly bent forward, adopting a stance of aggression, my calf muscles taut, causing my already strained trousers to rip apart. Suddenly, amidst the swirling scraps of fabric obscuring our vision, I surged forward with a speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Atlas remained unperturbed. While my velocity might have surpassed his dynamic vision, he had not spent the past year without growth. Though he had yet to attain superhuman physical capabilities or master the art of cutting iron, his experience in countless battles had brought him to the brink of awakening his observation haki. His primal combat instincts guided him, and perhaps through this encounter, he might finally unlock that potential. Closing his eyes, Atlas focused on capturing my silhouette through perception. Little brat, you have successfully enraged me. I see that internally at his apparent disdain, oblivious to the intricacies of observation hockey. In his perception, a shadow rushed toward him. He crouched low, attempting to evade my assault. Yet, my claws grazed his back, leaving 3 shallow yet distinct marks. Under the influence of the talisman, his wounds healed at a visible pace, leaving no trace behind. Phylock was left in bewilderment at the sight of Atlas's swiftly closing wounds, clearly startled by his astonishing regenerative abilities. For Atlas, such a minor injury was trivial. "Who are you, you little brat?" My bravado began to wane, and thoughts of retreat crept into my mind. "The one who will kill you," Atlas replied curtly, drawing his sword with a steely gaze, adopting a standard stance. "One sword style, Iris." My claws intercepted his strike, but it was not without consequence. I discreetly shook my arm, which tingled from the impact, possibly suffering a minor fracture. Given my current strength, I was clearly outmatched by Atlas. After several rounds of intense clashes, I began to feel my stamina wane. The resilience granted by the Zoan-type devil fruit allowed me to maintain my fighting spirit. Yet I realized I could not let this situation persist. Damn it, I must find a way to exhaust him. Phyllic's gaze shifted toward the remaining pirates, who shivered under his stare. As I charged toward them, Atlas was hot on my heels. The pirates were forced to lift their weapons in defense against Atlas, but it was a futile endeavor. "Ah, damn you, little brat. Please spare me." "I'm sorry." The cacophony of curses, pleas, and confessions echoed in Atlas's ears. But he showed no mercy. Each pirate was guilty in his eyes. Soon, the remaining crew fell before Atlas, their fates sealed, while his own energy barely faltered. Yet, this brief respite allowed me to gain a moment's breath, illuminating my advantage. Speed. Utilizing the swiftness bestowed by the Sure fruit in my combat against Atlas, I might just seize the opportunity for victory. Chapter 9. Awakening. The color of observation resolute in his decision, Phylock resolved to engage Atlas in a relentless battle. Utilizing his extraordinary speed, swiftly, he launched a series of assaults upon Atlas, inflicting numerous wounds upon him. Yet these soon faded to mere white scars. At this moment, Atlas, despite his formidable physique, found himself slightly outpaced by Phylock in his beastly form. "Ha ha ha, Navy brat, are you beginning to feel fear?" Phylock taunted, attempting to intimidate Atlas with his words. Atlas, however, chose silence, immersing himself in the newfound insights garnered from his sensory combat experience, his understanding of observation hockey deepening significantly. Though Atlas had limited knowledge of the 3 forms of hockey, he comprehended that hockey was a manifestation of spiritual will. The armament hockey required a physique that transcended the bounds of humanity to awaken. In contrast, the awakening of observation hockey relied more on innate talent, imposing no stringent physical requirements. Presently, Atlas possessed the potential for such a talent. The Conqueror's hockey was even more enigmatic, said to be a gift bestowed upon only one in a million, rendering it rarer than the other 2 forms of hockey. Atlas felt the awakening of observation hockey imminent, teetering on the brink of realization. Phylock, at this moment, served as the perfect sparring partner. Originally, Atlas believed he would not have the opportunity to awaken hockey in the East Sea, as finding a pirate capable of posing a threat proved quite challenging. Phylock, having acquired this fruit, now boasted a strength estimated at a bounty of 30 to 40 million. While overall weaker than Atlas, his speed, enhanced by the fruit's abilities, surpassed that of Atlas. Contemplating this, Atlas gazed eagerly at Phylock, surprised to discover such a boon in avenging his past self. Indeed, good deeds often yield good fortune. Phylock, unnerved by the intensity of Atlas's gaze, shook his head to dispel the discomfort. He then lunged at Atlas with a menacing grin, while Atlas continued to rely on his sensory perception to respond. "Yes, that's the feeling. Faster, faster." Atlas's excitement surged within him. Suddenly, a crimson light flashed in his eyes, and his perception of the world shattered like a fragile eggshell, emerging from darkness into dawn. Phyllic's attacks unfolded before him in slow motion, each detail crystal clear. Observation hockey. It has awakened. Atlas grinned widely, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, I shall no longer indulge you." "Oof, arrogant little brat," Phylock retorted, dismissing Atlas's outburst as a sign of madness brought on by the beating, despite an unsettling feeling of being seen through. In response, a colossal fist struck Phylock squarely in the face. How could this be? Phylock gasped in shock. How could Atlas move so swiftly? Truly, the romance of a man lies in the visceral nature of combat. Atlas, unwilling to offer explanations, casually discarded the standard naval blade he held, flexing his fist. Calloused and formidable, with a fleeting flash of crimson in his eyes, he activated his full observation haki. Easily evading Phylick's claws, he unleashed a barrage of blows, obliterating Phylick's head in a gory explosion of red and white, while Atlas skillfully avoided any splatter upon himself. It was not difficult to comprehend. Atlas's physique naturally surpassed Phylick's, with speed being the only slight disadvantage. Previously, he had merely suppressed his strength to facilitate the awakening of his observation haki. After dispatching Phylock, Atlas sought to discern whether any fortunate souls had survived. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A towering shadow erupted from the ship's hold, leaping gracefully onto the small boat that Atlas had approached, its hands propelling the oars with astonishing speed. Atlas nearly dropped his jaw in astonishment. The shadow was none other than Jim, the vice-captain of Phylick's pirate crew. This scoundrel had feigned death from the outset, and upon witnessing Phylick's swift demise, had seized the opportunity to flee. Though he appeared simple-minded, Jim was no fool. Phylock would never have suspected that the man he looked down upon harbored such cunning. Atlas, however, had no intention of allowing Jim to escape. If the memories of his past self served him correctly, it was this very individual who had slain the Carnos couple. In a panic, Atlas plunged into the sea, determined to pursue his quarry, his stamina still abundant. Damn little brat, Jim cursed, oblivious to the countless times he had uttered such words. How could Atlas still possess such vigor? Jim desperately wished for a sea creature to swallow Atlas whole, only to be excreted as waste. At last, after what felt like an eternity, the distance between Atlas and Jim diminished rapidly, driving Jim to the brink of despair. In a desperate bid for survival, he resorted to pleading for mercy. Yet Atlas was not one to be swayed by such pleas. He surged from the water, aiming a decisive blow at Jim. Jim, unwilling to concede, raised his, or in a futile attempt to block Atlas's iron fist. But it was to no avail. Atlas's massive fist tore through the oar, shattering it into a flurry of splinters. Jim crumpled to the ground with a resounding thud, and Atlas stood triumphantly at the bow of the small boat, delivering a kick that sent Jim's lifeless body overboard to feed the fish. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a crimson glow upon the tranquil sea, a small boat drifted aimlessly. Upon it lay a young man clad in a somewhat tattered naval uniform, his muscular form unabashedly on display. His striking yet ruggedly handsome face bore an expression of resignation. It was none other than Atlas, the relentless pursuer of pirates. Little did Atlas anticipate such misfortune. The oar had been shattered during the recent battle. Now, he found himself adrift, lacking any provisions to sustain him, and thus began to suffer from hunger. However, the gravest predicament of all was that he was utterly lost. In his fervor to pursue, he had unwittingly ventured into unfamiliar waters. Navigating the vast sea, devoid of landmarks, proved a challenge beyond even the keenest sense of direction. Chapter 10. The Odyssey of Atlas. Ultimately, Atlas succumbed to the pangs of hunger and plunged into the sea to capture a small sea creature. Lacking any means to kindle a fire aboard the vessel, he resorted to consuming it raw. Surprisingly, the flavor of this sea king, when eaten in its natural state, was quite exquisite. Perhaps due to the unique geographical and climatic conditions, the raw flesh bore little of the expected fishy taste, instead melting in his mouth. As for parasites, whether or not this small sea creature was infested was of little concern to Atlas. Even if it were, his current physique rendered him entirely unperturbed. Furthermore, after vanquishing Jim, Atlas unexpectedly discovered that the horse talisman had vanished from his mind, signifying that he had fully transformed the talisman into an innate talent of his being. Although this did not immediately enhance his combat prowess, it significantly elevated his physical potential. To put it simply, based on Atlas's previous talents, even if he were to exhaust his potential, he would likely only attain the strength of an ordinary vice admiral. However, with the aid of the horse talisman, his physical gifts had become extraordinary. The so-called extraordinary individual is one who can rapidly evolve through relentless training, much like the three monstrous vice admirals of the Navy. The most apparent change was that Atlas had instinctively learned the skill of life restoration, integrating it into his innate abilities, allowing him to swiftly extract energy from food and utilize it to the fullest at all times. Of course, his physical strength still paled in comparison to Big Mom's iron balloon, yet this served as a foundation for Atlas's ascent to becoming a formidable force. The frequent use of the horse talisman had nearly reached a point of saturation, yet for some reason, its complete assimilation eluded him. Atlas surmised that, as a visitor from another world, he felt a certain incompatibility with this body. However, after avenging his predecessor, the obsessions tied to this form dissipated, granting Atlas full control over it. After satiating his hunger, Atlas began to activate his observation haki. Not bad, he mused. The initial awakening of his observation haki radiated a range of approximately 5,000 meters. It appeared that his talents were indeed commendable. Lost in thought, Atlas slipped into a blissful slumber as the battles of the day had exhausted him. The following morning, Atlas rose early and surveyed his surroundings. Alas, still no sight of land. He cheerfully dove into the water, swimming while pulling the vessel along. For several days, Atlas's life consisted of moments of contemplation interspersed with activating his observation haki to check for passing ships. Hunger would drive him to catch fish. Yet this monotonous existence persisted for days, driving him to the brink of madness. On July 1st, 1500, in the age of the sea, the weather was clear. Another dreary day unfolded. After completing his daily swimming exercises, he once again activated his observation haki in search of ships. Oddly, he sensed that the range of his haki had slightly expanded, likely due to his frequent usage. Nevertheless, he dismissed it, for hunger compelled him to seek out fish. On July 2nd, 1500, the weather turned cloudy. Ugh, still no ships in sight, and the sight of fish now made him queasy, particularly raw fish. He suspected he would never wish to eat fish again. On July 3rd, 1500, the weather remained splendid, yet his mood soured. By the heavens, even a pirate ship would suffice. Finally, after 6 days adrift, Atlas began his journal, a mental exercise conducted each night before sleep. At last, on the 10th day of subsisting on raw fish, a vessel entered his line of sight. A naval warship, a dog-headed one. Upon recognizing the ship, Atlas was momentarily stunned, then filled with excitement. This was none other than the flagship of the naval hero, Vice Admiral Garp. However, at this time, Luffy had yet to be born. How could Garp be encountered in the East Blue? "Hello, is anyone there? Please help me," Atlas shouted, cupping his hands to form a makeshift megaphone aimed at the warship. As his voice echoed, the ship seemed to heed his call, gradually adjusting its course towards him. Minutes later, upon the broad deck of the dog-headed warship stood a middle-aged man with raven black hair, clad in a justice cape, his bulging muscles nearly bursting the seams of his Navy uniform. He wore a carefree grin as he bellowed into a transponder snail beside him. "Ha ha, Sengoku, your Senbei are all with me." A transponder snail adorned with frog-like glasses mimicked Sengoku's tone. "Ah, I see. Garp nonchalantly scratched his nose and hung up the phone before Sengoku could utter another word. Atlas had already boarded the warship, remaining discreetly to the side, hesitant to interrupt the conversation between the two esteemed figures. "Hey, you there, ha? You must be Atlas." Garp finally turned his attention towards Atlas after finishing his call with Sengoku. Although Atlas was perplexed as to how Garp knew his name, he dutifully acknowledged it. "While passing through Lowtown, that brat Randall asked me to look for a missing Navy officer. I had no idea I would find you here, looking so disheveled." "Ha ha ha." Garp seemed to read Atlas's confusion, offering a casual explanation. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Atlas realized that what he had expected to be an easy encounter had turned into such unexpected circumstances. The base must have presumed he had perished by now. "Bogart, take this kid below deck." Garp instructed his aide, Bogart, before leaning his head to the side and dozing off. As Atlas witnessed this scene, he couldn't help but be astonished. even though he had mentally prepared himself for Garp's unpredictable nature. Bogart, unfazed, approached the cabin and gestured for Atlas to follow. Finally, after indulging in a warm bath, he savored a meal fit for 15, feeling reassured that he was still very much alive in this world. Chapter 11. Carp and the Iron Fist of Love. Huff. It was the third day since Atlas boarded Carp's flagship, and by the second day, he had already commenced his daily training regimen. It began with a steadfast 4 hours of physical conditioning, followed by swordsmanship practice. After completing all his tasks, he dedicated an additional half hour to meditation, honing his observation haki. Hey, young Atlas, come here so this old man can give you some pointers, ha. Carp, appearing somewhat bored, called Atlas over while casually picking his nose. Excited by the invitation, Atlas recognized Carp as a naval hero, a man who had repeatedly cornered the pirate king, Roger. He was undeniably a paragon of strength in the pirate world. Receiving his guidance would be immensely beneficial for Atlas. However, as Atlas approached Carp, he felt an indescribable pressure enveloping him. It was not merely a physical strain, but a weighty aura of dominance. Yet, Atlas was not easily daunted. A resolute glimmer shone in his eyes. The world's strongest man would not falter before such trivialities. Seeing Atlas withstand his imposing presence with such ease, Carp's eyes sparkled with admiration. He then resumed his usual playful demeanor, delivering hearty slaps to Atlas's shoulders, nearly toppling him over. Ha, not bad, kid. I just observed your training. You seem to focus more on physical conditioning, which is a solid direction. Physical strength is indeed your foundation. Gazing at Carp's robust arms, Atlas wholeheartedly agreed. Now let this old man be your sparring partner. Feel the affection in my iron fist. Carp wasted no time. He believed in teaching through combat rather than formal instruction. Without waiting for Atlas to protest, he swung his iron fists toward Atlas's face. Startled, Atlas's pupils dilated, and he activated his observation haki. Bang! Ah, that hurts. Even with the heightened awareness, he could not evade Carp's punch. However, he found it perplexing that Carp had not utilized his armament haki, yet he still felt a penetrating pain. Ha. That was a punch infused with my love. Carp anticipated Atlas's confusion and explained. Before Atlas could ponder this statement further, Carp's fists came crashing toward him again. Not the face, Rear Admiral Carp. Take it easy. Just you wait, old man Carp. In the medical room, Atlas sat on a chair, his head bandaged, while a medic carefully applied ointment and wrapped his injuries. Feel free to laugh. There's no need to hold it in, Atlas said to Bogart, who was stifling his laughter behind him. No. Ha. I wasn't going to laugh. Ha. Atlas sighed helplessly as the sun gradually rose above the horizon, casting its golden rays over the tranquil sea. Shadows occasionally flickered beneath the surface. Atlas had just concluded his morning training aboard the massive Doghead warship and was savoring his breakfast. Hey, kid, you're back on your feet so quickly. Carp expressed surprise. Although he had not employed armament haki during their previous encounter, he had infused his will into his punches. While internal injuries were unlikely, superficial wounds were inevitable. He was astonished to see Atlas fully recovered in a single night. Atlas chose not to explain, though he harbored some suspicion that Carp was merely bored and sought to pummel him. Nevertheless, after enduring Carp's rigorous training, he felt a slight enhancement in his physicality and grew intrigued by Carp's iron fist of love. Let us continue with yesterday's training. I implore you, Rear Admiral Carp, Atlas declared with an air of calmness, akin to a prisoner facing execution, his expression resolute. Bang, bang, bang. And so began another day of unadorned and monotonous punishment. 3 days later, Rear Admiral Carp, where are we? Headed, Atlas inquired, munching on a donut. He wondered why he wasn't eating senbei. According to Carp, delectable treats must be savored first. He had already consumed the senbei and was now dragging Atlas into a donut eating contest, and Atlas, driven by a desire for revenge, resolved to devour all of Carp's donuts. Rear Admiral Carp has a grandson? Atlas was taken aback as logically, Luffy should not yet be born. Oh, that's my adopted grandson. It seemed likely that Ace was the one he referred to, as Ace had been born in that year according to the anime, making him just a few months old. It was quite reckless to leave such an infant in the care of mountain bandits. Wow, I've eaten 1,000. I win. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Carp exclaimed, then broke into a snore. Atlas was at a loss for words. Although they hadn't slept for 2 days and nights, Carp seemed to fall asleep almost instantly. No wonder he'd been caught off guard and slashed by Montcar. Atlas stood up, stretched, and moved around a bit before turning to Bogart. Mr. Bogart, could you kindly provide me with some guidance? I wish to measure the gap between myself and a true powerhouse. Of course. Let's move a bit farther away so as not to disturb Rear Admiral Carp, Bogart readily agreed, as he held great expectations for Atlas as a naval junior. With that, the two unsheathed their swords, and Atlas's expression grew serious. He knew he was no match for Bogart. His observation hockey was limited. His swordsmanship had yet to reach the level of cutting through iron, and he had not yet mastered the 6 powers. However, a true warrior must possess the heart to face formidable foes. Hesitation was not his style. One sword style, Iris. Atlas launched the first strike, aiming to take the initiative. Yet, Bogart effortlessly deflected his attack with a casual swing, a relaxed expression on his face. Not bad, solid fundamentals, but your power needs work. With a smirk, Bogart's leg muscles bulged dramatically. Soru. His figure vanished from Atlas's sight in an instant. Atlas hurriedly gripped his blade with both hands, his eyes flashing red as he activated his observation hockey. Lock on. Clang. With all his might focused on his observation hockey, Atlas barely managed to perceive Bogart's movement. Their blades clashed, but even with both hands on his sword, Atlas found himself utterly overpowered, sent flying backward to crash against the side of the ship. Phew. The disparity is too great. Just a few exchanges, and Atlas had been defeated. Yet, rather than feeling disheartened, his resolve to grow stronger intensified. What happened? The commotion from Atlas colliding with the ship's edge had awakened the still snoring Carp, who now beheld Atlas in a disheveled heap on the ground. Chapter 12. Windmill Village. Arrival. After several days of navigation, Atlas finally arrived at Windmill Village, the hometown of Carp. Following his battle against Bogart, Atlas gained a deeper understanding of true strength, prompting him to train with even greater diligence. His daily sparring sessions with Carp were now devoid of loud shouts, which left Carp feeling somewhat bored. Hey, little Atlas, how about taking a stroll? Carp chuckled at Atlas, who was contemplating how to sneak away. Yes, of course. Atlas eagerly nodded, grateful for Carp's thoughtfulness and willing to forgive the earlier incident where Carp had struck him. In truth, Atlas was primarily interested in visiting Windmill Village to see if he could catch a glimpse of Ace, the boy who had witnessed the Pirate King's execution. Additionally, he wanted to stop by the tavern to see the owner, Makino, who was rumored to have captured the heart of the red-haired Shanks and might even have borne his child. It should be noted, however, that visiting the tavern was merely a secondary intention, not a primary quest. Windmill Village is an unassuming settlement within the Goa Kingdom, yet it has produced 2 remarkable figures, the famed Navy hero and the notorious Revolutionary Dragon, who are astonishingly father and son. Located in a remote area, Windmill Village remains largely isolated from the bustling city, divided by the imposing Gorgon Mountains. Thanks to the protection of the heroic Carp and its secluded geography, the villagers enjoy a tranquil and peaceful life, albeit occasionally disrupted by a band of reckless mountain bandits, notably the Sig family. With a hint of anticipation, Atlas disembarked and inquired about Makino's tavern from a local villager, heading straight for his destination. The tavern, positioned near the center of Windmill Village, was relatively quiet at lunchtime, as the villagers rarely indulged in dining out. However, due to Makino's exceptional culinary skills and reasonable prices, some villagers visited the tavern daily to savor her offerings. Welcome, young Navy officer. Makino greeted Atlas with a gentle smile as he entered, her curiosity evident as she observed him. Now in her early 20s, Makino had lustrous green hair and a face brimming with youthful collagen. Her smile exuded warmth and innocence, though it lacked the mature charm of a decade later. You must be here with Grandpa Carp, Makino remarked, noticing Atlas's silence. Yes, I am Kano's Atlas, he replied. What may I get for you, young Navy officer? Makino inquired, unfazed by Atlas's earlier reticence. I'll like a glass of rum, please. Although only 14, Atlas's robust physique allowed him to handle alcohol with ease. Prior to disembarking, Bogart had also given him a small sum for spending, sufficient for a little indulgence. Meanwhile, Karp had stepped off the ship behind Atlas, and, after greeting the village chief, made his way toward the Gorgon Mountains. With his formidable physique, Karp quickly reached the stronghold of the mountain bandit family, the Dayton family. "Hey, looks like the little rascal is doing well," Karp remarked, spotting a lively Ace crawling about. "Karp!" Dayton exclaimed, startled by Karp's sudden appearance. His eyes nearly bulging from his head, Karp was his greatest fear. "When are you planning to take this little rascal away? Just seeing him is a nuisance. We are bandits, not babysitters." Dayton quickly concealed his earlier affectionate demeanor, cautiously questioning Karp. Indeed, chimed in one of Dayton's underlings. Is that an invitation for me to throw you in jail?" Dayton and his family immediately yielded to the mention of imprisonment, retreating to a corner to weep silently. Little Ace, confused by the commotion, regarded Karp with curious eyes, unaware of their past since Karp had adopted him as a mere infant. "Come here, little Ace. Call me Grandpa. I am your grandpa," Karp exclaimed, his heart melting at Ace's adorably innocent expression, picking him up and playfully rubbing his stubbled face against Ace's cheek. Ace, however, protested, pushing Karp away with all his might, while Karp simply laughed foolishly. Meanwhile, while Karp reveled in this familial bliss, Atlas encountered trouble at the tavern. With a loud bang, the tavern's door was kicked open, and upon recognizing the intruder, the previously bustling tavern fell into a hushed silence, akin to a dampened matchlock gun. This commotion caught Atlas's attention in the corner, leaving him bemused. Couldn't he enjoy a drink without encountering trouble? As he raised his gaze, he realized, that the notorious mountain bandit, Sig, who dares to challenge the four emperors and aims to trample the future pirate king. Although Sig was not particularly old, he bore a prematurely aged appearance, reminiscent of his future self. Upon entering the tavern, Sig scanned the room and fixed his gaze upon Atlas in his Navy uniform, conceiving a plan to torment him, believing Atlas to be young and likely weak. "Hey, you over there, Navy brat. I've taken a fancy to your spot. If you know what's good for you, clear out." Sig sneered at Atlas. Unperturbed, Atlas ignored him. "What? Are you deaf? I'm talking to you." Sig's irritation grew as Atlas continued to disregard him. However, Makino, unable to tolerate the situation any longer, decided to intervene. Despite her fear of Sig, she felt obligated to protect her customer, stepping forward to shield Atlas. But Atlas was not as meek as Shanks. He rose and moved past Makino to confront Sig, his presence exuding an almost tangible pressure. In an instant, Sig felt an urge to flee, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he sensed the ferocity of a predator bearing down upon him. Without regard for his pride, he bolted from the tavern, leaving the patrons astonished and his underlings bewildered. "Wait," Sig retreated so easily. Makino was taken aback, but upon recalling that Atlas was with Karp, she soon felt reassured. The tavern gradually returned to its lively atmosphere. Sig's intrusion was merely a minor interlude in Atlas's journey through Windmill Village. Chapter 13. Little Ace and the Abduction. In the early morning, the sun shyly peeked through the clouds, casting golden rays upon the misty Windmill Village. Under the gentle sunlight, the village exuded an air of tranquility and serenity, resembling a hidden paradise, untouched by the dust of the mundane world. For the past few days, Atlas had been frequenting the tavern in Magino. The incident where he had frightened off the bandit, Sig, had significantly enhanced Magino's fondness for him, leading to discreet discounts on his expenditures, much to Atlas's financial relief. However, such a monotonous existence soon proved to be too dull for Atlas, who was not one to tolerate idleness. He devised a plan to encounter Gorgon Mountain's Cap and Ace, perhaps even persuading Ace to join the Navy in the future. With this thought in mind, he set off towards Gorgon Mountain, his long legs carrying him swiftly in that direction. Several hours later, Atlas found himself facing a tiger that was roaring menacingly at him. If memory served him right, this formidable creature was destined to become the ruler of Gorgon Mountain, having already given Ace and his brothers quite a bit of trouble. "Go away, don't block my path." Atlas waved his hand dismissively, indifferent to whether the beast understood him. He attempted to pass by, but the tiger's growl deepened, its fur bristling as if electrified. Undeterred, Atlas thought that if the tiger allowed him to pass, all would be well. Otherwise, he wouldn't mind tasting tiger meat. The Gorgon ruler seemed to sense Atlas's intentions, letting out low growls without any intention to attack. After maneuvering around the tiger, Atlas activated his observation haki to evade various obstacles and bothersome creatures, making his journey considerably smoother. Although he was unsure of the exact location of Dayton's home, he knew heading towards the center was the right direction. After wandering for several hours, Atlas's observation haki finally detected Cap's presence. "Hey, old man Cap, I've been looking for you everywhere. When are we leaving?" As he approached, he spotted a black-haired child with big eyes and a sprinkling of freckles on his face, a sight that only added to his innocence and charm. Little Ace. At that moment, Ace was playfully tugging at Cap's small beard, laughing heartily and mumbling grandpa, while Cap looked at him with endearing affection. Their bond had blossomed from strangers to a heartwarming companionship over the past few days. Ace, being the offspring of the Pirate King, was naturally not shy and quickly warmed up to Cap. "Huh? Little brat Atlas, how did you find this place?" "This is my grandson, Ace." Cap proudly lifted little Ace above his head, showcasing him to Atlas. Little Ace, with wide, innocent eyes, curiously examined Atlas. "Hey, little Ace, come here and call me Uncle Kanos. Come on, be a good boy." Atlas teased with a mischievous grin, thinking how he, along with Roger and Whitebeard, would share a generational bond. In the future, when Luffy met Ace, he would have to call him Uncle too. The thought brought tears of laughter to his eyes. Sensing Atlas's playful intentions, little Ace quickly burrowed into Cap's embrace, wishing to ignore Atlas's jests. Atlas, unfazed, continued to tease Ace until the little one looked ready to cry, at which point he relented. "By the way, old man, when are we leaving?" Atlas inquired again. "In a few days. We'll drop you off at Logtown on our way," Cap replied. For the next few days, Atlas either entertained little Ace or hunted in Gorgon Mountain, satisfying his hunger. After all, Dayton's group would handle the ingredients, and he could always offer the pelts and teeth of the animals as thanks. Time flew by, and the day finally arrived for them to depart from Windmill Village. The villagers gathered at the dock to bid farewell to Cap regardless of their acknowledgement. The tranquility and peace of Windmill Village were largely thanks to Cap's guardianship. Shortly after, once the supplies and personnel aboard the ship were accounted for, the Doghead fleet slowly drifted away from the shore, and the villagers gradually faded into indistinct black dots until they vanished completely. The voyage across the sea was inherently dull and tedious. Thus, Cap resumed his mentorship of Atlas. Atlas tore off his Navy uniform, exposing his muscular torso, glistening under the sun, while Cap, clad in a gray-white suit, faced him. "Ha, kid, what I taught you earlier was the power of will. If you still don't understand, that's fine. Now I'll show you how to unleash your full potential perfectly." Cap laughed heartily. Though the technique seemed commonplace, its practicality was formidable. For instance, if Atlas possessed a strength value of 100, his punches only delivered 70 or less, with the remaining 30 dissipating. Cap intended to teach him how to manifest 120 damage from that 100 strength value. "Come on, Vice Admiral Cap." Atlas, aware of the stakes, showed no signs of cowardice. Cap was one of the absolute powerhouses of the old era, having fought countless battles with his iron fists. Most pirates would tremble at the mere mention of his name, and now, in his prime, his combat experience and skills were invaluable lessons for Atlas. The other soldiers aboard the ship were captivated by the duel, as it not only provided them with insight, but also added a spark of entertainment to the monotonous voyage. Slash. One sword style, waterfall. Atlas swung his sword downwards towards Cap, who suddenly enveloped himself in a layer of black energy. Armament haki. It must be noted that only those who have awakened haki can perceive it, while Atlas's observation haki allowed him to see it. Bang! The two forces collided. Cap standing firm, while Atlas staggered back several steps before regaining his balance, the disparity in power evident. Again, Atlas, undeterred, charged forward for another strike. One sword style, bird piercer. Cap, seemingly unguarded, left his center open, but a patch of darkness appeared over his chest beneath his clothing. Partial armament. With a swift right punch, he aimed directly at Atlas's forehead. Startled, Atlas drew his sword to block, narrowly deflecting the blow. The two engaged in combat for over an hour, concluding with Atlas sprawled on the ground, exhausted and covered in bruises. However, due to his immense talent, he absorbed all the combat experience. In the following days, such battles continued to unfold, providing the other soldiers with ample conversation fodder, enriching the dullness of their journey. Until Chapter 14, Frostmoon Village in the East Sea. A colossal, dog-headed battleship glided languidly across the tranquil waters, while a few seagulls occasionally soared through the sky. The serene weather was immensely delightful. However, if one disregarded the numerous bumps adorning his head and the peculiar glances from the surrounding sailors, his mood would have been even more elevated. "Which island shall we encounter next?" Atlas inquired, halting a passing sailor. Having been away from Rogtown for quite some time, he found himself yearning for the company of his comrades, particularly Lieutenant Wright and Smoker. His feelings for Lieutenant Wright were intricate. On one hand, Wright was the first person he had met upon entering this world, and he had provided considerable assistance during Atlas's early days in the Navy, always subtly guiding him. To Atlas, Wright resembled an elder brother or even a paternal figure, and he felt profound gratitude towards him. "Oh, we'll soon arrive at Frostmoon Village," came the reply. The name Frostmoon Village struck a familiar chord within Atlas, and he promptly recollected that it was the place where Zoro had trained in swordsmanship during his youth. A frown creased his brow as he appeared to contemplate a difficult decision. After a while, Atlas's furrowed brow relaxed, and he strode purposefully towards the dining room where Vice Admiral Carp was indulging in a hearty meal. "Vice Admiral Carp, I wish to disembark at Frostmoon Village," Atlas stated with solemnity. Carp, chewing on a morsel of meat, replied, "Understood," followed by a somewhat exasperated muttering, "You little rascal." His eyes, however, betrayed no dissatisfaction, indicating his clear approval of Atlas. Over the years, Carp had mentored numerous naval officers, the most renowned of whom was the current marine monster, Vice Admiral Kazan. After extensive training together, Carp was confident that Atlas's potential rivaled that of Kazan, and his sense of justice was equally as strong as any other marine, promising a future wherein he would become a pillar of the Navy. Yet, Carp had no intention of wearing his Navy uniform for this venture. After all, he had heard whispers of Gung Shirlong's connections with the Revolutionary Army. And while he harbored no fear of Gung Shirlong's hostility, believing that a man of strength like Gung would refrain from taking action against him, he simply wished to avoid being turned away at the door. Upon disembarking, Atlas inquired with the local villagers about the location of Gung Shirlong's dojo and then adjusted his attire before making his way there. The dojo was situated in the heart of Frostmoon Village, where most of the residents had once trained in swordsmanship. Many had likely been instructed by Gung Shirlong's father, Gung Sanlang, and as the fees for training were not exorbitant, villagers were generally eager to send their children to learn, recognizing that in this unpredictable world, possessing strength was never a detriment. Soon, Atlas arrived at his destination and beheld the fabled dojo. A low wall encircled the premises, within which several structures were nestled, likely serving as the abode for Gung Shirlang and his family. However, Atlas was puzzled by the complete absence of sounds emanating from the dojo, leading him to wonder if he had perhaps arrived at the wrong place. Just as he was about to knock and inquire, a resounding infant's wail shattered the silence, and Atlas immediately understood the reason for the quietude. What a coincidence! He mused, realizing that Guena was likely being born at that very moment, explaining the lack of activity within the dojo. Nonetheless, Atlas proceeded to knock on the door. Hud, hud, hud. The sound was not loud, yet with Gung Shirlong's keen senses, he should be able to detect Atlas's presence. Before long, the door swung open, revealing a beaming face that momentarily startled Atlas. He had anticipated a sullen expression, as his memories from his previous life suggested that Gung Shirlang harbored a strong desire for a male heir to inherit his dojo. Clearly, the rumors had been misguided. Gung Shirlang was not a man who favored sons over daughters. It seemed he merely wished for Guena to live a peaceful life, inadvertently pushing her towards defiance with his words. "Greetings, Mr. Gung Shirlang. I have long heard of your esteemed reputation and have come to seek your guidance in swordsmanship," Atlas declared, getting straight to the point. "Please, come in and we shall converse," Gung Shilang replied warmly, inviting Atlas inside with a smile. Once inside, Atlas took in his surroundings, which were much as he had envisioned. Upon entering, he found a moderately sized training area, where disciples likely practiced their skills. In the main hall, Gung Shilang and Atlas each chose a cushion to sit upon, allowing them to observe one another. As Atlas had imagined, Gung Shilang appeared to be a gentle middle-aged man, perpetually adorned with a smile. Whether it was due to the birth of his daughter or was simply his usual demeanor, he wore a pair of not overly thick glasses perched on his nose, and his squinting eyes rendered his thoughts inscrutable. Today marks the birth of my daughter, and my wife is unable to greet guests. I hope you can understand, Gung Shilang said with a hint of apology. His manner of speech carried a certain formality, reminiscent of the ways from Wano. I am aware of your intentions, and if you do not mind the simplicity of my abode, I would be delighted to share insights on the way of the sword with you. Gung Shilang continued with a cheerful demeanor. Atlas understood that Gung Shilang did not wish to formally accept him as a disciple, yet he also sought to avoid offending the Navy, thus permitting Atlas to learn from him. It seemed that employing cunning against such a formidable figure was futile. Gung Shilang had likely sensed Atlas's presence long before Karp's ship had docked. Very well, I shall impose upon you, Mr. Gung Shilang. With the conversation reaching this juncture, Atlas had little choice but to comply, relieved that he would not leave empty-handed. Chapter 15. The Demon Extermination Order West Sea. O'Hara history belongs to all of humanity. No one has the authority to stifle the curiosity of those who seek to explore it. A venerable elder, his hair as white as snow, spoke with unwavering conviction, articulating his defiance against the world government. Yet, with each resounding cannon fire, O'Hara was engulfed in smoke, alongside those intrepid seekers of truth who were similarly buried beneath the ashes of oblivion. The raging flames voraciously consumed the Tree of Knowledge, transforming the entire island into a hellish inferno, where cries of anguish and fervent debates echoed incessantly, resembling a purgatory descended upon the earth. At the coastline, CP9's chief, Spandam, laughed maniacally, seemingly intoxicated by the prospect of imminent promotion and wealth, his visage akin to that of a malevolent specter. Suddenly, a vessel intended to shelter refugees was struck by a cannonball, instantly reduced to wreckage, with none aboard surviving. Damn it! Akiji, witnessing this atrocity, felt his fury ignite, unable to contain an outburst of indignation. If one must act, then one must eradicate the roots of evil without mercy. Beneath his hood, Akainu spoke in a low tone, yet his words radiated an icy malevolence. Absolute justice can sometimes transform a person into a weapon. I have decided to let you leave this island. Nico Robin, Akiji, standing at the shore, observed the receding figure, and once Robin vanished from his sight, he turned away without a hint of regret, his silhouette elongated in the glow of the setting sun. In the year 1500 of the Sea Circle calendar, Frostmoon Village in the East Sea. This year marked Atlas's 14th year, on the cusp of his 15th birthday. 3 days had elapsed since Atlas arrived in Frostmoon Village, during which time, Kung Shiro conducted a thorough assessment of Atlas's foundational skills. To his surprise, he discovered that Atlas's abilities were far more solid than he had anticipated, which brought a modicum of satisfaction to Kung Shiro, for he was unwilling to offend the Navy nor entrust his swordsmanship to a fool. Moreover, Kung Shiro made some adjustments to Atlas's striking techniques and sword-drawing postures. It was evident that Wano country was indeed a land that produced many sword masters, especially Kung Shiro, who placed great emphasis on foundational skills. During Zoro's early training, Kung Shiro had refrained from teaching him specific techniques, instead urging him to diligently refine his basics, leading to the latter's eventual remarkable progress. This was partly due to Zoro's innate talent, but also owed to the solid foundation he had built. Of course, Zoro's gift for naming techniques was indisputable. Phrases such as "in the 3,000 worlds, none shall escape my blade" were nothing short of impressive. After the corrections, Atlas indeed found his sword technique sharper and his power more fluid. On the fourth morning in Frostmoon Village, Atlas was jogging along the shoreline to enhance his stamina when a news bird flew past, prompting him to purchase a newspaper. Although he typically had a habit of reading the news, he had been preoccupied with his sword training and had not subscribed recently. The news bird gazed at him innocently, its wings tightly guarding the newspaper it carried. However, the price of 50 berries was rather steep, equivalent to Chopper's bounty after 2 years of training. After paying, Atlas settled beneath a tall tree to peruse the news. Upon unfolding the newspaper, the bold words "Demon Extermination Order" captured his attention, causing his expression to grow serious. The so-called Demon Extermination Order was an inhumane assault designed to scorch everything in its path, sanctioned by the world government, which authorized the Navy to execute indiscriminate destructive attacks on regions that signaled a threat to its dominion. Accompanied by a golden transponder snail and a silver transponder snail, the former for notifying the execution of the order and the latter for receiving such notifications. Both were under the control of the 3 admirals and the fleet admiral, who could also delegate the use of the golden transponder snail. The military configuration for the Demon Extermination Order consisted of 10 warships, 5 vice admirals, and elite naval forces. The warships were undoubtedly the most robust and aggressive vessels in the Navy, crafted by the renowned shipyard of Water 7, representing the pinnacle of quality, easily capable of handling smaller sea kings. Each warship housed approximately 1,000 ordinary sailors and thousands of elite naval personnel. This force should not be underestimated. Trained forces like these were significantly more formidable than ordinary pirates. Moreover, there were also 10 hidden personnel, with 5 vice admirals commanding 10 warships. It was inevitable that each vice admiral would have 10 subordinate officers, as it was unlikely that any vice admiral would command 2 ships simultaneously. Each warship would also require a captain, likely of the rank of rear admiral or commodore, placing them among the elite fighters of the Navy. In summary, the configuration for the Demon Extermination Order included 5 vice admirals, 10 rear admirals, and nearly 10,000 elite naval forces aboard 10 top-tier warships, an exceedingly terrifying power. As Atlas sifted through all information regarding the Demon Extermination Order, he soon discerned that it pertained to the O'Hara incident. In the original narrative, the Demon Extermination Order had been invoked only a few times, and according to the timeline, the year 1500 of the Sea Circle calendar corresponded to the O'Hara event. Combining his memories with the details in the newspaper, Atlas gained a general understanding of the O'Hara incident. A group of scholars in O'Hara sought the truth of history, defying the world government's prohibitions to secretly gather and translate historical texts, only to be discovered by the authorities, who then resolved to unleash the Demon Extermination Order upon O'Hara. This incident would forever remain a stain on Akainu's record, for he had ordered cannon fire upon a refugee ship, suspecting that scholars were hiding among the passengers. Atlas found it impossible to comment on this matter, yet he could not accept it either. Regarding the scholars of O'Hara, Atlas could only deem them tragically naive. Indeed, the pursuit of historical truth is a historian's inherent calling. Yet their decision to infringe upon the world government's explicit prohibition was excessively self-serving. These scholars may have possessed the zeal of martyrs, but the innocent residents of the island were entirely blameless. The scholars had grossly underestimated the grave consequences of their actions, and even if they had uncovered the truth, they lacked the means to safeguard it. Thus, these scholars were both admirable and pitiable figures. As he closed the newspaper, a bounty notice slipped out, revealing the image of a dark-skinned little girl, daughter of the devil. Bounty, 79 million berries. Chapter 16. A year in the iron cutting in the year 1502 of the Sea Round calendar, in Frost Moon Village of the East Sea, beneath a magnificent cherry blossom tree. A young boy clad in a black robe sat cross-legged, his long legs gracefully supporting an unsheathed longsword. His face, serene and natural with tightly closed eyes, bore a sharpness akin to a chiseled sculpture, embodying the essence of Atlas, who had been diligently training in the art of the sword at Frost Moon Village. Over a year had passed since his arrival, and now at the age of 16, he celebrated his birthday in January. Suddenly, Atlas's eyes snapped open, and with a piercing gaze, he exuded an invisible aura. In a swift motion, he rose, drawing his sword, striking the tree trunk with a resounding thud. The giant cherry blossom tree swayed violently, and petals cascaded down like a pink snowfall. Yet, beneath the tree, Atlas began to dance with his long sword, astonishingly leaving no trace of his blade upon the scattered blossoms. If Mr. Gung Siro were present, he would surely applaud and exclaim, "He has entered the realm of iron cutting." A year ago, Mr. Gung Siro, I feel as if my swordsmanship has reached an impasse. I cannot grasp the next level, Atlas confessed, seated on a cushion in the living room, gazing at Gung Siro, who occupied the main seat. The next level you refer to is the iron cutting realm. Only by entering this stage can one truly be called a swordsman of renown, Gung Siro replied with his usual cheerful demeanor, explaining calmly. Oh, then pray tell, Mr. Gung Siro, how can a swordsman sever iron? Atlas inquired, unconsciously straightening his already upright posture. Come, allow me to demonstrate for you outside, Gung Siro said, stepping out promptly, prompting Atlas to follow. Outside, Gung Siro produced a piece of white paper seemingly from thin air, tossing it into the air. He then drew his katana, the Wado Ikemonji, a flash of cold light illuminating the wintry surroundings. Yet the paper remained unscathed, gently descending along its original trajectory, ultimately resting upon the snow and being buried by the falling flakes. Atlas was left astounded. He was no novice and understood that the Wado Ikemonji was a formidable blade, capable of slicing through gold and jade with ease. To witness Gung Siro's terrifying mastery of power was a revelation. My lord, there exists no swordsman in this world who cannot cut through something. Yet that swordsman must possess the ability to sever iron and even harder materials with the same blade. The essence of the strongest swordsmanship lies in the power to protect what one wishes to safeguard and to sever what one desires to cut. A blade that harms everything it touches cannot be considered a sword to me. Gung Siro articulated his philosophy of swordsmanship to Atlas, emphasizing the belief in guardianship. In the world of the Pirate King, conviction is paramount. Only by possessing one's belief can one aspire to reach the zenith of this realm. Conversely, should that belief shatter, strength wanes, as evidenced by the former Marine Admiral Zephyr, whose ideology of non-lethal justice crumbled after facing the betrayal of both pirates and the world government, leading him to extremism while his power significantly declined. Atlas harbored his own conviction to become the strongest, not merely the strongest man in the world like Whitebeard, but to transcend limitations, to become invincible. However, he refused to become a mere puppet in the pursuit of power, holding steadfast to his own sense of justice. Influenced deeply by the ancient culture of China, aspiring to achieve greatness for both himself and the world. Mr. Gung Siro, how does this relate to iron cutting? Atlas interjected. My apologies for digressing. All things in existence possess a breath, and to cut iron, one must align with the breath of the steel, Gung Siro patiently elucidated. And you must have awakened your observation haki by now. Perceiving the breath of all things should be effortless for you. Atlas fell into contemplation. To sense the breath of all things felt akin to a rudimentary form of observation haki, which indeed would enhance his understanding. As he regained his focus, Atlas was about to speak when he realized Gung Siro had quietly departed. Finally, on this day, coinciding with Atlas's 16th birthday, he comprehended the breath of all things and officially became a swordsman of great renown. Wow, Brother Kanos, you are amazing. A youthful voice suddenly exclaimed from behind a nearby tree, revealing a little girl with black hair and dark eyes, her pigtails reminiscent of ram's horns. It was Gung Siro's daughter, Guina. Although Atlas had long noticed her hiding, he chose not to expose her presence, accustomed to her antics. Now over a year old, Guina, perhaps due to the heightened physical prowess common among those in the world of the Pirate King, could already run and jump with agility. Influenced by her family environment, she had developed an early fascination with swords and frequently sneaked glances at Atlas as he practiced, and he didn't mind, allowing her to play nearby. With his observation haki, he could even keep an eye on her, a small token of gratitude towards Gung Siro. At her tender age, Guina understood little of swordsmanship. She simply found Atlas's swordplay incredibly impressive and exclaimed her admiration. Guina patted her small, round belly and called out to Atlas, "Kanos, I'm hungry." Hearing this, Atlas rose, dusting off imaginary dirt, and lifted the petite Guina onto his sturdy shoulder as they made their way towards the dojo. In the distance, the silhouettes of a young swordsman and the little girl gradually faded amidst the flurry of falling cherry blossoms. Chapter 17. An unexpected encounter with a pirate crew. As dawn broke, the gentle rays of sunlight cascaded upon the azure sea, accompanied by the occasional melodious cry of seagulls. In the east blue, at Frostmoon Village, an unassuming sailboat rested along the irregularly curved coastline. On the shore stood a tall youth, 2.5 meters in height, with a strikingly handsome visage and a posture that exuded confidence. His well-defined muscles strained against his clothing, presenting a captivating image of strength. This young man was Atlas, who had been diligently training in Frostmoon Village. Opposite him stood the amiable couple, Yamada and his wife, alongside Kuna, whose eyes glistened with unshed tears. At that moment, Mrs. Heidi, Kuina's mother, appeared considerably healthier than when Atlas had first encountered her. It seemed that Atlas had heard of Mrs. Heidi's early demise during Kuina's childhood and had taken the initiative to mention it to Yamada. Atlas falsely claimed to possess some medical knowledge and suggested that Yamada consult a skilled physician for Mrs. Heidi's health concerns. However, Atlas had initially hoped to utilize his magical abilities, which regrettably could only affect himself at the moment. Whether he could extend this ability to others in the future would likely depend on the evolution of his strength. Fortuitously, Yamada managed to find a doctor through some mysterious means, although he was rather secretive about it. Thankfully, after receiving treatment from this enigmatic physician, Mrs. Heidi's condition improved significantly. This incident fostered a more amicable relationship between Atlas and the Yamada family, alleviating the initial awkwardness of their acquaintance. Thus, when news of Atlas's impending departure reached them, a sense of reluctance gripped their hearts, particularly for Kana, who could no longer suppress her tears. Despite her strong-willed nature, she harbored a sensitive side, akin to that of any young girl. Having attained the level of iron cutting in his training, Atlas planned to bid farewell to the Yamada couple. He had even commissioned the construction of a modest vessel capable of reaching Lowtown within a few days. Choosing this splendid weather for his departure, let this be the end of our journey together. Farewell, Mr. Yamada and Kuina. I look forward to visiting again and seeing you blossomed into a young lady, Atlas remarked with a cheerful smile, playfully teasing Kuina. I will. The next time we meet, I will defeat Brother Kanos. Kuina replied, her voice resolute despite her sniffles. Atlas laughed heartily, then leaped aboard his small vessel, severing the ropes and unfurling the sails, allowing the boat to glide effortlessly with the current and wind. 2 days had passed since Atlas left Frostmoon Village and set sail. During this time, his training comprised swimming to enhance his physical endurance, daily sword practice, and meditation. He was not yet inclined to consume any devil fruits, nor had he encountered any suitable ones, allowing him to revel in the vastness of the sea. Swimming was an excellent exercise for building stamina, and he aspired to traverse the calm belt unassisted, much like Silver's Rayleigh, which sent a thrill of adrenaline coursing through him. This was the essence of a true adventurer of the sea. Meditation, taught to him by Yamada, had proven far more effective than his previous improvised methods. Over a year of practice had allowed him to extend his observation haki to encompass half an island, showcasing his profound mastery, whether due to his inherently strong spirit or the efficacy of Yamada's techniques. The monotony of life at sea was soon interrupted when Atlas, his eyes alight with determination, released his haki, which instantly clarified his perception of the world around him. Suddenly, a pirate ship entered the range of his heightened senses. How fortuitous. I was feeling rather bored. I shall use you lot for practice, he mused, considering it an appropriate introduction for Colonel Randall, who was slightly overdue for their meeting. With a slight warming up of his body and a stretch, Atlas prepared to engage with the pirates. In no time, the pirate ship drew closer to his modest vessel. The skull and crossbones flag displayed a hammer diagonally across its center. The ship's structure appeared quite ordinary, suggesting it belonged to an unremarkable pirate crew. Otherwise, they would not be in such disarray. As the two vessels approached, the crew of the Hammer Pirates noticed the solitary Atlas and immediately entertained thoughts of robbery. Hey, little brat over there, want to ride with us? The captain, Hao Hei, called out with a comical grin. Sure, Please take me to the Navy base in Lowtown, Atlas replied, seemingly oblivious to the overt hostility in their tone as he hopped onto the pirate ship. Hey, hold on a moment. Do you know who I am? Hao Hei exclaimed, taken aback by Atlas's audacity. After years of being a pirate, he had never encountered someone so unafraid of death. In an instant, a crimson arc of energy surged from Atlas's unsheathed sword, cleaving the captain in two with a smooth precision. The remaining force of a strike sent several unfortunate pirates sprawling to the ground, unaware of their fate. What was that? How could a mere blade not touch the captain, yet still kill him? The remaining pirates erupted in panic, their fear of the unknown palpable. Sword masters were a rarity across the seas, particularly in the weakest of the four seas, the East Blue. Without wasting words on explanation, Atlas simply leveled his blade, dispatching the remaining crew with ease, as though slicing through vegetables. He casually wiped the blood from his sword on the body of a fallen pirate, then seamlessly took command of the now leaderless ship, looting its supplies. Climbing into the helm, he tested the vessel's capabilities. Indeed, the larger ship outpaced his small boat, and he estimated that he could reach Lowtown within a day. Truly, fortune favors the bold, prosperity awaits the daring, he mused as he relished the spoils of his encounter. Chapter 18. A comedic misunderstanding is sudden. Urgent alarm echoed above the Rogtown Naval Base as rows of Marines lined up in a tense atmosphere. Colonel Randall arrived punctually at the parade ground to inquire about the situation. Report, Colonel. A pirate ship has docked at the port. It belongs to the Hammer Pirates, with a bounty of 30 million berries, shouted a Marine who appeared to be an intelligence officer. Ah, the Hammer Pirates, Randall recalled. Their captain, Hao Hei, had a bounty of 20 million berries, which made him quite a notorious figure in the East Blue. Note, as Luffy has not yet been born, Garp's visits to the East Blue are infrequent. Hence, while it remains the weakest sea, the overall bounties are not as low as they would be years later. All hands, form ranks, and head to the port to intercept the Hammer Pirates. Prevent them from landing and protect the townsfolk, Randall commanded, his voice resonating with urgency. A bounty of 20 million was significant enough for him to take the matter seriously. After all, he was merely a branch colonel, unlike the later Smoker, who wielded the power of a Logia fruit, commanding great authority over unarmored pirates. One misstep could lead to disaster, and in warfare, such a misstep often costs lives. Thus, Colonel Randall's demeanor grew increasingly serious. Upon arriving at the port, Randall spotted a muscular youth with a resolute expression seated at the bow of the pirate ship. Strangely, the rest of the crew was nowhere to be seen, heightening his vigilance. Yet, he felt an odd familiarity with this youth, as if he had encountered him before. Colonel Randall, what's wrong? Don't you recognize me? Atlas, the youth, sensed the tension in the air. Randall's perplexed gaze and cautious demeanor were not the warm welcome he anticipated. The surrounding Marines, exuding an aura of menace, appeared ready to pounce, rather than to greet him. You are that little brat, Atlas? Randall scrutinized the young man before him, comparing him to the boy he remembered, albeit with uncertainty. This was hardly Randall's fault. After all, Atlas had matured significantly since leaving Rogtown. His previously slender frame had transformed into a well-defined physique, showcasing a sculpted musculature that contrasted sharply with his earlier appearance. His features now bore a more mature quality, emanating an aura of sharpness. Colonel Randall, doesn't he remember me? How utterly disheartening, Atlas exclaimed, feigning sorrow, although a smile adorned his face. The nearby Marines exhaled in relief upon realizing he was not an enemy. Some, recognizing Atlas, wished to greet him but restrained themselves due to military decorum. Randall voiced his curiosity. Oh, I encountered them on my way. Their small vessel was too slow, so I took the liberty of dealing with them to earn some merit for you as a greeting gift. Then why didn't you remove their pirate flag? Randall's forehead twitched, his emotions flaring. Atlas paused, glancing at the pirate ship and then at the furious Randall, suddenly understanding. Well, I simply forgot. With that, he drew his sword and struck the pirate ship's mast, a crimson slash severing the flag, which fell into the sea. See? It's gone now. This display astonished both Colonel Randall and the Marines. Randall, having journeyed through the Grand Line, was no stranger to swordsmen. He was merely taken aback by Atlas's rapid growth. The other Marines, however, were captivated by his formidable strength. "Ha, good lad. Come, let's have a proper chat in my office," Randall bellowed, leading Atlas toward his office. All Marines dismissed. Randall settled comfortably in his office chair, puffing on a cigar of modest quality. Though not particularly powerful, he was undeniably deserving of the emblematic justice that accompanied his rank. It's nothing much. I got lost after pursuing the Phylock pirates and just happened to run into Vice Admiral Garp. He must have filled you in on the details." After a lengthy conversation, Atlas gently closed the office door, intending to visit Lieutenant Light. "Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention, Atlas is now a branch lieutenant." "Opa, wie's Light?" Following an engaging discussion at Light's residence, Atlas's visit was nearing its conclusion. "Oh, don't forget to seek out that rascal Smoker when you have the chance. He is likely eager to see you." Lieutenant Light, no, Major Light, imparted this with a knowing smile. Oh, I will definitely find the opportunity," Atlas replied, albeit somewhat bewildered. Chapter 19. Sparring. There's no helping it. I am still too weak. What a determined little rascal you are. Just as it happens, I have a bit of itch in my hands. How about we engage in a friendly spar to test your strength? Colonel Randall twisted his stout neck and smiled at Atlas. "Of course, you're not permitted to use the flying slash." Randall seemed to recall something and quickly added. Upon hearing this, Atlas felt a surge of eagerness. Although he believed that no one in the base could match him, he still wished to measure himself against Randall, the nominal strongest among them. Perhaps he might glean some wisdom from the encounter, especially considering Randall's extensive combat experience, which undoubtedly surpassed his own due to age. "All right," Atlas exclaimed enthusiastically, and together with Randall, he made his way to a spacious area in the training ground. The soldiers, who had been watching from the sidelines, grew excited. They were naturally curious about who would emerge victorious between Atlas and Colonel Randall, especially given that Atlas had established a reputation as a formidable monster within the base. The previous spectacle at the port had left a lasting impression on them, and soon they were running to gather their comrades, filling the training ground with a throng of Navy soldiers. "Hey, Colonel Randall, make sure to give it your all. Don't let it end too quickly." Atlas surveyed the surroundings and grinned at Randall. "Enough with the boasts, you little brat," Randall retorted playfully, refusing to back down. The two drew their blades and advanced. Where their blades met, sparks flared. "Little rascal, your blade is not nearly as sharp as your boasts." Randall gazed intently at Atlas, his face reddening from exertion, veins bulging on his neck, clearly struggling against Atlas's strength. Nevertheless, he showed no signs of conceding. "Oh, is that so? Then, old man Randall, why not give this move of mine a try?" Atlas shot back defiantly, hurling taunts. One sword style, Iris. Taking a step back, Atlas's arm bulged as his biceps and triceps worked in unison, delivering a powerful horizontal slash aimed at Randall. Of course, Atlas moderated his strength. It would be rather unfortunate if he were to injure Colonel Randall and leave a bad impression. However, Randall was no pushover. He stood firm with his blade at his side, effortlessly blocking the strike. "Ha, little brat. Are you not well fed? Come on, keep going." Randall continued to hurl taunts to mask his inner turmoil. When in the world has this little rascal been eating to grow so strong? Atlas discreetly noticed Randall's slightly trembling right hand and decided to hold back a bit more, allowing Randall to save face. The surrounding Navy soldiers, unaware of the underlying dynamics, assumed the two were evenly matched and cheered them on. "Again, little rascal," Randall bellowed, seemingly empowering himself with his own words. Bang! Another straightforward collision occurred, yet it appeared that Atlas's weapon was beginning to show signs of wear. This was to be expected. Atlas had been using the Navy's standard long sword, which, while not a renowned blade, had endured countless battles alongside him. That it had lasted this long was already a testament to its quality. Ha. Stinky brat, it seems your sword is nearing its end." Colonel Randall, a seasoned warrior, was keenly aware of the cracks forming in Atlas's blade. With his experience, he could discern the peculiar sound of their clash. "Do not worry, Colonel Randall. It will hold out long enough for me to defeat you." One sword style, bird thrust. A direct thrust surged towards Randall, straightforward and forceful. Randall parried with his sword, but a white mark appeared on his cherished blade, causing him great distress. Though not a legendary sword, it had accompanied him through most of his life. Far superior to the Navy's standard issue. Stinky brat, I'm going to get serious now. Randall steeled himself, gripping his sword with both hands to withstand Atlas' onslaught. Shave. Suddenly, Randall vanished from Atlas' sight, leaving only a series of afterimages behind. Utilizing the Navy's 6 styles, Randall, due to his limited aptitude, had only mastered 2 techniques, and even those at a rudimentary level. Presenting them now was merely a means to gain an advantage over Atlas, who had yet to learn the 6 styles. However, Atlas had transcended human limits in his physical prowess, meeting the standards for training in the 6 styles. His explosive speed was already beyond the reach of ordinary folk. Yet, the Navy's 6 styles surpassed the physical limits of the body. Therefore, Atlas still could not match Colonel Randall's speed. Given Randall's robust physique, it was likely that he could only utilize the shave a few times, as it placed a tremendous strain on the user's leg muscles. Atlas could easily wait until Randall could no longer sustain himself, then effortlessly claim victory. But, observation hockey. Lock on. Advancing instead of retreating. One sword style. Rainfall. This was a newly developed technique by Atlas, essentially a downward slash. However, due to immense strength and momentum, it would create 3 afterimages that struck the enemy like a tempest. At that moment, Randall found himself honored to be the first tester of Atlas' new move, though he felt anything but fortunate. The sheer force of the rainfall filled him with a sense of foreboding. Yet, just as Randall was on the brink of defeat, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Atlas's long sword suddenly shattered into countless iron fragments, cascading down like rain. It seemed the already cracked blade could not withstand the impact of the rainfall, thus averting Randall's imminent defeat. Chapter 20. Are blades truly such inconvenient objects? Ha ha, little brat, this time you are destined to lose, Randall exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before bursting into triumphant laughter. Atlas also chuckled, his fists clenched, thick calluses enveloping his knuckles like armor, instilling dread in those who beheld them. Blades are not such cumbersome things. My martial arts are formidable as well. Colonel, Atlas's laughter held a deeper meaning. Although he had devoted years to honing his swordsmanship, giving the impression that he was merely a swordsman whose combat prowess would diminish without a blade, this notion was flawed. Atlas was different. He lacked the unwavering devotion to the way of the sword. Thus, in his daily training, his martial skills had never waned. Relying on simple yet relentless practice, striking air, then progressing to hitting solid objects. He had learned this from memories of Carp. In his pursuit of defeating the prized spear of the 8 treasure navy, had leveled mountains with his fists in training. Although Atlas could not reach such terrifying heights, he could certainly strike small hills. Randall, eschewing any flamboyant maneuvers, simply swung his blade. Atlas was not foolish enough to confront the blade with his bare fists. Instead, he angled his body slightly and delivered a powerful punch against the blade, the immense force nearly causing Colonel Randall to lose his grip. Before Randall could react, Atlas surged forward, launching a follow-up attack. A straightforward yet powerful strike landed on Randall, who felt an overwhelming force and was sent flying. Without employing the 6 styles, Randall's strength, speed, explosive power, and reflexes paled in comparison to Atlas's. The fact that he had managed to hold his ground until now was solely due to Atlas's leniency. You little brat, how utterly uncharming. Randall grumbled as he rose from the ground and approached Atlas, seemingly unscathed. However, he had a trick up his sleeve that Atlas had yet to witness. Atlas understood Randall's intention in seeking a spar. He likely wished to impart the 6 styles he had mastered during their combat. After all, compared to his swordsmanship, Randall's martial arts relied heavily on raw power and explosive force. Mastering the techniques of the 6 styles would undoubtedly elevate his combat capabilities to new heights. Bang, bang, bang. After a series of punches, Randall had discarded his weapon. Firstly, his swordsmanship had not yet reached the level of a master, rendering the blade less beneficial in a match against Atlas. Secondly, He feared that Atlas might damage his beloved sword, causing him distress. Thus, he decisively abandoned his weapon and began exchanging blows with Atlas. Indeed, the essence of manly romance lies in the visceral exchange of fists. Ha ha ha! Atlas laughed heartily, his hands never ceasing to deliver a flurry of punches upon Randall. 2 hours later, iron block, Randall shouted, his muscles taut as he braced himself to absorb one of Atlas's punches. His face reddened, and he soon slumped to the ground, clearly exhausted. He had managed to block the punch, but not completely, revealing his lack of mastery in the iron block technique. Atlas silently mocked him, thinking, "Old man, do you not know that the Navy perished due to the iron block? Your version doesn't even qualify as such. Atlas, you little brat, what impudent thoughts are you harboring?" Colonel Randall glared at Atlas with an unfriendly expression after his defeat. "What? How could that be? I hold you in the highest regard, Colonel Randall." Atlas chuckled nervously. "Did you catch all the techniques I just demonstrated, you little brat?" Randall pressed, his forehead twitching with irritation. "Of course. Do not underestimate me, you old coot." Within the range of Atlas's observation hockey, Randall's every movement was laid bare. The techniques of the six styles could be grasped as long as one's physical condition met the requirements and one possessed a modicum of talent. During their recent skirmish, Atlas had discerned the secrets of the shave and iron block techniques through his keen observation hockey and formidable learning ability. The so-called iron block accelerated blood flow, enhancing muscle movement, thus granting the body a steel-like hardness. However, the drawback was immobility during its use. Naturally, a true master of the iron block could move even while employing the technique. The shave involved a series of rapid footfalls against the ground, generating explosive reactive force for swift movement, creating an overwhelmingly advantageous situation in combat. After contemplating the training methods for the shave, Atlas's calf muscles surged with power, instantly ripping his pant leg, leaving it tattered. The well-defined muscles on his leg resembled tempered steel as he swiftly struck the ground multiple times, causing cracks to form beneath him. Suddenly, Atlas vanished from Randall's sight, crashing into a distant wall. Boom! A human-shaped hole appeared in the solid wall, and a disheveled Atlas emerged, looking somewhat sheepish. "Oh, my apologies. It was my first attempt, and I'm still not quite adept. Atlas, you little brat. The cost of repairs will be deducted from your salary." "Oh, wow." The surrounding Marines were evidently stunned by the spectacle, erupting into a cacophony of astonished exclamations. "Brother Atlas, I wish to spar with you. Please grant me this opportunity." At that moment, a young boy with white hair, drenched in sweat, squeezed through the crowd, earnestly addressing Atlas. This boy was Smoker. Upon hearing his words, the previously rowdy Marines fell silent, turning their gazes towards Smoker. They were curious to see who dared to challenge Atlas at such a moment. One could either be foolish or exceedingly confident in their abilities. When they realized it was Smoker, their faces lit up with anticipation. Chapter 21. Natural type. Smoke fruit not a problem. Come on, Smog. Upon hearing Atlas's consent, Smog initially displayed a face full of excitement, only to gradually calm down, leaning slightly forward and adopting a combat stance. Observing the tense Smog, Atlas couldn't help but chuckle. "Be careful, little Smog." Atlas always approached battles with utmost seriousness, especially when facing Smog, where he felt no need to hold back. This was an opportunity to hone his skill in shave, so Atlas unleashed his strength without reservation. The ground trembled beneath him, producing a thunderous roar, though his execution of shave still lacked finesse. Boom! Another massive crater formed in the training ground, causing Colonel Randall's expression to darken further. However, Atlas paid little heed to such matters, as he was not particularly concerned about wealth. Iron Fist, Bird Strike. With no weapon in hand, Atlas decided to use his fist for this direct attack, generating a terrifying speed that created a sonic boom in the air. Danger! At that moment, every hair on Smog's body stood on end, as if he were facing imminent death. A primal instinct warned him, and in a split second, Smog transformed into a wisp of smoke, causing Atlas's fist to strike nothing but air. "Oh, so you've consumed a devil fruit, little Smog," Atlas remarked, his expression one of realization. No wonder Lieutenant Light had mentioned Smog with such a tone. "Oh, The strongest natural type devil fruit has appeared. The surrounding Marines exclaimed excitedly. I just recently consumed the devil fruit, Smog admitted sheepishly, scratching his head. He had stumbled upon this particular fruit 6 months ago while pursuing a group of pirates to a deserted island during a mission. If Atlas were to learn of this, he would surely be infuriated. Both had been chasing pirates, yet Smog, the little brat, had found a natural type devil fruit, while Atlas was left to wander the East Blue. Sometimes, the disparity between individuals could be more pronounced than that between a human and a pig. Be careful, brother Atlas. I am the wielder of the natural type, smoke fruit, Smog warned. In his eyes, victory was already assured, for since acquiring the devil fruit, no one had been able to harm him, not even Colonel Randall. The poor colonel was currently weeping in the restroom, utterly humiliated by being overshadowed by 2 youngsters. It was no wonder Smog felt inflated with confidence. In the East Blue, where hockey was scarce, a natural type that could not be physically harmed symbolized invincibility. Then I shall give it my all, little Smog, Atlas said, observing the slight excitement radiating from Smog. No sooner had he spoken than Atlas's figure vanished. The Marine's 6th form shave was like wings to Atlas, making it impossible for Smog, with his mediocre martial arts, to keep up, let alone counter. Iron Fist, Dragon Tail. This was a swinging punch, executed with such speed that it surpassed Smog's reflexes, leaving him unable to defend against the attack. Consequently, he once again turned his entire body into smoke. Little Smog, this won't do. While the elemental transformation of a natural type was indeed formidable, essentially rendering one invincible in the absence of hockey, it required a certain amount of stamina. For those with robust physiques, the cost might be negligible. However, for Smog, whose physical prowess was akin to that of a novice, it likely wouldn't last long, rendering him little more than a living target for Atlas. Smoke, White Fist. Suddenly, 2 white smoke fists materialized, charging towards Atlas. Unfazed, Atlas met them head-on with his own fists, adept at dismantling all flashy techniques. Yet, it was evident that Smog had not been idle over the past 6 months. He had at least made some progress in developing his fruit's abilities. Bang! Another collision ensued, shattering Smog's fists into smoke. This left Smog feeling a bit disheartened, clearly outmatched in physical combat. To secure victory, he would have to rely on his devil fruit abilities. As time ticked by, Smog resorted to his full elemental transformation several more times. Yet beads of sweat began to appear on his forehead, indicating considerable fatigue. In contrast, Atlas remained composed, his breathing steady and unperturbed, which disheartened Smog further. What powerful youngsters they were. Smog felt he was nearing his limit. Hey, Smog's ability is invincible. The surrounding soldiers buzzed with excitement, debating fervently as they witnessed the intensity of the duel. They were astounded that these 2 young individuals could display such strength, particularly Atlas, who could force the legendary natural type devil fruit wielder into a corner through sheer martial prowess. Ever since the news spread of the 3 marine monsters being natural type users, the natural types have been exalted to incredible heights. In contrast, Atlas, who relied solely on his physical skills, was seen as a myth-buster among the soldiers. Bang, bang, bang. A series of collisions echoed as Smog clenched his trembling fists, determination flashing in his eyes. Be careful, brother Atlas. I'm about to use a newly developed ability, though I may not be entirely proficient yet. Smoke, White Domain. As the words left his lips, Smog transformed into smoke once more, enveloping Atlas in a vast cloud that drastically reduced visibility, obscuring the duel from the onlooking Marines. Within the White Domain, Atlas found all his senses dulled to their lowest point, nearly unable to open his eyes due to the smoke. Tiny particles of white smoke attempted to infiltrate Atlas's nostrils, prompting him to become alert. He slowed his breathing, closed his eyes, and relied on his observation hockey to sense Smog's attack. Given the expansive nature of Smog's AoE technique, he could not maintain it for long. So Atlas anticipated a swift offensive from him. All he needed to do was wait for the perfect moment to strike. Suddenly, a fist appeared silently behind Atlas, as Smog aimed to catch him off guard. However, under the coverage of Atlas's observation hockey, nothing escaped detection. As Smog's fist approached the range of Atlas's attack, Atlas swiftly sidestepped, seizing Smog's fist with great force. In pain, Smog rapidly transformed into smoke once again. This frustrating tactic left Atlas feeling helpless. After all, he had yet to master Haki, rendering him unable to capture Smog's physical form. Instead, he could only wear him down gradually. Chapter 22. On the importance of physical fitness. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of their collision echoed continuously, while Smoker's attacks became increasingly frantic. For all of his efforts were effortlessly thwarted by Atlas. At last, when all of his stamina was exhausted, Smoker was compelled to withdraw from his elemental form, collapsing to the ground in utter fatigue, whereas Atlas remained relatively unchanged, only a slight sheen of sweat glistening on his forehead, his demeanor far from the disheveled state of Smoker. This inevitably left Smoker feeling somewhat despondent. Ever since he acquired the smoke fruit, a source of pride for him, he had breezed through nearly every pursuit mission. Furthermore, with Atlas absent from a base, no one among his peers in the Navy could best him. Even Colonel Randall, who had privately sparred with him, was unable to claim victory, leading Smoker to swell with confidence, increasingly enamored with the glory bestowed upon him by the Logia-type devil fruit. Come now, Smoker, lift your spirits. Surely your sense of justice cannot be so superficial, Atlas remarked, observing Smoker's dejection with a furrowed brow, unable to restrain his words of encouragement. In truth, Smoker's innate talent was commendable, and the smoke fruit was indeed a formidable devil fruit. If developed properly, it possessed the potential for immense dominion. The smoke fruit was far from the feeble portrayal seen in certain animated tales. Rather, it was Smoker's lack of development that rendered its capabilities underwhelming. If Smoker continued down this path, he would squander the power of such a formidable fruit, prompting Atlas to believe it necessary to awaken him to this reality. Moreover, Smoker's physical capabilities were not lacking. However, upon obtaining the devil fruit, he had become overly reliant on its formidable powers, neglecting the cultivation of his physique, resulting in a deficiency on both fronts. The most alarming aspect was that, despite being in his 30s, he had yet to master even a single form of Haki, thereby forfeiting his eligibility to compete among the top-tier powerhouses. Listen, Smoker, you have strayed onto the wrong path. Upon hearing these words, the previously withdrawn Smoker immediately raised his head, a flicker of indignation igniting within him. Yes, indeed, you, Atlas, are far mightier than I, but that is merely because I have had the fruit for too short a time. Once I fully develop its powers, I shall surely defeat you. Atlas regarded Smoker's defiant gaze with calmness and retorted unflinchingly, I know you are thinking that once you have mastered the fruit, you will surpass me. Smoker faltered momentarily, yet his eyes remained resolute. If you still cling to such thoughts, you will forever lag behind my strength. You must understand that in this harsh sea, no top-tier powerhouse has ever ascended to greatness solely on the strength of their devil fruit abilities. Remember, this applies to everyone. Upon hearing this, not only did Smoker exhibit a serious demeanor, but the surrounding soldiers also instinctively held their breath, fearful of missing a single word. Throughout the vast ocean, whether it be the formidable pirate monarchs or the current marine admirals, they all possess powerful devil fruit abilities. Yet their physical prowess is undoubtedly at the pinnacle of this realm. Even the world's strongest man, Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, wielded the Tremor fruit, considered the mightiest Paramecia-type devil fruit, not merely because of its inherent strength, but because it was wielded by Whitebeard himself, and not some insignificant figure. Thus, it was Whitebeard who elevated the fruit, not the other way around. Atlas cast a discerning glance around and continued, as for our Navy, the heroic Vice Admiral Garp has repeatedly forced Pirate King Roger to the brink, relying solely on his martial prowess. Furthermore, former Admiral Zephyr, known as Black Arm, was the youngest admiral in Navy history, renowned for his physical combat skills across the seas. Regarding the current 3 admirals of the Navy, although they too are users of the most elite Logia-type devil fruits, even the less combat-focused Admiral Kazuru is a master swordsman, his physical capabilities equally monstrous. Atlas subtly glanced at Smoker, for in a decade or so, Smoker would indeed be recognized as a leading figure among his peers. Due to his status as a Logia-type user, he had long been viewed as a potential successor to the admirals. But Atlas perceived that Smoker was still quite distant from that rank. Moreover, aside from these illustrious figures, the usage of devil fruits consumed stamina. If one possesses a frail physique, as Smoker does, becoming winded after mere moments of exertion, how can one truly execute their sense of justice? Indeed, Atlas speaks wisely. Physical fitness is the foundation of all, remarked Colonel Randall, who had been observing the scene. Randall's insight was undoubtedly sharp. He had long recognized Smoker's misdirection and wished to advise him. Yet, regrettably, he lacked mastery of hockey himself, rendering him incapable of besting Smoker, thus leaving his attempts to educate unfulfilled. With Randall's intervention, the onlookers dispersed, and Atlas departed for the cafeteria to enjoy a meal, leaving Smoker alone, his expression shifting with turmoil. However, Randall paid little heed to this. Smoker was a talented Marine, albeit slightly inferior to Atlas, yet not one to dwell excessively on his misfortunes. Reflecting on Atlas, Randall instinctively glanced at the crater ground, unable to suppress his admiration. What a formidable young man! Meanwhile, Atlas had arrived at the base's cafeteria, eagerly anticipating a meal prepared by Uncle Carl, having not savored his cooking for quite some time. "Uncle Carl, please serve me a feast fit for 5 to whet my appetite." Upon taking a seat, Atlas called out loudly to Carl, who was busy in the kitchen. "Ah, it's you, young rascal. I thought you had perished out there," Carl exclaimed, chuckling as he recognized Atlas. However, Atlas could clearly sense that Carl's demeanor had lightened considerably, as if the burdens that once weighed upon him had dissipated entirely. Chapter 23. The Swift Blade of 50 Craftsmen. 3 months later, in the East Sea, at the office of Colonel Randall in Roguetown. Bang! The sudden noise of the door being flung open startled Colonel Randall, who was engrossed in his writing. Looking up, he saw none other than Atlas, which instantly ignited his ire. "You little rascal, this is the 3rd door you've damaged this month." Atlas, maintaining his cheerful demeanor, casually replied. Randall, at his wit's end, could only toss a few wanted posters at Atlas in frustration. All right. Remember to be gentle next time, and do knock before entering. This is your mission. The Houghton pirates with a bounty of 30 million berries, and the Bloodhand pirates with 35 million berries. Try to leave a few alive," Randall said earnestly, observing Atlas flipping through the wanted notices. "Well, I understand, but could you perhaps assign me a more challenging task? These 2 pirate crews, aside from their captains, are nothing but lowly scoundrels," Atlas remarked with a hint of dissatisfaction after setting the bounty notices aside. "Be grateful, you brat. I've given you the toughest job available." "The pirates in the East Sea are simply of this caliber," Randall replied helplessly. Atlas's rapid growth in strength rendered the East Sea's pirates no longer a challenge for him. "Fine then, I'll go take care of them," Atlas declared, always a man of swift action, without a hint of hesitation. "Get lost, you little brat." "How did it go, Atlas? Did you sustain any injuries?" "What kind of question is that? Lieutenant Atlas is the strongest in the base. How could mere pirates possibly harm him?" After reporting back to Randall and handing over the bounty, Atlas looked at the thick stack of cash in his hands, grinning with satisfaction. In the commercial street of Roguetown, a tall young naval officer entered a weapons shop. The shopkeeper, a middle-aged man appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, eagerly approached Atlas upon his arrival. "Welcome. How may I assist you today?" Atlas surveyed the shop and finally focused on the owner, pausing before saying, "I would like to purchase a quality sword, preferably a swift blade of 50 craftsmen." The middle-aged owner chuckled awkwardly. "I'm afraid you jest, sir. Our humble establishment cannot possibly stock swords of such caliber." Atlas felt a pang of disappointment. Ordinary swords simply could not withstand his prowess. He distinctly recalled that in the anime, Zoro had acquired 2 renowned swords in Roguetown. However, Atlas had forgotten the name of that particular shop, only remembering the owner-esque claim of it being a 200-year-old establishment. Thus, he had to search one by one, hoping for a stroke of luck. Several hours later, Atlas stood before a weapons shop devoid of any name, with 2 swords crossed to serve as its sign. He had lost hope. This was the 10th old shop he had visited, and the search had yielded nothing. Weapons of the swift blade caliber were exceedingly rare. Only Zoro, with his protagonist's aura, could stumble upon such treasures consistently. Walking directly into the shop, he was greeted by a young man with a balding head, a few strands of hair desperately clinging on, and sideburns reminiscent of the mythical figure Zhong Ke, complete with a prominent nose. Or perhaps he was a youth. Atlas wasn't entirely sure. The owner turned to Atlas, flashing a fawning smile. "Welcome. Please take your time to browse. We are a 200-year-old establishment." Atlas suddenly froze. He had found it. It seemed this owner claimed the same age for every customer. "Do you have any swift blades of 50 craftsmen?" Atlas inquired, reiterating the phrase he had uttered countless times. "Huh? Are you Lieutenant Kanos?" The owner appeared to recognize Atlas, almost as if he were an admirer. Yes. That is correct. I am Atlas." Atlas replied with a mixture of amusement and relief, no longer worried that the owner would refuse to sell him the prized possession. "Then may I ask if your esteemed shop has any swift blades of 50 craftsmen?" Atlas reiterated, concerned the owner might have missed his question due to excitement. Yes. This is our shop's treasure, the swift blade, Snowwalk. The blade is crafted from black lacquered steel, and the edge features a unique, chaotic pattern. It is our finest sword, the owner said earnestly. "How much is it?" Atlas asked. "It's free. My greatest admiration is reserved for you, Lieutenant Kanos." "What need have we for money when a man entrusts his dreams to another?" the owner exclaimed with an adoring expression. "That is unacceptable. As a naval officer, I must pay. It is my principle," Atlas firmly stated, exuding an air of insistence. "Then, may I request your autograph as compensation?" the owner proposed. "Try to reach a compromise." Suddenly, Atlas seemed to have an idea. He walked toward the corner filled with barrels brimming with swords. He vaguely remembered that Zoro had found his third sword among refuse. "Master Kanos, the barrels over there contain swords priced at 50,000 berries," the owner said nervously. Fearing he had misspoken, Atlas waved his hand, signaling the owner to remain calm, then activated his observation haki. A sinister aura emerged within his perception, and with a swift motion, he grasped a long sword with a crimson sheath that materialized in his hands. However, at that moment, the owner's expression shifted to one of deep concern. Chapter 24. The Cursed Blade. The third generation of Onigiri. Atlas scrutinized the blade in his hand. At first glance, it appeared no different from an ordinary sword. However, through his observation and perception, a peculiar aura emanated from the weapon. "No, Lieutenant Kanos, this blade cannot be entrusted to you." The shopkeeper, his expression darkened with trepidation, interjected loudly upon seeing Atlas's satisfied demeanor. "This blade is known as the third generation Onigiri. Its predecessor, the second generation Onigiri, was a magnificent sword, while the original Onigiri was regarded as an unparalleled masterpiece. Yet, it is indeed a cursed blade, is it not?" Atlas interjected calmly before the shopkeeper could continue. You are aware?" The shopkeeper appeared somewhat astonished. "Yes, I can sense it," Atlas replied, gazing at the third generation Onigiri. "Since the inception of the Onigiri lineage, each sword has been exceptional, yet all are cursed blades. Many swordsmen who wielded them met untimely ends. Presently, no swordsman dares to use an Onigiri, for even unwittingly wielding one could lead to their disappearance from this world. If I were to sell you this blade, it would be tantamount to dooming you," the shopkeeper stated urgently, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, fearing Atlas might insist on acquiring the cursed sword. In response, Atlas merely smiled confidently and remarked, "Every blade possesses its own character. Weak swordsmen, lacking strength and resolve, fear such weapons and claim to be cursed. These blades are thus labeled as cursed blades. This is what Kushiru conveyed to me, a lesson purportedly passed down from his father. Ha 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 ha. I aspire to be the strongest man in the world. I shall wield this cursed blade to test my mettle," Atlas declared, a commanding presence emanating from him. The shopkeeper was taken aback. This was the essence of true strength. Eventually, Atlas emerged from the weapon shop, a long sword with a crimson sheath at his waist, the third generation Onigiri. After the shopkeeper's repeated pleas, Atlas chose not to take the blade away and discreetly left behind all his money, imparting a significant message to the shopkeeper. The true master of the Onigiri will come. Given that Atlas was not a dual-wielding swordsman, Possessing a singular renowned blade sufficed. He was particularly drawn to the third-generation Onakiri's dominating spirit, which resonated with him. The sea is ever-accepting, silently engulfing all that is beautiful and ugly alike. Yet it can be merciless. Under the bright sun, the ocean glimmered with golden light, its waves dancing like playful children, unpredictable and lively. A naval warship sailed steadily upon the sea, and Atlas sat cross-legged on the deck, delicately polishing the third-generation Onakiri with cotton balls. The maintenance of swords is of utmost importance, especially for renowned blades. The third-generation Onakiri was Atlas's true first blade. Thus he treated it with great care. Yet, weapons require blood, particularly cursed blades. And today, Atlas intended to let the third-generation Onakiri taste blood. Report, Colonel Atlas. We have arrived near the operational waters of the Garfield pirate crew and are about to make contact, one of Atlas's subordinates reported. By the way, the headquarters appointment has reached Rogue Town. Atlas has been promoted to base colonel. Excellent, proceed. Soon after, the warship continued its course for several more minutes, gradually slowing down. Reporting, Sir Colonel, we have spotted the Garfield pirate crew ahead. The lookout, peering through his telescope, spoke gravely. However, he was not overly concerned. For the strongest member of the Garfield pirate crew, Garfield, was merely a meager 30 million bounty. Their colonel had dispatched several such foes. Bring the ship alongside. All hands. Prepare for boarding action. Upon spotting the pirates, Atlas swiftly sheathed his blade, rising to issue commands. Meanwhile, among the Garfield pirate crew, a corpulent middle-aged man was passionately recounting his so-called glorious exploits. None other than the first mate, Anthony. Last time we raided that little town, I killed over 10 men. The looks those townsfolk gave me beside him, Garfield stood, grinning with a hint of cruelty. Pirates, the Navy is upon us. The second mate, Grant, who was admiring the scenery from the bow, spotted the approaching warship and shouted in alarm. Too late. Atlas assessed the gap between the two ships, exerting his legs to create a hole in the deck, propelling himself forward like a cannonball towards the Garfield pirate crew. What nonsense is this? The sight struck fear into the hearts of the Garfield crew. As Atlas landed firmly on the bow, he drew the third-generation Onakiri. Swish! The blade gleamed brightly, and before the second mate, Grant, could react, he felt a sudden lightness at his neck, watching in horror as blood gushed forth. A cursed blade, bloodthirsty. With a flick of the blade, warm blood cascaded smoothly onto the deck, startling the crew into a cold sweat. Charge! At that moment, the warship docked alongside the Garfield pirate vessel, and waves of naval soldiers surged onto the pirate ship. This was a battle plan Atlas had meticulously devised. Though he could single-handedly eliminate all the pirates, he was not their caretaker. They needed to endure the crucible of battle to grow stronger, and in war, death is inevitable. With that thought, Atlas's gaze sharpened as he focused on Captain Garfield and First Mate Anthony, the third-generation Onakiri poised in front of him, one hand gripping it firmly, the other reverse gripping. Single blade style, blade reversal. The blade flashed like lightning, and before either man could react, Atlas's sword severed their carotid arteries. He has slain the captain. Damn it. What do we do? We are doomed. The pirates' morale plummeted, while the Navy surged with renewed vigor, wildly wielding their weapons with increasing ferocity. In no time, the remaining members of the Garfield pirate crew were vanquished, and on the Navy's side, none perished. Only a few suffered minor injuries. While Atlas would not act as a nanny to shield them, he would not stand idly by and watch them perish. Chapter 25. The Bull Talisman. Do you think that last strike was impressive? Indeed, Colonel Atlas is remarkable, having neutralized the primary forces of the Garfield pirate crew with just 2 blows. Without a doubt, a monster like Colonel Atlas would be a force to reckon with even at the Navy headquarters. At the Navy training ground in Rogue Town, a white-haired youth with a well-defined upper body was performing frog jumps. Sweat streamed down his body as his determined gaze remained fixed ahead. It was none other than Smoker himself. Smoker, a natural prodigy, had significantly strengthened his physique through rigorous training, making the utilization of his powers considerably easier, thereby solidifying his commitment to physical conditioning. Report, Colonel. We are nearing Rogue Town. All crew, Prepare to dock at once. Atlas rose to give the order, his gaze drifting towards the increasingly visible town of Roguetown. Hey, Smoker, hard at work, I see. Atlas, having just exited the captain's office and intending to engage in some pre-meal exercise, could not help but jest at the sight of the sweat-drenched Smoker. Huh? Yes, Brother Atlas. Also, could you please offer me some guidance later? Smoker, taken aback by Atlas's arrival, shyly responded. An hour later, Atlas stood with his arms crossed, looking down at Smoker, who lay exhausted on the ground. Not bad. Smoker, your stamina has improved significantly. However, there remains a vast chasm between your strength and mine. Smoker replied, visibly disheartened, feeling as though Atlas was an unfathomable abyss he could never measure up to. Well, fret not. I shall treat you to a meal later to lift your spirits. Atlas replied nonchalantly as he led Smoker outside the base. At a restaurant in Roguetown, Atlas and Smoker took their seats. After ordering a plethora of dishes from the menu, Atlas began to devour the food voraciously, while Smoker, exhibiting more decorum, seemed far more restrained than he would in a decade's time. Brother Atlas, how can I become as strong as you? After their meal, Smoker inexplicably produced a cigarette and began to smoke before Atlas. Burp. Smoker, what does justice mean to you? My justice. Smoker's eyes reflected a hint of confusion. Haha, don't overthink it. You will discover your own sense of justice in due time. Atlas comforted him with a pat on the shoulder before heading to the front to settle the bill. In the world of pirates, belief is a peculiar concept. Almost every individual at the pinnacle of the sea possesses their own conviction. This belief need not be grand. For instance, Whitebeard's was simply to have a family, whereas the Navy's conviction revolves around justice. However, due to the diverse experiences of each Navy member, their interpretations of justice vary. For example, Akainu adheres to absolute justice, while Akiji believes in a more laid-back form of justice, and Kizaru embodies an ambiguous interpretation. Undoubtedly, possessing a strong belief is crucial for becoming a formidable powerhouse. Consider former Admiral Zifa, who, despite being hailed as the youngest admiral upon his promotion, was merely a low-ranking soldier until the age of 28. Could such a figure truly remain unnoticed throughout those years? According to Atlas's conjecture, belief likely correlates with the mastery of Haki. For in his past life, memories, Rayleigh spoke of Haki as a latent power residing within all humans across the globe, albeit most never realize it during their lifetime. Belief signifies a steadfast will that one adheres to unwaveringly, devoid of bias, and the guiding force of Haki is likely rooted in this belief. Naturally, these are merely Atlas's speculations, and he dares not assert any definitive truths. As night descended, enveloping all in darkness, including the hearts of men, Atlas sat cross-legged on his bed, his focus directed towards the dimly flickering talisman in his mind. Indeed, Atlas was prepared to ignite his next talisman. 4 years had passed since he ignited his first talisman, and with his current physique, he had reached the threshold for harnessing 2 talismans. The reason for his hesitation lay in his indecision between the bull talisman and the rabbit talisman. However, if the talisman could indeed grant him the powers he envisioned, the bull talisman would be his optimal choice at present. Thus, Atlas slowly concentrated his thoughts on the bull talisman, and the blue patterns suddenly radiated a brilliant white light. Soon Atlas felt the power bestowed by the bull talisman flowing steadily within him. His muscles contracted sharply, becoming increasingly taut. Chapter 26. The Secret of the Spell and the Departure, East Sea, Roguetown. On the opposite side of the island belonging to Roguetown, a wooden post jutted out from the shoreline, guarded by a naval soldier. A thick hemp rope was tied to the post, its other end submerged in the sea, where a shadowy figure could be faintly discerned. Limp. Suddenly, with a splash, the soldier on the shore exerted himself to pull the rope, struggling to drag the figure from the depths of the water. It was Smoker. This rigorous training method was imparted to him by Atlas. It was not a mere figment of his imagination. Initially intended to be weighted with sea prism stones, such strategic resources were exceedingly rare in the East Sea, and the headquarters had not equipped Roguetown with any. Thus, he resorted to the ocean's depths instead. The pressure of the deep sea not only fortified his physique, but also enhanced Smoker's resistance to the sea prism stone factor, ensuring that he would not be utterly defenseless should he encounter it in the future. "Captain Smoker, you've managed to endure a full minute longer than last time," exclaimed a nearby sailor with delight. Smoker had been undertaking this training for several months, and from the initial state of weakness, he remained still weak. The soldier stationed nearby was concerned that Smoker might exhaust himself in the water and had come to offer assistance. Smoker remained silent, leaning against the wooden post, his gaze apprehensively fixed on the distant sea, as if peering through the frigid waters to glimpse the muscular figure below. "Captain Smoker, you shouldn't compare yourself to Major Atlas. He is a true monster among monsters," the sailor quickly consoled him. Meanwhile, 1,000 meters beneath the surface, Atlas's body hovered in the icy waters. Darkness enveloped him, with only a few small sea creatures swimming by to indicate signs of life. The omnipresent pressure bore down on him, yet Atlas's expression remained unchanged. With his current physical condition, holding his breath underwater for half an hour posed no challenge, and the deep sea pressure served to forge his body like steel. Atlas keenly sensed the changes within his body and confirmed his thoughts. Indeed, after fully digesting the horse spell, he discovered it had effectively become a part of his innate abilities, requiring only energy to restore his body. This led him to a bold hypothesis. Could the zodiac spells be akin to the superhuman-type devil fruits, divided into superhuman bodies and superpowers? He categorized the zodiac spells: rat, tiger, dragon, snake, monkey, rooster, dog, and pig were capable of granting Atlas superpowers, while ox, rabbit, horse, and goat endowed him with enhanced physical capabilities. Atlas had previously trained under waterfalls and used sticks for striking, but ultimately concluded that the deep sea yielded the best results, as it exerted a comprehensive pressure on him without bias. After activating the ox spell for his training, Atlas observed a gradual increase in the density of his muscles, bone structure, and organ strength. It could be said that the ox spell was transforming his latent potential. Once the ox spell completely faded from his consciousness, he would likely possess the most formidable innate talent in the world. Just as Big Mom wielded terrifying defensive capabilities like a steel balloon, Atlas would inherit tremendous strength, surpassing even the might of a youthful Whitebeard. Of course, his physical defense would be commendable, though not quite as exaggerated as that of the steel balloon. "Captain Smoker, Major Atlas, Vice Admiral Garp has arrived. Colonel Randall is calling for you both." A panting sailor rushed over to inform Smoker. "Understood. I'll fetch Brother Atlas," Smoker replied. "No need. I heard him," Atlas said, having already sensed the sailor's word through his observation hockey, and he dragged his damp body ashore. However, Atlas was somewhat surprised that Vice Admiral Garp had come personally to escort them to headquarters. Before long, Atlas and Smoker had changed their clothes and arrived at the port of Rogtown, where they spotted Colonel Randall speaking respectfully with a naval figure of similar age, the legendary hero of the Navy, Garp. "Ah, young Atlas, I've been waiting for you," Garp exclaimed, one hand digging into his nose while the other waved in greeting. "Vice Admiral Garp, I didn't expect you to come personally." Atlas gestured for the excited Smoker to follow as he approached Garp. "Atlas, Smoker, you two youngsters better perform well at headquarters. Don't embarrass Rogtown," Colonel Randall admonished with a serious expression. Yes. All right, it's time to set sail. I wonder if Sengoku saved any donuts for me?" "Ha ha," Garp said, disregarding his image, before turning to board the ship, leaving behind a tall silhouette. Atlas and Smoker waved and followed suit. "Wow, Vice Admiral Garp, I really admire you. Could you please give me your autograph?" "Vice Admiral Garp, could you tell me about capturing the Pirate King?" Smoker eagerly bombarded Garp with questions upon stepping aboard, prompting Atlas to contemplate feigning ignorance of a young man. "Oi, you little brat, be quiet." Garp, perhaps irritated by the incessant questions, delivered a swift punch to Smoker's head, resulting in a rather comical bump appearing amidst his white hair. "Report to Vice Admiral Garp. We are about to cross the red line and enter the comm belt." A messenger approached to relay the ship's progress. "Good. I'm aware. The Navy was not navigating through Reverse Mountain to enter the Grand Line, but rather making a direct passage through the comm belt to the naval headquarters." As for how they planned to avoid the Sea Kings lurking in the calm belt that relied on Dr. Vegapunk, the scientist reputed to possess wisdom surpassing humanity by 500 years. They had embedded sea prism stones in the ship's hull to deceive the Sea King's senses, making them believe the vessel was merely part of the ocean. However, this strategy could not entirely evade the wrath of the Sea Kings, if fortune did not favor them. A direct collision with a Sea King would be inevitable. Splash! Just as they spoke, a colossal Sea King, nearly 800 meters long, surfaced, seemingly on a collision course with a naval vessel. Yet the sailors aboard bore calm expressions. Fear was not an option, for this was the flagship of the Navy hero, Garp. Young Atlas, I'll leave this to you. I'm going to take a nap, Garp declared, settling down to snore right there on the deck. The surrounding soldiers were left astounded. Their jaws agape. Was it truly acceptable to treat such matters with such casualness? Chapter 27, Naval Headquarters, Marineford. Truly audacious, Vice Admiral Karp. Atlas, upon hearing this, felt somewhat helpless but still drew the third generation of his sword from his waist, the blade pointed downward. One sword style, dragon sword, divine power. A crimson slash descended upon the colossal Sea King, unleashing tremendous force that violently erupted upon the creature. In an instant, the sea was stained red with blood, and the massive corpse of the Sea King slowly surfaced. The strike nearly cleaved the enormous creature in half, causing everyone aboard the warship to gasp in astonishment. My apologies, I might have exerted a tad too much force. Let me treat everyone to a meal tonight. Atlas sheathed his sword with a calm demeanor, turning to the crowd with a smile. Atlas, we must spar some time to refine our swordsmanship. Bogart, standing nearby, was equally astonished the last time he saw Atlas. He had yet to master the art of swordsmanship, but the power of this slash left him utterly speechless. I would certainly welcome that opportunity. Atlas nodded in agreement. He had been in a situation akin to solitary confinement, having not faced other swordsmen. Although Bogart served as Karp's aide, Atlas did not underestimate him. After all, Karp's previous aide was none other than the current Vice Admiral Akiji of the Marine Headquarters. However, they would not engage in combat aboard the warship. The destructive capability of swordsmen was immensely fearsome, and should a battle ensue, their safe arrival at headquarters would be uncertain. The dog-headed warship sailed for several days along its course before finally reaching its destination, Marine Headquarters, Marineford. In his past life, Atlas had felt little impact upon seeing Marineford in anime, but now, facing the towering structure directly, the visual impact on him was unparalleled. The rolling waves relentlessly crashed against the crescent-shaped harbor, surrounded by splendid warships near the sturdy fortifications. Soldiers stood solemnly, and the fluttering seagull flags exuded immense authority. This was Marine Headquarters, Marineford, a place that instilled fear in countless pirates. Both the old era's overlord, the Golden Lion, and the new era's pirate king, Roger, had met their demise here. Since Roger's execution in Lowtown 5 years ago, although the situation at sea had grown increasingly chaotic, the power of the Navy had also reached its zenith, and this was the starting point for Atlas to step onto the world stage. As he would bring an end to the era of great pirates, Karp's flagship slowly docked at the harbor of Marineford, instantly stirring a commotion. After all, the distinctive appearance of Karp's dog-headed warship was hard to miss, and most soldiers at Marine Headquarters recognized it. Soon, a colonel on duty at the headquarters rushed over, standing respectfully before Karp and saluting with precision. Vice Admiral Karp, Colonel es request des instructions, introduced these two new recruits to the headquarters. Karp said cheerfully, patting Colonel Hayes on the shoulder and gesturing towards Atlas and Smoker. Colonel Hayes was taken aback. Who were these individuals that commanded such respect from Vice Admiral Karp? Yes, he replied loudly, though confusion lingered in his mind. He contemplated extracting information from the two new recruits later. Follow me. I'll show you around Marineford and help you familiarize yourselves with the environment. By the way, you came to join the new recruit training camp, correct? Hayes said kindly, looking at the two beside Karp. Yes, Colonel Hayes. Atlas and Smoker responded, eager not to appear negligent. Although Atlas held the rank of lieutenant colonel, it was in East Blue. According to protocol, Ranks at headquarters were 3 levels higher than those in the 4 Cs, meaning Atlas's current rank should be that of a lieutenant. Haha, I'll leave these 2 rascals to you. I'm off to find Sengoku, Carp said while making his way towards Sengoku's office. Come, I'll take you to report to the new recruit camp. Colonel Hayes called to Atlas and Smoker after Carp was out of sight. In Sengoku's office, Sengoku was discussing the Navy's next strategic moves with Vice Admiral Tsuru. Beside him sat a man with curly hair and an eye patch, appearing lethargic as if on the verge of sleep. It was none other than Vice Admiral Akiji. Suddenly, a loud bang from the door interrupted Sengoku and Tsuru's conversation. Upon seeing Carp enter, Sengoku's forehead twitched and his expression turned increasingly severe. Carp, however, paid no heed to Sengoku's inquiries and casually remarked, I just want to take a vacation and watch my grandson. I will surely train him to become a formidable soldier. How dare you say that? Your family has not produced a single reliable person. Sengoku's ire escalated as he recalled the recent intelligence about his son, Dragon, forming a revolutionary army, drawing significant attention from the world government and prompting inquiries from the 5 elders. Oh, Kazan is here too. Carp noticed Sengoku's growing frustration and quickly changed the subject, using Akiji as a shield. Ah, Vice Admiral Carp, Akiji said, reluctantly engaging in the conversation as he pushed his eye patch up to his forehead. Ha ha, I discover a monster in East Blue with talents surpassing yours. Seeing Akiji's lack of enthusiasm, Carp couldn't resist boasting about Atlas. Oh, is that so? Since Vice Admiral Carp holds him in such high regard, I must meet him at the earliest opportunity. Akiji expressed interest, recognizing that the next generation of the Navy's 3 admirals would undoubtedly include him, Akainu, and Kazuru, but the future seemed uncertain thereafter. Kano's Atlas, was it? Sengoku said, reaching for a dossier atop a stack of documents on his desk, revealing Atlas's photograph prominently displayed. Meanwhile, Atlas and Smoker, under Colonel Hayes' guidance, had successfully completed their new recruit registration and were exiting the camp, intending to visit the training camp's mess hall. Lieutenant Atlas, his rank upon reporting to headquarters. Admiral Sengoku wishes to see you. Please follow me. A soldier suddenly blocked Atlas and his companion's path, panting heavily. Atlas and his companions were momentarily stunned. Soon, Smoker and Hayes regarded Atlas with envy. To receive a summons from Admiral Sengoku on his very first day at headquarters foretold a brilliant future ahead. It was worth noting that Sengoku was currently the sole admiral in active service at headquarters, and Steelbone Kong had long entrusted all Navy affairs to Sengoku, making his succession to Fleet Admiral a certainty. It was merely a matter of time. Chapter 28. The Summons of Sengoku. Knock, knock. Atlas stood at the door of Admiral Sengoku's office, politely rapping on the door. After all, he was not yet well acquainted with Sengoku and could not simply barge in as he did in Rogue Town. Thank you. Do you consider yourself polite? Come in. A deep voice resonated from within the office, and Atlas immediately sensed that its owner was a dignified middle-aged man. Upon entering, Atlas was taken aback to find that the modest office was filled with a significant portion of the Navy's high-ranking officials. His demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, even as Carp was making faces at him. He saluted the assembled Navy dignitaries with a standard military salute, stating earnestly, New recruit Kano's Atlas, reporting to Admiral Sengoku. Well done, Atlas. The future of a Navy relies on young individuals like you, Sengoku remarked, observing Atlas's youthful visage and robust physique. Unable to suppress a sigh of admiration, his approval of Atlas grew stronger, especially after hearing Carp's commendations. Aha, Sengoku, my old friend, I have discovered where you hid your sunbae. Just as Sengoku intended to offer further encouragement to Atlas, he was interrupted by Carp's triumphant laughter. Ha ha ha, Sengoku, I've devoured all your sunbae. Carp continued to taunt Sengoku, paying no heed to the veins that throbbed on Sengoku's forehead. Shut your mouth, you old fool. Sengoku gritted his teeth, striving to maintain his composure as he turned to Atlas and inquired, So, Lieutenant Atlas, may I ask what your sense of justice is? Instantly, for pairs of eyes in the room focused on Atlas, even the previously squinting Akiji slightly opened his eyes, glimmering with curiosity. My sense of justice. The strongest. I believe in the strongest form of justice. Atlas pondered for a moment before earnestly declaring his conviction, gazing at the justice that reigned supreme behind Sengoku. Peace achieved through struggle endures, while peace sought through compromise perishes. Only with a fist can this chaotic era come to an end, Atlas proclaimed with resolute conviction. He was unperturbed by the thoughts of the four high-ranking officials, choosing instead to express his most genuine beliefs. In truth, Atlas was unafraid. The Navy was an immensely inclusive faction, recognizing any who upheld justice. Indeed, upon hearing the dismissal, Atlas promptly exited, shutting the door firmly behind him. Kuro Akiji, what are your thoughts on this child? Atlas? Without a doubt, he is an individual of unwavering conviction, and his belief in strength and pursuit of justice is on par with anyone present. Coupled with Karp's endorsement of his training talent, Vice Admiral Kuro paused momentarily before continuing. His future growth will be no less than that of Akiji and the others, perhaps even greater. Who knows? The era of great pirates might truly come to an end at his hands. Kuro concluded with a half-joking tone. And you, Akiji? Well, he is a naval officer of strong conviction. His sense of justice isn't as absolute as Akainu's. And I would like for him to join my ship after graduation. Akiji expressed his strong approval of Atlas, perhaps seeking a laborer. That will not do. I intend to have him on my ship for personal instruction, Karp interjected, unable to contain his disagreement. It is hard to imagine. Atlas is only 17, yet his physical prowess rivals that of a typical rear admiral. Furthermore, from his records, his mastery of observation haki seems quite commendable. With his talents, he could immediately become a significant force within the Navy upon graduating from the training camp. Sengoku casually picked up Atlas's dossier from the table, speaking with disbelief. Even Kuro and the others did not possess such terrifying strength at his age, especially in terms of physical talent. In my experience, only that monster, Big Mom, could be compared. Meanwhile, Atlas remained oblivious to the high-ranking officials' evaluations of him, making his way to the dormitory assigned to him. He had yet to organize the various supplies he had just collected. As Atlas hummed an incomprehensible tune, he sought out his new quarters. Upon seeing the room number, he confirmed that this was indeed his dormitory. He had visited it once before when he reported in, but after dropping off his belongings with Smoker, he had left without examining the room closely. Upon entering, he found the dormitory to be a simple four-person room, furnished with two sets of bunk beds, one by the window and the other near the door. However, Atlas began to doubt whether he had entered the correct room, as he was greeted by a chaotic mess strewn across the floor, which seemed oddly familiar. The entire dormitory was in disarray, and lounging on the bed that Atlas had intended to use was a brazen young man, appearing to be in his mid-20s, exuding an air of arrogance. Smoker was absent, presumably off somewhere indulging in mischief. On the bed closest to the door, the bottom bunk was occupied by a slender, golden-haired youth whose features were quite handsome. Yet his brow bore an unshakable gloom. "Hi. Hello." The golden-haired boy seemed eager to greet Atlas upon his entrance. But whether it was due to forgetting he was descending from the top bunk or some other reason, he nearly toppled over with a headbutt that almost dislodged the bed frame. Meanwhile, the young man occupying Atlas's designated bed appeared to treat both Atlas and the golden-haired boy as if they were invisible, leaning back with an expression of indifference. "Hey, that is my bed, and those are my belongings you've discarded." Atlas refused to let him off easily, striding over to confront the arrogant youth. What of it? It's mine now." The young man did not even lift his head, completely disregarding Atlas's presence. "Hey, you over there. I'm about to deal with this brat. Can you help cover for me?" Atlas decided against squabbling with the fool, intending to teach him a lesson, as encountering someone suitable for practice was a rare opportunity. As for why he asked the golden-haired boy for assistance, it was simply because Atlas knew that his fruit ability would perfectly conceal his actions. Chapter 29. Don Quixote, Rosinandia? Oh, the blonde youth found himself momentarily taken aback. For Atlas spoke of fighting with such nonchalance, and his tone suggested an acquaintance. Silence. The blonde youth possessed the abilities of the silence fruit. a power adept at concealing sounds and ensuring the secrecy of their surroundings, making it an ideal skill for espionage. No wonder he was assigned as an undercover agent. Rest assured, it will be over soon. Atlas grinned, displaying a mouthful of gleaming white teeth, exuding an air of arrogance. Hey, must you be so boastful? Do you truly believe you have me at your mercy? The youth was not afraid of Atlas's potential to harm him, but rather of the formidable hand of his father. To him, Atlas appeared to be merely 17 or 18, and while he seemed robust, how strong could someone from a small place in East Blue really be? Grias had been raised in the Grand Line, enduring rigorous military training. Soon, Atlas would impart a vital lesson to Grias. Age does not equate to strength. With a swift motion, Atlas appeared behind Grias, aiming to subdue the arrogant youth in a single blow. Iron block. As the son of a rear admiral, Grias was expected to possess some knowledge of the six styles. However, at that moment, he only managed the iron block, one of the simpler techniques. To his horror, Grias discovered that even the iron block, praised by his father, crumbled like paper under the might of Atlas's fist. Bang! Grias felt an overwhelming force bearing down upon him, reminiscent of facing his father, and he collapsed to the ground in a dog-eat-dog position, feigning unconsciousness. Hey, if you're not dead, get up and tidy up my things. Atlas, having sensed through observation hockey that Grias was merely pretending, spoke with a tone that brooked no argument. Hey, coming right up. My name is Grias. What should I call you, big guy? Grias, with an audacity befitting his character, sprang up from the floor, shamelessly addressing Atlas as his superior. Just call me Atlas, came the reply, as Atlas resigned himself to the situation. After all, one should not strike a smiling face. Hey, you there? What is your name? Atlas inquired of the blond youth, who, despite being the youngest in the room, insisted on addressing others as little ones, a rather peculiar choice. My name is Rosinante, and it seems you know me. How did you know my powers could aid you in silencing the noise? Rosinante, feeling a bit bashful, summoned the courage to ask. He had initially thought Atlas was sent by the world government's CP agency to surveil him, hence his wariness. Oh, I don't know you. I merely needed someone to keep watch, and your abilities happen to be a perfect fit, Atlas explained casually, while inwardly he mused. Not only do I know you, but I also know you bear the surname Don Quixote, once a celestial dragon and the adopted son of a warlord. In 2 years, you will infiltrate the Don Quixote family and betray Doflamingo. Oh, is that so? Whether Rosinante believed him or not was uncertain, but Atlas dismissed the matter as trivial. Suddenly, the dormitory door swung open, revealing none other than Smoker. With keen ears, Grias slowed his movements, scrutinizing the newcomer. He noted that this new arrival appeared to be of similar age to Atlas. Yet in terms of physique and martial prowess, he was clearly inferior, which buoyed Grias's confidence. Smoker stepped inside, greeted his roommates with a smile, and began introducing himself. Hello, my name is Smoker. I come from the East Blue branch, and I am a smoke fruit user. Upon hearing natural type, both Grias and Rosinante were visibly shaken. A natural type devil fruit user was exceedingly rare. Surely, he must be the strongest among their cohort, for they had heard of no other natural types. However, Grias couldn't help but wonder, given Smoker's evident respect for Atlas. If he had already mastered hockey, coming from the Grand Line, his perspective was broader than that of Smoker, and he was aware of the existence of armament hockey. Yet, Grias felt a twinge of dismay, realizing he was the weakest in the dormitory, surrounded by 2 devil fruit users, one being the troublesome natural type and the other a physical powerhouse. He had originally intended to establish himself as the dorm leader, only to find himself relegated to the role of a communal underling. Hey, Smoker, where have you been fooling around? I encountered a troublesome recruit and ended up in a tussle with her. Oh, the other occupants of the dorm perked up, intrigued. A recruit capable of challenging a natural type? Was this training camp truly that daunting? Grias pondered, contemplating whether it was too late to withdraw. Oh, another devil fruit user? Atlas inquired, voicing the question on everyone's mind. Yes, a paramecia type called the barrier fruit. That's what she claimed. But she couldn't handle me, Smoker replied, lifting his chin with pride. Relax. Tomorrow morning, we'll have our first assembly. Get some rest. I'll go for a workout first, Atlas said, unconcerned. With his current combat capabilities, he felt akin to a human bulldozer, capable of bulldozing through the entire training camp. Moreover, his skeletal structure and muscle density were still increasing. He had no fear unless faced with a top-tier natural-type devil fruit user. Wait, you're going to train at this hour? Rosinante and Grias were both taken aback. However, Smoker remained unfazed. He had experienced Atlas's training regimen firsthand, and even the warm-up nearly left him exhausted. One could only conclude that no one's strength was achieved without effort. Chapter 30, Zephyr in the Grand Line, at the Marine headquarters in Marineford. A sharp whistle pierced the tranquil night, shattering the silence of the new recruits' training camp. It was 5 in the morning. Most of the newly arrived recruits were still nestled comfortably in their warm beds, while Atlas had already completed his practice of sword slashes for the day. Soon, around 160 recruits gathered in the training ground, and Atlas approached the assembly at a leisurely pace, seeking out Smoker and the others. At the forefront of the gathering stood a middle-aged man with short purple hair, his half-open jacket revealing a well-defined chest, and his thick neck almost merging with his scalp. This was the chief instructor of the Marine New Recruit Training Camp, Black Arm Zephyr. Behind Zephyr loomed a tall, muscular man with a ponytail, his arms hanging down past his knees, his skin a deep shade of black. To Atlas's astonishment, this imposing figure belonged to the Long Arm tribe, a rarity indeed. In Atlas's memory, it seemed that a few years later, a notorious pirate from the Supernova also hailed from the same tribe. Calmly, Zephyr surveyed the somewhat restless recruits before him, his gaze sweeping across the crowd before he spoke. Silence. I am disappointed in you. Those arriving from behind need not bother. You have been eliminated. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in every ear. Instantly, the faces of the recruits rushing in from behind turned ashen, and they slumped to the ground in despair. The Marine New Recruit Training Camp was the cradle of Marine officers, and those expelled from here would carry a stain that marred their future. Please, Instructor Zephyr, grant us another chance. Some were unwilling to accept defeat, hoping for a moment of compassion from Zephyr. You are soldiers. Your duty is to safeguard the world's peace. If you cannot even follow orders, how can you execute justice? Although Zephyr was known as the non-killing admiral, he was no pushover. Soldiers must possess ironclad discipline and obedience. After addressing the first batch of eliminated recruits, Zephyr's gaze landed on Atlas, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Kanos Atlas, is it? I truly look forward to your progress. Attention, he commanded. I know many of you hail from the 4 seas, some even with a modicum of fame in their branches, others from the Grand Line, and some have parents in high positions within the Navy. However, here, all that is forgotten. I have even taught your parents, so do not expect any privileges from me. Zephyr glanced at the expressionless recruits and continued. I am Zephyr, your chief instructor. I trust some of you have heard of me. If not, it matters not. Here, you will simply follow orders. Do you understand? Understood. The recruits shouted with all their might, Atlas joining in without hesitation. Excellent. Next, your physical training instructor, Kusa, will introduce you to the specifics of your training period. Zephyr stepped back, allowing the muscular long-arm man, Kusa, to take the stage. Hello, I am Kusa. You may call me Officer Kusa. I will be responsible for your physical training, and I am also Instructor Zephyr's assistant. Our training period will last 3 years. But if you wish to graduate early, you need only pass the assessment by Chief Instructor Zephyr. At this point, Kusa injected a touch of humor into his words. Tomorrow, we will conduct a strength test to better understand your capabilities, allowing us to tailor a specific training regimen for you to achieve maximum growth in the shortest time. Kusa scanned the crowd, noticing the flicker of determination in their eyes, and continued. However, do not think you can coast through this. There will be an annual assessment at the end of each year. Those who fail will have to delay their graduation by a year, and you will have only one opportunity to postpone your graduation. I hope to see the same faces when that time comes. Well, since no one objects, let us commence today as first physical training. Now, everyone, start moving in place. You have 10 minutes to warm up. After giving his instructions, Kusa moved aside to confer quietly with Zephyr. Atlas felt a twinge of curiosity but refrained from eavesdropping, choosing instead to diligently warm up in place. Truth be told, Atlas was not particularly eager about the upcoming physical training. He typically trained with weights, but had left them behind today due to the introductory address for new recruits. He planned to simply jog around to meet the minimum requirements. All right, everyone, today we will run 50 laps around the training ground, and after that, you may eat. The recruits did not complain, silently beginning their laps, and Atlas joined them on the track. These new recruits were determined to stand out in training, hoping to catch Zephyr's eye and earn special privileges. Atlas was equally unwilling to be outshone. He had no reason to hide his talents. The sooner he showcased his abilities, the more opportunities he would have to be recognized. It was undeniable that Atlas's physique surpassed that of his peers within minutes. He had lapped them, leaving them far behind. Where did this powerhouse come from? Smoker exclaimed, impressed. Atlas is indeed formidable. It seems I must keep pushing myself. Indeed, our leader is impressive. He truly lives up to being my boss. Grus, another recruit, chimed in. Don't worry, little Migua. He is definitely not from the CP department. This kid has the potential to become an admiral. A phone bug with frog-like glasses and a twisted beard remarked in a relaxed tone from the shadows. Remarkable indeed, Atlas. Razanani mused, recalling Sengoku's praise for Atlas from the previous night. Chapter 31. Testing at the Marine Vondo New Recruit Training Camp. In the early morning, Atlas exerted himself to the utmost, completing his physical training in a mere third of the time taken by others. However, Instructor Zephyr seemed disinclined to allow him such ease and imposed additional weight training, leaving Atlas utterly exhausted. Zephyr had almost precisely adjusted the load to Atlas's current physical limit, which caused a mix of frustration and excitement in Atlas. He was confident that upon leaving the training camp, his strength would undoubtedly experience a significant leap. Unbeknownst to him, in a brightly lit building not far away, Zephyr stood silently by the window, observing Atlas's departing figure. He had been watching from that spot for several hours, while Atlas remained blissfully unaware. What a diligent young lad. Atlas, dragging his weary body into the dormitory, discovered the other three neatly settled in. Boss, you finally arrived. I prepared hot water for you. Hurry, take a refreshing bath, Grus proclaimed, his face a mix of pride and servitude. Have you already prepared the hot water? Perfect timing, thank you, Grus. Atlas had grown accustomed to Grus's behavior and graciously accepted the kindness. It's nothing, if you wish. I can fetch hot water for you every day, Grus replied cheerfully, evidently thrilled to earn Atlas's acknowledgement, which caused a shiver of discomfort in Smoker and Razanani. This guy, could he have some peculiar preferences? Well, I'll be counting on you then, Grus, Atlas responded nonchalantly, smiling. Then I'll be relying on you to look out for me, boss. I've heard that there are about 160 recruits this time. Around 30 from the previous batch have repeated, and, according to my sources, there are 3 monstrous newcomers this time. Grus posted, casting a meaningful glance at the others before continuing excitedly. But let's wait until you finish your bath to discuss further. Grus, being somewhat of a tease, left Smoker and Razanani feeling quite vexed at the suspense. Stop beating around the bush, just say it, Atlas urged, delivering a playful punch to Grus's head. Hey. Among the 3 monstrous newcomers, 2 are from our dormitory, and you, boss, are at the top, Grus added, glancing at Smoker. Me? Is there some mistake? Smoker, accustomed to being on the receiving end of Atlas's taunts, was surprised by the notion of being ranked alongside him. But who is the other person? Smoker inquired, curiosity piqued. You might not know, but the third person is a woman, apparently a devil fruit user as well, though I couldn't find out her specific ability. But I do know her name, Grus said, a lewd smile creeping onto his face. Is it Tina? The name flashed suddenly in Smoker's mind. Huh? How do you know? Grus appeared somewhat astonished, having spent considerable time digging for that information, only to find Smoker had it first. Didn't I mention I fought a Paramecia, username Tina, the other day? Smoker replied, equally surprised at the coincidence. Regardless, I still believe you, boss. Are the strongest among the recruits. You are the true monster, Grus exclaimed, now aware that Atlas could overpower Smoker, a Logia user, purely through sheer physical prowess. Indeed, Smoker and Razanani concurred, nodding in agreement. All right, you little rascals, it's time to rest early, We have the entrance test tomorrow. Atlas interjected at the opportune moment, knowing that if the chatter continued, sleep would be a distant dream. The others had grown accustomed to Atlas's somewhat old-fashioned manner of speaking. As in the world of One Piece, the strong often exhibited slightly eccentric behaviors. A night of silence ensued. At the training camp's drill ground, before dawn, the recruits formed a long line, not out of diligence, but rather due to the fear instilled by the previous day's elimination process. Atlas quietly arrived after completing his morning training, finding his place from the previous day. However, his presence stirred a commotion among the crowd, as his remarkable performance during physical training had left a lasting impression. Moreover, the whispers of him being the top among the three monstrous newcomers had elevated his reputation significantly. Soon, it was time for the testing. Zephyr and Sayuza appeared before the recruits, accompanied by a large machine approximately 4 meters tall and 3 meters wide, which was firmly placed beside them. Good. It appears no one is late today. Today's test involves a machine developed by the World Government Science Division, which measures what is known as the combat power value. Of course, this value is merely a static representation of your physical data and does not determine your combat capabilities, as many factors influence combat effectiveness, including mindset and while on the battlefield. Sayuza explained slowly, observing the curious gazes of the recruits. Afterward, Sayuza picked up a list and began calling each recruit forward for their test. Garuz, surprised to be called first, Garuz stepped forward. Come now, deliver your most powerful attack on the machine. Be it martial arts or swordsmanship, Sayuza instructed before stepping aside. Boom! Garuz struck the machine with all his might. Combat power value, 550. A cold electronic voice declared from machine. Next, Kirkland. Sayuza continued reading names, his expression neutral, making it impossible to gauge whether the results were good or bad. Bugra. Combat power value, 230. Belinger. Combat power value, 180. Smoker. Combat power value, 800. Gasping sounds echoed through the crowd. After several rounds of testing, they had come to understand the general context of the combat power value. A value exceeding 520 was indicative of surpassing human limits, reaching superhuman levels, and Smoker's score of 800 was truly staggering, especially considering he was a Logia Devil Fruit user. Chapter 32. The Power Value Tina. Power value, 750. Yet another formidable individual. The crowd was nearly numb. Their average power values hovered around 300, with only a few exceptionally talented individuals surpassing 500. The fact that Tina, a mere girl, possessed such a significantly higher power value left them somewhat disheartened. What does this guy want from me? Is he trying to provoke me? Smoker mused, slightly perturbed by Tina's seemingly displeased glance in his direction. Next, Kanos Atlas. Upon hearing this name, the audience, having grown a bit weary, momentarily perked up. Even Zephyr cast a curious glance. Atlas approached with composure, inhaled deeply, dug his toes into the ground, and with a sudden surge of power, he unleashed his attack. Iron Block, Shatterbird Spike. Atlas shouted, as the technique derived from iron combined with a fierce jab that struck the machine with tremendous force. Power value, 5,000. Boom! As the cold, synthetic voice announced Atlas's result, the crowd erupted in excitement. Even Zephyr momentarily lost his focus. The new recruits might have anticipated that Atlas would have a power value slightly higher than the other so-called monstrous recruits, but they had not expected such a staggering disparity. With a power value of 5,000, Atlas's actual combat capability might be even greater. Yet Atlas remained unfazed. This outcome was within his expectations. After all, he was a master swordsman known for slicing iron. All right, quiet down. Let us proceed to the next one. Though surprised, Suzuwa timely intervened to quell the new recruits' discussions and continued to oversee the testing. At the Navy headquarters, in the Admiral's office, beneath the grand plaque of justice, Sengoku, sporting frog-like glasses, was engrossed in paperwork, occasionally tossing discarded documents to a goat for disposal. Suddenly, he paused, scrutinized a particular document, and handed it to Rear Admiral Crane. Little Crane, take a look at this document. The puzzled Rear Admiral accepted the file and burst into laughter. Indeed, I did not misjudge this kid. A power value of 5,000. What a terrifying young one. After the new recruit tests concluded, Suzwa informed those with power values below 500 to commence foundational physical training, while those above 500 would undergo specialized physical training tomorrow. Fortunately, all of Atlas's dormitory passed. Even the seemingly frail Ross and Andy managed to achieve a power value of 520, just scraping by. Are you Atlas? Tina wants to meet you. As the group dispersed, Atlas was preparing to join Smoker and the others for a hearty meal when a girl with striking light pink hair, parted in the middle and adorned with purple-tinted sunglasses, blocked their path. Oh, hello, I'm Atlas. Tina wishes to challenge you. I've heard from Smoker that you're quite formidable. Atlas turned to regard the bewildered Smoker, realizing that this troublemaker was summoned by him. Apologies, but you are too weak. I have no interest. Without hesitation, Atlas dismissed Tina's challenge, thinking it far more appealing to dine than to engage in combat, and thus he strode past her toward the cafeteria. Hey, big brother. Wait for me. Smoker and his companions, momentarily stunned by Atlas's blunt rejection, quickly hurried after him. Left behind, Tina clenched her fists, ignited by an indomitable spirit. She had never been so thoroughly outmatched by her peers. Her prior admiration for Smoker was merely due to his natural devil fruit abilities. As night fell, Atlas continued his evening training as usual. Hey, kid, how about I become your opponent? A deep voice resonated from behind Atlas. Zephyr? Atlas gasped, surprised to encounter the chief instructor here. Atlas, I've been watching you for a while. I just happen to feel a bit restless today. I could not have asked for more. Atlas grinned widely, a surge of excitement coursing through him. Shave. Atlas's leg muscles tensed as he instantly moved in front of Zephyr. His body coiled like a taut bow, and his arms thickened rapidly. He launched a direct assault towards Zephyr's face. Without flinching, Zephyr's palm moved as if anticipating the attack, intercepting Atlas's fist with a firm grip. He then stepped forward, channeling his waist energy to attempt an over-the-shoulder throw. Iron block, knee strike, divine power. Atlas was not one to yield so easily. Employing his well-practiced iron block technique in conjunction with the bull's charm, he retaliated with a knee strike aimed directly at Zephyr. Zephyr promptly raised his hand to block the powerful knee strike, preventing Atlas from being thrown over his shoulder. Kid, you possess considerable strength and quick reflexes. Your mastery of the iron block is commendable, Zephyr praised, impressed by Atlas's adeptness in evading his counterattack. However, I shall now get serious. Be cautious, kid. Iron block fist, shatter, divine power. In response to Zephyr, Atlas unleashed a flurry of punches, each strike so swift it created the illusion of countless fists. Ha! Iron block, steel, armament. Zephyr was not easily deceived by such tricks. With his formidable observation haki, he clearly detected Atlas's punches and precisely applied his haki to the points of impact. Bang, bang, bang. A series of dull thuds echoed as Atlas shook out his numbed fists, exclaiming, "So solid. I can't breach Zephyr's armament defenses at all." Haha, impressive power. Zephyr was astonished by Atlas's strength. At just 17 years old, Atlas exhibited such might. Had Zephyr not already known that Atlas was purely a physical powerhouse, he might have suspected he had secretly consumed a devil fruit. One sword style, Thunder Slash, divine power. Realizing that his punches were ineffective against Zephyr, Atlas decisively drew his third-generation sword, the Onigiri, and slashed towards Zephyr. A flash of gleaming blade light illuminated the darkness, casting an eerie chill into the night air, a deadly draw. The fierce sword intent surged towards Zephyr, causing him to feel a shiver run down his spine, as if the blade sought to cleave him in two. Zephyr's eyes brightened. This strike could inflict severe damage to anyone below the rank of Rear Admiral, especially those whose mastery of armament was lacking. However, despite the speed and cunning of the attack, Zephyr's powerful observation haki enabled him to evade it. Shave. In an instant, Zephyr appeared before Atlas, his armament enveloping his fist as he launched a punch toward Atlas's abdomen. Atlas's observation haki clearly registered the incoming attack. Yet Zephyr's speed was too overwhelming for him to mount a counter. Bang! Iron block, empty wood. Chapter 33. The sixth forms in the early morning. At the training grounds of the new recruits, a line of naval recruits exerted themselves, racing fervently around the periphery of the field. Yet, their faces bore a numbing lack of expression. Steel block, empty wood. Just as Zephyr's fist was about to connect with Atlas's abdomen, Atlas managed to react in time, attempting to use the steel block technique to defend against the blow, hoping to mitigate the damage. Bang! A violent force with an unusual penetrating power surged into Atlas's abdomen, causing a tempestuous turmoil within him, nearly forcing out his previous night's meal. Fortunately, he had managed to breach the defense. Atlas was left wondering what kind of sustenance this boy had consumed to grow such formidable muscle density. He was practically a monster. Thankfully, Zephyr had only used a modicum of flowing cherry hockey, or else he would have been left in a precarious position. Little did Atlas know that Zephyr had indeed employed the flowing cherry hockey against him. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for whether to laugh or cry. All right, with just 10 minutes remaining in the 20-minute limit run, hold on. Look at Atlas. He is still bearing extra weight compared to you all. What excuse do you have to not persevere? Ryusuke stood at the center of the training ground, his expression devoid of emotion as he admonished them. You must remember this moment. True strength encompasses not just physical power, but also mental resilience. It is fine if you do not comprehend it now. In due time, you will understand. Therefore, what you must do now is to endure, to push your limits, and to conquer yourselves. This form of physical training primarily cultivates one's willpower. And while it certainly contributes to physical growth, it is more about gauging an individual's conviction and fortitude. Soon, 5 minutes elapsed. Bang! At the tail end of the line, a recruit suddenly collapsed to the ground, gasping for the fresh air like a blacksmith's bellows, his body limp and powerless like a puddle of mud. Before long, several others chose to surrender, reminiscent of a domino effect, a wave of recruits falling one after another. Ryusuke, witnessing the unfolding scene, opted for cold detachment rather than intervention. Meanwhile, the leader, Atlas, continued to run towards his designated goal like a machine. Showing no signs of fatigue aside from his slightly labored breathing, his steps remaining remarkably precise. Monster. The term involuntarily surfaced in the minds of all present. Atlas jogged up to Ryusuke and inquired, "Instructor, is there any heavier weight?" "This is too light." The adjutant beside him sighed. "There is none. What you bear is already the maximum weight in the recruit camp." Ryusuke was momentarily speechless before addressing Atlas. "This ordinary training has become inconsequential for you. Shortly, you and those with a combat power exceeding 500 should come find me." Understood. At this moment, the physical training session had concluded, and all recruits lay sprawled on the ground. Even Tina, the lone girl among them, was no exception. Ryusuke glanced around, although only Atlas remained standing. Approximately 100 recruits had managed to endure. He couldn't help but nod inwardly, taking a special note of these 100 individuals. Some among them had combat powers as low as 200, yet their display of willpower was undeniably commendable. Now, we will proceed to the next training session. Adjutant, ensure they follow through. Those with combat powers above 500, step forward. Follow me. Ryusuke instructed the adjutant before striding out of the training grounds. The group stepping forward, including Atlas, numbered around 8, of whom Atlas recognized only 4, the others remaining somewhat obscure in his memory. Of course, even though you meet the physical standards, I must caution you against overextending yourselves. If you feel your talent is lacking, you may selectively train in a few of the forms, Ryusuke warned earnestly. However, each individual present was a prodigy, having risen above their respective bases, naturally brimming with pride. Ryusuke anticipated that some would desire to master all 6 forms. Except for you. Atlas, you are to learn all 6 forms. Additionally, you are considered the elite class of the recruit camp. Yet there will be an assessment at the year's end, during which the ordinary class will challenge you. The victor ascends, while the loser descends. Here, only those with a strong fist can enjoy greater resources. Ryusuke's words were imbued with motivational fervor. The recruits, astute as they were, understood what was expected of them. Now, let me explain the 6 forms of the Navy to you. You may have encountered some aspects of the 6 forms before, so I will first elucidate the principles, followed by practical application to deepen your understanding. The choice thereafter will be yours. The shave involves rapidly stepping on the ground multiple times to generate explosive force that propels your body forward. The Gale Foot is a kicking technique that creates a vacuum attack, resulting in slashing strikes akin to those of a swordmaster. As he spoke, the others turned their attention to Atlas, the only one among them who is a sword master capable of cutting through iron. As for Moonwalk, it allows for a brief moment of levitation, albeit at a significant cost to one's stamina, arguably the most challenging among the 6 forms to master. The finger gun concentrates the entirety of one's strength into the index finger, delivering a piercing effect that can effortlessly penetrate steel, paper drawing is. After detailing the forms, Ryusuke glanced towards Atlas, who felt an ominous premonition. Atlas, step forward and spar with me, so everyone can gain a more intuitive grasp of the 6 forms. Indeed, as Ryusuke spoke, Atlas sensed impending hardship, while Smoker and Rosinante exchanged glances filled with schadenfreude as they observed Atlas. Chapter 34. The Return of Life. It seems there is no way out, and I shall show no mercy. Instructor Ryoso. Atlas, realizing he could not evade the confrontation, braced himself resolutely. Enough with the bravado, you little brat, Ryoso declared, forming his hands into gun shapes, resembling a multi-armed Azura, unleashing a barrage of bullets toward Atlas. Although he called upon Atlas for practice, he did not underestimate the youth before him. Calm and collected, Atlas's eyes glimmered with a crimson light as he activated his observation haki, deftly maneuvering his body to evade all of Ryoso's gunfire within a mere space. However, Atlas was not merely a dodger. Before Ryoso could withdraw his attack, he lunged forward, driving his left leg forcefully into the ground, causing a crater to spread in all directions. Iron block, adhesion, divine power. How do you like that, Instructor Ryoso? Atlas grinned, eliciting gasps from the onlookers, who felt a chill of fear. Had they been in his place, they would have likely succumbed to that very strike. Good lad, bring it on. Ryoso's competitive spirit ignited, a fierce grin spreading across his face. Storm leg, chaos. Yet, as Atlas had only just mastered the storm leg technique, he had yet to develop its advanced extensions, and thus found himself at a significant disadvantage, nearly engulfed by the myriad of vacuum slashes. Razor. Suddenly, Atlas vanished from his position, and several afterimages materialized mid-air, skillfully dodging all the slashes. In truth, given Atlas's current physique, he could have withstood those strikes with minimal injury, but he wished to maintain a semblance of dignity. Appearing battered would surely tarnish his image. Seizing the opportunity, Atlas charged toward Ryoso, arriving in an instant and launching a direct attack aimed at Ryoso's vital points. Watch closely, this is Iron Block. Ryoso surprisingly took a moment to explain to the spectators, prompting Atlas to unconsciously increase the intensity of his strike. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed. Iron Block, steel, armed. Ryoso, to avoid misfortune, had covertly enveloped himself in armament haki beneath his clothing. Reality affirmed that his caution was not unwarranted. Although it was Atlas's first time using the technique, his formidable physique, combined with the mystical powers granted by the bull charm, was far more than mere numbers could convey. Had Ryoso not utilized armament haki, he would have certainly been pierced, leaving behind a wound that, while not grievous, would have been a source of embarrassment in front of his students. All right, today's demonstration ends here. Observing the increasingly excited, albeit slightly deranged, smile on Atlas's face, Ryoso hastily concluded the session. Atlas, sensing the abrupt conclusion, licked his lips in disappointment. Having encountered no worthy opponents during his time in the EC, this visit to the headquarters had proved immensely rewarding. In Atlas's view, true strength lies in challenging those even stronger, while the weak merely strike down the feeble. Power is never bestowed without effort. Fate will honor every drop of sweat you shed. Now, utilize the remaining time for practice. Feel free to approach me with any uncertainties. Atlas, come with me. Instructor Zephyr has summoned you. Ryoso casually dismissed Smoker and the others, beckoning Atlas to follow him to Zephyr. The news of Zephyr wishing to see Atlas immediately sparked envy among the onlookers, as the summons of a Marine Admiral was no trivial matter. Perhaps Atlas would receive Zephyr's careful guidance. However, their envy was tempered. When one is only slightly distanced from another, jealousy may arise, but once the gap becomes insurmountable, only admiration remains. Atlas felt a tinge of confusion regarding Zephyr's intentions. Could it be that yesterday's battle had not satisfied him? With this thought, Atlas found himself rubbing his chin pensively. "Little brat, how goes your training in the Six Styles?" Zephyr inquired directly upon their meeting, his face adorned with a gentle smile. While Zephyr was a strict figure, he was far from harsh. Otherwise, many officers within the Navy would not have graduated with such gratitude towards him. It was rumored that Ryoso remained in the recruit camp to follow Zephyr, and even later, when Zephyr resolved to defect from the Navy to establish the Inyo Navy, he garnered numerous followers. This speaks volumes about Zephyr's charismatic leadership. Zephyr was not surprised. He had long since grown accustomed to Atlas's monstrous learning ability. Never underestimate the practice of the Six Styles. It is not merely a combat technique. Mastering all six styles to the point of ultimate bodily control leads to the seventh style of the Navy, the return of life. Zephyr elaborated to Atlas. The return of life? Atlas feigned surprise, though he had long been aware of this technique. After all, it was common knowledge that the six styles comprised 7 techniques. Indeed, the return of life, few within the Navy have succeeded in mastering it. The most renowned practitioner is Rear Admiral Spider, whose 8-sword style is based on infusing consciousness into his hair. The true utility of the return of life extends far beyond that. Moreover, you have already achieved part of the return of life by maximizing your energy utilization to repair your body, akin to your remarkable self-healing abilities. However, yours is a passive process, whereas the return of life involves conscious control. Zephyr held a deep appreciation for Atlas. As an elder within the Navy, he placed significant emphasis on physical refinement, neither denying the merits of devil fruits nor advocating excessive reliance on their abilities. In the past, Borsalino had faced numerous reprimands from Zephyr for his overdependence on his fruit's power during his time in the recruit camp. Thus, witnessing Atlas, a pure powerhouse of physicality, elicited an inexplicable fondness. "Little brat, I have high hopes for you. You possess the potential to become a future Marine Admiral," Zephyr exclaimed, clapping Atlas's shoulder heartily, pride radiating from his expression. "Of course, I aspire to become the strongest man in the world." Chapter 35. Digging a pit. The morning sun was gentle, and the relentless waves crashed against the shore time and again. On a large rock by the coast, Atlas sat bare-chested, his gaze vacant as he stared into the distance. Lost in thoughts about his recent training. What? Has he encountered a bottleneck in mastering the Six Styles? Zephyr's office was far from luxurious. It was rather austere. A plaque inscribed with "Justice without killing" adorned the wall, and an old sofa, weathered by time, sat nearby. Ryoso reclined on the sofa, his rugged face marked by contemplation, seemingly troubled by matters concerning the training camp. Meanwhile, Atlas sat opposite Zephyr's desk, quietly awaiting his response. "Well then, let us engage in a spar. I wish to assess your current level," Zephyr proposed after a moment of thought, recognizing that practical experience would reveal Atlas's progress in mastering the Six Styles. "Very well. I appreciate your guidance, Zephyr-sensei," Atlas replied, eager to seize such an opportunity. Having a top-tier warrior as a sparring partner was a dream for many. Ryoso, observing the situation, also displayed interest. He was genuinely curious about Atlas's advancements. After all, just a few months prior, Atlas had proven formidable even without utilizing haki, leaving a deep impression on Ryoso with his monstrous physique and immense strength. "Be careful, Zephyr-sensei." Atlas couldn't help but offer a warning as they took their positions on the training ground. "Ha ha, you little rascal. Come at me with all your might." Zephyr laughed heartily, tossing his Justice cloak aside to reveal his formidable muscles. "Shave, iron block fist, divine power." With his words barely leaving his lips, Atlas took the initiative, lunging forward with a powerful right punch aimed directly at Zephyr's chest, the force of his strike creating a thunderous sound that reverberated through the air. "Bring it on." Zephyr remained undaunted, responding with a punch of his own, resulting in a resounding clash that stirred up dust around them. Again, Atlas shook his numbed arm, brimming with determination as he charged forward once more. Bang! 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 The sound of their fierce collisions echoed across the training ground, causing nearby recruits to feel a shiver run down their spines. Although they had previously recognized Atlas's strength, witnessing his confrontation with Zephyr provided them with a tangible understanding of his capabilities. It was important to note that Zephyr was a celebrated admiral. Even in retirement, his peak strength remained evident, leaving the recruits feeling disheartened by the vast chasm that separated their abilities from his. Ryoso, observing the expressions on the recruits' faces, seemed to have an epiphany. Ha ha ha, exhilarating. Finger gun. Iron block. Indeed, the nature of the iron block was distinct. When Atlas's finger gun struck Zephyr, it felt as though a mere blade had clashed against steel, penetrating only the skin without making any further impact. Now it's my turn, kid. Zephyr chuckled, his movements unceasing. Life return, paper drawing, martial body. Shave. In an instant, Zephyr, who stood at a height of 3.48 meters, shrank dramatically, his muscles appearing as if they had been compressed by a hydraulic press, giving him a compact yet powerful presence. He vanished from Atlas's sight, moving with such speed that even Atlas's heightened observation skills couldn't react in time. Danger! Danger! Suddenly, a shadow loomed behind Atlas, and the urgent warning from his observation haki urged him to flee his position. However, before he could turn, a gigantic iron fist came crashing down upon his back. Iron block fist, giant hammer. Bang! Atlas was struck squarely by Zephyr's punch, crashing into the training ground and creating a human-shaped crater in the hard earth. Ah, that was merciless, Zephyr-sensei, Atlas exclaimed, rising painfully from the ground. To the astonishment of those around him, he emerged with only slight damage to his clothing, and any visible injuries on his face healed at an astonishing rate, leaving only faint white scars. What a terrifying physique. Kid, I knew you wouldn't be fazed, but I didn't expect it to be this exaggerated. Ha ha, Zephyr remarked, patting Atlas on the shoulder. Atlas could only smile wryly, allowing the old man to indulge in his banter. Zephyr-sensei, in that state just now. Indeed, just as you suspected. However, this is merely one application of life return. By the way, I observe your mastery of the 6 styles, and it's quite commendable. Your training time has been brief. So if you wish to accelerate your growth, practical combat is the way to go. This will allow you to integrate the 6 styles into your body more swiftly. Oh dear, what should I do then? Atlas pondered, feeling a bit distressed. Although Zephyr was now a retired admiral, he remained busy as the chief instructor of the recruit camp, making it unlikely for him to spar frequently. As for the other recruits, Atlas quietly shook his head. They were too weak to pose any challenge to him. I can take on the role of a sparring partner for Kinross. Ryoso, who had been contemplating this for a while, volunteered eagerly. Huh. Atlas was taken aback. He had considered asking Ryoso, but assumed he must be busy with his own tasks. However, I have a favor to ask Kinross, Ryoso said, his dark face flushing slightly, revealing a hint of shyness. Goodness, so you were waiting for me. You often come across as a simple-minded brute, but it seems you have a clever side. Huh? You've changed, Ryoso. Atlas thought to himself with a smirk. Chapter 36. I will defeat you all, Atlas. I would like to trouble you to teach a lesson to those in the elite class, said Shiozwa somewhat bashfully. Huh? Atlas nearly thought he had misheard, casting a puzzled glance at Shiozwa, while Zephyr nearby listened with keen interest. Everyone gather around. Today, I have arranged a sparring partner to assess your recent training results, Shiozwa said with a smile directed at Smoker and the others who were practicing, his dark visage forcing a harmless grin that still exuded an eerie feeling. Boss, without a doubt, this is that guy Gruss. Atlas, is that really you? Atlas? No way. Instructor Shiozwa, are we not just seeking punishment? Upon hearing that Atlas would be their sparring partner, Gruss, who shared a room with him, understood just how diligently Atlas trained. Combined with his terrifying talent, it was likely that Atlas's current strength had surpassed his wildest imagination. The others nodded in agreement, except for Tina, who had long wished to test the extent of her gap in strength compared to Atlas, her eyes gleaming with excitement. No, I think you have misunderstood. Atlas shook his head in denial. Smoker and the others were momentarily taken aback. Misunderstood? You 7 are challenging me, and I will only use 2 techniques from the 6 forms to handle you. In truth, Atlas had cleverly chosen his words among the 6 forms. He had only perfected the techniques of shave and iron block, while the others remained rather ordinary. What? A flicker of indignation flashed in the eyes of the others. Was this not a sign of contempt? Although they might not be able to defeat Atlas one-on-one, surely they could overwhelm him as a group, especially since he was suppressing his strength. Everyone present was not foolish. They understood Shiozua's good intentions, yet they were still psychologically unable to accept it. It seems we must let our strength speak for itself. Atlas observed the shifting expressions of the crowd, and without further ado, he adopted a combat-ready stance. Seeing this, Smoker and the others felt a sense of helplessness, quickly tensing up. If they were to lose to Atlas like this, it would be utterly embarrassing. Kawazukishu. Tina decided to take the initiative, extending black iron branches in a fence-like formation from her arms, soon enclosing Atlas within. Smoke, white domain. Smoker swiftly activated his fruit ability, causing a dense fog to seep into the encirclement, attempting to trap Atlas. Bang, bang, bang. Naturally, Atlas would not sit idly by. His fists, as formidable as a cauldron, shattered Tina's black enclosure with terrifying force. However, just as Atlas emerged, a bull-headed figure with horns appeared above him. Pointed spear, a massive bullhoof, accompanied by a piercing sound of the air being sliced, charged towards Atlas. One must admit, this flawless coordination elicited silent admiration even from Shiozua, who was observing from the sidelines. Alas, a devil fruit user? Atlas did not expect that among these 8 individuals, one was indeed a Zoan-type devil fruit user. However, Atlas was not one to be trifled with. Iron block, hollow wood, clang. Herbert felt as though his sturdy bull hoof had collided with something other than flesh and blood, akin to striking a great bell. An immense recoil surged through him, causing his entire body to shudder. It should be noted that he was a Zoan-type bull fruit user in the ox form. His strength and physique were no match for Atlas. Atlas would not let go of the opportunity presented by Herbert's momentary daze, even if it was just a fleeting second. Iron block fist technique, divine power. A tremendous force unleashed upon Herbert, sending his beast-human form hurtling backward as if made of paper. Although the others were taken aback by this scene, they were not so demoralized as to lose their fighting spirit entirely. Fortunately, with Herbert's formidable recovery abilities as a Zoan-type user, he was not entirely incapacitated, although he could only engage in harassment from the sidelines. Otherwise, taking another hit like that would be no laughing matter. Kawazukishu. Tina attempted to employ the same trick again, but Atlas would not grant her that opportunity. A flash of red light crossed his eyes as he activated his observation haki. Shave. He precisely dodged Tina's fruit ability and Smoker's 2 white punches, instantly relocating to Rosinante and the other 2 unfamiliar individuals. Unfortunately, among these 7, they were the 3 weakest, even though Rosinante was a fruit user. His abilities leaned more toward support and assassination, making him less capable in direct combat. Boss, don't blame me after all. I really don't want to be beaten by you. Suddenly, Gruss, with a cheeky grin, stepped directly in front of Rosinante. Rationally speaking, Rosinante's fruit ability could perfectly shield them. Emotionally, Rosinante was his roommate, so he naturally prioritized saving him over the others for the time being. Atlas had no trouble dispatching them, requiring only 2 punches to eliminate them from the fight. Damn, the battle has barely begun, and we've already lost 2 members, with another nearly down for the count. They felt an increasing pressure weighing on their hearts. Now it's my turn to attack. Atlas grinned widely, revealing a row of gleaming white teeth, blinding Smoker and the others under the sunlight. Shave. Iron block fist technique, shatter. His target remained Rosinante, but Smoker had also sensed the danger. Smoke. White snake. Serpentine white smoke rapidly coiled around Atlas's limbs and torso. Too weak, Atlas disregarded Smoker's efforts, leveraging his formidable physique to charge through, swiftly breaking free from the smoke bindings. Shave. Iron block jewel. Atlas's towering figure suddenly began to spin at high speed, but his target was Gruss. Combat is also an art. It is not merely about reckless aggression, but rather requires awareness of timing and the larger picture. Chapter 37. Guion, the Iron Block. as Gruss saw Atlas charging towards him. A fleeting look of panic crossed his face, but he quickly placed his hopes on the iron block, his most profound mastery, to provide even the slightest resistance. Bang! Without a hint of doubt, Gruss was sent flying, crashing to the ground like a tattered sack, losing yet another member. Observing this situation, the remaining four swiftly huddled together, almost pressing against one another, denying Atlas the opportunity to defeat them one by one. However, they were overly naive, entirely oblivious to the true extent of Atlas's power. Iron block, steel bull. Atlas charged at Smoker and his companions like a raging bull, the ground beneath him seeming to churn like soft earth. Smoke, white wall, gun shield. Naturally, Smoker and his allies did not remain idle. A black gun-laden iron shield and a wall of white smoke abruptly interposed themselves in Atlas's path. It must be said that the devil fruit is indeed a remarkable phenomenon, capable of significantly influencing the battle dynamics, even when both sides are closely matched in strength. Unfortunately, the disparity in strength between them and Atlas was far too great. Boom! A tremendous roar echoed in their ears as Smoker's white wall and Tina's gun shield were shattered as if they were mere paper, and without losing momentum, Atlas collided directly with Smoker and his companions. Instantly, they were sent sprawling, struggling helplessly on the ground, having lost their fighting capability. Do you understand now? What you should be doing is to specialize in the 6 styles that suit you, rather than attempting to grasp them haphazardly. Look around. Who among you has fully mastered even the rudimentary aspects of the 6 styles? Fortunately, you are battling your comrades today. If this were on a battlefield, you would be risking not just your pride, but your lives. Beside them, Ryoza was momentarily taken aback by the swift and decisive defeat of the others. But he quickly stepped forward, fervently encouraging Smoker and the others, fearing the impact of their loss would be too great. Noticing that Smoker and the others were relatively unharmed, Atlas nodded to Ryoza, indicating his intention to take his leave. Well, rest assured. Gunstrike, AK-47. The heavy and crisp sound of gunfire reverberated across the training ground, while the passing Navy personnel paid it no mind, engrossed in their own tasks. Ever since his previous altercation with Smoker and the others, Atlas had been dedicating over 2 hours daily to training with Ryoza. Consequently, his mastery of the 6 styles had become increasingly proficient. On the opposite side, Ryoza wore a look of helplessness. Only he, who was training daily with Atlas, truly understood the terrifying nature of Atlas's current strength, especially the speed of his progress, which utterly redefined his perception of monsters. Initially, Ryoza could suppress Atlas somewhat with his haki, but now, the more they fought, the more taxing it became, as it felt as though Atlas's physique was growing stronger by the second. In truth, Atlas was equally astonished. Perhaps due to the frequent beatings he had endured since arriving at headquarters, the digestion speed of the bull charm had accelerated considerably. Atlas sensed that it would not be long before he could fully assimilate the bull charm, and his physique was growing at an alarming rate. To put it plainly, Atlas's height of 2.8 meters now corresponded to an astonishing weight of 300 kilograms. If he were to undergo a life return now, he would find that the number and density of bones and muscles within him far surpassed that of an ordinary person. Bang! Another collision occurred, and Atlas stood unscathed, not even shifting his stance, while Ryoza's fist was distinctly enveloped in haki. "How come you haven't awakened your haki yet, you little rascal?" Ryoza remarked, somewhat exasperated. "Huh? You and Zifa-sensei never taught me." Atlas shrugged, equally frustrated. Although he had a basic understanding of the 3 types of haki from his previous life through anime, no one had explained it to him since arriving at the training camp. "Oh, is that so? Perhaps. I just forgot." A hint of embarrassment crept onto Ryoza's otherwise stoic face. Fortunately, at that moment, an assistant approached, alleviating Ryoza's awkwardness. Reporting, Instructor Ryoza. "Major Guion has gone to the office of General Zifa." Ryoza nodded and said to Atlas, "All right, next time I have the chance, I will explain haki to you. But for now, I will introduce you to a swordsman." Atlas had clearly heard the assistant's words, realizing that Guion had arrived at the training camp. His understanding of the future admiral candidate, known as Peach Rabbit, was limited, He only knew that she would eventually become a formidable swordsman, slightly inferior to an admiral, yet still exceptionally powerful. Given the current timeline, Guillaume was on the verge of promotion to rear admiral, as she undoubtedly possessed the strength of that rank, though she had yet to reach the level of an elite rear admiral. However, her swordsmanship was undeniably superior to Atlas's. In Zifa's office, Guillaume sat cross-legged in her chair, displaying her long, fair legs adorned with spider tattoos. The renowned sword, Kenpyra, lay casually beside her, and her exquisite face radiated joy as she bantered with Zifa. Zifa-sensei, long time no see. You seem to be in good spirits lately. Did an extraordinary genius arrive at the training camp? Zifa chuckled, replying, Indeed, there is. That Atlas fellow is an even more remarkable monster than Kazan and the others. Oh, I must see for myself the kind of monster that has garnered such esteem from you, Zifa-sensei. Guillaume's interest in the yet-to-be-met Atlas was piqued, well aware that Zifa was not one to make baseless claims. Speaking of Atlas, I would like to ask you for a favor, Zifa said slyly. This boy Atlas is not only a genius in martial arts, but also possesses considerable talent in swordsmanship. Therefore, I would like you to take some time to instruct him in the ways of sword. Seeing Guillaume's lack of opposition, Zifa continued, No problem. I'm quite interested in that lad as well. Moreover, having another high-level combatant in our ranks would alleviate much pressure, allowing me to relax a bit, and perhaps even find time for a vacation. As she spoke, Guillaume stretched lazily, her perfect body curve on full display. Chapter 38. Swordsmanship Lessons. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Shiozua and Atlas entered Zephyr's office, one after the other. Zephyr-sensei, Shiozua greeted him first, then turned to the standing Guillaume and said, Long time no see, Major Guillaume. You are as beautiful as ever, haha. Oh, by the way, I would like to introduce a swordsmanship prodigy to you. I hope you can assist in his training. As Shiozua spoke, he pulled Atlas forward for the introduction. Guillaume was momentarily taken aback, then exchanged an understanding glance with Zephyr, covering her mouth as she smiled. You must be the monstrous genius that Zephyr-sensei was just mentioning, right? I was just telling Guillaume about Atlas, and here you come, Zephyr said, a mix of exasperation and pride in his voice. Guillaume, clearly intrigued, began to scrutinize Atlas from head to toe. The man before her appeared to be around 18 years old, standing nearly at her height. His physique was muscular yet not bulky, exuding a sense of aesthetic strength. The tattered garments he wore suggested he had recently engaged in battle, likely having just sparred with Shiozua. Her gaze then fell upon the third-generation Onit. A demon blade? Guillaume was astonished as she looked at the composed Atlas. It is quite rare for swordsmen to wield such blades, with many avoiding them altogether. Indeed, it is the third-generation Onit, Atlas stated, his first words upon entering the office, and he slowly drew the blade from his waist. The eerie patterns on the blade shimmered with a chilling light, creating an illusion of illuminating the room. What a magnificent sword! Guillaume couldn't help but exclaim, recognizing the exceptional quality of the blade, even among fine swords. All right, stop boasting about your sword, Guillaume. Since you have some free time these days, you might as well come over to the recruit camp and instruct them in swordsmanship, Zephyr said earnestly. While there were swordsmanship instructors at the recruit camp, they could only teach the basics. Atlas, having already become a sword master, found little progress in his skills, as the instructors had yet to attain the level of cutting iron. Guillaume had no objections. After all, they had both emerged from the recruit camp, which nurtured the future and fresh blood of the Navy. Assisting the recruits in their growth was one of their responsibilities, as the Navy has been passed down through generations in such a manner. The following day, at the recruit training camp, the newly trained recruits quickly formed neat formations after completing their physical training. The previous swordsmanship instructors stood quietly to the side, though Atlas hardly recognized them, having never attended a swordsmanship class since his arrival. Guillaume, the major, stood at the forefront of the training ground. Hello, everyone. I am a new swordsmanship instructor, Guillaume, currently holding the rank of major, she said with a warm smile, observing the solemn recruits before her. Now, those interested in learning swordsmanship stepped forward. Soon, a number of recruits stepped forward, just over 40. Although some were visibly enticed by the beautiful instructor, they were hesitant to jeopardize their futures. After all, The choice of weapon was crucial to their development. Excellent. Those with a foundation in swordsmanship stand to my left, those without to my right. Guillaume nodded in satisfaction, her keen observation allowing her to discern those who were merely trying to take advantage of the situation. Thankfully, she had yet to spot anyone fitting that description. My time to instruct you is limited. To maximize your efficiency, those without a foundation will continue learning with your original swordsmanship instructors. Guillaume's arrangement was entirely reasonable. Given her level of expertise, it would be impractical for her to teach the basics at the recruit camp. It would be akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Very well, now those with a foundation, follow me. Atlas and the others quietly followed Guillaume to a designated area for sword practice. Now, I will assess your swordsmanship levels. Find a partner and spar. I will observe from the side, Guillaume instructed. After a pause, she added, use real swords. The recruits were evidently surprised, as they typically practiced with bamboo swords, and the use of real blades posed significant safety concerns. What? Do you have objections? Guillaume's smile vanished as she narrowed her eyes at the recruits. It was essential to remember that she was not merely a pretty face. Her rank of major was earned through tangible military achievements, with a mountain of pirate corpses behind those accomplishments. Yes, ma'am, the recruits quickly responded, sensing the shift in her demeanor. Bang! Clang! Clash! Soon, amid the cacophony of clashing steel, the recruits' skirmishes concluded rather abruptly, leaving Atlas standing alone. It was not that he desired to abstain from battle. Rather, there was simply no one willing to challenge him. I just observed, first, you need to re-establish your foundational swordsmanship. Second, your blades lack the aura of killing intent, the ferocity of battle. My swordsmanship was honed on the battlefield. It is a sword of slaughter, Guillaume remarked, surveying the now quiet recruits. Atlas, step forward. Face me in combat. Let me see your swordsmanship level. Yes. Atlas quickly stepped forward. The famed sword, Jean Pura, is a fine blade of the highest caliber. Guillaume gently caressed the blade as she introduced it to Atlas. In response, Atlas slowly drew the third generation on it. One sword style, Starfall. A decisive slash surged toward Guillaume, the technique mimicking the descent of a meteor, embodying both power and explosive force. Well done. Guillaume's eyes lit up as she instantly enveloped her blade, Jean Pura, with armament haki, ready to engage in a fierce duel. One sword style, Steel Flash. Chapter 39. The Three Colors of Haki in December of the year 1503 of the Sea Circle calendar at Marineford. Since the last time Ziyuan arrived at the training camp to serve as the swordsmanship instructor, Atlas's sparring partner had shifted from Ziyuza to Ziyuan. After extensive practice, Atlas had thoroughly assimilated the power of the Ox Charm and seamlessly integrated the Rabbit Charm. As anticipated, the Rabbit Charm primarily enhanced his lower body strength. It can be said that Atlas's strength had now reached the level of a vice admiral in the Navy headquarters, and his power continued to surge at a terrifying pace. In the pirate world, formidable figures like Carp and Zephyr typically possess robust upper bodies. This does not imply that their lower body strength is lacking. Rather, their internal organs are extraordinarily powerful. Atlas was beginning to exhibit similar tendencies, yet the Rabbit Charm effectively balanced his physical prowess. As for his swordsmanship, according to Ziyuan, Atlas's style leaned towards bold and sweeping movements, lacking in fine control, making him suited for a more forceful approach. Moreover, Atlas had a premonition that he was on the verge of awakening his armament haki, as if he just needed to break through a thin veil. On the beach behind the training camp, Zephyr stood upright, gazing out at the sea. Even after retirement, this former admiral continued to shine in his pursuit of justice. It was only after being betrayed by the justice he believed in that he changed dramatically and fell into extreme thoughts. One cannot help but say that the decisions made by the world government appear quite foolish. The mindset of politicians is evidently different from that of ordinary people. Although Atlas did not agree with his concept of justice, he could not help but respect Zephyr as a person, out of both affection and reason. He would never allow Zephyr's later years to descend into such a plight. Teacher Zephyr, I hear you are looking for me? Atlas, in the midst of training, was summoned by Ziyuza, still bewildered by the situation. Today I intend to discuss some aspects of haki training with you. This would usually be covered in the third year, but your physique has already met the conditions for awakening Haki, Zephyr remarked, turning to face Atlas upon his arrival. Oh, then I must trouble you, Teacher Zephyr. Atlas replied earnestly, understanding that Haki was the final piece he needed to enhance his strength. Simply put, even though his physical strength had reached the level of a vice admiral, he was still no match for one in direct confrontation, especially against a natural-type devil fruit user, where he would merely be a passive target. Haki is a latent power within every individual, categorized into observation, armament, and conqueror's Haki. Zephyr paused before continuing. You have already awakened observation Haki, and I trust that does not require further elaboration. As for armament Haki, it serves to augment personal defense, akin to donning an invisible armor, and can also evolve into an offensive capability. It enables you to engage with natural-type devil fruit users physically and through training. You can continuously enhance both the quality and quantity of your armament Haki. In Wano, armament Haki is also known as flowing cherry blossoms, just as observation Haki is referred to as the Heartnet in Skypiea. Specifically, the training of armament Haki comprises 3 levels. These levels pertain merely to the techniques of utilizing armament Haki, yet the quality and quantity of your Haki remain paramount. Rest assured, Teacher Zephyr, I am well aware of the significance of armament Haki. Atlas responded with a smile, knowing that Zephyr was reminding him not to underestimate the training. Good, I am glad you understand. Zephyr replied with a hint of satisfaction before continuing. Conqueror's Haki is the most unreasonable of the 3 types, as it is not possessed by everyone. It demands exceedingly high qualifications, with only 1 in a million likely to awaken it. Among the Navy, only Sengoku possesses it, whereas in the pirate world, those with Conqueror's Haki are as numerous as the fish in the river. As he spoke, Zephyr's expression turned sour, clearly exasperated by the situation. Moreover, Conqueror's Haki can also be entwined like armament Haki, but this technique is only comprehensible to top-tier powerhouses. Ordinary pirates merely indulge in the glory of Conqueror's Haki. Atlas nodded in agreement, recalling that in the original story, only Kaido had employed the technique of entwining Conqueror's Haki to strike Luffy with A King's Punch. In my view, the so-called 3 colors of Haki can be summarized as spirit, body, and will, corresponding to observation, armament, and Conqueror's Haki respectively. Observation Haki utilizes your 7th sense, which is a form of mental perception consuming your mental energy. Armament Haki is intimately tied to your physical body, requiring sufficient physique for awakening. Additionally, the overall quantity of armament Haki is linked to your physical strength. Conqueror's Haki represents a manifestation of will capable of instilling fear in adversaries. Zephyr continued to impart his wisdom to Atlas, who listened with rapt attention. This was the insight of a top-tier powerhouse, a rarity that Atlas cherished immensely, eager to commit every word to memory. If you lack the qualifications for Conqueror's Haki, you might consider consulting that old coot carp, Zephyr suggested, observing Atlas's earnest demeanor with approval. Isn't Vice Admiral Carp devoid of Conqueror's Haki? Atlas questioned, puzzled, as he had never heard of Carp possessing such power. You must have experienced Carp's so-called Iron Fist of Love, yes? Zephyr teased, fully aware that Atlas had arrived at the headquarters aboard Carp's ship. Chapter 40. Year-End Assessment. Kapu's Iron Fist of Love is, in essence, a manifestation of entwined will. According to Kapu, is a fist imbued with profound affection, enabling him to achieve effects akin to those of the Conqueror's Haki, despite lacking it himself. Zifa, without reservation, elucidates this to Atlas. In truth, every top-tier fighter upon the seas possesses not only unparalleled physical prowess and Haki, but also unique techniques that set them apart. For instance, Black Arm Zifa boasts an unparalleled mastery of armament Haki, while Iron Fist Kapu excels in the art of willful entanglement. Zifa's approach is tailored to Atlas's exceptional physical condition, which allows him to endure such techniques. Had it been someone like Smoker, they might have been rendered incapacitated. Today marks the annual assessment for the recruits, who have been summoned to gather in one place. This juncture is undoubtedly the most nerve-wracking for the new recruits, as they have been informed of only one opportunity for retention, making it a formidable challenge for those lacking talent or seeking to coast through. The year-end assessment primarily consists of duels based on a roster provided by the instructors, who are best acquainted with the recruits' capabilities, thereby assigning reasonable opponents. Temporary arenas have been erected on the training ground. Despite their makeshift nature, their sturdiness is beyond the capacity of the recruits to dismantle. One must not underestimate the productive capabilities of the pirate-infested world, especially at the Navy headquarters in Marineford, where superhumans abound. Before the arenas lies a tiered seating arrangement, with the highest seat occupied by Admiral Sengoku, the only current admiral of the Navy. Steelbone Kong has largely withdrawn from military affairs, indicating a completed transfer of internal power within the Navy, awaiting the world government's official appointments to commence the Navy's commendation ceremony. At Sengoku's side is the somewhat lecherous Rear Admiral Kizaru, adorned with tinted sunglasses. The other two formidable Rear Admirals are absent due to missions, including Kazan, whom Atlas met prior to enlisting. Admiral Gion, serving as the swordsmanship instructor and Atlas' sparring partner, has also arrived to witness the highly anticipated year-end assessment. The other officers present are unfamiliar to Atlas, rendering their names unrecognizable to him. Excitement ripples through the recruits, as it is a rare opportunity to behold such a multitude of Navy officers, particularly the esteemed Sengoku. Even new recruits from the headquarters have seldom seen him up close. Wow, that Admiral Sengoku. It's my first time seeing him in person. He truly exudes authority. Where is Vice Admiral Kapu? Hiss. Rear Admiral Kizaru is here too, but why does he seem more dashing every time I see him? The last remark, uttered by an adorable recruit, draws Atlas's attention for its keen observation. Soon, Zifa, accompanied by Shizu, appears before the recruits. After a brief nod to Sengoku, he addresses the whispering recruits. Attention! Silence! Form ranks. At the sound of Zifa's command, the recruits instinctively align themselves, their movements synchronized and devoid of chaos. Satisfied, Zifa nods and continues. This year-end assessment is a test of your training over the past year. I do not wish for you to become mere parasites of the Navy. You are the future of the Navy, the hope of the world. Therefore, I implore you to give your utmost effort in every assessment. Do not squander your sweat and hard work. Zifa's words resonate from the depths of his heart. This elder, who has devoted his life to the Navy, harbors great hopes for each student, wishing for them to shine in the pursuit of justice. Shizu, it is now your turn to preside over the proceedings. After entrusting Shizu with the task, Zifa takes a seat beside Sengoku. What a lively bunch of youngsters. Seeing them makes me feel rejuvenated. Sengoku remarks, observing the youthful faces below. Indeed, they're the future of the Navy. By the way, where is that rascal Kapu? Zifa smiles at Sengoku's inquiry. That rascal has gone to the New World, and he had the audacity to swipe my son Bei on his way out. At the mere mention of Kapu, Sengoku's forehead twitches, his irritation palpable. Ha! That certainly sounds like something Kapu would do. Nevertheless, let us focus on the recruit's performance, Zifa responds. Resigned to the comedic rivalry between Sengoku and Kapu. Ah, I presume that you wish us to observe your prized pupil. Kano's Atlas, interjects the irritating voice of Kizaru, who wears a smirk. Indeed, Atlas does not rely on his devil fruit abilities as you do, Kizaru. Zifa retorts, his tone sharp. He has long criticized Kizaru for neglecting his physical training, believing that Kizaru's potential should surpass that of Akainu, yet his laid-back attitude seems a waste of talent. Come now, Zifa-sensei, do not be so harsh. The power of a devil fruit can indeed elevate one to the ranks of top-tier warriors. Kizaru responds, still wearing that infuriating smirk. Enough of this bickering. Let's focus on the matches. Sengoku interjects, eager to prevent any further quarrels as he cherishes this rare day off. On the training ground, Shizu has begun organizing the participants for each arena, clutching the list in his hand. First arena, Smoker versus Tina. Second arena, Gruss versus Herbert. The training ground accommodates 10 arenas, sufficient to complete the assessments within a single day. Chapter 41. The Return of Life. The arm of the war god on the number 1 arena of the training ground. Smoker and Tina were embroiled in a fierce confrontation. Both Smoker and Tina were users of devil fruit abilities, with their individual combat styles heavily reliant on their powers. However, at this moment, Tina had yet to master the hockey of armament, placing Smoker in a position of inherent advantage. It must be noted that the natural type is capable of forcing a balanced contest against any opponent. Smoke, White Fist, Barrier, Gun Shield. Both combatants were exceedingly familiar with one another's fighting habits and techniques. Yet in terms of fundamental physical prowess, Smoker undoubtedly held a slight edge. Barrier, Black Iron. Countless black iron branches sought to ensnare Smoker, but he evaded the attack by transforming into smoke. In truth, had the black barrier been able to completely envelop him, his elemental transformation might not have been feasible. Shave. The two fighters, demonstrating remarkable synergy, employed the shave technique to engage in close combat. However, Smoker's physical strength was evidently superior to Tina's, granting him a slight advantage in speed. Smoke, White Fist, Finger Gun. Before their fists could meet, Smoker's punch shot forth like a missile, aiming to land a devastating blow on Tina. Barrier, Iron Block. A thick black barrier swiftly cloaked Tina's figure, rendering Smoker's incoming attack ineffective. Following the last lesson from Atlas, Smoker had prioritized practicing his finger gun, shave, and iron block techniques, while Tina focused primarily on iron block, shave, and paper drawing. Bang, bang, bang. After several exchanges, Tina's attacks were consistently evaded by Smoker's elemental transformation. Oh, what a fearsome young man, a natural type indeed. The voice was unmistakably that of Kizaru, the original embodiment of the yellow monkey, revealing his characteristic nonchalance. The baseline potential of a natural type devil fruit is undeniably high, and Sengoku nodded in agreement from the sidelines. In truth, the outcome of this battle had long been determined. Despite Smoker's natural type being once deemed a disgrace among its kind, his unpredictable nature remained formidable. As expected, the ultimate victor of the battle was indeed Smoker. However, his appearance was far from pristine. His clothing had been reduced to tattered remnants, and bloodstains marred his body, rendering him a rather pitiable sight. As time progressed, the assessment was nearing its conclusion, yet no arrangements had been made regarding Atlas's opponent, leaving uncertainty about Zephyr's intentions. Atlas, to the center of the training ground. Atlas paused momentarily, then comprehended the situation. Given the intensity of his battle, the arena was insufficient for the ensuing confrontation. He had his suspicions about who his opponent might be. With the gaze of the audience upon him, Atlas slowly approached the center of the training ground, facing the bare-chested Kai Z, who clearly wished to avoid further damage to his attire. Atlas watched Kai Z silently, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Over the past year, he had faced Kai Z more often than any other opponent, yet he had never truly defeated him. However, he felt this time might yield a different outcome. Has this kid grown so powerful that Kai Z must personally intervene? Sengoku expressed his surprise, evidently having not closely monitored Atlas due to his pressing responsibilities. His trust in his old comrade Zephyr was unwavering. Rest assured, whether Kai Z can win is still uncertain. Zephyr seemed pleased, as nothing was more gratifying than showcasing a talented student before an old ally. Shave, Atlas, and Kai Z, displaying remarkable coordination, initiated a fierce assault, clearly intending to engage in close-quarters combat. Atlas, unwilling to exploit his advantage, eschewed swordsmanship for ranged attacks. Iron Block Fist, Shatter. A myriad of punch shadows surged toward Kai Z, who remained unfazed, his eyes flashing red as he activated his observation haki. Paper Drawing, Soft Mud. In an instant, Kai Z's body flowed like a puddle of mud, effortlessly navigating through the barrage of Atlas's punches. Seeing this, Atlas decided against futile efforts and swiftly retreated, positioning his hands in a gun-like formation. Flying Finger Gun, Gatling. Vacuum bullets erupted forth with reckless abandon, their immense kinetic energy creating a series of sonic booms through the air. Iron Block, Steel, Armament. Gizette's pupils contracted, his blood coursing with renewed vigor as he enveloped himself in armament haki. The barrage of flying finger guns relentlessly battered against Kai Z's darkened form, sparking showers of light. Yet the overwhelming force propelled him backward. In truth, Kai Z faced a dilemma. Zephyr had previously advised him that enveloping oneself in Haki was a foolish endeavor, given the finite nature of an individual's Haki reserves. Such an approach could diminish the defensive capabilities of those who had yet to fully master Haki, alongside a considerable drain on their energy. Nevertheless, the sheer density and speed of Atlas's flying finger guns were formidable, compelling Kai Z to expend significant Haki for the sake of maintaining his battle readiness. Raging Foot, Chaos, Shave, refusing to remain a passive target. Kai Z lifted his right leg, unleashing a flurry of chaotic vacuum slashes aimed at Atlas, while swiftly closing the distance between them using Shave. "Come on," Atlas exclaimed with a hearty laugh, relying on his formidable mastery of Iron Block to absorb Kai Z's assault. Clear blood trails appeared on Atlas's body, only to gradually fade into less noticeable white marks. This, Sengoku observed with astonishment. Although he had previously known of Atlas's monstrous self-healing abilities through intelligence reports, witnessing it firsthand was astonishing. However, Kai Z was unfazed, having long since acclimated to such displays. He quickly sought to close the gap with Atlas, hoping to land a decisive blow. Return of Life, Iron Block, Arm of the War God. In the face of Kai Z's onslaught, Atlas stood resolute, his right arm suddenly swelling as the fabric of his sleeve disintegrated into a flurry of particles. The dark blue fist collided with the rushing Kai Z with tremendous force. This Arm of the War God represented a recent breakthrough in his mastery of the Return of Life technique, allowing him to infuse his consciousness into his arm. Though his mastery of the technique was not yet complete, he had achieved a significant milestone. The explosive power caught Kai Z off guard. Despite the protective benefits of his armament Haki, the overwhelming strength sent him flying. "Good lad, you've truly surprised me." Zephyr roared with laughter. Sengoku, standing beside him, found himself at a loss for words, as Atlas had already delivered considerable surprises throughout the day. The strongest embodiment of justice. Sengoku pondered. Perhaps this young man truly possessed the potential to achieve greatness. Chapter 42. Practical Combat at Marine Ford, the new recruit training grounds. What a terrifying power. In the center of the training ground, Shiozue slowly rose, a complex expression on his face. This was not the first time he had uttered this phrase since meeting Atlas. Each battle with Atlas left him feeling the weight of an overwhelming force. "I have been defeated. Congratulations, Atlas," Shiozue said, a hint of dejection in his voice. Yet he felt a sense of happiness for Atlas. "I concede, Instructor Shiozue." Atlas replied humbly. It was thanks to Shiozue's training that his strength had progressed so rapidly. He had no intention of boasting at this moment. Moreover, they were not engaged in a life-and-death struggle. It sufficed for both to recognize the disparity in their abilities. In March of the year 1504 in the Sea Circle calendar, at the new recruit training grounds of the Marine headquarters, a towering youth stood at the center. Approximately 2 meters and 80 centimeters tall, his expression resolute. His smoothly contoured muscles appeared to be clad in armor forged from countless battles, instilling fear in those who beheld him. Facing him was a stocky man with dark skin, his hands enveloped in a glistening layer of armed Haki, relentlessly striking at the young man before him. These two were Atlas and Shiozue. Following Zephyr's advice, Atlas shamelessly volunteered to be Shiozue's human punching bag. As he experienced the collision of Haki and flesh, Atlas's understanding of armed Haki deepened. He sensed that with a single opportunity, his Haki would awaken completely. "All right, today should be the day for practical training. We'll wrap it up here." Shiozue gradually withdrew his Haki and addressed the visibly pleased Atlas. Practical training was a program for second-year recruits in the Navy. The first year was dedicated to cultivating the new recruits with substantial resources, as it would be unthinkable to send them into battle right away. Such an act would be akin to slaughter. However, the recruits could not be coddled indefinitely. Therefore, from the second year onward, they would frequently face the harsh realities of war. In the original narrative, Zephyr encountered the foolish Whitebeard II and Miss Bakine while leading Ein, Binz, and others through practical training, risking everything to protect the recruits, which ultimately led to his injury due to an asthma attack. Cough, cough, cough. "Boys, we are about to reach the Sabaody archipelago." A scarred, burly man stood at the bow of the ship, holding a spiked club, laughing boisterously at the throng of pirates below. "Oh, oh, oh! Ha ha! We are coming to the New World. Captain, let's first bring Whitebeard down from the throne of the world's strongest." The crew laughed heartily, for they firmly believed that they had a man aboard capable of becoming the Pirate King. At Marine headquarters, in the port of Marineford, a line of solemn-faced Navy soldiers stood at the forefront, led by Chief Instructor Zephyr. "Recruits, justice must be nurtured with blood. Today, I shall lead you in our first practical training exercise of the year. This is not a drill, it is the brutal battlefield." Zephyr scanned the faces of the new recruits before continuing. "Our target this time is the Mad Dog pirate crew, led by the bounty-hunting Supernova Diaz, with a reward of 90 million berries. The first mate Carlos has a bounty of 55 million, and the second mate Bahara has a bounty of 50 million berries. This is all the intelligence I can provide you." Before long, under Zephyr's guidance, the recruits advanced toward the Sabati archipelago. "Teacher Zephyr, are we heading to the Sabati archipelago?" Atlas leaned against the ship's railing, smiling at Zephyr. "Indeed, according to our intel, the Mad Dog crew intends to dive from Sabati to Fishman Island en route to the New World. After all, this is a pirate tradition." Zephyr chuckled. "Is there any further intelligence on them?" Atlas inquired curiously. To be honest, this bounty-hunting pirate held little allure for him. Yet Zephyr's choice of target must have deeper significance. "Ha ha, that is for you to discover firsthand. After all, in future missions, you cannot expect every piece of information to be accurate," Zephyr replied, observing Atlas's eager expression, unable to suppress a laugh. True enough." Atlas conceded, no longer probing, for he had no fear of a mere 90 million berry pirate, regardless of the unpredictability involved. "Report, Chief Instructor Zephyr. We've spotted the Mad Dog pirate crew ahead," a Navy lookout shouted. "Good. Continue forward." Meanwhile, aboard the Mad Dog pirate ship, the scarred Diaz squinted at the rapidly approaching Navy warship, a cruel glint in his eyes. "Boys, the Navy is here. This is a gift for me to enter the New World." Ha ha ha. He believed that by slaughtering this warship, his bounty might increase. Before long, the Navy ship and the pirate vessel drew near to the Sabati archipelago. "Boys, kill every one of these Navy men." Diaz grinned wickedly, brandishing his spiked club. Although he noticed Zephyr's presence, he did not immediately recognize the retired Marine Admiral due to Zephyr's withdrawal from active duty. "Recruits, this battle is entirely in your hands," Zephyr declared. "Soru." As soon as Zephyr's voice fell, Atlas utilized Soru to charge at Diaz. As the strongest among the new recruits, he naturally took on the captain. The first mate with a bounty of over 50 million would be left for Smoker and the others. Bang! Is that iron? Before Diaz could react, Atlas's fist struck him. However, Atlas was perplexed. He felt as if he had struck a piece of steel rather than flesh. Despite being a casual strike, it should not have been entirely ineffective. "You brat, I'm a user of the iron fruit, haha." Diaz, astonished by Atlas's speed, felt no fear, confident that since acquiring the iron fruit, no one had ever breached his defenses. Iron fist technique, penetrate. With a resounding impact, Atlas's colossal fist descended upon Diaz once more. Though perplexed as to why those in the pirate world often divulge their abilities to enemies, Atlas was not one to waste words. He decided to teach him a lesson with his iron fist technique. Chapter 43. The Awakening of Armament Haki. Atlas glanced at Diaz's lifeless body on the ground, a hint of mockery in his voice. Soon, the battle between hunter and prey concluded, as rows of Navy personnel busily accounted for their spoils. Regrettably, they found no valuable items such as devil fruits or renowned swords. While the latter was somewhat expected, the former was often consumed immediately upon acquisition, for devil fruit could swiftly translate into combat prowess. Despite its staggering black market price of 100 million berries, it frequently remained elusive. "How about it, Atlas? Your armament Haki?" On board the warship, Zephyr inquired, observing Atlas's tranquil demeanor. Atlas felt no surprise. After all, it was a natural progression. With his current physique and conviction, awakening armament Haki was merely a matter of time. And suddenly, it awakens. Atlas mused as he raised his arm. dark crimson haki rapidly coiling around him like a blood-stained gauntlet. Such intensity of armament haki to awaken so abruptly. Zephyr was taken aback. The quality of Atlas's haki was far from what one would expect from a mere novice. However, considering Atlas's monstrous physique, it was somewhat understandable. Let us proceed to that uninhabited island ahead and test your armament haki. Atlas felt a surge of excitement. Receiving Zephyr's guidance during this initial awakening could clarify his future training direction. However, they could not engage in combat aboard the ship. Although they had not yet reached the exaggerated level of obliterating an island with a single blow, even a warship was insufficient for their antics. Before long, the warship anchored at the deserted island, while the other Navy personnel refrained from disembarking, content to observe from a distance, wary of becoming collateral damage in the duel. Teacher Zephyr, I intend to go all out. Be cautious. Atlas grinned widely, his arms enveloped in haki, his leg muscles taut, his body as fascia stretched to its limits. Shave, life return, iron block, god of war arm. Ha ha ha, come forth, little brat. Do not underestimate this old man. Zephyr laughed heartily, his smile radiating absolute confidence. For he was none other than the Navy's ultimate force, Black Arm Zephyr. Boom! The clash of Atlas's colossal, dark crimson fist against Zephyr's diminutive, glimmering black-violet fist sent shockwaves rippling through the ground, fissures spreading outward from the two combatants. Ha ha ha! What a thrill! The earth trembled under their powerful exchanges. Yet Atlas merely staggered back slightly, his body showing no signs of discomfort. Good lad, what formidable armament haki. Come, let this old man witness your limits. Zephyr, invigorated by the challenge, raised his fist to strike at Atlas. However, something strange occurred. Zephyr's fist had yet to make contact with Atlas. Yet Atlas sensed a wave of energy surging towards him. Armament haki, external release. Without a word, Atlas swiftly crossed his arms before him. An abundance of haki enveloping him, his feet firmly anchored to the ground, his waist slightly sinking. Boom! The tremendous force propelled Atlas several meters backward. Yet his form remained unchanged. Only the ground was deeply gouged, leaving a long trench in its wake. Shave, without a moment's pause, Atlas left a large crater in his wake and swiftly closed the distance to Zephyr once more. Iron block fist, 100 penetrations. This technique, developed by Atlas specifically to counter haki users, though not on par with the terrifying penetration of Flowing Cherry, still posed a slight nuisance to Zephyr. After exchanging blows once again, Zephyr noticed an anomaly. It felt as though a force had pierced through his haki defense, directly impacting his fist. However, this degree of penetration was negligible, akin to a mere mosquito bite. Impressive technique. Zephyr marveled, puzzled by how Atlas devised such peculiar moves that often yielded remarkable results. This technique, 100 penetrations, would have been disastrous in the hands of another. In the realm of powerful adversaries, even a fleeting moment of distraction could tip the scales of victory. Teacher Zephyr, allow me to demonstrate this next. A smirk graced Atlas's lips as he enveloped himself in a dense layer of haki, resembling a suit of black and crimson armor. Two dark lines extended from the corners of his eyes to his neck, exuding an otherworldly allure. As Atlas's form rapidly contracted to a height of 2.5 meters. Teacher Zephyr, this technique is still a work in progress. I hope you can offer your guidance. The combination of haki and life return, Zephyr mused, gazing at the diminutive figure before him. Zephyr stood at 3.48 meters tall. Swish! In this form, Atlas seemed entirely unfettered by gravity, moving with a speed so terrifying under the influence of the rabbit charm that even light struggled to capture his silhouette, akin to a specter in the night. A chill ran down Zephyr's spine as he tensed, his observation haki swiftly locking onto Atlas's form. Yet it was too late. Armament. Iron block fist. Heavy hammer. Atlas's fist swelled dramatically, crashing down upon Zephyr like a war hammer, the friction with the air igniting flames. Zephyr felt as if an oppressive shadow had lodged itself in his chest. Yet he gritted his teeth and summoned his haki to brace for the impact. Bang! The colossal sound reverberated across the island. even reaching the Navy personnel aboard the warship, causing them to experience ringing in their ears and subsequent dizziness. As the dust settled, two figures stood in opposition, evenly matched. Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, Zephyr slowly bent his tall form, gasping for breath as his complexion turned increasingly flushed. Atlas sensed something amiss. Logically, the recent confrontation should not have drained Zephyr's stamina, yet he furrowed his brow, as if recalling something profound. Godspeed, Shave. Chapter 44. Early graduation in the year 1504 of the Sea Circle calendar. In the waters near the Sabati archipelago, on an uncharted isle, Atlas administered asthma medication to Zephyr, gently patting his sturdy back. Gradually, Zephyr's complexion softened, and his breathing returned to normal. It turned out that Zephyr had just suffered an asthma attack, leaving him fatigued. Fortunately, Atlas had previously heard of Zephyr's condition and promptly retrieved the medicine from the ship. Although Zephyr typically carried medication, he had lost it during their recent sparring match. In the new recruits camp within Zephyr's office, Atlas inquired with concern Zephyr-sensei regarding that day. A week had passed since their practical training, and although Atlas had managed to draw with Zephyr in their final strike, he was far from arrogant enough to believe he possessed the highest combat prowess within the camp. "It's nothing, just an old ailment," Zephyr replied nonchalantly. He had sought medical assistance for his asthma in the past, but the accumulated injuries from his youth had rendered it an incurable affliction. Atlas, upon hearing this, refrained from further comment. Recognizing that Zephyr was a former admiral and the current chief instructor of the new recruits, enjoying medical resources far beyond his imagination. Changing the subject, Zephyr reflected on their previous battle and asked, "How long can you maintain that state from last time? If I'm not mistaken, the technique you developed combines life return with Haki, which should consume a considerable amount of Haki and stamina. Indeed, and my mastery of life return is still in its infancy, so its power may be lacking. However, I am not overly concerned about stamina and Haki consumption. I feel that my capacity for Haki is significantly greater than that of the average person." As Atlas spoke, he enveloped himself in Haki, continuing, "I believe I could sustain this state for days and nights of combat without issue." Zephyr's pupils constricted at this revelation, and an involuntary look of astonishment crossed his face. "You remind me of someone, a remarkably gifted pirate." "Oh, who?" "Douglas Bullet." "Bullet?" Atlas replied, unfamiliar with this character from the original narrative. Bullet, known as the Devil's Heir, was a member of the Roger Pirates. In 1499, at the age of 22, the Navy issued a demon hunt order against him, and he ultimately fell due to exhaustion. At that time, both Garp and Sengoku were involved in his capture. He is currently imprisoned in Level 6 of Impel Down, possessing a physical aptitude akin to yours, along with an extraordinarily terrifying amount of Haki. Zephyr spoke gravely. Though he had not participated in the battle, he was astonished by the outcome relayed by Sengoku and Garp, affirming Bullet's reputation as the heir of the demon. Atlas was surprised but felt no fear. These individuals were merely stepping stones on his path to greatness. Therefore, never underestimate anyone. This sea is never devoid of monsters. Zephyr warned sternly. Yes, Zephyr-sensei. Atlas was not the type to take his opponents lightly. He understood that even in hunting a rabbit, a lion must exert its full strength. Zephyr-sensei, I have one more matter to report. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. New recruit Atlas, reporting to Admiral Sengoku. Atlas approached Sengoku's desk and saluted formally. Sengoku, hearing the voice, reluctantly lifted his gaze from the documents, adjusting his frog-like glasses, maintaining his characteristic tousled hair and braided beard. Is there something you need, Lieutenant Atlas? Sengoku asked, puzzled, as he thought Atlas was still in the new recruits training phase, and they should have had no direct interaction thus far. Reporting to Admiral Sengoku. New recruit Atlas requests early graduation after the new year. Oh, could you elaborate on your reasoning? I believe the new recruits camp no longer significantly contributes to my growth. For me now, battle is the best nourishment, and I am prepared to take the stage in the world. After a brief pause, Atlas continued with a smile. Moreover, I think the pirates must be eagerly anticipating the arrival of fear. Sengoku tapped his fingers rhythmically on the desk, his eyes occasionally flashing with wisdom as he contemplated the implications of Atlas's emergence on his plans. As the Navy strategist, Sengoku could not issue commands lightly. Every action he took was intricately connected to countless lives worldwide. I have already discussed this with Zephyr Sensei, and he fully supports my decision. Atlas had come prepared, as Zephyr had also received news regarding Sengoku's strategic arrangements in the New World. Sengoku understood. It seemed Atlas had grown restless after 2 years in the recruits camp. Such a man ultimately belonged on the brutal battlefield. After hearing Atlas's words, Sengoku had already formulated plans regarding Atlas's post-graduation trajectory. Very well, you may leave for now. I will notify you the graduation trial details in due course. In truth, Atlas had initially intended to graduate from the recruits camp immediately, as he believed he had learned all he needed. With his haki awakened, remaining in the camp felt like a waste of time. He could better hone his skills in the field. However, Zephyr firmly rejected his proposal, insisting that his haki had only just awakened and that he must first master its basic applications before graduating. Furthermore, Atlas's life returns still required refinement. At present, he could only channel his awareness into his arms. Remaining in the training camp would allow Zephyr to offer him valuable guidance in this regard. Once Atlas successfully mastered life return, he would be able to roam freely in paradise, even standing a chance against the formidable pirates of a new world. Chapter 45. Water 7. Your graduation trial is located at G8 Fortress, commanded by Vice Admiral Jonathan. Although it is rumored that G8 Fortress is a grandiose but impractical fortress, do not underestimate Jonathan. Seek his guidance upon arrival. In the seas, near Marineford, a speedboat bearing the naval ensign sped across the deserted waters. Atlas, aboard, steered the vessel with a sense of ennui. His destination was G8 Fortress, where he would undergo his graduation trial for the next 3 months. Typically, the headquarters would dispatch warships to transport the graduating recruits to their assigned vessels. However, Atlas's situation was unique. Having applied for early graduation, it was impractical for the headquarters to dedicate a warship solely for his transport. Moreover, the higher-ups, confident in Atlas's abilities, decided to provide him with a decommissioned naval speedboat as transportation. When will this dilapidated vessel reach G8 Fortress? Atlas muttered in exasperation, lamenting the poor state of the discarded speedboat. Boredom gnawing at him, Atlas idly picked up a nearby nautical chart, meticulously drafted by the naval forces. It was far more precise than any commercially available chart. After all, every Marine upheld justice with their lives, and a detailed chart could prove to be a lifesaver. Past Eni's lobby lies Water 7. It's the perfect place to upgrade this wreck, Atlas mused. Consulting the eternal log pose to Water 7 given to him by Zephyr before his departure. Water 7 was the Navy's designated shipbuilding center, home to the most skilled shipwrights in the world, even crafting vessels for notorious pirates. I wonder if the sea train has been completed yet. Atlas pondered with anticipation. As time elapsed, Atlas, after several days of navigation, finally caught sight of Water 7 on the horizon. The city's architecture was characterized by its circular fortress-like structures, reminiscent of Moorish design. Atop the main structure was a colossal fountain, perpetually sustained by unique ocean currents. The island resembled a citadel, crowned with 7 grand thoroughfares, allowing ships to enter Water 7. Adjacent to these channels were harbors providing docking facilities. Due to its unique status, Water 7 teemed with a diverse population, making Atlas's naval uniform less conspicuous. Of course, should any audacious pirates seek trouble, Atlas would gladly add to his list of merits. However, instead of entering through the main waterways, Atlas followed Zephyr's instructions, bypassing the front and heading towards Water 7's ship graveyard. Unlike Atlas's recollections, the ship graveyard was now littered with various materials and debris, appearing somewhat dilapidated and desolate, perhaps due to the yet-to-be-established Frankie family. The ship graveyard was once the location of Tom's Workers, Water 7's largest shipyard. However, after being exposed as the shipwright who built Joel D. Rogers' ship, Tom was sentenced to death by the world government. Tom requested to complete the sea train before his execution. The world government granted Tom's request, promising to commute his death sentence if completed on time. Upon landing on the ship graveyard, Atlas was greeted by a blue-haired youth clad only in red briefs, appearing to be of a similar age to Atlas. The youth eyed Atlas's naval uniform warily and said, "Who are you? We're not offering shipbuilding services at the moment." Frankie, formerly known by this name, harbored no fondness for the world government, even though the Navy was merely one of its subordinate organizations. "Huh, are you the boss here? Kid, I'm looking for Mr. Tom," Atlas inquired, observing the peculiar youth. He had considered buying a new speedboat, but his current financial straits compelled him to try his luck here, hoping Tom might take a liking to him and repair his vessel. "What do you want with Tom?" "He's not here," Frankie responded, a flicker of unease crossing his face, cleverly concealing his apprenticeship with Tom, hoping to dissuade Atlas. "Well, I was hoping Mr. Tom could help me modify my ship." "Of course. One of Mr. Tom's disciples would suffice," Atlas replied, scrutinizing the slightly rigid Frankie with a knowing gaze. "Oh, that's right. I am Tom's esteemed disciple, Frankie," Frankie declared, abandoning all pretense, directly revealing his identity. "However, we don't have time to modify your ship." It wasn't that Frankie was deliberately making things difficult for Atlas, but Tom was currently occupied with building the sea train, with Frankie assisting him. This was a matter of life and death for Tom, and even if Tom himself didn't care, his disciples couldn't afford to take it lightly. "Ah, I see. My apologies for the intrusion, kid," Atlas said, ceasing his coercion. He wasn't one to impose upon others. Since the other party had flatly refused, Atlas would have to explore alternative solutions, perhaps finding a benevolent pirate willing to offer assistance. Atlas thought with a tinge of self-consolation. "Hold on, young naval officer. I can modify your ship," a deep voice echoed behind Frankie as Atlas turned to leave. Atlas narrowed his eyes, examining the man with bluish-purple hair, a trimmed beard, and clad in shipwright attire. His work clothes were slightly soiled, indicating he had just come from his work, but a snow-white mouse head peeked out of his black work clothes pocket, creating a slightly bizarre impression. What a strange combination, Atlas mused inwardly. "Iceberg," Frankie muttered in confusion, puzzled by Iceberg's arrival, as he had almost managed to dismiss the Marine before him. "Hello, my name is Iceberg, a disciple of Master Tom," Iceberg said, preventing Frankie from questioning him as he extended a rough hand towards Atlas. Chapter 46. G. 8 Branch, I am Kanos Atlas, Lieutenant Commander of the Navy Headquarters. Without hesitation, Atlas approached the Iceberg and shook hands, gazing at the man with a hint of curiosity, patiently awaiting his words. Nearby, Fram scoffed disdainfully, clearly unimpressed by Atlas's rank. "Your Excellency, Atlas, I can assist you in transforming your vessel at no cost, but I request one condition in return," the Iceberg explained, ignoring Fram's displeasure. "Oh, pray, elaborate," Atlas inquired, intrigued as he pondered what a mere lieutenant could offer. Considering Tom predominantly interacted with high-ranking individuals like the world government and Roger, "I wish for you to look after Fram if one day we're no longer around." "Hey, what nonsense are you spouting, Iceberg?" Fram interjected, visibly irritated by the suggestion. "Why entrust such a responsibility to a lowly lieutenant like me?" Atlas could not help but admire Iceberg's foresight. Despite the amnesty granted to Tom by the world government, he remained skeptical of its integrity. "You possess the spirit of a true warrior," Iceberg remarked. "Oh, is that so? Then I shall leave my ship in your hands. I will return in 3 days to collect it. However, I must clarify that I am a Navy officer." Without awaiting a response, he turned and departed, seeking a place to wait for the modifications to his vessel. "It would need your pompous self to look after them," Fram's exasperated voice echoed behind Atlas. 3 days later, at the derelict ship island, Atlas met with Iceberg as promised. Fram, however, did not accompany him, and the two tacitly refrained from mentioning the previous day's condition. It was an unspoken agreement between men that Iceberg trusted Atlas would honor. "Let us proceed. Your speedboat remains in its original location." They exchanged no pleasantries and went straight to where Atlas's speedboat was docked. Soon, Atlas beheld his much-anticipated speedboat, which bore no resemblance to his former vessel. Its pristine white exterior resembled the small yachts he envisioned. The layout remained largely unchanged, featuring a private bedroom and a storage room. The exterior was strikingly different from the previous boat, yet Atlas could not discern the modified power system. He turned to Iceberg with a hint of confusion. The hull is too small to accommodate a new power system, so I installed some impact shells at the stern. However, due to the material of the hull, it may not endure the impact for extended periods, Iceberg explained, glancing at Atlas. Concerned he might not comprehend what an impact shell was. These impact shells are sourced from the White Sea of Sky Island and are rare in the Blue Sea, making them both scarce and expensive. Oh, by the way, what speed can it achieve? It can reach 70 knots. So fast. Atlas was taken aback. 70 knots equates to approximately 129 kilometers per hour. This meant that the small speedboat could reach a terrifying velocity of 129 kilometers per hour. With this vessel, he anticipated swift passage to the G8 branch. Indeed, sharpening the axe does not delay the chopping of firewood. His efforts over the past few days were not in vain. The Iron Wall, Fortress G8. Pirates, do not dare approach. 188 cannons are aimed at you. The hedgehog that maintains peace. Our pride, the G8. After several days of travel, Atlas finally arrived at the G8 branch. He had to admit the vessel's modifications were commendable, and the time taken was significantly less than anticipated. However, before entering the G8 fortress, he was greeted by the sound of singing, a stark contrast to other branches, evoking a sense of nostalgia in Atlas. From a front, the G8 fortress truly lived up to its name, consisting primarily of a circular island fortified with steel guard towers and various military arrangements. The entire enclosure had but a single entrance, secured by a massive steel gate, making it nearly impossible to escape once inside. In the original story, Luffy's exit was purely a result of the protagonist's aura. Aside from the geography, every nook and cranny was meticulously fortified, with over 100 cannons mounted atop the fortress walls, radiating a chilling aura. It remained uncertain whether they indeed possessed 188 cannons, but it was clear that this was a Navy branch beginning with G. Hey, I am Lieutenant Kano's Atlas, sent by Admiral Sengoku to undergo the new recruit graduation trial. Atlas shouted from a speedboat to the patrolling Navy personnel above. I'll inform my superiors right away. The Navy officer on patrol, upon hearing it was an order from Admiral Sengoku, immediately rushed to relay the message, though did not directly open the gates for Atlas. Of course, this is a military base directly under the control of the Navy headquarters. It cannot simply be opened with a few words, he thought. Soon, a burly man wearing a Navy cap and a justice coat appeared above the fortress, his demeanor urgent. Upon arrival, he swiftly approached the edge, nearly leaning over the fortress, making Atlas anxious he might tumble down. Are you Lieutenant Kano's Atlas? With a resounding rumble, the massive steel gate slowly rose from the water, creating an opening for Atlas' speedboat to enter. Greetings, Lieutenant Atlas. I am Drake, serving as a major at this fortress. Please feel free to discuss any matters with me. Teacher Zephyr has personally instructed me. Drake looked at the young man before him with a sense of disbelief, unable to fathom that this was the monster Zephyr had spoken of, capable of rivaling a vice admiral. Reflecting on himself, he felt his age weighed heavily upon him. Chapter 47. Admiral Jonathan Drake Atlas found himself momentarily bewildered. Was this not the name of the future fallen major? Logically, at this juncture, he should still be enduring torment aboard his undercover father's vessel. Moreover, the individual in question did not seem to resemble this one at all. It was likely just a coincidence of names. Allow me to escort you to your designated quarters for some rest, Drake asserted, his impatience palpable. Without allowing Atlas a moment for pleasantries, he hastily led him towards the dormitory. After approximately half an hour, Atlas finally arrived at the dormitory building. In regards to his accommodations, Drake had arranged for Atlas to have a single room, as per Zephy's instructions. This would afford Atlas a modicum of preferential treatment. Considering Atlas had traveled a considerable distance to reach the fortress, Drake imparted a few essential guidelines before bidding him farewell. Atlas took a brief moment to freshen up, discarding his clothing before collapsing onto the bed. After days of restless sleep, even a superhuman body could not endure such fatigue. As night fell and darkness enveloped the landscape, G8 Fortress remained brilliantly illuminated, with soldiers methodically patrolling the premises. Having just awoken, Atlas stretched luxuriously, gazing at the fortress under the night sky. He resolved to first visit the mess hall for dinner, then explore the surroundings to familiarize himself with the place that would be his home for the next 3 months. Thus, Atlas swiftly exited the dormitory, following various signs until he located the dining hall. Alas, why is it all vegetables? I detest broccoli and carrots. He lamented. What is the second rule of the 8th division? He suddenly recalled. Ah, I see. I have consumed it. Upon reaching the entrance of the dining hall, Atlas was momentarily taken aback by the exchange between a man and a woman. Ordinarily, the dining area should have been devoid of patrons at this hour. However, he dismissed his surprise, recognizing that peculiarities abound in this world. Perhaps some simply preferred dining late. With that thought, Atlas pushed open the grand doors. Inside, he beheld the couple seated at a table. The man possessed a mane of wine-red hair, a bushy mustache, and a square jaw, dressed in a naval uniform, while the woman, strikingly beautiful and adorned with a chef's hat, appeared to be part of the kitchen staff. The two seemed to share an intimate rapport. As the door swung open, Jonathan and Jessica exchanged astonished glances. They had specifically chosen this moment for their meal to avoid any interruptions. Hey, you there, Navy recruit. Are you new here? Do you know the rules of the fortress? Jessica inquired, her tone somewhat brusque upon noticing Atlas's unfamiliar presence. My name is Kanos Atlas, a new recruit from headquarters. As for the fortress rules, I apologize, but it's my first day here, Admiral Jonathan. Atlas replied, a hint of confusion lacing his voice, as Drake had not elaborated on any regulations pertaining to G8 Fortress. First, wash your hands before eating. Second, absolutely no leftovers. Third, refrain from discussing work during meals. Fourth, you must brush your teeth after dining. Young man, you have yet to wash your hands. Jonathan interjected with a teasing tone. Yes, Alice responded emphatically, striding towards the kitchen sink. He was one to adapt to local customs. Since he had arrived at G8 Fortress, he would adhere to its rules. Excuse me, Chef Jessica, could you please prepare a hearty dinner for me? Atlas asked, a bit hesitantly, as his stomach protested vehemently. Just call me Jessica. As for the food, please take a seat. I will prepare it shortly, she responded kindly, her demeanor proving far more agreeable than her initial impression. As a chef, she undoubtedly excelled, prompting a sigh of relief from Atlas. Oh, what dreadful vegetables, Jonathan remarked disapprovingly as Jessica departed, yet he continued to consume the greens, evidently committed to adhering to the fortress rules. Admiral Jonathan, I wish to undertake a mission tomorrow to eradicate pirates, Atlas declared boldly, taking a seat across from Jonathan, his appetite sated and thoughts turning to the impending graduation trials. Jonathan raised an eyebrow at Atlas's words, then fell silent, patiently awaiting dinner. After their meal, Jonathan stood, gesturing for Atlas to follow him. Come, young one, I have a place to show you. Atlas watched as Jonathan retrieved a collection of fishing rods from his office and proceeded to a corner of the fortress to fish. Oh, my apologies. I only have one fishing rod. I hope that doesn't trouble you, Jonathan chuckled, scratching his head at the sight of Atlas, who was empty-handed. Hey, Admiral Jonathan, you don't seem particularly apologetic, Atlas thought to himself, though he kept his words cordial. Not at all, Admiral Jonathan. I'm not particularly fond of fishing. Ha, well, that is fortunate. However, young man, Jonathan squinted, continuing, I never fish for free. Ah, and about my mission, Atlas faltered, still puzzled by Jonathan's implication. But he picked up the thread of their earlier conversation. Well, you should seek out Drake tomorrow. Ha, what a hasty young lad. Jonathan chuckled. Chapter 48 Intelligence. A somewhat beleaguered pirate ship swayed precariously upon the ocean's surface, its battered hull seemingly narrating the harrowing battles it had endured. The once proud pirate flag now hung in tatters upon the great mast, clinging to life in a futile struggle. Captain, Gallier, and the others. Their life cards have nearly burned out. A figure, his head wrapped in white bandages and arms swathed in gauze, cried out in terror. As his words echoed, the previously subdued atmosphere aboard the ship shattered like glass, sending ripples of despair cascading through the crew, who could no longer contain their anguish and began to weep uncontrollably. Wah! We should never have ventured into the new world. What kind of monsters lurk there? Ah, enough! Cease your wailing. A bald man with weathered skin and a darker complexion barked impatiently at the noisy pirates. He appeared to be the captain of this beleaguered vessel, his expression inscrutable, betraying neither joy nor sorrow for the fallen comrades left behind. Only a glimmer of fear flickered in his otherwise dull eyes. Perhaps we should simply find a place to live in peace as wealthy gentlemen, the captain mused, weariness evident in his demeanor. His thoughts were not solely burdened by the grievous injuries and losses of his crew, but were also steeped in dread of that man, a figure who resembled a devil. Meanwhile, the crew remained lost in their grief and terror, blissfully unaware of their captain's intention to abscond with the ship's remaining treasures to pursue a life of wealth. Of course, even if they had known, it would have mattered little, for this was the lament of the week. The following morning, Atlas arrived at the strategy office. Perhaps due to the early hour, only Major Drake occupied the office, the door ajar. Nevertheless, Atlas knocked politely before entering. "Is there something you need, Lieutenant Atlas?" Major Drake inquired, surprised to see him at the door. He quickly set aside his work, curiosity piqued regarding Atlas's purpose. "Major Drake, I have been summoned by Vice Admiral Jonathan." "Vice Admiral Jonathan?" Drake replied, perplexed. "You just arrived at the base yesterday, and you've already met with him?" Atlas succinctly explained his purpose to Major Drake. "You wish to leave the fortress to partake in a mission?" Drake expressed astonishment. "Did you not just settle in yesterday? Shouldn't you rest at the base for a few days before embarking on a mission?" "It's of no concern, Major Drake. I am in excellent condition and ready to engage in pirate capture operations at any moment." "Very well." Drake hesitated briefly before rummaging through the paperwork piled on his desk. After a moment, he hesitated again. "However, I personally do not recommend pursuing this pirate crew. A new band of pirates has just entered the Grand Line from the Four Seas. Given your capabilities, you should have no trouble apprehending them." Evidently, Drake was somewhat skeptical of the evaluation of Atlas's abilities relayed by Vice Admiral Zifa, dismissing as a teacher's customary exaggeration of a favored pupil. Yet, seeing that Drake was about to speak further, Atlas seized the intelligence report from his hands. After politely thanking Drake, he departed without another word. "What an arrogant young man," Drake muttered, watching Atlas's retreating figure with mild irritation. He then hurriedly exited the strategy office, making his way to the commander's office. Unbeknownst to Atlas, who had left the office, he was engrossed in the freshly acquired intelligence report. The Ekron pirate crew, led by Captain Ekron, boasting a bounty of 200 million berries. The first mate, Wirtz, had a bounty of 160 million, while crew members Gallier, Ibe, and Dult had bounties ranging from 50 million to 90 million. They had encountered the Big Mom pirates, led by Karakuri, suffering a disastrous defeat and fleeing with only one ship left intact, most of the crew either dead or injured. And the first mate's fate unknown, while all senior crew members remained in the New World. I had expected a formidable pirate, but it seems they're merely a pack of frightened curs, Atlas scoffed disdainfully. It appears they fancied themselves bold enough to provoke Big Mom, only to be utterly annihilated before even facing her. This sea is never short of such self-important fools. Based on the pirate crew's trajectory, they would not reach the vicinity of G8 until the following day. Thus, Atlas decided to visit the training grounds of the fortress. The training facility at G8 was expansive, with walls, floors, and ceilings clad in thick steel, allowing ample space for vigorous training without fear of damaging the environment. Given Atlas's current physical prowess, conventional training no longer sufficed, and there were no sparring partners like Zifa or Siyaso available. As for Vice Admiral Jonathan, while he had trained in the same class as Sakazuki and seemed to enjoy a good rapport with him, it was unlikely that the esteemed commander of the fortress would set aside his duties to spar with a mere lieutenant. Thus, Atlas opted for a more rudimentary form of training, requesting a massive block of tempered steel from the logistics department, intending to hone his fists against it. Time flew by during his training, and before long, evening descended. Atlas gazed at the battered steel block before him, blood dripping steadily from his hands, and sighed deeply. He refrained from using haki to cover his fists, instead striking with pure, unadulterated force. Consequently, his hands became ensnared in a cycle of injury and healing. Yet the results were undeniably effective. After glancing out the window at the darkening sky, he tidied up the remnants of his training and made his way towards the dining hall, although today he did not encounter Vice Admiral Jonathan. Chapter 49. The wailing of a defeated dog at the G8 Fortress port. A solitary Navy blue speedboat lay quietly docked. This vessel was identical to the one Atlas had previously commandeered from headquarters, both being standard military models. However, the former had met its demise due to the modifications inflicted by the impact of a sea creature. While this particular boat had been procured from an elderly member of the logistics team at the branch, after Atlas had bartered several bottles of liquor to secure its approval. Moments later, Atlas set forth towards the fortress, embraced by the soft morning light. The sun pierced through the clouds, casting its golden rays upon the cerulean sea. After several hours of navigation, the imposing G8 fortress faded into the distance, leaving behind a vast expanse of emptiness that evoked a sense of bewilderment. Surely, if he continued along this course, he would soon encounter the Ekron pirate crew. Atlas meticulously reviewed the intelligence in his mind to alleviate the monotony of the maritime journey. Nearby the G8 fortress waters, a battered pirate ship swayed precariously amidst the vast ocean. On its expansive deck sat a few pirates, their wounds hastily bandaged, many appearing pallid from excessive blood loss. Leaning against a scarred mast was a bald, muscular man with a stoic expression, his complexion markedly healthier, as if he had nearly recovered from his previous injuries. Ekron, what are our next plans? Beside the bald man stood a sickly pirate, seemingly recovering from serious illness. Yet he did not exhibit the same fear towards Ekron as the others did. Captain Ekron slowly divulged his strategy to first mate Virays, though Virays failed to notice the fleeting glint of ruthlessness in Ekron's eyes. Ekron, Captain. At that moment, the ship's only intact lookout tower was manned by a pirate who suddenly turned pale, urgently alerting Ekron. We have spotted naval forces at 3 o'clock. Both Ekron and Virays felt a surge of tension. Their crew had suffered significant losses, and their primary combat strength had been severely diminished. Although they were not entirely devoid of fighting capability, facing the Navy in their current state was daunting. They exchanged a glance and shouted, "How many are there?" Prepared for a desperate battle, Ekron felt an increasing desire to retreat. The sea was merciless, and he was fatigued. It seems to be just one Navy officer, the lookout reported uncertainly. What? The pirates aboard the ship erupted in outrage. Despite their considerable losses in the New World, they were still formidable pirates in Paradise. To send just one Navy officer to pursue them was a blatant insult. Men, bring the ship closer. Let's take him down. Ekron bellowed, revealing a sadistic grin, his eyes glinting with malice, eager to unleash his pent-up frustrations on the approaching Navy officer. At that moment, Atlas also noticed the damaged pirate ship and leapt from his speedboat. Utilizing moonwalk, he ascended gracefully, gazing down upon the panicked pirates. What's the fuss? It's merely moonwalk, Ekron shouted. As a seasoned pirate who had ventured into the New World, he was not easily intimidated by the sick styles of the Navy, though he remained cautiously aware of the young officer before him. While monstrous threats lurked in the New World, it was rare to encounter a Navy officer skilled in moonwalk in Paradise, especially one who held only the rank of lieutenant, likely a secret prodigy cultivated within the Navy. Hey, you there, Navy brat? I am Ekron, with a bounty of 200 million berries. Ekron attempted to intimidate Atlas with his substantial bounty, but he misjudged the situation. The higher his bounty, the more exhilarated Atlas became. Just a defeated dog, Atlas retorted, and before Ekron could react in fury, he had already drawn his sword. The Sandai Kitetsu. One sword style, meteor fall. Countless colossal slashes descended like shooting stars upon the pirate ship, freezing the expressions of the pirates in a moment of shock. The already battered vessel was shattered into countless fragments under the onslaught of Atlas's strikes. Damn it! I'll kill you! Ekron roared, his anger boiling over as he watched his ship disintegrate and the bodies of his crew float away. He was not mourning for his men. They could be replaced, but the treasures they had amassed were now lost to the depths, shattering his dreams of wealth. Ekron, calm down. Virays, one of the few survivors, tried to restrain the furious captain, with their crew reduced to just the two of them, and with half their bodies submerged in water. They were fortunate not to possess devil fruit powers. Soon, They managed to find a larger piece of debris to avoid the embarrassing predicament of being submerged. Meanwhile, Atlas observed their struggles from above. Effortlessly suspended in the air through moonwalk, the physical toll of which was negligible for him. "Please, Navy sir, spare us. I just wish to retire and live as a wealthy man." Ekron, having regained some composure after witnessing Atlas's formidable strength, began to plead. But Atlas's keen observation Haki detected the underlying malice within Ekron. "Huh, the wailing of a defeated dog." Atlas scoffed, raising the Sandai Kitetsu once more. "Wait, I'm willing to go to Impel Down. I surrender. Spare me. Please take me to Impel Down." Ekron pleaded desperately. Yet Atlas paid no heed to his cries or curses. After all, why would one concern themselves with the grievances of a dying man? One sword style, new moon. The thick aura of armament Haki enveloped the Sandai Kitetsu as a crescent-shaped slash launched forth. Swish! A crimson line slowly appeared across Ekron and Virez's bodies. The immense force of the strike continuing its path behind them, splitting the water into a scarlet expanse. The sea breeze sighed softly. Suddenly, their bodies were severed at the waist, the upper halves sprawled on the surface, while the lower halves remained seated upon the wreckage. From a distance, it appeared as though a defeated dog. Chapter 50. Rising fame. The scattered remains of shattered ships floated upon the sea. The azure waters tinged with a hint of crimson from spilled blood, while dismembered bodies lay strewn about. Occasionally, a vulture circled overhead, anticipating its midday feast. Atlas cast a glance at the grim surroundings, his observation Haki scanning the battlefield repeatedly. He would not allow a single survivor to escape, determined to eradicate all evil. The journey back was remarkably tranquil. Atlas first visited the operations office to report to Major Drake about the particulars of the recent battle, followed by a hearty meal in the mess hall. After subsisting on rations for the past couple of days, he felt as though his mouth had grown as bland as a bird's. "What? You single-handedly annihilated the entire Iclunum pirate crew?" Major Drake's incredulous exclamation echoed from his office. He had prepared himself for news of Atlas's demise, having lamented the recklessness of his comrades just the day before. To his astonishment, Atlas had presented him with a delightful surprise. "Come now, there's no need for such theatrics," Atlas remarked nonchalantly, scratching his ear. He was merely a defeated foe, and that bounty was far from justified. "I suspect that Iclunum engaged in plenty of plundering and pillaging." Drake now completely believed Zephyr's assessment of Atlas. After all, that was a notorious pirate with a bounty of 200 million alongside other pirates of varying bounties, all of whom this young man had vanquished alone. Even if it had been through a drawn-out struggle, it was an impressive feat as for doubting Atlas's reported achievements. That notion was absurd. The Navy's intelligence agency was not inept, and such a large pirate crew could not simply vanish without a trace. As the saying goes, wherever one treads, a mark is left behind. Well, you see, I simply approached and struck him once, then again. That's about it. Atlas raised his arm, gesturing dramatically to emphasize his point. "Is that it?" Drake, who had been prepared for an elaborate recounting, found himself at a loss for words. After all his anticipation, Atlas had offered such a simplistic explanation. "Very well, then. I shall report to Admiral Jonathan. You may leave now." Drake gazed at Atlas's serene expression, his mind brimming with unvoiced critiques. Goodness, is that the young lad? He seems so youthful. No wonder he emerged from the elite training camp at headquarters. It's quite terrifying. The clamor of discussions filtered into Atlas's ears. With his current physical prowess, even without utilizing observation Haki, he could perceive every minute sound around him, especially since the soldiers made no effort to conceal their conversations. After eavesdropping for a while, Atlas deduced the reason for their chatter. It appeared that Admiral Jonathan had disseminated news of his exploits throughout the entire base. His disinterest in such matters had left him unaware, but it was evident that he had already garnered a reputation at G8. Following his satisfying meal, Atlas discreetly slipped out through a side door of the mess hall. He wished to avoid being gawked at like some circus performer. "Oh, Atlas, just the person I was looking for. Admiral Jonathan requests your presence in his office," Drake called out, having fortuitously located Atlas just as he exited the dining hall. "Yes. Knock, knock, knock. Come in." Atlas responded, pushing open the door. The highest-ranking officer of the base, Admiral Jonathan, was fiddling with his beloved fishing rod. Upon seeing Atlas, he gently set the rod aside and clasped his hands together on the desk. "Indeed, you are truly the prodigy spoken of by Zephyr. A 200 million berry pirate dispatched with such ease," Jonathan remarked in a calm tone. He possessed a demeanor of serene wisdom, markedly different from the lethargic approach of Admiral Kazuru. He was the type who maintained control over every situation. Yet, it was curious that this unassuming admiral was close friends with the more radical Sakazuki, suggesting that Jonathan was a man of profound depth. "It was merely luck, and that individual was hardly formidable," Atlas humbly replied. "Please, spare us the modesty. I have a task to assign to you." Jonathan waved his hand dismissively. Regardless of how inflated the bounty may seem, it is not to be underestimated, particularly since he hails from the New World, even if he is just a pitiful failure. "What task?" Upon hearing of a new mission, Atlas's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. "Recently, several pirate crews have been loitering near Alabasta, and I would like you to assess the situation." "Alabasta? That seems outside our base's jurisdiction." Atlas raised an eyebrow. "Indeed. However, the branch responsible for that area has sent us a distress signal. I cannot simply turn a blind eye. Moreover, this situation may involve the 7 warlords." Jonathan's expression darkened with unspoken implications. "The 7 warlords? That sand crocodile?" Atlas responded in surprise. The first name that came to mind concerning Alabasta was Crocodile, though he had not anticipated that the man would soon set his sights on the underworld. "How did you know?" "Ever since he was dealt with by Whitebeard, he's been off the radar. It's surprising to hear of him again in connection with Alabasta. I wonder what his intentions are." "Your mission is to deal with those pirate crews and, simultaneously, ascertain Crocodile's plans." "Understood. I shall ensure the task is completed." Chapter 51. The decisive strike in the year 1505 of the Sea-Round calendar. Within the office of the Vice Admiral at the G8 Fortress, Atlas had taken his leave. Jonathan, with his wine-red hair and black handlebar mustache, reclined comfortably in his chair, perusing a document that had just arrived. To his astonishment, it detailed the entire operation of Atlas capturing the Ikram pirate crew, without a single survivor. How characteristic of that fellow. Jonathan gazed at the closed office door, lost in thought, oblivious to the document that slipped silently from his fingers. After bidding farewell to Jonathan, Atlas spent several hours honing his skills in the training room before indulging in a well-deserved rest, as he would need to depart for Alabasta the following morning. This time, however, he was not alone on the mission. Vice Admiral Jonathan had arranged for a warship to assist him with the aftermath of the operation. Though he held the rank of lieutenant, he was granted temporary command of the vessel. The next day, the warship set sail promptly from the fortress port, charting a course towards Alabasta. Navigation was entrusted to specialized naval navigators, a scarce resource in the pirate-infested seas, as the general populace possessed a notably low level of education, with few even being literate. In contrast, the Navy boasted a comprehensive educational system. Those lacking physical prowess were cultivated in administrative roles, ensuring the Navy's supremacy upon the waters. "Lieutenant, how long until we reach Alabasta?" The acting officer, also a lieutenant appointed by Jonathan, inquired. He was perplexed by the hierarchy within the G8 Fortress, where Vice Admiral Jonathan held the highest rank, yet the second-in-command was merely a major. Indeed, that rascal Drake. Atlas speculated whether Jonathan had chosen to delegate responsibilities to Drake, allowing him to enjoy leisurely pursuits such as fishing. "Captain," the officer reported, "we are 3 days away from Alabasta." After estimating the time, he provided Atlas with a rough estimate. "Indeed, that is my current temporary title," Atlas acknowledged. Later that evening, Atlas emerged from the training room just in time for dinner. Suddenly, the ship lurched violently, a fierce tremor coursing through the vessel, prompting gasps of alarm from the crew. "What is happening?" Atlas, disregarding his meal, hastened to the deck to ascertain the cause. "Captain, we have detected an attack from a Sea King." The officer reported urgently upon seeing Atlas had concluded his training. Upon hearing this, a fierce glint ignited in Atlas's eyes as he unlocked his observation hockey. With a cacophony of splashes, the lurking Sea King beneath the waves surged forth, akin to a shark sensing blood, launching an assault on Atlas's ship. illuminated by the ship's powerful searchlights. Atlas finally discerned the form of their assailant, a beast reminiscent of a tiger fish, its body adorned with tiger-like stripes. Its elongated eyes gleamed with feral fury, and its gaping maw was lined with razor-sharp teeth, emanating a putrid stench. Damn it! The officer's eyes widened with despair. The creature measured at least 900 meters in length, rivaling some mid-sized sea kings found in the calm belts. Our ship's configuration is utterly inadequate to contend with it. We can only fight for our lives. The officer turned to Atlas, pleading, "Sir, please issue an evacuation order immediately. We have a few lifeboats on board. We must buy time for others to escape." Before he could continue, Atlas had already leaped into the air using Moonwalk, his gaze fixed on the massive Sea King, a smile playing on his lips. "How unfortunate for you, my friend." The officer blinked in disbelief, questioning whether he had misinterpreted Atlas's words. Shouldn't they be the ones in peril? Why did it sound as though, according to the captain, the misfortune lay with the Sea King? Atlas had already mastered the technique of Haki, which, unlike the more flamboyant forms of combat, required only the awakening of armament Haki and skillful application to be effectively wielded. One sword style, Dragon Tail. With a sweeping horizontal slash, the blood-red arc of energy cleaved through the night, slicing past the Sea King's gaping maw. With a sickening sound, the creature's jaw was nearly severed in two. A torrent of blood poured forth, staining the deep sea with an eerie crimson glow. Roaring in agony, the beast thrashed its colossal body, generating monstrous waves that threatened to capsize the ship. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Atlas resolved to unleash his full power. Wielding his sword with might, his muscles bulged, the biceps and triceps expanding robustly, the sinewy fibers of his arms resembling forged steel, enveloped in a dense coating of Haki. One sword style, God of War's arm, falling stars. The scattered slashes descended like meteorites upon the tiger-striped Sea King. Soon, the creature's massive form writhed in torment, releasing a desperate howl as it succumbed to its wounds, drifting lifelessly upon the surface. On board the warship, hundreds of soldiers exhaled in unison, their tension dissipating as the crisis was averted. Clang! The third-generation Kitetsu slid back into its sheath, the crisp sound resonating through the stillness of the night sky. Atlas dispelled his Haki and returned to his normal state, gracefully landing on the deck of the warship. The crew, previously gripped by fear, now surged forward, showering him with exclamations of awe and admiration. No wonder Vice Admiral Jonathan appointed Captain Atlas. He is truly formidable. Captain, I must admit, I was previously skeptical of your abilities. My apologies. Chapter 52. Alabasta. Moments later, the fervor aboard the warship began to wane, and under the guidance of the first mate, the crew organized themselves to handle subsequent tasks, diligently cutting and retrieving the carcass of the striped Sea King. The flesh of the Sea King was not only delectable, but also rich in nutritional value. Even Lieutenant Russ Lynn, despite his rank, had only savored it a few times. As the night deepened, the stars above shone ever brighter against the dark canvas of the sky. A gentle sea breeze caressed the ocean beneath the night, causing ripples of mirth. Atlas gazed contentedly into the abyss ahead, casually using a toothpick to dislodge bits of Sea King meat from between his teeth. With a satisfied belch, he reflected on the culinary skills of the chefs who accompanied them on the voyage. He had to admit that Chef Jessica's training was commendable. He resolved to recruit a few chefs for future missions. Observing the bustling Navy personnel on the ship, Atlas inexplicably recalled Smoker and his companions. It felt as though they had just parted ways, yet Colonel Randall had entrusted him with the care of Smoker, and he couldn't shake the feeling of inadequacy in fulfilling that duty. He wondered what they were up to now. Suddenly, Atlas recalled that Rosanani was likely infiltrating Don Quixote Doflamingo's organization around this time. He pondered whether Rosanani had applied for an early graduation, curious about the thoughts that occupied his mind. Although Rosanani appeared somewhat scatterbrained, he possessed a gentle and kind heart. Atlas resolved to journey to the North Sea when time permitted, as he couldn't bear the thought of something happening to Rosanani. It would surely sadden Smoker. A few days later, a colossal sea creature, with the upper body of a cat and the lower body of a fish, emerged within the sight of the Navy personnel on the warship, signaling to Atlas and his crew that they had arrived at Alabasta. At last, they successfully landed on Saining Island, the very island that housed Alabasta. The warship docked at Canola Flower Port, and after leaving a portion of the Navy to guard the vessel, Atlas and his first mate Rustlin proceeded to seek an audience with King Cobra of Alabasta. The climate of Alabasta was undeniably harsh, with sandstorms raging in every direction, making it a natural stronghold for crocodile. Furthermore, the historical records hinting at the clues to the Pluton were hidden within this nation, which explained crocodile's interest in this territory. Canola Flower, the port city, was quite a distance from the capital, Alyabarna, yet the royal family of Alabasta, the Nefertari clan, held a special status as descendants of the 20 kings among the nations allied with the world government. Atlas was reluctant to make the long trek to the capital to meet Cobra, even if it meant gleaning some intelligence from him. However, as a traveler from another world, he had already formed a conviction that Crocodile was behind the disturbances, even in the absence of concrete evidence. Before long, Atlas and Rustlin arrived at Alyabarna and successfully met with Cobra in the palace's conference hall. At this moment, Cobra appeared far from the aged figure depicted in the manga. His dark hair was tied back, and his face bore few wrinkles, adorned only with a light beard. He lacked the imposing aura of a king and instead radiated the warmth of a friendly neighbor. Perhaps it was the blue-haired infant cradled in his arms. Or perhaps the fact that Alabasta was not yet embroiled in the chaos that would plague it in the years to come. Apologies, gentlemen of the Navy. My daughter Vivi is rather clingy and finds it difficult to part from me, Cobra said with a hint of regret. It was evident why he was known as a king who empathized with his subjects, extending courtesy even to the two Navy lieutenants. Forgive the intrusion, Your Majesty Cobra. We are from the G8 Fortress and have come at the request of a nearby naval base, Atlas stated directly, confident that Cobra would grasp the underlying implications of his words and provide valuable intelligence. Are you referring to the pirates that frequently harass near Iruma? Cobra asked, momentarily taken aback, before seemingly recalling something and inquiring uncertainly. The distress signal indicated that several pirate crews have been troubling your nation. I am unsure of the specifics, but have you not dispatched personnel to address this issue, Your Majesty? Atlas questioned, puzzled. Logically, Alabasta's national strength was formidable. They boasted a standing army of 600,000 soldiers. And ordinary pirates would think twice before attacking Alabasta. Even slightly stronger pirate crews would have to contend with two powerful guardians. What could possibly prevent them from dealing with a band of pirates? Indeed, I have sent my aide, Bell, several times to Iruma, yet each time he arrives, the pirates seem to have received word and fled in advance. Bell possesses the abilities of the animal type bird fruit in its falcon form, which grants him considerable mobility. Yet he has returned empty-handed each time, Cobra lamented, a frown creasing his brow. At that moment, a chubby little hand reached out from his embrace, seemingly trying to smooth away the furrow in his forehead, but its shortness only allowed it to brush against his stubbly chin. Seeing his thoughtful daughter, Cobra felt his heart melt and could not resist kissing Vivi's tender forehead, eliciting a peal of laughter from the little angel, which lightened the gloom in his heart. Suddenly, a lightly armored soldier approached Cobra at a brisk pace, bending down to whisper urgent news into his ear. Well then, let us conclude today's meeting. I have just received word that those pirate crews have returned to the waters near Alabasta. If this Navy gentleman requires assistance, I shall do my utmost to cooperate. Cobra said, his expression shifting dramatically as he stood up to address Atlas. With Cobra's keen perception, he recognized that Atlas was the primary figure behind this rescue operation. Very well, Your Majesty Cobra, we shall take our leave for now. Chapter 53. Fishing Isle. What an unfortunate turn of events. Departing from the capital, Alabasta, Atlas was rather reluctant to continue his journey. Thus, he procured 2 swift-running ducks as his means of transportation. And it must be said that these remarkable creatures truly lived up to their reputation as the fastest beings in Alabasta, nearly having their travel time. The city where the pirates were wreaking havoc lay on the opposite side of Alabasta. St. Ting Island was nearly bisected by a vast channel. One side housed the capital and port city, while the other included cities like Iruma and Rainy Land, which would eventually fall under Crocodile's dominion. Due to climatic constraints, Alabasta's larger cities were established around oases, resulting in a rather irregular distribution of urban areas. Helmsmen prepare. Set sail, destination, Iruma. Although uncertain of Rear Admiral Jonathan's prowess, Atlas was confident in his strategic acumen, which ranked him among the top officers in the headquarters. He was quite pleased with the personnel assigned to him for this mission. The distance from Canola Flower to Iruma was not particularly great, and at the cruising speed of the warship, they anticipated a smooth arrival in approximately half an hour. However, just as the warship departed Canola Flower, an unexpected occurrence befell them. They collided head-on with a band of pirates, specifically the Vasily and Analik pirate crews, notorious for plundering Alabasta. Atlas surmised that their prior venture to Iruma was merely a ruse, a smokescreen to distract from their true target. The bustling port city of Canola Flower, undoubtedly more affluent than Iruma due to its heavy flow of traffic. Well then, allow me to obliterate them. It will serve as excellent exercise. Who knows? A sly grin crept across Atlas's lips as he concocted a rather amusing notion. As he approached the foremost pirate vessel, he executed a swift shave and appeared aboard the pirate ship, leaving the warship unscathed. Thanks to both its robust construction and Atlas's mastery of the six powers, which allowed him perfect control over his strength. Casually tossing his justice cloak to Lulans, he dismissed the notion of soiling or damaging another cloak. It was perplexing how, in animated battles of cataclysmic proportions, characters never seemed to ruin their garments. For Atlas, however, engaging in combat often resulted in shredded clothing. "Hey, Navy, is it just you?" A gaunt-faced man sneered at Atlas's youthful visage. As a pirate frequently clashing with the Navy, he recognized the warship from the G-8 Fortress. Initially taken aback, his fear morphed into irate mockery upon noticing Atlas's rank of lieutenant. "You look like you haven't been weaned yet." Ha ha ha. A cacophony of insults erupted from all directions, as if such derision could mask their earlier humiliation. Truly laughable. A motley crew of scoundrels. Atlas held no regard for these maritime miscreants. Their meager bounties were far too insignificant for him to even remember. Thus, he deemed it unnecessary to engage in further comparisons. Gunshot, Gatling. The air was filled with a barrage of vacuum bullets, engulfing the pirates in a storm of terror. Their anguished cries reverberated as the projectiles pierced their flesh, while those fortunate enough to escape critical injury writhed in agony on the ground, their previous bravado extinguished. Atlas, not one to exhibit a heart of stone, resolved to grant them a swift end. He activated Moonwalk, ascending into the air, palm extended horizontally, and gently waved forward. No sword style, tornado. The chaotic vacuum slashes rapidly sank the pirate ship, leaving those incapacitated by their injuries to rely on fate, praying that no fish would feast upon them, allowing them to perish with their bodies intact. Meanwhile, the other pirate crew observing the scene trembled in fear. "Elias, quickly, turn around, yes. Head for Iruma." Antelik seemed to clutch at a lifeline, frantically issuing commands to the helmsman, his voice tinged with a hint of desperation. He hurried into the captain's quarters, grasping the transponder snail resting on the bedside, dialing a number etched in his memory. "Hello." In no time, the face of the transponder snail was marred by a long, horizontal scar, a large cigar clenched in its mouth, its eyes exuding a sense of foreboding. The gravelly voice sent shivers down Antelika's spine, compelling him to adopt a posture of respect. "Lord Crocodile, call me Mr. Zero." Although he was oblivious to Crocodile's intentions behind their harassment of Alabasta, he sensed that losing the title of warlord would lead to grave repercussions. "Very well, make your way to Iruma." Crocodile's voice, devoid of emotion, resonated after a brief silence, leaving Antelik perplexed regarding the man's thoughts. Clack. On the other side, having dispatched the entirety of the Vasily pirate crew to their demise, Atlas chose not to pursue the Antelik pirates, but instead returned to his warship, gracefully donning the justice cloak handed to him by his aide. "Captain, why not eliminate them all in one sweep?" Lulin's question puzzled. He did not naively believe that Atlas had exhausted his stamina. After all, this level of exertion was merely a warm-up. "Fishing, my friend, one must bait the hook." Atlas mused, recalling Rear Admiral Jonathan. Chapter 54. The Seven Warlords of the Sea, the Grand Line, Alabasta Sea Region. The sun shone brilliantly, and the azure sky was unblemished. A pirate ship fled in a state of panic across the waters, akin to a mouse evading a feline predator, while a naval warship leisurely pursued it, much like a cat toying with its prey. "Commander, it seems their course is towards Alabasta," Russ Lynn remarked, uncertainty lacing his voice, for he was not a navigator and was somewhat unfamiliar with the maritime routes around Alabasta. Atlas merely wielded a few vacuum slashes to intimidate them, knowing full well that the pirates were ensnared in a web of their own making, as this was their sole chance at survival. Moreover, Antelik was aware that their pursuer was none other than one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Flying finger gun, Barrett. A colossal vacuum bullet struck the lookout of the Antelik pirate crew with terrifying velocity, sending a spray of red and white liquid erupting forth, splattering onto the already terrified crew. Even though these pirates were notorious for their brutality towards innocent civilians, they too succumbed to the paralyzing fear of death. Indeed, death treats all equally. "What an exaggerated mastery of the finger gun," remarked Russ Lynn, astonished yet again by Atlas's monstrous physical prowess, even after having witnessed it previously. "Just a small display of skill," Atlas replied nonchalantly, a disdainful curl of his lip betraying his indifference. "The rest is up to you. Call for me when we reach Alabasta, Russ Lynn." As he spoke, he sauntered toward the dining area, his stomach grumbling after a lengthy engagement. "Understood, Commander," Russ Lynn replied solemnly, noting that while Atlas was commendable in many respects, he showed little inclination for leadership. Soon, the Antelik pirate crew successfully landed on Alabasta, their faces alight with the joy of having survived, although they were unaware of the identity of their mysterious benefactor. The captain's expression suggested they had eluded the clutches of the fearsome navy. Indeed, in the eyes of these pirates, Atlas was a veritable devil. He possessed the capability to obliterate them in an instant, yet chose instead to pick them off one by one, inflicting upon them immense mental torment. Desert sunflower. Suddenly, the sand dunes beneath their feet began to writhe with a life of their own, an overwhelming gravitational force pulling them downwards, prompting cries of alarm from the crew. "Wah, I'm not ready to die yet. Captain, think of something." Antelika's face mirrored despair. The sensation of plummeting from paradise to hell was unbearable, and he frantically reached out, grasping for anything to delay his descent. In that moment, a towering figure clad in a fur coat emerged before him, accompanied by a whirlwind of sand and howling winds. "Mr. Crocodile, why yes." Atlas, who had been summoned by his subordinate Russ Lynn, took in the scene but refrained from intervening. After all, they were pirates. Death was merely a consequence of their choices. Atlas approached Crocodile with measured steps, his expression inscrutable as he appraised the warlord sanctioned by the world government. Crocodile exuded the archetypal villainous aura, draped in a fur coat, seemingly immune to the heat. His hair was slicked back in a commonplace pompadour, a deep scar marred his face, and a gold earring adorned his right ear. His eyes were devoid of emotion. As he puffed on a large cigar, his left hand replaced by a golden hook, an image fitting for a pirate from Atlas's previous life. "Your jokes have gone too far. Navy brat." Crocodile sneered, lifting his chin slightly as his unfeeling gaze bore down on Atlas, the cigar bouncing rhythmically in his mouth. "Is that so? Shouldn't you, Lord Crocodile of the 7 warlords, provide me with an explanation?" Atlas inquired, a smile gracing his lips, unfazed by the sand crocodile's intimidation. While the warlords may have been tacitly permitted to engage in piracy, that privilege certainly did not extend to the world government's affiliated nation, Alabasta. At present, Atlas lacked concrete evidence to implicate Crocodile in orchestrating the recent pirate activity. But did that truly matter to him? HM? An explanation? Crocodile's lips curled into a mocking smile. "You're rather naive, Navy brat. Is that so? Denial 1T save you. My fist will soon compel you to explain." Atlas flexed his wrist, his smile unwavering. While Crocodile might not yet be the weakling he would become in a decade, he had not completely lost his conviction either. Perhaps he could muster a modicum of hockey, but Atlas felt no fear. Imparting a lesson on humility to this sand crocodile seemed entirely feasible. "Ha ha ha, how amusing." Crocodile erupted into a deep, derisive laugh, gradually escalating to raucous guffaws. "Utterly dull. What a ridiculous little brat." Crack. Infuriated by Atlas's demeanor, Crocodile's expression soured as he bit through his cigar, letting it fall to the ground. I'll give you 3 minutes. Exceed that, and I shan't entertain you further. He tossed an hourglass into the air, the sand flowing steadily. 3 minutes precisely. Crocodile regarded Atlas as one might a petulant child. For although Atlas was merely a lowly lieutenant, naval ranks did not always correlate directly with strength. Nonetheless, Crocodile dismissed him as inconsequential. 3 minutes? That will suffice. Chapter 55. A savage beating, one sword style, thunder slash. Atlas paid no heed to Crocodile's disdain, swiftly drawing his third-generation sword, the ghastly blade. The blade's gleam flickered menacingly, filling the air with an overwhelming sense of sharpness, as the howling sands seemed to freeze in time. Yielding to a colossal crimson slash aimed directly at Crocodile. With an air of arrogance, Crocodile appeared utterly unprepared, allowing the blood-red strike to slice effortlessly through his form, cleaving him cleanly in two. However, contrary to expectations, the anticipated spray of blood did not ensue. Instead, the once smooth surface gradually transformed into grains of yellow sand. And to everyone's astonishment, his dismembered body miraculously reformed. Yet, Atlas had not anticipated that this casual strike would inflict any real harm upon Crocodile. Swordmaster? The reformed Crocodile's expression soured further, as he realized that the seemingly manageable opponent was indeed a master swordsman capable of cleaving through iron. Nevertheless, he dismissed Atlas's threat, confident in his own abilities as a natural devil fruit user of the Sansan fruit. Though impressed by Atlas's swordsmanship, he remained resolute in his underestimation of him. "Huh, you truly irk me with that expression." Atlas sheathed the ghastly blade, feeling a tingle in his fists. Instantaneous movement. Razor. The ethereal figure of Atlas darted through the air with astonishing speed, rendering him almost invisible to Crocodile, who felt a surge of wariness towards him. Iron fist style, shatter. A flurry of punches engulfed Crocodile, yet he made no attempt to dodge, perceiving any unnecessary movement as an affront to his Sansan fruit powers. "I have told you, your attacks are futile against me," Crocodile declared smugly while maintaining his elemental form. Unless, just as he relished the anger emanating from Atlas. Atlas had stealthily covered his fist with haki, catching Crocodile off guard and landing a solid blow before he could even revert to his elemental state. Haki. Crocodile quickly transformed into a puddle of yellow sand, scattering across the desert, only to reappear 20 meters away, grinding his teeth in frustration. Surprised? Unexpected? Atlas's observation, Haki easily detected Crocodile's position, but he refrained from pressing the attack, recognizing that such damage bore little significance in the grand scheme of their battle. "Why is a man like you merely a Navy lieutenant?" Crocodile uttered each word with a piercing gaze fixed on Atlas, his earlier arrogance dissipating as he acknowledged the threat posed by Atlas. The recent confrontation had revealed to him that continued underestimation could cost him dearly today. Well, who knows? Atlas clearly had no intention of engaging in lengthy discourse with this individual, casually shrugging off his inquiry. Desert sunflower. Crocodile attempted a familiar tactic, manipulating the subterranean water currents to create a quicksand capable of engulfing a person. "That move won't work on me, Mr. Sand Crocodile," Atlas mocked, mimicking Crocodile's previous tone. Desert diamond blade. Crocodile's expression darkened, yet he paid no heed to Atlas's taunts, transforming his hands into 4 enormous sand blades, emanating a palpable sharpness. Observation haki. Activate. Instantaneous movement. Razor. A flash of red light ignited in Atlas's eyes as he nimbly evaded the sand blades, closing the distance between him and Crocodile rapidly. Iron fist style, God of War arm, armament, hammer. Atlas's arms swelled suddenly, enveloped in haki, and his colossal fist surged toward Crocodile's head. "I'll smash your skull." Boom! The tremendous force crashed into Crocodile's head, causing him to dissipate into a cloud of yellow sand before reappearing nearby. Crocodile, shaken, regarded Atlas with trepidation, realizing that the strike had nearly cost him his life, and he only escaped due to timely elemental transformation. Originally, he had intended only to elementalize his head, but Atlas's immense power had compelled him to transform fully to survive. "Next time, you may not be so fortunate, Sand Crocodile." Atlas continued his verbal onslaught, aiming to unsettle Crocodile psychologically. Suddenly, Atlas shifted to the right, narrowly avoiding a colossal sand blade that erupted from the ground where he had just stood, realizing how perilous his earlier musings had been. What treachery! Atlas licked his parched lips, unperturbed by the recent ambush, as such an attack posed little threat to him. Ha ha ha. You remain so Navy brat. Oh, really? Atlas scoffed, swiftly enveloping himself in a rich layer of haki, resembling a figure clad in black and red armor, before charging at Crocodile. Such a foolish action. Crocodile felt neither fear nor surprise at this display. Rather, he regarded Atlas's approach with disdain, activating his devil fruit powers to transform his hands into 4 massive sand blades. Desert Diamond Blade. However, Atlas pressed on, colliding head-on with Crocodile's sand blades. Clash. Bang. For a brief moment, Atlas and the sand blades were locked in a stalemate. But the overwhelming force of Atlas shattered the blades into mere grains of sand. Within the blink of an eye, he closed the distance to Crocodile, and before the latter could react, Atlas's haki-covered arm seized his neck. I've got you now, little Crocodile. Atlas grinned, his fierce visage appearing monstrous to the astonished Crocodile. Unfazed by Crocodile's rising dread, Atlas tightened his grip around his neck, grounding himself and adopting a classic throw stance, channeling power from his core. Bang! This is for your arrogance. Bang! This is for your denial. Bang! This is for your mockery. Bang! 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 Crocodile's body was lifted like a rag doll, crashing repeatedly into the desert floor. Each impact allowed him to utilize his elemental form to avoid severe injury. Yet his neck remained firmly ensnared in Atlas's haki-empowered grasp, rendering escape impossible. Damn it! Crocodile cursed inwardly, finally unable to maintain his composure after being slammed to the ground repeatedly. Although his Logia-type elemental transformation prevented serious injury, the humiliation was immense. The sensation of being tossed around like a rag doll left Crocodile feeling powerless. How could this Navy brat's Busashoka haki be so formidable, directly withstanding his desert gold greatsword? Suddenly, a layer of jet-black Busashoka haki enveloped Crocodile's neck, causing Atlas to momentarily falter, sensing a hardening of the texture in his grasp. A gentle breeze swept through as Crocodile abruptly vanished from Atlas's grasp, leaving behind only trickles of sand. Hey, Navy brat, are you trying to initiate a schism between the Navy and the Shichibukai? Crocodile's form rematerialized not far from Atlas, his previously drooping eyelids slightly raised, seemingly indignant as he questioned Atlas. In his view, there was no evidence to substantiate the prior disturbances in Alabasta, and Atlas had no justification for apprehending him. Crocodile had intended to permanently confine the contingent of Marines, including Atlas, to this desert. After all, he was merely a Navy captain, and even if the world government discovered his actions, they would likely not cause him any trouble. However, he had encountered an intractable adversary and was compelled to invoke the world government to exert pressure. He had yet to acquire Pluton and could not afford to forfeit his status as a Shichibukai. I must express my profound disappointment in you, Crocodile. It appears that Whitebeard has completely extinguished your spirit, leaving even your haki feeble. Atlas remarked, shaking his head at the clownish figure of Crocodile. Although the current Crocodile was stronger than he would be over a decade later, he had been demoralized by Whitebeard and had begun seeking the legendary ancient weapon, Pluton. Even his Busashoka haki was so weak that he could not even use haki later, and his physical prowess had deteriorated significantly. Brat, stop looking down on me. Who do you think you are? Atlas's words seemed to strike a nerve with Crocodile, his expression becoming uncharacteristically ferocious. However, he did not lose his composure due to anger and secretly plotted his escape route while surreptitiously activating his devil fruit ability. How pathetic! Atlas remained unmoved by Crocodile's fury, relentlessly exposing his vulnerabilities. Atlas's Kinbunchiko haki readily detected his subtle maneuvers. However, Atlas did not intervene, intending to utterly crush his opponent with overwhelming power. Heavy Sandstorm. A miniature sandstorm rapidly formed in Crocodile's hand, which he then hurled at Atlas. As the vortex spun rapidly, the surrounding sand eagerly clung to it. In moments, the sandstorm swelled, nearly obscuring Atlas's vision. The immense torsional forces etched deep furrows into the ground. Meanwhile, Crocodile attempted to seize the opportunity to escape. The environment of Alabasta was ideally suited for a Sunasuna no-Mi user, providing an inherent advantage that subtly amplified Crocodile's strength. I have no desire to continue this charade, Crocodile. Atlas would not allow his adversary to slip away. He abruptly lowered his stance, compressing his towering height of 2 meters and 80 centimeters to a mere 2 meters. His black and crimson Busashoku haki deepened, and his potent haki nearly emanated outward, as if he were clad in a form-fitting suit of armor. His perfectly sculpted physique was clearly defined, with intricate patterns adorning his body and 2 black lines extending from the corners of his eyes to his neck. Life returned, paper art martial body, armored form. Crocodile stared in astonishment at Atlas's transformation, sensing an immense pressure even from afar. The intense sensation of power assaulted his visual cortex. Hey, shave! Atlas's leg muscles bulged suddenly, creating a bottomless pit in the already loose desert terrain. Even the most basic of shave techniques executed by Atlas in this form was incredibly swift. With his enhanced strength and defense, Atlas traversed the burgeoning sandstorm in an invincible manner. Before Crocodile could react, a deluge of blows rained down upon him. His mediocre Kinbunchika haki was unable to discern Atlas's movements, preventing him from dodging through elemental transformation. Consequently, he was forced to endure the full brunt of Atlas's assault. His feeble Busashoku haki was shattered almost instantly. After a brief interval, Atlas exhaled deeply, observing Crocodile's nearly unrecognizable form lying on the ground. He shook his slightly sore arm before squatting and wiping the blood from his knuckles on Crocodile's unconscious body. What a nuisance! Atlas reluctantly grabbed one of Crocodile's legs and dragged him toward the docked warship, not bothering to exert much effort, having just concluded the battle. Captain, is this? Russ Lin hesitated, gazing at the unconscious Crocodile. They had witnessed the preceding battle from afar, and the cataclysmic events had thoroughly frightened them. Crocodile had not employed his signature wide-area attacks, as he recognized their ineffectiveness against Atlas. Ah, our Shichibukai friend. Atlas understood Russ Lin's unspoken concerns and doubts. Strictly speaking, their operation lacked definitive evidence, and the Shichibukai were not subordinate to the Navy. Apprehending Crocodile in this manner would create significant difficulties for Sengoku, and the world government would not condone it. However, let Sengoku fret over such matters. Atlas was only responsible for completing the mission, and he trusted that the Navy would shield him from the world government's reprimands. Achoo! Sengoku, seated in his office at headquarters, sneezed unexpectedly, leaving him perplexed. How could he possibly catch a cold with his physical constitution? Could it be that Garp was thinking of him again? Never mind, Sengoku muttered, resuming his review of the documents in his hands. Russ Lin, do we have any Seastone handcuffs on board? Let's secure our Mr. Crocodile. Given his formidable Logia-type abilities, Atlas instructed Russ Lin with a hint of mischief. Yes, we do. Vice Admiral Jonathan specifically prepared them for us before we departed. Russ Lin replied before hurrying into the storage room to search. Specifically prepared? How? Intriguing. Atlas mused, recalling Jonathan's knowing glance, and chuckled softly. Chapter 57. The Five Elders. My goodness. I was utterly startled. Not far above the battlefield where Atlas and Crocodile were engaged in combat, a rather anthropomorphic albatross, adorned with a top hat and dressed in a black suit, solemnly patted its chest, seemingly quite shaken. It then gracefully descended to the ground. Carefully inspecting the camera it had just used to capture the scene. Fortunately, all was well. The camera was unharmed. Meanwhile, after securing Crocodile with Seastone handcuffs, Atlas unceremoniously tossed him into a makeshift prison aboard the naval ship, instructing the crew to ensure he received regular meals to avert starvation. The design of the Navy's warships was indeed quite practical, equipped with kitchens, training rooms, bedrooms, and prisons. The return journey was smooth, and within a few days, Atlas and his companions arrived at the port of Fort G8. Upon transferring the disheveled Crocodile to the fortress's prison, they made their way directly to Jonathan's office. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Jonathan maintained his signature appearance, with wine-red hair and a thick mustache, casually seated behind his desk in a white shirt. Upon seeing Atlas enter, he displayed no surprise. Rather, he smiled broadly. a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. Reporting in, Admiral Jonathan. The mission has been successfully completed. The recent Alabasta incident was orchestrated by the current warlord, Crocodile, who has now been apprehended. Atlas noticed Jonathan's expression, but dismissed it, attributing it merely to his satisfaction with the swift completion of the task. I already knew. Here, take a look at this. Jonathan casually picked up a newspaper from his desk and handed it to the perplexed Atlas. Atlas took the paper, and the first thing that caught his eye was a large headline. Shocking. The Navy dares to act against Warlord Crocodile. Will the world government abolish the warlord system? The article detailed the fierce battle between Atlas and Crocodile, analyzing the global implications of this conflict. Alluding to the world government's violation of the Warlord Treaty and the impending disruption of the world's balance. It even included grotesque images of Crocodile's defeated form juxtaposed with Atlas's heroic stature. One could only wonder if Crocodile would seek vengeance on the journalist upon his release from prison. Morgans? Ah, the renowned king of the underground news world. No wonder he saw a colossal bird during the clash with Crocodile. Rumor has it he possesses the power of a bird fruit. At the time, I paid it no mind, as he was merely an onlooker, but I never anticipated Morgans would audaciously critique the world government. So, Admiral Jonathan, you were already aware, Atlas remarked, somewhat exasperated, upon observing Jonathan's eager expression. Indeed, but the Admiral Sengoku will have quite a headache over this. Jonathan chuckled, reveling in the unfolding drama. He considered himself a partial participant in this event, fully aware that there was no concrete evidence to substantiate Crocodile's crimes. Yet, with the Navy having taken him into custody, there was little room for leniency. On the Red Line, in the holy land of Mariewa, amidst the power dynamics. How outrageous! Who granted the Navy the authority to capture a warlord? This is a direct affront to the world government. A bald elder clad in a white robe, wearing glasses and clutching a long knife, raged furiously. His ire stemmed not merely from Crocodile's arrest, but from the Navy's role, which subtly suggested a challenge to the world government. They had all tacitly agreed to maintain control and impose restrictions on the Navy. Calm down, St. Nazalov. Now is not the time to hold the Navy accountable, interjected St. Lucretius, a bald elder in a black suit with a prominent birthmark on his face. Our current focus should be on discussing Crocodile's fate and the future of the warlord system, chimed in another elder clad in a red suit, his golden locks gleaming. Impossible. The warlord system cannot be abolished at this juncture. You all must understand. St. Nazalov, visibly agitated, stood up and surveyed the expressions of his companions, slowly asserting, the warlord system serves not only to balance the pirates, but also to prevent the Navy from becoming overly powerful. Enough, St. Nazalov, St. Lucretius, and St. Aberlich. The warlord system is not up for discussion. Let's drop the matter. St. Jimenez interjected, sensing the rising tension. In truth, they all understood that the warlord system was irrepealable unless they could completely dominate the Navy and dictate the appointment of the fleet admiral, a feat currently beyond their reach. Now, let us deliberate on how to handle Crocodile. St. Dexter, donned in a black suit with white curly hair and a scar on his left cheek, donned a black flat cap as he leisurely shifted the topic. Their indifference toward Crocodile's fate was palpable. What truly concerned them was the Navy's stance, which would help gauge their control over it. Call Sengoku and demand an explanation. Once again, it was St. Nazalov, his temper evidently unfriendly. Agreed, 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 agreed. Before long, St. Lucretius dialed Sengoku's number, and the Den Mushi soon transformed into the image of a figure sporting frog-like eyes and a braided beard. Moshi, this is Sengoku. It's me, St. Lucretius. We wish to inquire about how the Navy plans to handle Crocodile. St. Lucretius, regarding Crocodile, our Navy's position is to imprison him and impel down and expel him from the warlord ranks. Sengoku's response was evidently prepared, as the Navy had long harbored discontent with the warlord system, and this presented the perfect opportunity to reduce their numbers. Abolishing the system, however, was out of the question. What did you say? Sengoku, this time, your Navy has overstepped its bounds. St. Nazalov could no longer contain himself and addressed the Den Mushi sternly. St. Nazalov, this is the will of the Navy. Justice must not be desecrated. Sengoku's voice was resolute, exuding an undeniable authority. The Navy is merely. St. Nazilov attempted to retort, but was interrupted by St. Lucretius. Very well. Proceed, as you suggest. Click. The Den Mushi abruptly hung up. Chapter 58 Reactions in the year 1505 of the Sea Circle Calendar, amidst the great maritime routes of the New World, in an uncharted sea. A grand three-masted vessel, resembling a whale, glided steadily over the turbulent waves. The immense swells occasionally crashed against its hull, yet they could not sway its course. Much like its master, the world's strongest man, Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, who remained unyielding in the tide of the new era. Aboard the Moby Dick, a young man, aged 28, with golden punk hair and a dagger at his waist, rose from the deck where the remnants of last night's banquet lingered. His eyelids drooped, betraying a lack of sleep and an expression of utter fatigue. He was Marco, the captain of the 1st Division and Ship S Doctor of the Whitebeard Pirates. From a young age, Marco had followed Whitebeard into the vast seas, sharing his lack of ambition, desiring only a tranquil life with his family aboard the ship. To him, Whitebeard was no different from a true father. Huh? Is there a new newspaper today? Marco raised his hand to signal the newsbird above, rummaging through his belongings until he produced a crumpled bill, ultimately accepting the newspaper under the bird's disdainful gaze. Honestly, all the money went to hosting a feast for Dad. The headlines boldly proclaimed, 7 Warlords, Navy's new star, Carnot's Atlas. Marco grimaced at the exaggerated titles, furrowing his brow as he read on. He dismissed Crocodile with a scoff, treating the so-called 7 Warlords as mere jest. What truly concerned him was the young Navy star, whose formidable prowess at such a tender age indicated the Navy's burgeoning strength over the years. Captain Marco, what has captured your attention so? Suddenly, a man with dark skin and a wild mane of black hair leaned over, his face alight with curiosity. Upon closer inspection, his appearance was rather comical. His open shirt revealed a thick mat of body hair, and he sported a few missing teeth. A green bandana adorned his forehead, while his wrists and neck were devoid of adornments. A claw-shaped iron weapon hung at his side, and though he wore a simple, honest smile, his eyes concealed an insatiable ambition. It's Teach. Yes, a Navy brat defeated that crocodile fellow, Marco replied, noticing Teach's interest, and handed him a newspaper. Blackbeard paused for a moment, taking the paper and feigning indifference as he scanned its contents. Then he erupted in laughter. What a remarkable Navy brat. But with Dad's protection, all I want is to enjoy cherry pie every day. Honestly, Marco shook his head in exasperation at Blackbeard's lackadaisical demeanor and then dashed toward Whitebeard's cabin with the newspaper in hand. At that moment, as Marco turned, none noticed the dark shadow that crossed Blackbeard's face, revealing a glimmer of jealousy in his eyes. Renowned across the seas such luck, just wait a little longer. Wait for what, Teach? Suddenly, Sachi, who had been sleeping nearby, awoke, looking somewhat dazed. Just I was waiting for you to wake up to make me some cherry pie. Blackbeard's face resumed its innocent smile, his acting worthy of an Oscar. Fine, I'll go make it for you in a moment, Sachi replied with a hint of affection, as their shared fondness for cherry pie fostered a camaraderie beyond that of the other crew members. Dad, did you see the crocodile was defeated by a young Navy officer? Marco shouted as he reached Whitebeard's door, prompting the giant figure to emerge from his quarters, casting a colossal shadow over Marco. Oh, is that the little sand-throwing brat? Whitebeard bellowed, his hearty laugh echoing. His golden hair flowed naturally, and his iconic crescent-shaped Whitebeard shook with mirth. Yes, indeed, that crocodile who once dared to challenge Dad. I heard he was invited to join the 7 Warlords by the world government, but I didn't expect him to be defeated by a young Navy officer. The Navy is growing stronger, Marco expressed, a hint of worry creeping into his tone. Just a little brat. I am Whitebeard. Whitebeard reassured Marco with a booming laugh. Marco felt as though a weight had been lifted, his smile returning. Dad is the strongest man in the world. On Wano country, Onigashima, a tall, imposing figure with horns sat in a chair, drinking deeply from a gourd emblazoned with the character heaven in his left hand, while his right perused a recently acquired newspaper. His face was shrouded in darkness, obscuring his expression. A Navy brat, Is it? A pity he is not a Zoan-type user, ha ha ha. In the Tato land, Cake Island, a middle-aged woman with a prodigious belly, whether due to obesity or pregnancy, sat in the grand hall, voraciously stuffing her face with food. The saliva that dripped from her gaping maw sizzled upon contact with the ground, leaving corrosive pits in its wake. "Mother, here es today, es newspaper," Perospero announced, holding out the paper to Big Mom. "Mother, a young Navy star has defeated that crocodile," Perospero continued, accustomed to relaying such news to Big Mom. "The Navy? What about that Garp fellow?" Suddenly, Charlotte Linlin, engaged in her battle with food, turned to Perospero, her eyes, adorned with crude purple eyeshadow, widening in alarm, causing him to instinctively retreat. At Sachi's bar in the Chambord Islands, an elderly man with long, curly white hair, a thick beard, and round glasses sipped slowly from his drink while gazing at the newspaper on the table, a perplexed expression crossing his face as a smile crept upon his lips. "The tide of a new era? Roger, is this the age you desired? A Navy star, whom Shanks will have quite the challenge ahead." Chapter 59. Conclusion: The Great Rout. G8 Fortress Training Room. The training chamber, encased in iron, lay desolate, furnished only with specialized training equipment and a fervent young man, Atlas, relentlessly striking a colossal steel block with his fists, elbows, knees, and back, employing every possible method. The steel monolith bore irregular cracks and imprints, and the mottled bloodstains narrated the tale of Atlas's exertions. Standing now at an imposing height of 2 meters and 8 centimeters, Atlas had transformed from the youthful, delicate figure of his past into a resolute young man of 19, his features sharply defined as if sculpted by a master artisan. The prolonged life at sea had robbed his skin of its youthful pallor, replacing it with a sun-kissed bronze hue. His piercing gaze, accentuated by slightly arched brows, exuded an aura of sternness, while his head, devoid of the traditional naval cap, sported a neat, cropped hairstyle that radiated vitality. His physique, far from being cumbersome, displayed a remarkable symmetry, embodying the aesthetic of power. His robust deltoids resembled armor, while his broad back contrasted with a notably slender waist, creating a perfect inverted triangle when viewed from behind. The harmony of his musculature, coupled with an exceptionally low body fat percentage, revealed sinewy fibers reminiscent of steel, each muscle pulsating with latent explosive strength. Suddenly, with a thunderous crack, the steel slab, long subjected to Atlas's relentless assault, shattered. It seemed as if he had grasped something intangible, yet just out of reach. With Atlas's formidable strength, it would have been effortless to send the metal flying and shatter it completely, but the challenge lay in breaking it in place. He had been diligently practicing this technique, believing it would enhance the penetrating power of his strikes, yet he found himself still lacking. "Lieutenant Atlas, Admiral Jonathan seeks your presence." At that moment, a Navy soldier entered the training room, delivering the summons from Jonathan. The soldier, upon witnessing the fragmented steel upon the ground, could not help but exhibit a look of admiration. Atlas had become a living legend within the G8 Fortress. "Very well, I shall attend shortly." Atlas nodded in acknowledgement, accustomed to the soldier's evident reverence. Over the past 3 months, he had devoted himself to training and undertaking missions, scarcely having a moment to spare. Each day was consumed by either executing tasks or journeying to accept new ones. Both seasoned pirates and newcomers alike had met their demise at his hands, including a notorious captain among the pirate supernovas, which had dissuaded many from taking this route into the Grand Line. Consequently, Atlas was dubbed the Devil by those who feared him. In Admiral Jonathan's office, without hesitation, Atlas pushed open the office door. Having sought Jonathan for tasks over the last 3 months, their familiarity allowed him to forego formalities, and Jonathan, known for his good-natured disposition, never minded such trivialities. "Admiral Jonathan, what brings me here? Is there yet another mission?" Atlas inquired, spotting Jonathan tinkering with his fishing rod, a hint of bemusement in his voice. "The headquarters warship? To pick me up?" Atlas was perplexed. Surely he had not yet attained the rank warranting such an honor. Had that old man Sengoku finally experienced a change of heart? "Ha ha ha, don't misunderstand. I'm not here specifically to fetch you," Jonathan teased, noticing Atlas's bewildered expression. "It's Crocodile, The headquarters has decided to transfer him to Impel Down. They previously lacked the manpower for the transfer, but coincidentally, a rear admiral is currently stationed at headquarters, so he has been dispatched to escort Crocodile. Atlas understood the necessity of such a decision. After all, a pirate of Crocodile's caliber could not be entrusted to just anyone. Only someone of considerable strength would suffice. Thus, he felt a flicker of curiosity regarding the incoming rear admiral. May I inquire as to which rear admiral will be arriving? Atlas, never one to conceal his inquisitiveness, directly posed the question to Jonathan. Allow me to keep you in suspense, ha 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 ha. Despite his high regard for Jonathan, Atlas occasionally found his penchant for riddles exasperating, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Fine, if you want to divulge. I shall see him soon enough, Atlas remarked dismissively, unconcerned about which rear admiral was approaching. After all, he would have a vessel to accompany him, sparing him the hardship of wandering alone upon the seas. Is there anything else? If not, I shall take my leave. Atlas feigned an intent to exit the office. Wait, don't go just yet, Jonathan called out, hastily stopping him. A friend of mine asked me to inquire which base you wish to be assigned to after graduation. Well, I truly haven't given it much thought. It all depends on how Admiral Sengoku arranges things. This was not a mere platitude. Atlas genuinely had not decided, though he personally leaned toward the base in the New World, as the territories near the Paradise felt too weak for his ambitions. He understood that to grow stronger, he must continuously engage with formidable adversaries. Currently, he had only activated the horse, ox, and rabbit talismans of the 12 talismans. His physical prowess was sufficient to activate another. Yet he was acutely aware of the wisdom in not overreaching. He resolved to fully assimilate the rabbit talisman before considering the next. Chapter 60. He has arrived. The man renowned alongside Kizuru time swiftly passed, and 3 days later, at the G8 fortress port, colossal naval warships were moored, while sailors bustled about, diligently maintaining the vessels. At the forefront of the port stood a man clad in a cloak of justice, a smile gracing his face as he observed Atlas across from him. Beside Atlas was Crocodile, now reduced to a captive yet still bearing an insufferable expression. It must be said that the physical resilience of individuals in the pirate world is astonishing, despite Atlas having thoroughly beaten Crocodile. He had remarkably returned to his former self in such a short span, so much so that Atlas momentarily questioned whether he had ever truly fought this man. Hello, young Atlas. I am Major Gaki, pleased to make your acquaintance. Atlas regarded the Major with an impassive expression. The man's eyes were mere slits, radiating an aura of insincerity. His hexagonal face, adorned with protruding ears, was cluttered with tightly packed features, and a cigarette dangled from his wide mouth. Unlike other naval officers who don neat uniforms, he wore a brownish coat reminiscent of a traditional Chinese garment, paired with matching relaxed trousers. His slightly hunched posture left his true age indeterminate. The impression he left on Atlas was singular. He was both lewd and unsightly. If Kizuru exuded a lewdness that emanated from within, then Major Gaki was purely defined by his outward appearance. Truly, he was a man worthy of comparison to the illustrious Kizaru within the naval headquarters, Atlas mused. Greetings, Major Gaki. I am Kano's Atlas. It's an honor to meet you. Atlas smiled and nodded, offering compliments without reservation, the nature of which could be deemed subjective. Based on Atlas's limited understanding of Gaki, he recognized him as a leader genuinely concerned for the welfare of the populace, possessing a kindness that belied his appearance. No, young Atlas, you are the one of great renown. I have long wished to meet this naval star. Gaki, evidently a man of high emotional intelligence, was unfazed by the criticisms of his lewdness, in stark contrast to the rigidity of a Kainu. He was infamously known for his obsession with the Gion district, even going so far as to frequent flower boats, a pursuit that seemed utterly absurd given that only someone with a deranged mind would acquiesce to his advances. Enough with the pleasantries. Let us first secure Crocodile aboard the ship. After a brief exchange of flattery, Gaki's demeanor shifted to seriousness as he suggested confining Crocodile to the ship's temporary prison. Hey, this should have been done ages ago. What are you two babbling about over there? Such hypocritical little naval brats. Crocodile, who had been growing impatient, could no longer contain his derision. Yet, Gaki and Atlas disregarded his taunts, personally escorting him to the makeshift prison aboard the ship. At the Marine headquarters, Marine Ford, in Sengoku's office. A man with tousled black hair, adorned with frog-eyed glasses and a thick beard braided into small plaits, sat in contemplation. Sengoku, typically hunched over paperwork, now wore a serious expression as he faced a man shrouded in swirling smoke. Though obscured, the man's iron-willed countenance was discernible, with a thick neck revealing an enigmatic tattoo. He donned a standard naval cap and a dark red suit, a dark red rose pinned to his chest, imparting an unsettling beauty. Sakazuki, what is the current situation in the New World? As before, those vile pirates continue their infighting. The most formidable factions remain the Whitebeard pirates, the Big Emon pirates, and the Beast pirates alongside the allied forces of the Yelmok pirates, the Klaus pirates, the Bloodscythe pirates, and the Francis pirates. They have formed an alliance? Sengoku inquired, somewhat taken aback. The nature of pirates is to slaughter one another, and despite the vastness of the New World, it cannot accommodate so many pirate overlords. Each of the three major pirate crews, Whitebeard, Big Emon, and Beast, is too powerful for the others to contend with alone, making a temporary alliance their inevitable choice. Akainu paused, narrowing his eyes as he continued, but they will inevitably clash again. These four pirate crews cannot remain in alliance forever in a corner of the New World. Greed is humanity's greatest foe, and these pirates embody that very sentiment. It must be acknowledged that aside from his somewhat radical ideology, Akainu's strategic insight was exceptional, offering a clear analysis of the New World's dynamics. Indeed, our task as the Navy is to seize opportunities amidst the chaos. To eliminate any one of the three major pirate crews, Whitebeard, Big Emon, or Beast, would impose tremendous risk and loss on us. However, once turmoil ignites in the New World, we shall be poised to reap the rewards. Sengoku nodded in agreement. Currently, most of our naval forces have been dispatched to the New World, awaiting the inevitable conflict among these pirate crews. This will not only weaken the three factions, but also allow us to further encroach upon and solidify our control over the New World. With key figures like Garp Akainu and Gion positioned in the New World, the situation appears favorable. As for Kizuru and Kazan, one is engaged in duties at Mary Geos, while the other leisurely traverses the seas on a bicycle. It poses quite the conundrum for Sengoku. While Kizuru maintains his usual demeanor, I hold great expectations for Kazan. However, since the O'Hara incident, he has shifted from a fervent pursuit of justice to a rather lethargic interpretation of it, matching even Kizuru's level of idleness. It is evident that Sengoku's leadership is fraught with challenges, constrained by the five elders above and Garp's capriciousness below. Kizuru appears indifferent, while Kazan is perpetually frolicking about, occasionally alarming Robin. Akainu, while diligent, often incites discontent with his extreme methodologies. As these thoughts occupied Sengoku's mind, a sense of despondency enveloped him. Chapter 61. The Undersea Prison Kano's Atlas? When dealing with pirates, one must show no mercy. No problem. As the crimson sun sank, a naval warship sailed majestically across the vast ocean, the slanting rays casting elongated shadows that enveloped the azure waters. Achoo! In the midst of a lively conversation with his brother-in-arms, Kaki, Atlas suddenly sneezed, leaving him puzzled. Was someone scheming against him? Kaki, with his eloquence, had managed to turn their brief acquaintance into a brotherly bond, almost as if they were ready to swear an oath of loyalty. Hey, Atlas, it seems your health isn't quite up to par. I was hoping to take you on a tour of the pleasure boats. Kaki teased with a lewd grin, his unattractive appearance only accentuating his inappropriate demeanor. Aren't you pursuing Major Gion? How can you be so often found at the pleasure boats? At this rate, you'll never catch her in 100 years, Atlas replied, somewhat exasperated. It was one thing for Kaki to be unsightly, but his behavior was equally repugnant. Does my frequenting of pleasure boats hinder my profound affection for Gion? Kaki retorted with an air of nonchalance. Well, suit yourself, brother Kaki. The impel-down prison was essentially a colossal tower submerged beneath the sea, its base resting in the depths, built within the windless zone and surrounded by formidable sea kings. The walls were constructed with a significant amount of sea stone powder, designed to thwart attacks from these creatures and to slightly restrain the powers of Devil Fruit users. The highest authority in Impel Down is the Chief Warden, who, in theory, ranks equally with the Fleet Admiral of the Navy, as both institutions are part of the three principal organizations under the world government. If the Navy headquarters instills fear in countless pirates, Impel Down is a place that they dare not even mention. For those pirates who seek so-called freedom, being imprisoned in Impel Down until death is a fate more terrifying than death itself. It is worth noting that the current Chief Warden is not yet the infamous Magellan, the Devil Fruit user who nearly thwarted Blackbeard's ambitions. At this moment, he is merely the Vice Warden. Khaki and Atlas escorted Crocodile off the warship, and their eyes fell upon the heavily guarded entrance of Impel Down. Don't underestimate Impel Down. Once pirates enter here, few ever escape, Khaki proclaimed with a hint of pride, explaining to Atlas. Although the Navy and Impel Down are not the same entity, their relationship remains quite amicable. Hee. I heard that a notorious pirate escaped from here a few years ago. The myth of Impel Down has long been shattered. Crocodile interjected, eager to assert his presence. Welcome to my Impel Down. As they spoke, they had unknowingly arrived at the entrance, where a rotund man donned in pharaonic regalia and wielding a standard trident greeted them boisterously. Suddenly, he exclaimed, I almost let slip my ambitions. Standing beside him was a man whose appearance bore a resemblance to a devil, who awkwardly held his stomach and introduced himself. I am Magellan, the Vice Warden of Impel Down, and this is Chief Guard Hannibal. We welcome your arrival. Greetings. I am Khaki, and this is our Navy rising star, Kanos Atlas. Khaki chimed in, providing Atlas with a more detailed introduction. Please follow me. We must first confine Crocodile to level 6, known as the Infinite Hell. The Chief Warden is currently occupied with official duties, so we shall attend to you for now. Infinite Hell? Atlas pondered, wondering which level that was. Infinite Hell is level 6 of Impel Down, where only the most vicious pirates are imprisoned. Crocodile should feel quite honored to be confined there. Noticing Atlas's apparent confusion, the considerate Khaki provided the answer. As they entered Impel Down, Atlas surveyed the dimly lit surroundings. Every corner was teeming with surveillance bugs, ensuring that all movements were monitored. As they delved deeper, the cries of agony echoed through the halls. Is anyone there? Can someone let me out? I will reveal the location of my hidden treasure. Whoever rescues me will get half. Oh no, I'll give you everything. Let me out. I am innocent, despite their cries for justice. Each of these individuals had once been ruthless pirates. Magellan frowned, explaining to Atlas, who he feared might be impulsive enough to seek justice for these miscreants. Rest assured, I am not one to show mercy, Atlas replied with a smile, joking that very few pirates could survive in his presence. Suddenly, a scream erupted from the shadows not far from Atlas, and a tall man with a broad jaw and a cigar emerged from the darkness. Chapter 62. Akainu and Shiryu. Have you once again indiscriminately slaughtered prisoners? Magellan frowned as he observed the man before him, who was slowly polishing his blade. Clearly, this was not the first or second time Shiryu had engaged in such brutal conduct, and Magellan was profoundly displeased by his actions. Oh, it was merely a few worthless scum. There's no need to be so agitated, Magellan, Shiryu replied dismissively, as he was never troubled by the act of dispatching insignificant figures. Murder held no psychological burden for him. You. Magellan felt a surge of anger. But with his naval colleagues present, he refrained from expressing it overtly, instead introducing the group to Shiryu with a resigned expression. This is Shiryu of the Rain, the Vice Warden of Impel Down. He then turned to Shiryu and continued, These two are Rear Admiral Gaki and the rising star of the Navy, Atlas. Fencer? Before Magellan could finish his introduction, Shiryu's gaze drifted to the Sandai Kitetsu at Atlas's waist, and a flicker of interest crossed his cold eyes as he raised an eyebrow. Care for spar? Atlas was slightly taken aback by the hint of murderous intent radiating from Shiryu. Was he struggling to control his bloodlust? It seemed that the oppressive atmosphere of Impel Down had begun to twist Shiryu's psyche. Shiryu, what are you doing? Magellan could no longer contain himself and barked at Shiryu. Just joking, why so serious? Shiryu retorted, aware of his own fault, curling his lips defiantly. Just as he was about to leave, he glanced at Hannibal in the crowd, sneering derisively. Waste. Hey, 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 I am still your superior. Hannibal protested vociferously, but Shiryu, now shrouded in darkness, paid him no mind. Ladies and gentlemen, please excuse the commotion. Magellan, witnessing the uproar between the shouting Hannibal and the psychopathic Shiryu, felt a flush of embarrassment and spoke awkwardly. Ha ha, I understand. After all, living in Impel Down means dealing with various criminals, which inevitably breeds a range of personalities. Gaki chimed in smoothly, perfectly articulating Magellan's thoughts. This is our unique giant elevator in Impel Down, which allows us to conveniently traverse between floors. Our destination this time is level 6, the Infinite Hell. In no time, the group boarded the colossal elevator and arrived at level 6. Unlike the prisoners on the previous levels, those here did not wail and plead for mercy. Rather, they hung their heads, their eyes dull, calmly directing their gaze towards Atlas and his companions. A typical person might tremble under such an oppressive atmosphere. But Atlas possessed the will to become the strongest man in the world, even without the Conqueror's haki. His aura and resolve rendered him unyielding in the face of those present. As for the others, Magellan was destined to become an admiral in the future, while Gaki would also rise to the rank of candidate admiral, and Hannibal, well, he was already shaking in his boots. I'm the warden of Impel Down. Hannibal stammered defensively, quickly realizing he had inadvertently exposed his ambitions. Atlas and the others paid him no mind, having long since developed immunity to his eccentric behavior. After imprisoning Crocodile, Gaki hurriedly departed Impel Down with Atlas, politely declining Magellan's invitation to dinner as they headed towards Marineford. Marineford, Impel Down, and Judicial Island formed a triangular alliance, with their proximity allowing the warship to reach Navy headquarters in short order. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Gaki and Atlas paused at the door, surprised to find Sengoku, wearing his frog-eye glasses and a braided beard, still seated behind the desk, while a tall man in a naval cap, smoking a cigar, occupied the chair opposite him. Admiral Sengoku, Vice Admiral Akainu. Crocodile has been successfully imprisoned in Impel Down. Upon seeing Atlas and Gaki, Sengoku promptly ceased his conversation with Akainu and inquired about the mission's outcome. Report, Admiral Sengoku. The criminal Crocodile has been successfully incarcerated in Impel Down. Excellent. But do you understand the trouble you've caused me? Sengoku chastised Atlas, casting Gaki an appreciative glance. It was known that the world government had just established the warlords of the sea system, and the Navy had apprehended Crocodile without solid evidence. This was a blatant affront to the world government, and who knew how much pressure Sengoku had faced from the Gorosei. Nonetheless, well done, Atlas. Sengoku's expression shifted from grim to cheerful as he praised Atlas, catching him off guard with such a rapid change. You flatter me. It was my duty. Atlas responded humbly. Indeed, combating piracy is the essence of the Navy's justice. Akainu interjected, seated with a stern demeanor, but then furrowed his brow, a wave of iron resolve washing over him. Your greatest mistake this time was not seizing the opportunity to eliminate Crocodile. Atlas merely smiled, refraining from rebuttal. Had he acted on that impulse, it would have been Sengoku seeking him out for trouble. All right, Atlas, you performed exceptionally well in this graduation assessment. The headquarters has decided to honor you with a commendation. The ceremony will take place in a few days, so prepare accordingly. Additionally, regarding your post-graduation plans, where do you intend to go? Report, Admiral Sengoku. I will comply with your arrangements. Excellent. After the commendation ceremony, you shall accompany Akainu to the New World. Sengoku nodded, revealing his premeditated plan. Are you certain you want to venture to the New World with me? The strong there are as numerous as the fish in the river. It is nothing like the trivial skirmishes you faced in paradise. One misstep, and you may find yourself lost forever. Akainu advised Atlas with a solemn countenance. The pirates in paradise are far too weak. I aspire to become the strongest man in the world. Of course, I must first ensure Whitebeard remains alive. Awaiting the day, I dethrone him from the pinnacle of strength. Atlas proclaimed with unabashed enthusiasm. A glimmer of appreciation sparked in Akainu's eyes. Such conviction and determination were commendable. I have heard your strength is formidable. I am inclined to test whether you possess the merit to join my crew. Chapter 63. Power in the Training Grounds of Marineford. Atlas, clad in the mantle of justice, stood opposite Akainu. There were no other Navy personnel around to witness the confrontation, save for Sengoku and Gaji, who occupied a nearby viewing platform. Earlier, in Sengoku's office, Akainu had expressed his desire to gauge Atlas's strength, a proposition that received unanimous approval from those present. Sengoku was eager to observe the progress Atlas had made over time, while Gaji merely wished to witness the spectacle, given that one was a monstrous vice admiral of the Navy, and the other was a rising star deemed by Zifa-sensei to have the potential to surpass the three great monsters. "Are you a swordsman?" Akainu inquired, casting a glance at the Sandai Kitetsu at Atlas's waist, his voice low and serious. "Coincidentally, I possess a modicum of swordsmanship myself. It would be fitting for us to engage in a duel." However, Atlas noticed the absence of any weapon on Akainu's person, raising a brow in perplexity. Akainu maintained his stoic demeanor, declaring, "A sword is indeed a cumbersome tool." As he spoke, thick smoke billowed forth, and molten lava dripped onto the training ground, creating deep craters. A massive sword, approximately 2 meters in length, materialized in Akainu's grasp, its blade forged entirely from seething lava, the intense heat warping the air around them. How infuriating! He has concealed his weapon, Atlas thought, his lips twitching as he regarded the unyielding Akainu wielding the molten giant sword. With a metallic clang, Atlas drew the Sandai Kitetsu from his side, its black-red haki rapidly coiling around it, enhancing the sword's ominous allure. "Sengoku, prepare to reconstruct the training grounds." Atlas called out to Sengoku, who was just about to enjoy a snack while watching the spectacle, inciting his ire. Before Atlas could assume a proper stance, Akainu charged forward, swinging his sword with ferocity. "What the hell, Akainu? Have you no sense of martial ethics?" The clash was thunderous. Their blades met with a dull thud rather than the expected metallic ring. "Impressive strength," Akainu remarked, as they briefly stalemated, ultimately resulting in Atlas retreating a few steps. "Dragon Tail." Atlas steadied himself, drawing back his left leg, unleashing a blood-red slash aimed directly at Akainu. With a whoosh, a massive gash appeared on Akainu's chest, lava spilling forth, and the upper half of his body disintegrated into molten rock upon impact. Quite the powerful strike. However, to Atlas's astonishment, Akainu's form began to regenerate, leaving not even a trace of injury. Intrigued by the natural element's transformation ability, Atlas pondered how it could envelop Akainu's clothing as well. Reminiscent of how Kizaru emerged from the Marineford War with merely a smudge on his attire. "Flattery will get you nowhere, Vice Admiral Akainu," Atlas declared. But before he could finish, Akainu's hands morphed into colossal lava fists, an immense burst of power surging from within him as he charged at Atlas with both fists raised. Firestorm. Atlas's heart raced. He had anticipated a duel of swordsmanship. In a moment of urgency, he swung the Sandai Kitetsu upwards. One sword style, Cicada Rain, ascending tower. The barrage of slashes collided with the giant lava fists. Boom! The fists erupted under the force of Atlas's strikes, sending countless volcanic projectiles raining down. To be fair, Akainu had held back, launching only 2 molten fists, likely due to his consideration for the training grounds repair costs, which would undoubtedly weigh heavily on Sengoku. Taking a deep breath, Atlas sheathed the Sandai Kitetsu, allowing the dense haki to envelop his body. His chest, shoulders, back, legs, and arms were adorned with dark red hues. 2 black patterns tracing from the corners of his eyes to his neck, imbuing the air around him with a palpable sense of sharpness and weight. "Come at me," Atlas roared, stepping back slightly, channeling power into his core as the muscles in his back rippled like a restless creature. His fists swelled to a fierce red. Iron Fist Technique. God of War arm shatter. The air was filled with a storm of fists as Atlas's formidable observation haki guided each strike with precision against the descending volcanic projectiles. Despite their formidable might, the volcanic projectiles, propelled by the simulated eruption, bore a relentless burning sensation that even Atlas's strength and haki could not entirely mitigate. Suddenly, While Atlas was preoccupied with the barrage, Akainu closed the distance with alarming speed, his strength and velocity a terrifying combination. He had seamlessly integrated the magma fruit into his combat style, each punch mimicking the cataclysmic force of a volcanic eruption. Speed is power. Have you ever felt my kick? In a decisive moment, Atlas abandoned the remaining volcanic projectiles, lifting his leg to strike at the oncoming Akainu. At this juncture, it was evident that Atlas's legs were his strongest asset. After undergoing rigorous enhancement through the bull charm, his muscle density had reached astonishing levels, complemented by the rabbit charm's fortification of his lower limbs. Unlike most formidable warriors in the pirate world, whose strength lay primarily in their torsos, Atlas exhibited a remarkable balance, with his lower body exhibiting even greater power. Boom! Their fists and legs collided, and Atlas barely shifted backward. Bang! 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 More collisions ensued, and though his haki mitigated some damage, Atlas had to concede that Akainu's haki far surpassed his own. At this moment, Akainu stood at the pinnacle of his power, even on the cusp of ascendance. His years of training were incomparable to Atlas's brief period of haki awakening. The fact that Atlas could contend with Akainu to such an extent was an extraordinary feat in itself. Deep down, Atlas recognized his current limitation, a lack of high-damage attacks or expansive area of effect capabilities like those possessed by natural elements. Suddenly, Atlas retreated a step, pivoted, and unleashed a punch, channeling an inexplicable penetrating force through his fist. Boom! The two haki-clad fists collided fiercely. Akainu felt Atlas's strength pierce through his haki defense, striking his body as if bare-knuckled against steel. Meanwhile, Atlas was forced to retreat, leaving a series of distinct footprints in the solid ground of the training area, his sleeves torn and tattered. Chapter 64. The Bestowal of Ranks Indeed. Akainu slightly shook his fist, nodding in appreciation. This was not the first time he had praised Atlas. If his subordinates were present, they would undoubtedly be astonished. After all, the usually stern and taciturn Akainu rarely offered such frequent commendations. The Hound of Hell. Akainu's attacks were perpetually explosive and utterly unexpected. His arms suddenly transformed into molten lava, rapidly extending. Atlas dared not be careless. In the original anime, this very move had obliterated half of Whitebeard's face. Even though Akainu was not yet as formidable as he would be in a decade, the power he wielded was not to be underestimated. Iron Block, War God Arm, Cross Hunt. Atlas swiftly crossed his arms in front of him. Through the technique of life restoration, he enlarged his arms, the color of his haki abruptly fading as the intense and almost tangible haki concentrated upon his arms. Dark red and strikingly vivid, akin to the colossal limbs of a giant that almost enveloped his entire form. Boom! The searing lava struck Atlas's black-red arms, scattering molten rock and swiftly ravaging the ground, thick plumes of smoke billowing upward. The tremendous impact nearly caused Atlas to lose his upright stature, forcing him to be flung backward in a rather disheveled manner. Hey, that's enough, Akainu, Atlas exclaimed, noticing that Akainu seemed poised to unleash another attack. It was no jest. With Akainu's level of destructive power, should he unleash his full strength, the losses in manpower and resources for repairs would be unimaginable. Atlas felt a pang of sympathy for Sengoku. Moreover, Atlas found himself genuinely struggling against Akainu. It was not merely a matter of physical prowess. The overwhelming pressure of haki and the high damage of his Logia abilities were insurmountable for Atlas. Akainu's Magma Fruit truly deserved its title as a top-tier Logia, and his mastery over its development and application was nothing short of sublime, even simulating volcanic eruptions to enhance his explosive might. I acknowledge your strength. Quite impressive indeed. Kano's Atlas. Akainu, upon hearing this, slightly moderated his demeanor, his words reflecting a newfound respect for Atlas. Although Akainu was known for his lack of mirth, there was no mistaking the satisfaction gleaming within his gaze. In the early morning at Marineford, the crimson sun rose, casting mottled rays that dispelled the lingering fog. The sky was expansive and cloudless, mirroring the clarity of Atlas's current state of mind, pure and unblemished. As anticipated, Rosanani had also applied for early graduation after Atlas's departure, despite his strength not meeting the criteria. It seemed he volunteered to infiltrate after hearing of Don Quixote da Flamingo's malevolence. The ceremony took place in the square before the headquarters, directly opposite the crescent-shaped harbor. This location was undoubtedly the heart of Marineford, where the Marineford War had unfolded. And several years prior, the Golden Lion had wreaked havoc, only to be subdued by Sengoku and Garp, ultimately imprisoned in the underwater prison. The square was already teeming with spectators, largely curious onlookers. Marineford not only housed a significant naval presence, but also accommodated many officers' families in the rear family quarters, making it one of the safest places in the world. Naturally, Atlas was not the sole recipient of honors today. However, he was largely unfamiliar with the other individuals on stage, so he proceeded directly to the podium without the need for greetings. Under the gaze of countless fervent eyes, Atlas navigated through the throngs to reach the awarding platform. Dressed in a tailored pure white suit, with a justice cloak billowing behind him, Atlas stood out. Naval officers at his rank were permitted to don civilian attire paired with the justice cloak instead of the standard naval uniform. The suit he wore had been custom-made to fit his physique perfectly, crafted from an unknown material that provided utmost comfort, an investment well worth the expense, especially as the headquarters would reimburse him. After waiting on stage for approximately 3 minutes, Sengoku and Akainu arrived, stepping up one after the other. Sengoku was undoubtedly the presiding officer for this ceremony, while Akainu merely accompanied him for the occasion. The previously noisy square fell silent, and countless gazes converged upon the stage, the majority directed towards the young Atlas. Atlas's appearance was not conventionally handsome. His features bore a ruggedness, embodying a soldier's indomitable spirit. Yet, what drew attention was that at his tender age, he stood among the ranks of rear admirals, signifying that he was about to be awarded the prestigious title of Rear Admiral of the Marine Headquarters. On the other side, Sengoku began to extract a document to read the list of honorees. Pimentel, physical assessment, passed. Combat performance, passed. Authorized for graduation, awarding the rank of Major. A robust man sprinted from the back of the line to accept his commendation from Sengoku. Paresa, physical evaluation, excellent. Combat performance, good. Authorized for graduation, awarding the rank of Lieutenant Colonel. Darius, Leo Gago, Belding. Alice was somewhat surprised, as it appeared that the list of honorees included not only individuals from outside the training camp, but also some new recruits from the previous graduating class. As he coincidentally graduated with them, the awarding proceeded smoothly, with most recipients receiving the ranks of Major or Lieutenant Colonel, while a select few seasoned veterans were awarded the rank of Colonel. Suddenly, Sengoku's gaze shifted toward Atlas, a smile gracing his face as he proclaimed loudly, Kano's Atlas. Physical evaluation, excellent. Combat assessment, excellent. Authorized for graduation, awarding the rank of Rear Admiral. Boom! A ripple of astonishment surged through the crowd, their gazes instantly fixating on Atlas. Although he had anticipated this moment, hearing Sengoku announce it aloud rendered it almost unbelievable. While the Marines training camp was renowned as the cradle of naval officers, no one had expected that a mere 2 years of training could lead to the title of Rear Admiral. Chapter 65. The New World at the Port of Mariewa. A warship proudly adorned with the unique seagull flag of the Navy was docked. Unlike ordinary naval vessels, this ship was slightly larger and bore a significantly greater number of cannons on its flanks. Its hull was painted with dark crimson stripes, and the prow featured a peculiar creature resembling the gaping maw of an abyss, evoking an aura of fierce savagery. This was Admiral Akainu's specially commissioned flagship. It was customary for vice admirals to have their own ships tailored to their preferences, much like the uniquely designed dog-headed ship of Vice Admiral Garp. Given that vice admirals ranked among the upper echelons of the Navy, it was only fitting that they did not travel aboard standard naval vessels. On the expansive deck, Atlas gazed contemplatively at the gradually receding silhouette of Mariewa. Clad in his distinctive white suit and justice cloak, he remained unchanged, for he had ordered multiple sets of attire to suit his needs, rendering a change of clothing unnecessary. There were only two routes to the New World. One could either coat their ship at Sabeti Archipelago and then venture through Fishman Island, though one might encounter colossal sea kings, which could abruptly end their perilous journey. As members of the Navy, Atlas and his comrades chose to traverse the Red Line, entering the New World through the passage of Mariewa, a route considered relatively safe, albeit with the possibility of encountering the detestable bubble dragons. However, whether it was luck or Akainu's fearsome demeanor that deterred the bubble dragons today, Atlas had yet to spot the so-called world nobles. Are you prepared to step into the battleground of the New World? Suddenly, Akainu's voice broke into Atlas's thoughts. Since the execution of Roger and the disappearance of the Golden Lion, the New World had been dominated by three formidable powers: the Whitebeard Pirates, the Big Mom Pirates, and the Beast Pirates. Among these, the Whitebeard Pirates reigned supreme, followed by the Big Mom Pirates, while Kaido of the Beast Pirates had only recently taken control of Wano, rendering his strength marginally weaker than the first two crews. Additionally, a pirate alliance composed of 4 crews sought to counterbalance these three factions: the Yermak Pirates, the Klaus Pirates, the Bloodscythe Pirates, and the Francis Pirates. Nevertheless, this alliance was destined to fracture, as Navy intelligence indicated that Kaido had been courting the Francis crew. Although they had not openly accepted, suspicion had already begun to fester within their ranks. Courting? Atlas furrowed his brow, questioning why Kaido would specifically target Francis among the 4 crews. Did he possess strength surpassing the others? Kaido has a particular fondness for Zoan-type devil fruit users. Francis's fruit, the ancient Zoan, bear fruit in its ancient form, is a coveted power. The position of disaster within the Beast Pirates remains unfilled, Akainu elucidated. Our Navy's objective is to continuously harass the 3 most powerful pirate crews, leading the so-called Pirate Alliance to mistakenly believe that Whitebeard's forces are hampered, thus prompting them to engage in battle with Whitebeard, Charlotte Linlin, and Kaido before their alliance crumbles. This would allow us to reap the benefits. But those pirates are not fools. They won't engage in a mutually destructive conflict that allows us to benefit at their expense. Atlas expressed his skepticism. Despite the generally low intelligence of pirates in the New World, those who managed to carve out a territory, there were hardly Na'vi. Such formidable pirates were often synonymous with cunning and ruthlessness. Rest assured, this matter does not require your concern. The world government will dispatch agents to assist our operations. Akainu replied without further elaboration, a cryptic smile playing at the corners of his lips. Observing this, Atlas refrained from pressing further, suspecting that it was likely the CP division of the world government, those shadows adept at infiltration, assassination, and sowing discord. In the New World, in an obscure sea region, dark clouds loomed ominously overhead, occasionally pierced by flashes of lightning. Yet amidst the inky sky, a colossal azure dragon twisted and turned, its form strikingly unique, adorned with 2 dragon horns and additional outwardly extending antlers. Flames enveloped its body as it soared, climbing through the clouds. Occasionally, bolts of lightning struck the immense dragon, leaving only deep white scars on its hide, while a distinctly human expression of enjoyment flickered across its fearsome visage. As the dragon flew, the dark sky suddenly brightened, revealing a clear expanse that sparkled like a polished mirror, as if the previous tempest had merely been an illusion. This was the capricious weather of the Grand Line. Abruptly, the dragon's gaze brightened at the sight of a floating island in the distance, prompting it to ascend swiftly. Indeed, the pirate world was home to many sky islands. The legendary Gold Country, Yaga Island, was said to have formed above the White Sea due to unique ocean currents. Upon landing on the island, the dragon's massive form rapidly diminished, transforming into an extraordinarily burly man, his long black hair cascading over his shoulders, adorned with a pair of elongated horns and a beard resembling dragon whiskers. His upper body was bare, revealing a tattoo resembling dragon scales on his left arm and an X-shaped scar on his right side. He wore a purple garment cinched at the waist with 2 golden chains, while loose dark green trousers flowed down to his feet, and a purple fur cloak draped over his shoulders. In his hand, he wielded a spike club. It was none other than Kaido, the governor of the Beast Pirates. Ha ha ha! What splendid place for a suicide! Kaido, now in human form, plopped down onto the small, floating island, retrieving a massive gourd emblazoned with the character for heaven, and began to drink heartily. Soon, Kaido stared blankly at the dark gourd, a deep flush creeping across his fearsome features. Burp. Satisfied, Kaido released a belch, struggling to rise from the ground as he approached the island's edge, peering down with a somewhat dazed expression. The height is just right. Ha ha. Chapter 66. A charming encounter from the skies in the New World seas. Their course was set towards the Navy's base, G5, a veritable bastion for the Navy's operations in this tumultuous region. Suddenly, Atlas and Akainu, engaged in conversation, simultaneously lifted their gazes to the clear sky, their minds flooded with urgent alerts from their observation haki. A dark speck materialized within their line of sight, rapidly enlarging into a humanoid figure, its descent directed towards the warship. All hands, prepare for battle. Helmsman, adjust the ship's course. Akainu barked, his voice laced with fury. He recognized the figure as Kaido of the Beasts. It was well known that this individual relished in self-destructive tendencies, and now they had the misfortune of crossing paths with him. Atlas narrowed his eyes as Kaido approached with alarming speed. What a coincidence it was to encounter the pirate governor, who would later be heralded as the mightiest creature on land, sea, and air after more than a decade. Atlas surmised that Kaido engaged in such reckless behavior to exploit his devil fruit powers. Zoan-type fruits were among the most versatile, allowing continuous self-harm and regeneration. Relying on his formidable resilience and the strength of his mythical Zoan fruit, Kaido engaged in various forms of self-endangerment. Meteor Volcano. Akainu would not remain idle. He unleashed the powers of his magma fruit, conjuring a multitude of molten fists that erupted forth with the force of a volcanic eruption. One sword style, Ascending Tower. Shattered Star. Atlas swiftly enveloped himself in haki, unleashing a blood-red slash with his sword, the Enma, resembling an immense fishing net that ensnared Kaido. Boom! The barrage of molten fists converged upon Kaido, resulting in a thunderous explosion that sent plumes of steam billowing into the air, shrouding the surrounding waters in mist. Kaido's massive form was momentarily deflected from its trajectory, and through Atlas's haki, he discerned that Kaido bore only minor burns and a myriad of white marks. Essentially, Atlas had merely caused him a fleeting itch. Still inebriated, Kaido was jolted awake by the searing sensation, flipping in midair to transform into a colossal azure dragon, its four claws emerging from the clouds, lifting Kaido into the sky. His fearsome dragon head swayed as he struggled to fully regain his senses, and upon spotting Akainu, his surprise quickly morphed into self-amusement. The Navy? Akainu? Ha ha ha! Before Akainu could retort, Kaido unleashed a torrent of flames that surged towards the warship. Akainu, infuriated, felt compelled to act. His concern for the soldiers aboard did not deter him. In his mind, capturing Kaido was worth any sacrifice, even if it meant the demise of everyone aboard, including himself. Yet, among the Navy's three titans, Aokiji excelled in naval combat, Kizaru in aerial warfare, while Akainu specialized in land battles, a fact dictated by their respective devil fruit abilities. Thus, this scenario was decidedly unfavorable for him, even with his moonwalk technique. Prolonged engagement would prove taxing due to its severe energy drain. Admiral Akainu, allow me, Atlas interjected, halting Akainu's advance. Without hesitation, he assumed a poised stance, his muscular arms tensing as immense power coursed from his core to his limbs. One sword style, God of War arm, Dragon Slash. The massive crescent-shaped slash met Kaido's fiery breath, cleaving it in two and causing the scorching winds to part around the warship, cascading into the ocean and thickening the surrounding mist. Atlas, lead the crew away. I will handle him. Akainu swiftly assessed the situation, recognizing that the soldier's presence would only hinder him. Although he embraced sacrifice, he did not wish for it to be in vain. With that, he propelled himself into the air using moonwalk, his cold gaze locking onto Kaido's dragon visage. Understood, Atlas responded, prioritizing obedience to the command. His focus shifted to ensuring the safety of the crew before engaging in combat. Canine Bite, Crimson Lotus. Akainu, harboring a deep-seated disdain for pirates, transformed his arm into molten lava, summoning two enormous canine heads that lunged at Kaido. Bad wind. Kaido exhaled, unleashing a barrage of slicing wind blades that mercilessly shredded the molten heads, causing a rain of lava to fall from the sky. Razor, a fusion of moonwalk and shave. This technique allowed Akainu to move rapidly through the air. In an instant, he appeared before Kaido, his fist enveloped in haki, the dark energy swirling with volcanic fury, targeting Kaido's right eye. Seeing this, Kaido hastily closed his eyelid, draping his face in haki as well. Bang! A muted thud resonated as Akainu's haki-piercing punch struck true, bypassing Kaido's defenses and impacting his eye. Despite the formidable resilience of a mythical Zoan, the fragility of the eye was undeniable. Kaido felt a sharp sting. His vision momentarily obscured, and his massive form wavered dangerously close to the sea. "You insolent navy!" Kaido roared, incensed, shifting into his hybrid dragon form. Though powerful, this form size rendered him an easy target for similarly strong opponents. Thunderbagua. Drawing his spiked club, Kaido summoned crackling lightning that entwined around it, swinging the massive weapon with such speed that it appeared to leave no afterimage. Underworld Dog. Akainu extended his molten arms, clashing fiercely with Kaido's club. The shockwave from their collision radiated outward, shaking the very air around them. "Akainu, kill me, kill me." Kaido's manic laughter echoed, his teeth bared in defiance. "Humph, evil pirate," Akainu retorted, unwilling to back down as he thrust his fist towards Kaido. Both were titans among titans, but Kaido's fish fruit, mythical Zoan, azure dragon form, was an overwhelming advantage, rendering him impervious to drowning in the sea while boasting an impenetrable hide. Meanwhile, Atlas had stealthily maneuvered away from the battlefield, skillfully employing Moonwalk to position himself behind Kaido. Chapter 67. Armament Haki. External release of the Iron Block Fist Technique. Armament Chaos. Atlas had long since transformed into a 2-meter combat form, his entire body enveloped in a rich hue of armament haki, with mysterious patterns swirling across his skin. With the development of life restoration and the deepening of his haki training, Atlas had mastered this form to a remarkable degree. A myriad of fist shadows struck towards Kaido's back, yet Kaido remained unfazed. Although his observation haki had detected Atlas approaching from behind, he deemed Atlas's punches mere tickles compared to the imminent threat posed by Akainu's attack. Bang! 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 Atlas's haki-covered fists relentlessly struck Kaido's back, producing a dull, thudding sound. "You little brat. The massage feels great. You've loosened my muscles, ha ha ha." Kaido grinned maliciously at Atlas, indulging in mockery. "Is that so?" Atlas retorted, pouting as he drew the third generation of Kitetsu, enveloping it in haki. One sword style, God of War arm, dragon slash. 2 slashes formed and za as they sliced towards Kaido, while Akainu seized the opportunity to deliver a hellhound directly to Kaido's face. Kaido, ever reckless, had no intention of taking a hit from Akainu's attack. Even though he wasn't relying on his looks, he still wished to avoid disfigurement. Thus, he chose to disregard Atlas's slashes, focusing solely on countering Akainu. Swoosh! The massive crimson slash pierced through Kaido's dense scales, leaving shallow lines of blood that quickly vanished. It appeared that Kaido had yet to attain the terrifying defense he would exhibit a decade later. After all, this was a formidable meat shield capable of withstanding even the strongest of attacks. Damn it! Though Atlas's slashes had caused little harm, the fact that a mere Navy brat had breached his defenses irked the proud ruler of the New World. Kaido, in a fit of anger, sidestepped and swung his kanabo, unleashing a tremendous force towards Atlas, as if the very air was about to explode from the sheer power and speed. Hey, is this really necessary? Atlas quickly grasped the third generation of Kitetsu with both hands, positioning it defensively before him. Bang! The third generation of Kitetsu blocked Kaido's colossal fist, and Atlas felt the veins in his neck bulging, his teeth clenched tightly as his body was propelled backward. After delivering the blow, Kaido glanced at the flying Atlas, preparing for his next move. However, Akainu would not allow him such a respite. His molten fist surged toward Kaido, the rising temperature almost causing the air to boil. Bang! With no choice, Kaido covered himself in haki, bracing against Akainu's fist, while his head transformed into a gigantic dragon's head, exhaling several blasts of scorching heat. Sizzle! Akainu transformed into his magma form, and the intense heat clashed against the lava, sending countless flames and molten rock cascading into the sea, raising the temperature of the surrounding waters significantly. Whoosh! Atlas, propelled by Kaido's strike, quickly returned from a distance. Such a high-stakes battle was immensely beneficial for his growth, as opportunities like this were rare. With one top-tier combatant restraining another, Atlas only needed to occasionally disrupt their fight. Kaido, life restoration, god of war body. Atlas's body swelled mid-air, rapidly growing to a height of 5 meters, the patterns on his face becoming more pronounced, and an overwhelming sense of power radiating from him. Ha ha ha, you're an interesting little brat. Kaido turned to face Atlas, momentarily taken aback by his transformed appearance before bursting into laughter. Maybe, brat, care to join me? I'll save you a spot in the drought. Ha ha ha, how tempting, but I must decline. Ah, such a pity. Then you shall meet your demise. Thunderous roars echoed as violent lightning coiled around Kaido's kanabo, an ominous aura warning Atlas of the immense power behind this strike. Bang! The collision of fist and club unleashed a cataclysmic force, and for a fleeting moment, Atlas found himself in a stalemate with Kaido's thunderous trigrams, only to be sent flying afterward. Atlas felt as though he were a cannonball launched into the air, tracing an almost perfect parabolic trajectory toward the sea below. Kaido, who seemed carefree and reckless, was aware that no one could kill him. Otherwise, he would flee faster than anyone, as evidenced by Kazuki Oden's example. Annoying little insect, Kaido grumbled, feeling vexed. While Akainu restrained him, the persistent Navy brat clung to him like a stubborn gum, refusing to perish no matter how hard he struck, allowing Akainu to land some blows. Descending 3 worlds, guiding Naraku, Kaido's body ascended, his massive kanabo spinning at high speed, with Conqueror's haki swiftly enveloping it. Black and red, lightning crackled as he leveraged his altitude advantage to bring the club crashing down toward Akainu. Canine bite, Crimson Lotus. A fearsome head of lava materialized, opening its abyss-like jaws to snap at Kaido's kanabo. Instantly, a mist of water scattered around them as if it had encountered something terrifying. Boom! The explosive sound reverberated, shaking even Atlas, who had been struck by Kaido's thunderous 8 trigrams from a distance. Bang! 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 The violent sounds of hand-to-hand combat erupted as Akainu and Kaido abandoned their fruit powers, opting for a raw exchange of physical strength. Thus, the two titans clashed in the air for an entire day and night, while Atlas occasionally darted in to land a few hits, only to be sent flying by Kaido's kanabo each time. However, bolstered by the 3 great charms, Atlas continued to engage Kaido without a care, initially surprising Kaido with his terrifying recovery and endurance, but soon rendered him numb to the spectacle. As Atlas relentlessly exchanged blows with Kaido, he felt his physical prowess and the absorption of the charms advancing at an astonishing rate, akin to a sponge absorbing water and expanding. Most thrilling of all, he realized that his armament haki was now capable of external release. Chapter 68, Defeat and Retreat. Bang! Whoosh! In the misty waters, a sense of mystery enveloped the surroundings as a colossal creature engaged in a fierce struggle with 2 figures, one large and one small. Kaido's body was marred with char marks, purple lightning coiling around him. His enormous dragon had occasionally exhaled scorching breaths, while a haki-infused Bajrang wielded with the power of Conqueror's haki exuded an overwhelming force. Anyone with a wavering would be rendered unconscious, collapsing into the ocean under the sheer pressure of his presence. Akainu and Atlas flanked Kaido, with Akainu's arms transformed into massive molten forms, brimming with an ominous potential for explosive power. He unleashed a series of hellhound attacks towards Kaido. Meanwhile, Atlas, shrouded in haki, had shrunk to approximately 2 meters in height. His haki deepened, with dark patterns curling from the corners of his eyes, extending to his forehead, while his arms grotesquely swelled. The speed of his punches ignited sparks in the air. At this moment, Atlas was taut with anticipation, his observation haki heightened to its utmost capacity. Despite Akainu's diversion, Atlas remained vigilant against Kaido's King's addiction. Although Kaido's use of Conqueror's haki seemed somewhat unrefined, its occasional impact left Atlas momentarily dazed. Hellhound! Once again, a Hellhound strike landed on Kaido's chest, instantly tearing his flesh. Yet, astonishingly, he recovered at an observable pace. This scene had repeated countless times throughout the day and night of their battle. The awakening of a Zoan-type fruit was inherently terrifying, especially considering Kaido's fish fruit, a superior mythical Zoan. What drove Kaido to the brink of madness was Atlas, who possessed self-healing abilities akin to those of an awakened Zoan user, coupled with seemingly boundless stamina, resembling a monster. Kid, I'll give you one more chance. Become my subordinate. It must be said that Kaido exemplified the pirate world's appreciation for talent, showing immense regard for capable individuals, eager to recruit anyone he encountered. What? You refuse to join? One blow of thunder, 8 trigrams will knock you out and send you to mine. Kaido, you think you're worthy? I aspire to become the strongest man in the world. Atlas fixed his gaze firmly on Kaido, a powerful aura emanating from him, soaring towards the heavens. Whitebeard, Kaido paused, then burst into laughter. What a formidable spirit. Fire breath. Kaido's massive molten fist surged toward him, the terrifying heat distorting the air. Kaido felt a wave of heat rush toward him, prompting him to swing his budge rung in a sweeping motion. Diamond arrow. Boom. The intense impact pushed both combatants back. As Kaido regained his footing, Atlas's fist landed precisely upon him. Before the punch could fully connect, a blood-red haki erupted, causing Kaido to lose his balance and nearly tumble into the sea. Though falling into the ocean wouldn't lead to immediate drowning like other users, he would struggle to move beneath the surface, rendering combat impossible. Kid, not enough. You think that power can dethrone Whitebeard from his position as the strongest in the world? While Kaido held no fear of Whitebeard, he acknowledged the latter's genuine ability to defeat him, the destructive power of the Tremor fruit instilling caution in Kaido. Nevertheless, escaping was an effortless task for him if he so desired. Soon enough, Akainu and Kaido clashed once more, and in the realm of the strongest pirates. Battles hinged on endurance. While Akainu and Kaido exhibited slight disparities, neither could easily overpower the other. The gap was minuscule. However, to their astonishment, Atlas appeared unfazed. Despite not being the primary force, he had absorbed numerous attacks from Kaido throughout the battle. His stamina seemingly remained intact, which was rather terrifying. Fistbone Meteor. Suddenly, a massive projectile soared from beneath the three, targeting Kaido, who floated in mid-air. Kopu! Kaido exclaimed, surprised to find Carp arriving for support, likely prompted by Akainu's soldiers seeking assistance via Den Mushi. Kaido instantly transformed into his gigantic dragon form, soaring into the sky and exhaling a blast of heat before vanishing into the clouds. Akainu and Atlas made no effort to impede Kaido's escape in his dragon form. Kaido was virtually unstoppable. Ha! Atlas, you've grown remarkably strong in just a few years. Upon landing on Carp's flagship, Carp approached, enthusiastically patting Atlas on the shoulder, his mouth still chewing on a donut, the grease nearly smearing Atlas's tattered justice cloak. Thank you, Vice Admiral Carp, but I owe it all to Admiral Akainu for allowing me to endure this long. Akainu, bearing his wounds, couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. Acknowledging the presence of others, Atlas respectfully referred to him as Vice Admiral Carp, subtly shifting his body to avoid Carp's greasy hand. Carp then turned to Akainu and proclaimed, "Now, the commander of the G5 base is Carp. He shall serve as the overall commander for this New World operation, although he only handles combat. The strategic aspects fall to Vice Admiral Tsuru." Chapter 69. The Collision of Spirits. The Awakening of Conqueror's Haki in the New World at the Marine G5 base. Haha, not bad at all, kid. It seems your training has been fruitful. Carp chuckled, his iron fist itching for action, seemingly eager to let Atlas feel the affection behind his blows. Thank you for the compliment, Vice Admiral Karp, but I still have a long way to go. Atlas replied with a grin, pretending not to notice Karp's eager demeanor. All right, Karp, sit down and stop causing trouble. Vice Admiral Tsuru interjected, sensing Karp's mischievous intentions. She was the only one present capable of keeping Karp in check. Ha ha ha. I just wanted to offer some guidance to young Atlas. Karp, upon hearing her, obediently found a seat, scratching his head awkwardly. Enough. If you truly wish to engage in a fight, go challenge that old man Whitebeard later. Tsuru finally revealed the purpose of gathering everyone here today. Looking around, the small office was nearly filled with the Marines' formidable forces in the New World. Karp, Akainu, too, and soon Atlas, Kiji, and Gion would arrive as well. Whitebeard. Atlas felt a surge of excitement, not out of admiration, but because that man was the one he aspired to defeat in the future. Even in his prime, Whitebeard was recognized as the strongest man in the world, maintaining his position despite the gradual decline that would come years later. All right, we are ready to set out. Our target is the Whitebeard Pirates. Akainu, known for his decisive nature, took the lead in the mission to eliminate pirates. The massive Moby Dick lay still upon the sea, surrounded by various vessels, ships of those loyal to Whitebeard. Standing at the bow of the Moby Dick was Whitebeard himself, wielding his supreme blade, the Tremor Fruit. Draped in a white captain-esque cloak, his golden hair cascading down. Hey, Karp, are you here to test my fists today? Ha ha ha. Old man, my affectionate iron fists are ready to unleash. Karp retorted, refusing to back down. He and Whitebeard had been rivals for years. Although Karp frequently chased Roger across the globe, he had faced Whitebeard on numerous occasions as well. Hey, Whitebeard. At that moment, Atlas stepped forward from the ship, shouting towards Whitebeard. The crew aboard the Moby Dick turned their gazes toward Atlas, their expressions filled with anger. To them, Whitebeard was a fatherly figure, and this young Marine dared to shout at their beloved patriarch. I'm Kanos Atlas. Remember this name, for I shall one day dethrone you from your position as the strongest in the world. Live well, and do not die prematurely, Atlas boldly declared, undeterred by the hostile glares from the pirates. Ha ha ha. Atlas, you truly have guts. Well done. Karp laughed heartily, unable to hide his pride. Gurura, an interesting little brat. Do you seek my head? Let us see if you possess the skill. Whitebeard responded to Atlas's audacious proclamation with laughter, seemingly unfazed, for he was indeed Whitebeard. Suddenly, a formidable aura erupted from Whitebeard, transforming the world into a monochromatic canvas. Black and red lightning flickered in the air, and the overwhelming spiritual pressure felt like a hammer striking the back of the heads of those present. Weaker-willed Marines collapsed like dominoes. However, Karp and the others appeared unaffected by Whitebeard's conqueror's haki, while Atlas felt as though Whitebeard was directly targeting him. The terrifying burden pressed upon him. This was far more potent than Kaido's haki. Do you think mere conqueror's haki can make me yield? I am the man who will challenge Whitebeard. Atlas thought defiantly, recognizing this as a clash of spirits. He understood that if he fell here, he would never have the chance to challenge Whitebeard. Crack! Suddenly, Atlas felt something shatter within his mind, and a powerful aura surged forth from within him. His own conqueror's haki had awakened. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, and a formidable presence emanated from Atlas, enveloping everyone in the vicinity. Even the struggling Marines and the pirates observing from Whitebeard's side collapsed like fallen dominoes. Ha ha ha! You truly surprised me, little brat, Karp exclaimed, his eyes widening, followed by hearty laughter. Such a level of conqueror's haki was indeed rare. Gurura, a fine little brat. It seems the Navy has someone like you. Come be my son. Whitebeard, slightly astonished, attempted to recruit Atlas, not out of fear, but genuine admiration. Hey, Whitebeard, don't act as if we don't exist. Karp expressed his dissatisfaction at Whitebeard trying to recruit Atlas in front of them. Tremor, tsunami. Whitebeard stood tall, raising his right hand as a white orb of energy formed, crashing down upon the air. The very fabric of space shattered, resembling a mirror fracturing, unleashing towering waves that threatened to engulf the marine vessels. Gulp! A sense of dread spread among the crew as they nervously swallowed hard, the tension palpable. Those who had never fought Whitebeard before were filled with fear, murmuring in disbelief. Is this the power of the world's strongest man? Whitebeard's Tremor fruit indeed lived up to its reputation as the strongest Paramecia-type devil fruit, each movement a calamity. In Whitebeard's hands, it had reached its pinnacle. Wash away, mirror! Vice Admiral Tsuru remained calm, extending her hand as her fruit's ability activated, instantly calming the monstrous waves as if they were tamed, transforming the raging sea into a smooth mirror, devoid of further turbulence. We survived. Oh, the 100-meter waves have calmed in an instant. It feels like a dream. Truly, the Chief of Staff is remarkable. The Marines cheered, their spirits lifted by the display of strength. Gurura, you are still as formidable as ever, Tsuru. Chapter 70. Battle against Jozu. Are you prepared to meet your demise here today? Whitebeard, Meteor Volcano. Akainu's arms swiftly transformed into molten lava, launching a barrage of fiery fists towards the crew of the Moby Dick. Yet, Whitebeard remained steadfast at the bow, unwavering in his demeanor, wielding his mighty polearm. The Tsong Yunxia, Azure Flame Goose. Suddenly, Marco, donned in a rebellious attire, soared into the fray, his hands conjuring countless phoenix tail feathers that morphed into a multitude of fiery fists, colliding with Akainu's Meteor Volcano. A dazzling display of red and blue fireworks erupted against the clear sky. Marco turned to the Navy soldiers, a smirk gracing his lips. How could you disrupt our captain's reign so rudely? Gulalala, are you trying to light the candles on a birthday cake, you magma brat? Humph. Akainu grunted, offering no retort. Ha ha, Whitebeard, it's hardly virtuous to bully the younger generation. Calm, stepping lightly as if on the moon, prepared to unleash a fierce punch towards Whitebeard. Gulalala. The warm-up ends here, Carp. With a fierce swing of the Tsong Yun Chia, Whitebeard summoned the Tremor Fruit's power, clashing boldly against Carp's iron fist. Boom, boom. The battlefield erupted into chaos, with terrifying booms echoing across the tumultuous waves and the violent clashes narrating the ferocity of their battle. The ferocious exchanges between Whitebeard and Carp threatened to rend the very sky, causing those nearby to recoil in trepidation. On another front, Akainu faced off against Marco and Vista, battling fiercely. Marco's abilities, granted by the mythical Phoenix Fruit, afforded him remarkable endurance, though he had yet to reach the formidable prowess he would possess years later to contend with the admirals for an extended period. In truth, the Whitebeard pirates exhibited significant gaps in their combat strength. Marco and his companions had not yet reached their peak, while Whitebeard himself began to show signs of decline, leaving only Diamond Jozu and Marco at the same level, with the other captains lagging considerably behind. Atlas's eyes glimmered as he sauntered towards Blackbeard's direction. Hey, Navy brat, I've had my eye on you for quite some time. At that moment, a man clad in armor, his chest bared and skin dark as coal, blocked Atlas's path, none other than the 3rd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, Diamond Jozu, wielder of the glittering fruit. Atlas scrutinized the imposing figure before him, a hint of gravity gracing his expression. In sheer strength, he recognized he was somewhat inferior to Jozu, yet with his talismans at hand, he felt no fear. As he continued to harness the power of his talismans, he realized his understanding of them was still too rudimentary. With each surge of strength, the terrifying potential of the talismans revealed itself more and more. After all, the talismans in the hands of the Holy Master and others bore entirely different capabilities. His current situation was akin to the power of the talismans awakening within him. Radiant impact. Seeing Atlas remain silent, Jozu's arms rapidly enveloped in shimmering diamond, glistening brilliantly under the sun, and he charged directly at Atlas. Steel block, armed, empty wood. Danger! A thunderous crash reverberated through the sky as Atlas rubbed his slightly aching chest. Yes, he had sustained some injury, but it was far from debilitating. Thanks to the formidable healing abilities of his talisman, he could easily disregard this minor damage. Truly, you are a man bold enough to challenge the old man. You certainly possess some skill. Jozu observed the unscathed Atlas, narrowing his eyes as he spoke in a grave tone. Diamond Jozu, I have heard whispers that you are somewhat taciturn. Why so loquacious today? At this, Jozu nearly stumbled in disbelief. What? Me, Diamond Jozu, taciturn? What nonsense! I merely prefer silence. Chatter on, you brat. What nonsense are you spouting? Infuriated, Jozu enveloped his massive arm in haki and suddenly launched a punch at Atlas. You scoundrel! Let me show you the might of Diamond Jozu's fist. Huh! Iron block fist, armed, shatter. Atlas felt his blood surge as the flow accelerated, his haki hardening fiercely. And he met Jozu's colossal punch head-on. Not impressive. Are you attempting to give me a massage? The two fists locked in a stalemate. Atlas and Jozu began to grapple fiercely. Huh! Atlas scoffed, his arm muscles swelling as an overwhelming force surged forth towards Jozu. Ox Talisman. Divine Power. Boom! Jozu's robust form was sent flying, crashing into the deck of the Moby Dick, raising a cloud of dust. However, Atlas did not anticipate Jozu to be injured. It was well known that he bore no wounds. No way. Captain Jozu, Hey, what are you jesting about, you young brat? Hey, what are you all babbling about? I am not defeated. Jozu emerged from the cloud of smoke, his face darkened yet unblemished, the diamond on his body still gleaming brightly, much to the relief of the pirates around him. Radiant impact. Steel block. Armed. Iron mountain press. Bang. Jozu's glittering fruit granted him a body as resilient as diamond, allowing him to attain extraordinary defensive capabilities without even utilizing haki. Had it not been for Atlas's exceptional volume of haki, he might well have been overwhelmed. Bang, bang, bang. Atlas and Jozu unleashed a flurry of punches upon one another, their fists raining down like a torrential downpour. Jozu's sheer defensive might rendered Atlas's attempts to break through futile, while Jozu found himself equally thwarted by the formidable haki and extraordinary regenerative abilities of Atlas. The two formidable shields clashed relentlessly, relying almost entirely on his immense defensive power. They engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, each refusing to yield. Gulalala, not a bad brat. To think you could contend with Jozu to this extent. Whitebeard observed the unfolding battle with surprise. Fist of the celestial body. Carp swung a fist, laughing heartily. Whitebeard, did no one inform you not to get distracted during combat? Bang! Whitebeard swiftly positioned the Tsung Yin Xie before him, narrowly blocking Carp's iron fist. Chapter 71. Carp, is the finger gun really that powerful? Ha ha ha, little brat. You cannot breach my defenses. Jaws, gazing at the bare-chested Atlas, who was covered in a dark red haki, slowly rose from the ground, boasting loudly. Atlas, somewhat speechless, realized that even with the enhancement from the bull charm, his strength surpassed that of Jaws. Yet, Jaws remained as resilient as a rock in a latrine, stinky and hard, utterly impervious to his diamond defenses. Is that so? With a derisive smile curling at the corner of his mouth, Atlas formed his hands into a gun shape, igniting a spark at his fingertips. Flying finger gun, explosion. Under Jaws' horrified gaze, a powerful wave of energy surged from Atlas' fingertips, striking Jaws' gleaming diamond body with tremendous force. Gagging, Jaws felt a sweetness in his throat as he was sent flying, blood blooming in his dry mouth. His once resplendent diamond body now shattered, riddled with countless cracks. What the hell is this? Have you been possessed by Kizaru? Jaws was bewildered. They had been enjoying a good brawl, and suddenly, this unexpected attack made him, who prided himself on being straightforward, feel utterly deceived. In the distance, Whitebeard's scythe cloud clashed with Carp's iron fist, unleashing terrifying shockwave that occasionally stirred up monstrous waves, tossing countless fish and shrimp into the air. Is a finger gun really that potent? Carp, engaged in battle with Whitebeard, had noticed Atlas's movements, and upon witnessing that fearsome, explosive power, he began to doubt whether he had truly mastered the finger gun technique. Gurururur. So he is indeed a hidden devil fruit user. Whitebeard, witnessing Jaws' pitiful state, immediately concluded that Atlas must possess a devil fruit ability. How could mere physical prowess inflict such devastating damage? Ha ha ha, Whitebeard. It seems your division captain isn't that impressive after all. What a splendid little brat. Too bad he refuses to be my son. Whitebeard laughed heartily, calling out to Jaws, urging him to seek out Sachi and teach that little punk a lesson. No need, old man. I was merely a bit careless just now. This time, I will not be defeated again. Jaws felt somewhat humiliated, having suffered repeated defeats at the hands of a mere child. That is not certain, dear Jaws. In that moment, Atlas seemed to embody Kizaru, a smug grin spreading across his face. Navy brat, stop boasting. Is that so? Ate Shaco Border Pearl. Oh, my apologies, wrong line. Flying finger gun explosion. With a leap, Atlas held his hands like a gun, unleashing a torrent of explosive flames toward Jaws. One must admit, the Dragon Charm is remarkably effective. It bears similarities to Kizaru's Pika Pika Nomi abilities, but instead of lasers, it manifests as flames, possessing formidable explosive capabilities, granting Atlas extensive area of effect power. Although his activation time was brief, its might was not to be underestimated. As for breaching Jaws' defenses, it was purely coincidental. Jaws had not anticipated Atlas' sudden assault, and his hockey had not been fully deployed, catching him off guard. You think I would fear you? Navy brat. Jaws barked defiantly, while reinforcing his diamond defenses with hockey, feeling more secure. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous explosions reverberated in Jaws' ears. Ultimately, he chose not to withstand the onslaught, but instead utilized his observation hockey to evade most of the fiery explosions, with a small portion absorbed by his formidable defenses. Ah, how terrifying indeed, dear Jaws. Atlas mocked, mimicking Kizaru's tone. Jaws felt his forehead twitch, barely able to contain his mounting rage, longing to punch that insufferable brat square in the face. Brat, I can't take it anymore. Feigning immense pain, half of Jaws' body instantly transformed into diamond, charging at Atlas like a raging tiger, shouting threats of annihilation. One must admit, Kizaru's taunting skills are truly top tier. Dressed in a yellow and white striped suit, Kizaru lounged in his office chair, meticulously trimming his nails while occasionally glancing at the clock hanging on the wall. Achoo! Suddenly, the lecherous Kizaru sneezed violently, rubbing his itchy nose and muttering to himself, "Who could be thinking of me? How frightful. Here it comes. Taste my iron fist." Atlas, observing Jaws charging at him, grinned wickedly, raising his hockey-hardened fist to collide with Jaws' attack. Bang! The explosive sound erupted once more from Atlas' hand. The immense power, explosive force, and the impact generated were nearly more than Jaws could withstand. The diamond body he had created through his ability became tarnished. The imprint of Atlas' fist clearly visible on his broad right arm. Fortunately, Jaws' hockey training was commendable. He did not suffer a breach in his defenses. Only superficial cracks that rapidly healed back to their original state due to the fruit's ability. Jaws could not help but feel disheartened. This Navy brat's devil fruit ability seemed highly developed, inflicting considerable damage upon his diamond form. If not for the protection of hockey, anyone else would surely struggle against such terrifying, explosive power. Hey, Sachi, come help me restrain this Navy brat. At last, Jaws succumbed to the undeniable reality and, wary of Atlas's explosive capabilities, sought assistance from Sachi, who was also a division captain. Meanwhile, Sachi, who had been tending to Blackbeard, hesitated for a moment before rushing to Jaws' aid after giving Blackbeard a quick warning. Though the Whitebeard pirates did not rank their division captains based on strength, Sachi was indeed considerably weaker than Jaws. Hey, Navy brat, do not underestimate the captains of the Whitebeard pirates. Sachi, a chef aboard Whitebeard's ship wielding twin swords, though it was unclear if he practiced two-sword style, sporting a pompadour hairstyle and dressed in pure white chef's attire, appeared somewhat diminutive. Hey, Sachi, I'll engage him. You take the opportunity to strike. Jaws instructed Sachi while charging at Atlas, now acutely aware of the latter's troublesome nature. Although he may not excel in pure defense, Atlas's attack, strength, and physique seemed to surpass his own. Chapter 72. Conclusion. Jaws was determined to teach Atlas a lesson, his diamond-encrusted massive form looming over Atlas, preparing to deliver a warm embrace. However, Atlas had no inclination toward such affection. He crouched low, his head enveloped in hardened hockey, the dragon symbol at the ready. Iron block. Armed, explosion. With fervent determination, Atlas's fortified head collided directly with Jaws' abdomen, the tremendous force causing Jaws to grimace in pain. Yet he gritted his teeth, striving to restrain Atlas. Seeing this, Sachi recognized the opportunity and seized his twin swords, striking at Atlas. Iron block. Armed, steel. Atlas dared not withstand the blades head-on, aware that even with the formidable healing abilities granted by the Marine symbol, he could not escape the sensation of pain. Clang! The sound of metal striking metal echoed, sparks dancing along Sachi's blades. How about that? Am I tough for what? Atlas grinned at the astonished Sachi, then unleashed an explosive attack. Boom! A fiery blast struck Sachi, the immense shockwave nearly rendering him unconscious, leaving him incapacitated with extensive burns across his body. Sachi! Jaws seethed with anger and alarm, his arm muscles bulging as he attempted to crush Atlas, oblivious to the sheer disparity in their raw strength. In mere moments, Atlas broke free from his grasp, retreating, pivoting, and delivering a swift punch that landed squarely on Jaws' face, sending him soaring like a kite into the distance. Bang! A violent impact reverberated, stirring up clouds of dust. Blood trickled from Jaws' lips, his face marred by shattered diamond fragments, presenting a pitiful sight. Atlas truly exemplified the strength of our Navy's rising stars. Remarkable power indeed. Hey, what a Whitebeard pirates! Atlas proves to be a reliable ally. It seems our Navy has welcomed another genius after the three great monsters. Pirates, have you witnessed our Navy's justice? The sight invigorated the spirits of the Marines, igniting fervent discussions, while the Whitebeard pirates were engulfed in a sense of unreality. They were aware that these were two division commanders, capable of nearly obliterating Sachi, while the Diamond Jaws was nothing short of extraordinary. He had roamed the seas alongside Whitebeard since childhood. Yet here he was, reduced to such a wretched state by this young Marine. Such terrifying progress. In the distance, Sakazuki observed the battle involving Atlas. As someone who had recently fought against Atlas, he held the most informed perspective on his capabilities. If earlier, during their time at headquarters, Atlas's strength had been just slightly above that of standard Vice Admiral, now he could rival the elite Vice Admirals, perhaps even surpassing them, particularly with his explosive fire abilities, which left Sakazuki perplexed. Was he entirely certain whether Atlas was a devil fruit user or if he belonged to a different race altogether? But the Navy traditionally refrained from probing into the secrets of its soldiers. As long as justice was upheld, Sakazuki cared not for other matters. Gulalala, let us cease hostilities, Carp. Whitebeard recognized that his side seemed to be at a disadvantage. Initially, the clash between Sakazuki and Marco, as well as Bista, was intense, causing considerable annoyance to the Magma user, who found himself entangled in close combat while dealing with range harassment. Although Bista had yet to attain the prowess of a grand swordsman, his current swordsmanship was at an elite level, complemented by Marco's formidable regenerative abilities, leaving Sakazuki feeling as if his hellhound had struck nothing but air. Ha ha ha, Whitebeard, war is not something you can simply halt at will. Carp was no fool. With Atlas emerging as a variable in the fray, it was the perfect opportunity to undermine the Whitebeard pirates. Their primary objective today was to weaken Whitebeard's forces. They cannot retreat easily. Gulalala, and there is no other choice. Whitebeard stood tall, his right arm raised high, bent at the elbow, a sphere of white light forming around his fist. Seaquake. The space before him shimmered like a smooth mirror, numerous cracks slowly appearing. As an overwhelming shockwave surged through the air, instantly conjuring a colossal wave, towering over 100 meters, roaring towards the Navy. Gulalala, I trust you would not wish for the total annihilation of the Marines here? Carp. Whitebeard had no desire to see his beloved sons harmed, thus resorting to such drastic measures to halt the conflict. Bastard. Sakazuki, halt that wave. Carp was compelled to signal Sakazuki to withdraw from the battle, albeit reluctantly. To him, weakening the Whitebeard pirates meant that these soldiers would have sacrificed themselves for justice. Yet, in this confrontation, Carp was the commander, bound to follow orders from above. Such terrifying power. Blackbeard, hidden among the crowd, felt a twinge of envy, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. Naturally, for his father's abilities were of a cataclysmic caliber. Sachi, oblivious to Blackbeard's expression, proudly declared, even as he recalled the pain inflicted by Atlas, maintaining his composure. Aboard the Moby Dick. Gulalala, Marco, let us hold a feast. Whitebeard bellowed joyously, as if he had just emerged victorious from a grand battle after narrowly escaping the Marines. Father, you wish to drink again, don't you? Marco sighed. Though he too relished celebrations, his pockets had never felt emptier. Jaws, are you all right? Whitebeard's expression shifted to concern as he inquired about Jaws' injuries. Having witnessed the recent skirmish where Jaws had suffered considerable damage at the hands of that young Marine. I am fine. That Marine is indeed formidable. In both martial arts and devil fruit abilities, Jaws replied, his expression darkening, adding, no wonder Crocodile was defeated by him. The Marine who bested the Sand User was this fellow? Whitebeard questioned. Indeed, his name is Kanos Atlas. I believe he holds the rank of Rear Admiral, Marco interjected, having been the first in the Whitebeard pirates to take notice of this individual in the papers. Chapter 73. The Gathering Clouds, ha ha ha. The Navy truly possesses remarkable fortune, having nurtured yet another prodigy following the three great monsters. Whitebeard cast a sweeping glance over the carefree expressions of those aboard the ship, a flicker of concern crossing his mind. In recent years, he had sensed a subtle decline in his physical condition. After his demise, he wondered if Marco and the others would continue to sail with such ease. Alas, he would eventually grow old. Whitebeard had indeed contemplated grooming a successor for the Whitebeard pirates. Yet Marco's laid-back nature and lack of fervor for strength raised doubts about his ability to uphold the crew's legacy after Whitebeard's passing. Old Dad Marco noticed Whitebeard's sudden silence, a hint of worry shimmering in his eyes. Ha ha ha. Very well, let us commence the banquet. Old Dad in the New World, at the G5 base, the expansive training grounds were surrounded by an impenetrable wall of Navy personnel. Standing amidst the throng were Carp and Atlas. Since witnessing Atlas's flying finger gun explosion, Carp had been unable to shake the memory. He was certain Atlas was not a devil fruit user, which led him to incessantly challenge Atlas to spar, forcing the latter to comply and meet him on the training grounds. Hey, who do you think would win, Vice Admiral Carp or Brigadier General Atlas? Isn't that obvious? Vice Admiral Carp is a Navy hero. Even Roger was captured by him. Yet Brigadier General Atlas is remarkably powerful, having defeated Jozu of the Whitebeard pirates at such a young age. Are we targeting the Whitebeard pirates this time, or the Big Mom pirates? It seems we've been clashing with Whitebeard frequently in recent months. I'm not sure, but it appears most of the headquarters forces have been deployed to the New World. A war is likely to ignite. Soon the onlookers gradually shifted the conversation towards the situation in the New World, unaware of the Navy's true intentions, mistakenly believing they were preparing to confront the formidable Whitebeard pirates. Ha ha ha, Atlas. Allow me to witness your remarkable finger gun technique. Carp bellowed, charging forward with his iron fists raised. Iron block fist, armed. Atlas accelerated the flow of blood within his body, enveloping his fists in a hardened coating of hockey, the eerie black-red aura amplifying his might. Boom! A thunderous collision reverberated as the previously intact ground cracked visibly beneath them. Despite their efforts to restrain their power, the sheer force unleashed wreaked havoc upon the surface. Your strength and hockey have both significantly improved, Carp exclaimed with excitement. In the eyes of those from their era, the prowess of the body was paramount, while devil fruits were mere external tools. Growth is essential, old man Carp. Atlas replied with a satisfied smile, his arms suddenly swelling as the black-red hockey enveloped his entire arm. Iron block fist, god of war arm, shatter. Countless fist shadows cascaded upon Carp, the sheer density of strikes nearly suffocating. Ha ha ha, a splendid display. As Atlas's initial strength waned, Carp stepped forward, delivering a powerful iron punch directly to Atlas's chest. Yet Atlas had anticipated this, swiftly covering his torso with hockey. Nonetheless, he was still sent flying several meters by Carp's blow. Presently, Atlas's hockey was formidable in both quality and quantity. but fully enveloping himself in hockey would dilute its defensive capabilities. Thus, localized application remained the most efficient strategy. Ha ha ha. Let me witness your peculiar ability, Karp declared, not allowing Atlas a moment of respite as he unleashed a Soru, closing the distance with his iron fists. Alala! Flying finger gun, explosion. A terrifying burst of flames surged towards the approaching Karp, yet he made no attempt to evade, his hockey swirling around him, emanating an unyielding aura. Boom! The explosive sound echoed as Karp emerged slowly from the smoke and debris, his attire reduced to tattered shreds, his once dark hair now slightly tousled, appearing rather disheveled, yet unharmed by Atlas' explosive force. It could only be said that Atlas' mastery of the dragon incantation was still limited, rendering him somewhat ineffective against a top-tier opponent like Karp, whose hockey expertise was among the world's finest. A commendable ability, young one. Feel the essence of my will. Karp grinned menacingly, charging forth once more, his fists slicing through the air with ferocity, the sound of their passage stinging Atlas' face. Ah! A cry echoed through the air as Atlas, somewhat exasperated, rubbed his cheek, utilizing the horse incantation to swiftly heal his numerous bruises. Old man Karp, are you seeking revenge for the damage to your attire? Atlas grumbled, a hint of dissatisfaction in his voice. Ha ha ha, not at all. I merely wish for you to experience the intent of my affection. After all, you're the possessor of Conqueror's hockey, Karp remarked, observing with surprise as Atlas' face returned to its unblemished state. Speaking of Conqueror's hockey, I still find myself utterly bewildered by its application, Atlas confessed, scratching his head in frustration. Since awakening his Conqueror's hockey under Whitebeard's influence, he had managed to release it a few times secretly, and could now barely summon it at will. However, inflicting physical damage remained beyond his grasp, not to mention the technique of wrapping it around his strikes. Vice Admiral Karp, Vice Admiral Tsuru requests your presence for a discussion, and Brigadier General Atlas as well. At that moment, a messenger rushed in, interrupting the conversation between the two. Little Tsuru? What does she want with me? Is Whitebeard causing a ruckus again? Karp mused, perplexed, yet promptly made his way to Vice Admiral Tsuru's office, with Atlas hurrying to follow suit. Chapter 74. Request for a bang. Little Crane, what brings you here? Karp burst through the office door of the staff room, calling out loudly. He and Vice Admiral Crane had been comrades in arms since their youth, their bond too familiar to bother with formalities such as knocking. Karp was never one to adhere to such conventions. Let us sit down first, Vice Admiral Crane said, casting a glance at the boisterous Karp. What on earth happened to you? Oh, I just gave that little brat Atlas a bit of guidance, and didn't he bother to change clothes, Karp replied nonchalantly, even scratching his nose in a dismissive manner. Atlas, who followed behind, felt a bit embarrassed since it was his fault that Karp's clothes were in tatters. Hello, young Atlas, good to see you again. Suddenly, as Atlas stepped out from behind Karp's imposing figure, a melodic voice greeted him. Major Cheyenne? Atlas was taken aback, surprised that Cheyenne had been dispatched to the New World so soon. It seemed that a full-scale war in the New World was imminent. Little Cheyenne, do you know each other? Vice Admiral Crane inquired, shifting her gaze to Cheyenne, her curiosity piqued. As Cheyenne's elder sister, she was quite invested in her life's affairs, though she wondered if Atlas might be a tad too young for her sister. Haha, since you're acquainted, no need for further introductions. Moreover, we must keep a close watch on the movements of Whitebeard, Big Mom, and the Beast Pirates preparing for war at any moment. As for that so-called pirate alliance, let us not concern ourselves with them for now. It is best to maintain their strength intact. Vice Admiral Crane took up a steaming cup of tea from the table, taking a sip before continuing. Our recent activities against the Whitebeard pirates have led them to believe we are resolute in our intent to eradicate them. These individuals are becoming increasingly restless. I understand, Karp replied, his expression growing serious. Despite his usual carefree demeanor, he was always clear-headed when it came to significant matters. If this operation were to result in losses for the Navy due to his negligence, he would feel he had betrayed the justice he stood for. What is the second matter? Karp inquired at an opportune moment. Atlas was also drawn to Karp's question. Having called both of them into the office, the first matter addressed Karp, which meant the second must pertain to him. Indeed, the king of Dressrosa has requested our assistance. Assistance? Normally, the military strength of Dressrosa should not fear the disturbances of ordinary pirates, right? Carp queried, puzzled. Dressrosa, as a nation capable of standing in a new world, surely possessed a formidable standing army. According to the king's request for aid, it seemed that a cadre from the Big Mom pirates sought to use Dressrosa as their dessert processing hub, specifically to provide sweets for Big Mom. After all, Dressrosa was a land renowned for its culinary delights and music. However, details regarding which cadre remained unclear. Vice Admiral Crane turned to Atlas and said, "Thus, I would like you to visit Dressrosa to assess the situation. After all, Dressrosa is a member nation of the world government, and we, the Navy, have a duty to assist them in repelling pirate invasions. Furthermore, we cannot allow the Big Mom pirates to expand their territory unchecked. Leave it to me. I have long heard of the illustrious reputation of Dressrosa. It will be a splendid opportunity for a leisurely visit," Atlas replied with a smile, unfazed. Currently, aside from Katakuri, the other cadres of the Big Mom pirates did not pose much of a threat to him. As for Big Mom herself, Atlas speculated she was likely preoccupied with childbirth. It could be said that before the age of 60, Charlotte Linlin was either giving birth or preparing to do so. Her strength seemed to grow almost effortlessly, marking her as one of the most gifted individuals known in the world of pirates. "Oh, by the way, I would like Shine to accompany you to Dressrosa. There should not be any large-scale wars occurring recently, and having her along would serve as a precaution in case you encounter formidable foes." New World, Tato Land, off the coast of Toast Island. This was a tranquil and serene sea, yet was pervaded by an oddly surreal atmosphere. The air was infused with a sweet aroma, and the island's architecture resembled fantastical food shapes, as though it had emerged from a fairy tale. A man with golden-orange hair, transitioning from orange at the base to a fiery red at the tips, stood at the harbor of Toast Island. His attire was peculiar. He wore no shirt, exposing a muscular physique, draped in a yellow cloak, while his gloves and entire outfit were in a singular, monotone orange, including his shoes and socks. This man was Charlotte Oven, the fourth son of Charlotte Linlin, and a triplet along with Katakuri and Daifuku. One must acknowledge the formidable fertility of Big Mom, as most of her offspring were twins or triplets. Oven's objective was Dressrosa. He had heard that the desserts there were exceptionally famous, and he had impulsively decided to seize Dressrosa directly, celebrating the impending arrival of a younger brother or sister while expanding their family's territory. As one of Big Mom's elder sons, Oven held great importance to family and kinship, caring deeply for his siblings, provided they remained loyal to the family. Although the Big Mom pirates were one of the dominators of the New World, it was not solely a pirate domain. Excluding bases occupied by the Navy, some member nations of the world government and non-member nations also claimed portions of territory. Of course, unless they were exceptionally powerful, such as the Elbaf Kingdom of Giants. Non-member nations could hardly survive in the New World without the protection of formidable pirates. Chapter 75, Reinforcements in the New World. G5 base Port Atlas and Shiyuan strolled to the dock, engaging in light-hearted banter. A naval warship lay quietly at the port, and neither Shiyuan nor Atlas possessed their own specialized vessels, so they held no objections. Soon, they boarded the warship, embarking on their journey to Dressrosa. Brigadier Atlas, Major Shiyuan. Upon their arrival, a throng of naval personnel rushed forward, coming to a halt to salute, their expressions solemn and filled with reverence. These were 500 elite sailors selected by Vice Admiral Crane from the G5 base, many of whom had witnessed Atlas's formidable strength in battles against the Whitebeard pirates. Several had even been saved by Atlas, whether intentionally or inadvertently, fostering a deep respect for him. However, the highest-ranking officer aboard the vessel was Shiyuan. Though he had yet to match the strength of the prospective Admiral Momonosuke, his rank surpassed that of Atlas, and his experience was considerably greater. Atlas was indifferent to who held the title of commander. After all, Momonosuke would not meddle in his affairs, allowing him ample freedom. After surveying the deck, Shiyuan nodded slightly, gazing out at the distant sea as he spoke in a crisp voice. "Has the lieutenant arrived? Conduct a personnel check and informed the helmsman to prepare for departure. Reporting to the commander, Lieutenant Colonel Burton, Navy ID 26499872. A robust officer, donning the standard naval cap, stepped forward from the crowd to deliver his report. Very well. First conduct the personnel check, then set sail. Destination: Dressrosa. Shi Yuan waved his hand, issuing the command before turning to leave with Atlas. Yes, Commander. Surviving numerous encounters with formidable pirates, the presence of these elite sailors was unquestionable. New World, Dressrosa Kingdom at the King's Heights. Where the royal palace of Dressrosa resides, stood the highest point of the kingdom, symbolizing supreme authority and serving as the residence of the Li Ku royal family. Contrary to other palaces adorned with opulence, this one appeared somewhat modest, resembling an ordinary resort, encircled by towering walls. In the main hall of the palace, King Li Ku Doled III sat upon his throne, his brow furrowed and a troubled expression etched on his face. The robust king, with his wild, explosive hair and imposing demeanor, bore a gaze that betrayed a cunning nature, indicating that his political acumen was far from lacking. Your Majesty, please do not worry. The Navy has agreed to our request for assistance, reassured the commander, Cyrus, standing nearby. I have indeed sought aid from Vice Admiral Crane, and I expect the Navy to be en route. However, I am concerned about the Navy's current state. Their movements are frequent, and their available forces are limited. We are to face the formidable officers of the big MOM pirates. King Li Ku expressed his apprehension. Your Majesty, it is my fault for being too weak to assist you. Cyrus lamented, feeling guilt as he awaited the Navy's aid while being the husband of Princess Scarlet, which deepened his sense of inadequacy. Cyrus, what nonsense are you uttering? You have already borne much for this kingdom. The enemy is none other than the tyrant big MOM pirates, a force even the Navy fears. You need not blame yourself, King Li Ku admonished sternly, expressing satisfaction with Cyrus as his son-in-law and wishing for him not to dwell on such matters. You are a man who has triumphed in over 4,000 matches in the arena. Do not utter such despondent words. Yes, Your Majesty. By the way, Chancellor, do we have any specific updates from the Navy? Baron Eggman from the big MOM pirates has relayed that their officers will be arriving shortly. King Li Ku turned to the Chancellor. Vice Admiral Crane mentioned that the naval forces departed days ago and are likely nearing Dressrosa, though specific personnel details were not disclosed. Only that a major and a brigadier would lead the charge, the Chancellor replied. What? A single major? Has the Navy's strength allocation become this strained? King Li Ku exclaimed in shock, realizing that a major alone could hardly contend with the officers of the big MOM pirates. He disregarded the presence of the brigadier, believing that even with an additional major, their chances were slim. Your Majesty, I believe you need not worry. Vice Admiral Crane is a senior strategist of the Navy. Her actions must be guided by sound reasoning, the Chancellor thoughtfully remarked. Indeed, King Li Ku massaged his furrowed brow, acknowledging that as a member nation of the world government, the Navy would not treat them dismissively. Yet, could a major and a brigadier truly stabilize the situation? King Li Ku continued to express his concerns to Cyrus, resembling a father fretting over his daughter rather than the king of Dressrosa. Yes, upon hearing mention of the princess, Cyrus couldn't help but break into a sweet smile, his voice gaining strength. Major Shi Yuan, how much longer until we reach Dressrosa? Atlas, emerging from the training room with his muscular torso exposed, inquired of Shi Yuan, who was gazing pensively at the sea. At our current speed, we should arrive by tomorrow morning, Shi Yuan replied. That is fortunate. According to Vice Admiral Crane's intelligence, the officers of the big MOM pirates should not arrive so swiftly. Chapter 76. The land of fairies filled with love and passion, the early morning sea is always shrouded in a mysterious haze. As strands of sunlight pierce through the misty waters, resembling golden specks scattered in the air, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Dressrosa, a tropical island exuding a vacation vibe, is home to a kingdom affectionately known as the land of fairies filled with love and passion. The nearby coastline is dotted with numerous mushroom-shaped rocks, making it nearly impossible for ordinary vessels to dock. However, a designated port has been established to accommodate ships, manned by the kingdom's guard to patrol and swiftly report any pirate activity. At this moment, a Navy warship quietly anchored at the port. After arranging the ship's supplies, Major Guillaume followed closely behind Atlas as they disembarked, intrigued by the so-called land of fairies filled with love and passion. Hey, Major Guillaume, as the supreme commander of this operation, shouldn't you be discussing relevant matters with the king here? Atlas interjected, noticing Guillaume's inclination to accompany him. What a joke, after finally getting a chance to relax. How could I possibly bring along a troublesome creature like a woman? Guillaume rolled his eyes in response, initially wanting to savor the island's vacation allure. Yet, she was well aware that she must first reassure King Riku. Otherwise, who knows how anxious he might become. Especially considering the formidable pirate crew from the New World had set their sights on Dressrosa. Well then, Major Guillaume, I shall trouble you to make the trip, Atlas chuckled, having no desire to engage in hollow pleasantries with the king. Guillaume, on the other hand, excelled in interpersonal dealings, possessing cunning and finesse that Atlas could not match. As Guillaume headed toward the Royal Heights, Atlas contentedly surveyed this uniquely charming tourist destination. The attire and culture of Dressrosa bore a resemblance to the Spanish style of Atlas's previous life, with women gracefully dancing in vibrant costumes at every turn. While relishing the diverse beauty of the local women and savoring the distinct flavors of the cuisine, Atlas's gaze inadvertently fell upon a structure reminiscent of the Grand Roman Colosseum. Each entrance was strictly guarded by royal soldiers, and signs reading "No children allowed" adorned the walls. Though the thick walls could not stifle the deafening cheers that nearly pierced the sky. An arena? How intriguing! Atlas exclaimed, devouring the skewered meat in his hand and discarding the remains into a nearby trash bin before striding toward the arena's entrance. The guard stationed at the entrance did not impede his passage, although Atlas donned a white suit with a justice cloak. The current bullfighting arena was not akin to the later corrupt reign of Doflamingo, where vice festered. Thus, the guards had no reason to prevent Atlas from entering. The admission fee was modest, yet as a renowned tourist attraction in Dressrosa, the daily influx of visitors was substantial, serving as a vital source of national revenue. It was also a venue where many swordsmen honed their skills, alongside the exile of certain minor offenders, the most infamous being the prince consort, Gyrus. Upon entering the arena, the cacophony of voices greeted him. The layout was spacious and simplistic, with a crowded audience surrounding a circular stage at the center, encircled by a pool inhabited by ferocious fighting fish. Should a contestant inadvertently fall into the water during battle, they would face the peril of the fish's pursuit. Atlas chose a seat toward the back, where his keen hearing and sight permitted him to observe the arena with clarity. Currently, two swordsmen wielding broad swords faced off, their combat style characterized by powerful, sweeping strikes, evident from their muscular physiques. The surrounding crowd was electrified, although the sword duel lacked the visceral impact of hand-to-hand combat. It served as a delightful diversion from their mundane lives. After a while, Atlas found the spectacle somewhat lackluster. He had no intention of participating. The disparity in skill was too great. While this arena was a landmark of Dressrosa, it did not offer the enticing rewards that would attract formidable champions from the sea, resulting in a lack of high-caliber competition. At the Royal Heights, within the Grand Hall of the Dressrosa Palace, King Riku sat imperiously upon his throne, with Major Guillaume positioned at his side. Observing the king's occasional expressions of satisfaction indicated that their dialogue was quite amicable. Oh, by the way, isn't there a Commodore accompanying you? I haven't seen him, King Riku inquired, a hint of curiosity flashing across his face. Commodore Atlas has gone to experience the love and passion of the Dressrosa kingdom, Guillaume replied, a touch of exasperation evident in her expression at Atlas's carefree demeanor. Thanks to your adept governance, Your Majesty, Dressrosa has flourished. Even from afar in Mariewa, we have long admired your reputation. Huh, that is too kind. King Riku laughed heartily, a sense of pride evident in his demeanor, for even the wisest of rulers cannot resist flattery. However, truth be told, the governance of Dressrosa was not as commendable as it appeared. Despite its outward prosperity, the lives of the citizens were not particularly affluent. Ironically, during Doflamingo's rule, Dressrosa had enjoyed greater wealth. Now, I wonder, Major Guillaume, do you have any countermeasures for the invasion by the big Emoan pirates? After some small talk, King Riku could no longer suppress his pressing concern. "Rest assured, Your Majesty, our Commodore is a prodigious newcomer in the Navy, having even bested the Shichibukai crocodile," Gion explained with a composed smile. "Is he the one known as the Navy's new star?" King Riku racked his brain, vaguely recalling Atlas, which eased his apprehension somewhat. Though he can be a bit unreliable, Gion silently critiqued in her mind. Achoo! Atlas, strolling along the Lover's Avenue with his mouth full of delightful treats, suddenly felt a tickle at the tip of his nose. Really, who is thinking of me now? Chapter 77. The Onslaught. Hey, Owen, do not act impulsively. The Navy is increasingly active, and the situation in the New World is growing ever more tense. A steady voice emanated from a phone snail, its jaw wrapped in a massive scarf. "Katakuri, there is no need for concern. It is merely Dressrosa. Since they refuse to provide sweets for Mother, I shall not hold back," Owen declared nonchalantly, holding the phone snail. With his formidable strength, he felt no fear of Dressrosa. The might of his power rendered the military inconsequential. Dressrosa is a member of the world government. They will undoubtedly seek assistance from the Navy. Katakuri responded, a hint of worry in his tone. The New World resembled a powder keg, ready to explode at the slightest spark, and he wished to avoid having the Big Mom Pirates become the target of widespread ire. Otherwise, many of his siblings might face dire consequences. "Enough, Katakuri. This is how it shall be. I will present Mother with a perfect gift." With that, Owen hung up the phone, disregarding Katakuri's thoughts. "Damn it," Katakuri fumed, his expression darkening as an ominous premonition took root in his mind. "Prepare the ships. Destination: the Kingdom of Dressrosa." Dressrosa, coastal port. A medium-sized, three-masted sailing ship gracefully docked along the shoreline, its sturdy mast adorned with a pirate flag. The flag's background was predominantly black, depicting a comical skull with a top hat and pink curls, its teeth painted with vibrant lipstick. However, any pirate in the New World would find little humor in this, for this flag signified the dominance of the Big Mom Pirates. "Quickly, request His Majesty King Riku to dispatch troops." The guard stationed at the port swiftly noticed the pirates' approach and hurriedly called for aid from the palace. Dressrosa dares to alert the Navy. It seems necessary to teach them a lesson. Owen glowered at the naval warship moored nearby. "Ha ha! Yes, Lord Owen." His crew cheered, brimming with bravado. Boom! 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 Enormous cannonballs were launched from the pirate ship towards the Navy vessel, but the station Navy personnel were not to be trifled with, swiftly aiming their cannons at the assailants. Instantly, chaos erupted. Owen's pirates charged forward, engaging in fierce combat with the guards and the Navy. Shouts and cannon fire blending into a cacophony, the air thick with the scent of gunpowder. Owen stood impassively at the bow of his ship, choosing not to join the fray, for while he intended to teach Dressrosa a lesson, he could not allow Mother's gift to sustain significant damage. On the streets of Dressrosa, Atlas, indulging in a feast, suddenly halted. Since his arrival on the island, his observation haki had enveloped the entire kingdom, and he had sensed Charlotte Owen's presence. Interesting. It is this fellow who has arrived. Atlas swallowed his food in haste and utilized the technique of shave to rush towards the docked warships, his formidable speed stirring up a gust of wind that startled women in skirts. Bad news. His Majesty King Riku. The Big Mom Pirates have arrived. A guard rushed into the palace atop the royal heights. Panic etched across his face as he gasped for breath. What? King Riku's expression shifted from surprise to fury. He had not anticipated such swift action from the Big Mom Pirates. He turned his gaze towards Gion, who understood his unspoken concern. "Do not worry, Your Majesty Riku. The Navy will assist you," Gion reassured him, then promptly departed, leaving behind a striking silhouette. What chaos! Let me restore order. Upon arriving at the port, Atlas was met with a scene of devastation, the Navy and the Royal Guards clashing fiercely with the pirates. Charlotte Owen stood calmly at the bow of his vessel. Conqueror's Haki. Activate. Suddenly, the entire space transformed into a monochromatic tableau, the pirates freezing in place as if time had come to a standstill. The Navy and Royal Guards, bewildered, stood motionless, watching as the once menacing pirates collapsed one by one. Months had passed since Atlas awakened his Conqueror's Haki, and with his innate talent, he could wield it with precision, ensuring no friendly fire would occur. It is Major Atlas, the power of Major Atlas's Conqueror's Haki, truly terrifying. No wonder it is a rare gift among millions. As the royal guards stood in astonishment, the Navy quickly grasped the situation and, filled with excitement, raised their weapons to reap the fallen pirates. Conqueror's Haki? Owen felt the overwhelming aura of the Conqueror's Haki, and, while he did not collapse like the other pirates, the sheer force of will struck his mind like a hammer, leaving him momentarily dazed. Charlotte Owen? Atlas had some awareness of Owen, recognizing him as one of the more formidable members of the Charlotte family, a Paramecia-type user of the Heat fruit, and the only child of Big Mom to inherit a fragment of her terrifying physical prowess. His bounty was listed at 300 million berries, yet his true strength far surpassed that valuation. When did the Navy acquire another wielder of Conqueror's Haki? Owen pondered, surprised, for to his knowledge, only Sengoku possessed such power within the Navy. Moreover, from what he had just witnessed, this naval officer's Conqueror's Haki was remarkably potent, far from the typical awakening of a mere novice. Conqueror's Haki is not exclusive to you pirates. I uphold the strongest justice. Chapter 78. The Heat Fruit, Explosive Sweep. Atlas commenced with the Dragon Sigil, unleashing a formidable column of explosive fire towards Owen at the bow of the pirate ship, instantly reducing the vessel to a cloud of debris. Owen, however, with a grim expression, leapt down from the ship's front, his speed ensuring he would not be easily harmed. You have successfully enraged me, Navy, he declared. Heat from afar. Owen activated his fruit ability, perceiving the Navy's actions as a blatant provocation towards the Big and Moan pirates. Among pirates, the flag symbolizes their pride, and Atlas's actions were undoubtedly a slap in the face. In the distance, Atlas felt a surge of heat within him, a mere annoyance compared to his physical prowess, akin to countless ants gnawing at his skin. Trash. Is this merely a tickle? He scoffed. Explosive speed, Shave. With a sinister grin, a massive pit formed beneath his feet, propelling him with an unimaginable velocity, appearing instantaneously behind Owen. Danger! Danger! Owen activated his advanced observation Haki, yet his body could not keep pace with his thoughts, leaving him frozen in place, awaiting the impact of Atlas's fist. Bang! With no Haki armor and devoid of theatrics, Atlas's overwhelming force landed squarely on Owen, sending him flying like a ragged sack. Owen fell as if he had been struck by a mother afflicted with a binge-eating disorder. The terrifying power nearly shattered his form. Not bad at all, Atlas remarked, shaking his arm in contemplation. As the number of activated sigils increased, he sensed their strength amplifying, as if each sigil conferred a synergistic effect. The sigils merely enhanced his innate physical prowess and reduced stamina consumption. His strength now rivaled that of the three great monsters, akin to an augmented Charlotte Linlin. What manner of monster are you? Owen slowly rose from the ground, his dust-laden arm wiping the blood from his mouth, eyes wide with shock and disbelief. The previous blow had nearly brought him to the brink of death. Such speed and power were beyond human capability. Fire Fist. Owen regretted his decision not to heed Katakuri's warning and return. Yet, there are no potions for regret, and he had no choice but to confront this monster, clinging to the hope of survival. Does a firefly dare to compete with the full moon? Explosive Fist. Atlas applied pressure beneath his feet. An immense fist imbued with the explosive power of the dragon's sigil collided with Owen's attack. Bang! In truth, Charlotte Owen had developed his fruit ability remarkably well, inheriting a portion of Big Mom's iron balloon prowess, nearing an awakened state. Yet, his heat-hot fruit leaned towards temperature manipulation, while Atlas's dragon sigil favored explosive capabilities, rendering his offensive power markedly inferior. How does it feel, pirate? Do you sense the chasm between us? Atlas observed Owen's right arm twisted in an unnatural position, his expression calm. Navy, are you certain you wish to offend the Big and Moan pirates? Mother will not spare you. Owen threatened fiercely. Mother, my foot. Are you a mama's boy? Atlas ignored the warning, stepping forward, his hand raised, delivering a resounding slap to Owen's face, causing his distinctive hairstyle to fall apart. Leaving his head nearly sunk into his shoulders, his right cheek swollen, blood and teeth spilling onto the ground. "You!" Owen struggled to rise, bewildered by this man's erratic behavior and incomprehensible words, suddenly assaulted without warning. In truth, Owen's misfortune stemmed from his reliance on fruit abilities. Despite his superior physical attributes compared to other children of Big Mom, his combat style leaned heavily on his fruit's utilization. However, Atlas's Dragon Sigil, while primarily explosive, was fundamentally fire, rendering Owen's abilities nearly ineffective as Atlas forcefully dominated him. "Speak. What is your primary purpose for coming to Dressrosa?" Atlas inquired casually, having sufficiently educated Owen, as extracting information from a captive is a matter of course. "Navy, if you have the guts, just kill me," Owen retorted defiantly, his loyalty to his family ensuring he would divulge no secrets regarding Big Mom. "Oh, very well," Atlas replied, drawing his sword, the blade glinting as it sliced cleanly across Owen's neck, a torrent of blood erupting forth. Instinctively, Owen pressed his uninjured left arm against the wound, his eyes wide with disbelief, brimming with resentment as countless thoughts raced through his mind. "Damn it, I was merely speaking out of instinct. How could this bastard take it seriously? Moreover, isn't the norm to imprison fruit users in Impel Down? Why is he deviating from the script?" These thoughts would remain unexpressed. For Atlas would not imprison him in Impel Down, knowing that the Big Mom pirates would negotiate with the world government to retrieve Owen. Just as politicians clandestinely engage in dealings with Kaido, the Five Elders viewed matters solely through the lens of profit. As for the rebirth of the Devil Fruit, Atlas remained indifferent. The world's decay was never solely due to the Devil Fruits, and the sea was teeming with them, making the heat-hot fruit inconsequential. No survivors? At that moment, Gion, having rushed from the royal plateau, arrived beside Atlas, surveying Owen's lifeless form. "Ah, no survivors. Let this scum repent in hell." Atlas waved dismissively, his expression tranquil. "Truly reminiscent of Akainu's style, isn't it, Kano?" Gion jested lightly. "I am quite different from Admiral Akainu. Gion, you should attend to subsequent matters. I shall continue to revel in the vibrant dance of Dressrosa." Gion paused, realizing he had once again been outmaneuvered. Since arriving in Dressrosa, he had scarcely found a moment's respite. Damn it! Chapter 79. Cyrus in the New World. Within the kingdom of Dressrosa, the once bustling docks now lay desolate, littered with the remnants of battle and the bodies of the fallen, predominantly pirates. It was fortuitous that Admiral Atlas arrived in time to minimize the casualties on the Navy's side. The Navy personnel moved with precision, methodically addressing the aftermath of the conflict, while Shiwan issued commands with a calm demeanor. The sailors operated like a well-oiled machine, executing their duties with efficiency. Meanwhile, Atlas, hindered by Shiwan's staunch resistance, remained stationary, observing the bustling Navy and Royal Guards, occasionally extending a hand to assist. Suddenly, a man clad in the Royal Guard's uniform, adorned with a crimson cape, rushed toward them, his panting breaths betraying his urgency. "General Cyrus." A guard recognized the man, promptly setting aside his tasks to greet him respectfully. Cyrus, somewhat perplexed, recalled receiving a call from King Liku, prompting him to abandon his tranquil time at home with his wife to hasten to the port. He had anticipated a scene filled with the chaos of clashing swords and cannon fire, yet the state before him suggested that the battle had concluded. "Ah, the fight is over." Atlas perked up upon seeing Cyrus, intrigued by this rare encounter with someone of interest. "Who are you?" Cyrus inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion as he regarded the young Navy brigadier standing before him. Clad in a pristine white uniform, Atlas possessed a strikingly composed visage, exuding a maturity beyond his years. Though not conventionally handsome, he was striking amidst the peculiarities of the pirate world. "This is Brigadier Kano's Atlas of the Navy," a nearby guard interjected, offering a timely introduction, his eyes reflecting admiration. Thanks to this naval officer, the recent conflict was resolved swiftly, and it was Brigadier Atlas who vanquished a commander of the Big Mom pirate crew. "Thank you for your assistance to the kingdom of Dressrosa," Cyrus exclaimed, his body tensing with emotion as he bowed deeply to Atlas. To Cyrus, Dressrosa was a place worth risking his life for. It harbored his beloved wife, their soon-to-be-born child, and the king he pledged his loyalty to. Thus, he felt immense gratitude toward the naval officer who had liberated Dressrosa. Cyrus? Atlas regarded the man with keen interest. From his prior observation in the arena and memories from a past life, he recognized Cyrus as a formidable individual. It was well known that years later, when Doflamingo sought to seize Dressrosa, Cyrus would single-handedly defeat a commander of the Don Quixote family through sheer swordsmanship. "I have heard of you. Would you consider joining the Navy?" Atlas asked directly, viewing Cyrus as a potentially exceptional ally, commending his character and loyalty. This caught Cyrus off guard. He had not anticipated that the naval officer would seek to recruit him, the captain of the Royal Guard. Yet, a part of him felt tempted. Dressrosa felt stiflingly small, and he had reached a plateau in his swordsmanship. The recent crisis had deeply impressed upon him the significance of strength. With a wife and child to protect, and a nation he cherished, he did not wish to find himself at the mercy of enemies or reliant solely on the Navy's support in future crises. What if the Navy failed to arrive next time, or worse, abandon them? He shuddered at the thought of their dire fate. However, he hesitated, reluctant to part with the land he held dear, especially with his wife still expecting. His gaze reflected his internal struggle. "Very well. You have 3 days to contemplate your decision. I shall await your answer here." Atlas observed Cyrus's indecision and empathized with his concerns, recognizing that to gain strength, sacrifices must be made. The comforts of home often lead to the graves of the weak. 3 days later, Atlas and Xiwan had spent a delightful 3 days at the gracious invitation of King Li Ku, and now it was time to return. On the deck of the warship, Cyrus stood beside Atlas, the former captain of Dressrosa's army. Over the past days, King Li Ku had expressed his discontent regarding Atlas's intention to recruit Cyrus. Yet he also understood the turmoil within Cyrus's heart and refrained from imposing obstacles. "Cyrus, you are a hero. I do not wish for you to be held back by my ties. Trust me, our child will be proud of you." The love story of Scarlet and Cyrus was a romantic encounter between beauty and heroism. Initially, Scarlet held disdain for Cyrus, a man forged in the brutality of the arena. However, when Cyrus rescued her from a band of pirates, they fell deeply in love. Hence, Scarlet wholeheartedly supported Cyrus's desire to join the Navy, envisioning him as the hero he aspired to be, rather than being confined to the kingdom of Dressrosa by familial obligations. Chapter 80. Interception with a thunderous crash. A colossal sea creature towering over 1,000 meters plunged into the ocean, sending immense waves crashing in every direction. Its fearsome maw emitted mournful cries as crimson blood mingled with the sapphire waters, a potent scent of iron wafting through the air. In an instant, a multitude of dark shadows emerged from the depths, swiftly devouring the carcass of the sea beast. What a terrifying creature! In just a few days, its strength seemed to have surged significantly. The over 1,000-meter-long Sea King was swiftly dispatched. On the deck of the warship, Major General Scherzwan stood with crossed arms, gazing somewhat wistfully at the formidable figure of Atlas, who appeared almost otherworldly. When he first encountered Atlas, he was merely a recruit in training. Little did he know he would rise to such heights. Zephyr's discerning eye had indeed proven to be as sharp as ever. "Major General Scherzwan, the obstacles have been cleared. We may proceed," Atlas declared, gracefully descending onto the deck with a moonlit stride. "Brother Kanos, your prowess is truly remarkable. This level of attack is beyond my capabilities. Your strength is becoming increasingly formidable," Scherzwan replied, his arms dropping as his delicate fingers brushed the golden talisman at his waist, a glimmer of intrigue in his gaze. Atlas chuckled softly, offering no explanation. His physique and mastery of hockey had elevated him to the status of a true powerhouse. His observation hockey had reached its zenith, and he was not far from glimpsing the threads of the future, his perceptive range comparable to that of Enel. His armament hockey had similarly matured, both in quality and quantity, rivaling the greatest warriors of the sea, though he had yet to master internal destruction. In terms of his charms, the strength bestowed by the bull charm was continuously augmenting. To illustrate, If Atlas's strength was once rated at a mere 1, the bull charm had multiplied it exponentially. Theoretically, the power of the bull charm was boundless. Yet Atlas's current physique could not unleash the force to obliterate a planet. Just as Kizaru's Pika Pika no Mi required a robust body and rapid neural responses to achieve light speed. The warship continued its voyage across the waves, headed toward the Navy's G5 base. Suddenly, a naval officer atop the lookout tower shouted urgently, "Pirate ship sighted ahead. It appears to be." Pausing momentarily, uncertainty lacing his tone before continuing. "The target seems to be us. All hands prepare. Scouts, confirm the enemy's situation." Shirzwan remained unflustered, calmly issuing combat readiness orders while inquiring about the enemy's status. In any battle, intelligence remained paramount, for one could never fathom the peculiar abilities possessed by their adversaries. A moment's carelessness could cost one their life. "Report, Major General. The enemy ship appears to be flying the flag of the big MOM pirates. It seems they are here for Charlotte Oven, though it is unclear which individual is aboard." Upon hearing this, Atlas's interest was piqued. If it were Katakuri who had arrived, that would be ideal. Having traversed the New World and engaged in numerous battles, his strength had rapidly escalated, reinforcing his belief that his initial choice was indeed the right one. Soon, the warship and pirate vessel converged. Standing at the bow was none other than Charlotte Katakuri, the second son of Big Mom, widely regarded as the pinnacle of the Charlotte family. Atlas scrutinized the somber-faced man before him, tall and muscular, with short, crimson hair, long limbs, and scars mending his cheeks, enhancing his intimidating demeanor. A pink tattoo snaked from his left arm to his back, while a white scarf resembling a flower concealed the lower half of his face. Dressed in black gloves and adorned with rings, his attire projected a youthful vigor. His gaze fixed intently on Atlas. "Hey, Navy, where's Oven?" Katakuri's deep, resonant voice emerged from behind the scarf, tinged with impatience, betraying his concern for his brother beneath his indifferent exterior. The big MOM pirates were a peculiar force, united by familial bonds. Big Mom herself only trusted those connected by blood, making it rare for outsiders to be accepted unless through marriage, as was the case with Capone Beej and Sanji in the original tale. Yet among all her offspring, Katakuri stood out as the most charismatic, earning the love and respect of his siblings, as he valued family over mere blood ties. For Katakuri, safeguarding familial bonds superseded loyalty to the family name, rendering him a perfect man who would not resort to violence against his siblings, even in betrayal. "Are you referring to the fiery-haired pirate?" Atlas inquired, a playful smile gracing his lips as he observed Katakuri's increasingly darkening expression. "You seek death," Katakuri roared, his observation haki foreseeing Atlas's impending words. Even with prior knowledge, the situation was still difficult to accept. After all, their older siblings had supported one another during the early days of the big MOM pirates, forging an unbreakable bond. Atlas was taken aback, surprised that Katakuri had already honed his observation haki to the level of future foresight. He wondered just how far into the future Katakuri could see. Truly, he was a prodigy, awakening his haki at the tender age of 3, his innate talent rivaling those born with the gift of foresight. "Now, don't be angry. How about this?" Atlas said, unable to contain his amusement at Katakuri's fury. "I could send you down to keep him company." "Ha ha!" Undoubtedly, Atlas's attempt at consolation proved effective, as Katakuri's demeanor stabilized. Those shadows enveloped his eyes, and a chilling aura emanated from him, akin to a venomous serpent lurking in the dark. Chapter 81. V.S. Katakuri. "Hey, Kano, do you need my assistance?" Beside them, Shiryan wore a grave expression. She had heard of Katakuri's notorious reputation. His bounty currently stood at 600 million berries, yet his true strength far surpassed this figure. He was the mightiest of the Big Mom pirates, second only to Charlotte Linlin herself. "No need, Major Shiryan. Just ensure the safety of the warship. As for me, I find this fellow quite intriguing." As Atlas spoke, he activated his moonwalk and advanced towards Katakuri, his entire body enveloped in armament haki, generating explosive sounds with each step the tremendous force propelling him forward. Such arrogance from the Navy, but harming my family is unforgivable. Are you prepared for death? Katakuri's demeanor remained cold, seemingly indifferent to Owen's demise, yet a flicker of sorrow and rage was evident in his eyes. Officer, inform the helmsman to steer clear of this area and rendezvous with Rear Admiral Atlas. Upon hearing this, Shurian ceased her objections and quietly maneuvered the warship away, ensuring Atlas would not be hindered. Understood, the officer responded loudly. Seeing this, Katakuri did not intervene. His observation haki indicated that only the man before him warranted his full attention. The other Navy members? Merely fodder, aside from that female swordsman. Katakuri, I believe you are underestimating your own abilities. Atlas retorted without mercy, as he prided himself on never conceding defeat, determined to maintain his bravado no matter the circumstance. As his words echoed, Atlas's expression hardened. A terrifying aura erupted from him, enveloping Katakuri with an oppressive presence. Conqueror S. Haki. Katakuri was undeterred, unleashing his own formidable Conqueror S. Haki in response. Instantly, countless black and red lightning bolts surged between them, the violent energy sending nearby marine life into a frenzy, while a fierce wind billowed, causing Atlas's justice cloak to billow dramatically. Katakuri ceased speaking, instead aiming his trident at Atlas. Suddenly, the trident began to spin inexplicably, extending rapidly towards Atlas, leaving a trail of sonic booms in its wake. Sweet potato thrust. Unfazed, Atlas unleashed a torrent of flames from his hand, the colossal explosion of fire colliding violently with the trident. Razor, explosive. In a flash, Atlas seemed to teleport from the fiery explosion to Katakuri's rear, preparing to deliver a righteous backstab. Yet, Katakuri unexpectedly sidestepped, evading Atlas's strike. Observation haki. Foreseeing the future, Atlas felt a twinge of frustration, although the future held infinite possibilities. Katakuri's foresight rendered him nearly invulnerable to Atlas' attacks, unless his own observation haki surpassed Katakuri's, or his physical prowess could overwhelm him. Nevertheless, excitement danced in Atlas's eyes. Battling such a formidable opponent was undeniably exhilarating. Finger gun spot. In an instant, Atlas unleashed dozens of finger strikes, piercing towards Katakuri with deadly precision. Swish, swish, swish. The fearsome sound of his strikes echoed as they pierced Katakuri's form, yet not a drop of blood was shed. Katakuri, a special paramecia user of the machi fruit, could achieve an elemental-like transformation, and with his superior observation haki, he accurately predicted every point of Atlas's assault. This is troublesome, Atlas thought to himself, pondering how Luffy managed to defeat this adversary in the original narrative. Truly perplexing. Bird machi. Suddenly, a whip made of machi extended from Katakuri's hand, enveloped in thick armament haki, coiling around Atlas. Atlas made no effort to resist, allowing Katakuri to indulge in his binding play. Boom! A violent explosion erupted from Atlas, the bird machi disintegrating into dust upon impact with him. Is this a toy for children, Katakuri? Atlas mocked mercilessly, activating his explosive abilities as Katakuri's pirate ship was obliterated into countless fragments, drifting aimlessly across the sea. Damn it! Is this guy not a devil fruit user? Katakuri, suspended in midair, felt a surge of anger. Atlas had destroyed their ship, forcing them into aerial combat. Most powerful warriors possessed similar techniques for aerial maneuvering. Moonwalk was hardly a secret in the New World, albeit it required considerable stamina. Your attacks cannot reach me. Navy. Katakuri taunted as he gazed at the airborne Atlas, attempting to undermine his psychological resolve. Let's allow our strength to speak for itself, Katakuri. Explosive cannon. A massive pillar of explosive flame surged towards Katakuri. Famous machi. Katakuri's hand transformed into a bar of machi, enveloped in armament haki, striking against the explosive flames while retreating simultaneously. Boom! Katakuri was launched backward by the immense shockwave, soaring several meters away. Razor, divine speed, explosive. Before Katakuri could regain his footing, Atlas charged at him with terrifying speed. I can't see him. Katakuri's heart sank as he realized he could not track Atlas' movements. No wonder Owen had fallen to this man. Iron fist, armament, explosive, unmatched machi blade. Bang, bang, bang. The thunderous collision reverberated like a cataclysmic storm, the sea roiling in tumultuous waves, surging violently. Is this a joke? Is this the battle between monsters? The sheer intensity of the fight left everyone in awe, astonished that Rear Admiral Atlas could contend with Katakuri to such a degree. Of course, after all, he is the pinnacle of the Charlotte family. Indeed, Atlas was a man bold enough to challenge Whitebeard, maintaining his unwavering reliability. From a distance, numerous Navy personnel watched in admiration, shivering at the residual energy of the battle, even from afar. Gyrus, clad in his Navy uniform, wore a complex expression, pondering what manner of monster had invited him into this fray. Chapter 82. Intensification, how infuriating. Engaging in aerial combat severely limits the potential of my fruit abilities. Katakuri steadied himself, his gaze remarkably calm. Undisturbed by the temporary disadvantage he faced, he firmly locked onto Atlas with his Kinbunchika haki. Suddenly, Katakuri's long legs split into several limbs without warning, each hardened with Busashoka haki, and then surged forward at incredible speed towards Atlas. Willow cake. Atlas had already activated his Kinbunchika haki, his body swiftly transforming into something as light as a sheet of paper. He easily evaded all attacks, gracefully maneuvering with the airflow generated by Katakuri's legs. While my Kinbunchika haki may not rival Katakuri's formidable prowess, it has nonetheless reached an advanced level. In terms of Busashoka haki, we are not vastly different in quality. As Atlas deftly dodged Katakuri's kicks, he assessed their respective strengths. Although Katakuri is a paragon of mastery in Kinbunchika haki within the pirate world, Atlas's Busashoka haki is not to be underestimated. Seeing Atlas so effortlessly neutralize his willow cake attack, Katakuri's expression darkened further. His legs swiftly transformed into a sticky substance, enveloped in Busashoka haki, and then rapidly compressed, propelled towards Atlas with a powerful force. Grilled rice cake. The upper part of Katakuri's hand morphed into a compressed rice cake, fierce flames spiraling around it. Shrouded in dark Busashoka haki, resembling a bursting rocket launcher, its immense power nearly tearing through the air. The formidable penetrative force instantly pierced through Atlas's body, causing him to dissipate like a flower in a mirror or a moon in the water. After images, Katakuri's Kinbunchiku haki blared warnings as a substantial amount of the sticky substance flowed from his body, enveloping him, while intense Busashoku haki rapidly covered the mass. Damn it! How can this guy be so fast? Katakuri lamented internally, feeling as helpless against Atlas's speed, explosive power, and strength as Atlas felt against his Kinbunchika haki. Explosive fist, armed. A light, airy voice pierced through the thick layer of sticky rice, setting off alarm bells in Katakuri's mind. His muscles tensed, and the mass he created thickened further. Boom! Another violent explosion echoed, but Atlas revealed no hint of satisfaction. Katakuri had long prepared a robust defense. When the smoke cleared, a dark sphere lay exposed in the air. Soon, it transformed into a cloud of black dust, carried away by the howling sea breeze, vanishing from sight. What terrifying mastery of Kinbunchika haki! To predict most of my attacks? Atlas mused, slightly twisting his neck to circulate his blood, speaking with a hint of gravity. Swish! Katakuri reacted swiftly, his arms morphing into a sticky mass, covered with Busashoku haki. Although his Busashoka haki did not match the terrifying volume of Atlas's, he was still capable of enduring a prolonged battle with the combination of his Kinbunchika haki. Bang! 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 The two engaged in a fierce exchange of punches and kicks, the collision of their Busashoka haki producing a metallic wail. Atlas occasionally used his life return to inflate his arms, showcasing terrifying strength through his bulging muscle fibers. Meanwhile, Katakuri resembled a creature with numerous tentacles, each covered in Busashoka haki, adeptly blocking each of Atlas's attacks with his foresight through Kinbunchiku haki. It seems Atlas has met his match. Guion, observing from a distance, felt a twinge of concern. Although the current situation appeared to favor Atlas, Katakuri's Kinbunchiko haki surpassed Atlas's slightly. The ability to foresee the future was indeed extraordinary, as Atlas had yet to land a single true strike on Katakuri. Of course, Guion was unaware of Atlas's formidable self-healing abilities, but her slender, fair hand was already resting on the Kinpyra at her waist. Even though Atlas had requested a one-on-one battle, as a fellow Marine, she would not remain idle. Damn it, I cannot utilize my awakened fruit abilities in the air. Katakuri cursed inwardly. His Machi fruit awakening could assimilate the surrounding environment, enabling nearby objects to acquire the properties of Machi for his use, but now, suspended in mid-air, there was nothing for him to assimilate. The lone ship had already been reduced to wreckage by Atlas. Is Atlas powerful? Undoubtedly. He is a man with no apparent weaknesses in physical prowess, strength, and haki. Katakuri pondered, if not for his Kinbunchika haki having reached the level of foreseeing the future, what would his chances be against such a monster? The answer was uncertain. Too many factors influenced the battle, but his odds would certainly be lesser than they were now. Marine, I acknowledge your strength, but harming my family is unforgivable. You shall remain here today. Cut rice cake. Katakuri's arm suddenly inflated to a gigantic size, spikes protruding from it, resembling a mace. After covering it with Busashoka haki, he spun it rapidly, transforming his entire arm into a sticky mass. Its soft properties allowed the mace to swing like a meteor, hurtling towards Atlas's face. Come at me. Atlas showed no fear, his robust physique rapidly inflating to 5 meters through life return, his broad back resembling a fearsome visage. Every muscle fiber was drenched in dark red Busashoku haki, and mysterious patterns traced from the corners of his eyes, converging on his forehead, presenting a spectacular embodiment of explosive power. Life return, armed, divine warrior body. Bang! Atlas swung his colossal fist directly at Katakuri's mace. Both techniques leaned toward sheer power, yet Atlas, endowed with the Ox Talisman, undoubtedly held the upper hand. Boom! 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 The terrifying sonic booms erupted around Katakuri, and in this pure contest of strength, he could hardly control his body as he was sent flying away. Chapter 83. Undercurrents Katakuri. It is impossible for you to defeat me, even if you possess the foresight of observation haki. Katakuri remained silent, gazing emotionlessly at Atlas, who was engrossed in his own monologue. Unperturbed, Atlas continued, asserting that even if they were to battle for days and nights, it would ultimately be Katakuri who would exhaust himself. Furthermore, I am not even a devil fruit user. Katakuri refrained from voicing any dissent. A man of such conviction would not stoop to deceit, and he understood all too well that he had ventured out in haste, with a female swordsman from the Navy lurking nearby, ensuring that he would be the one to falter in the end. Kome, let us wager our lives on this final strike. Katakuri tore away his tattered garments, revealing his muscular torso, as an abundance of machi surged forth, intertwining with his haki. Kome. Atlas inhaled deeply, activating his observation haki to its zenith, his muscles taut and his own haki intensifying. He realized that should Katakuri wish to flee, he would be unable to prevent it, as the disparity in their strengths was not insurmountable. Explosive fist, armament, cut, monster strength machi, accompanied by the searing force of the explosion and the bizarre, spiked fist colliding violently. A terrifying shockwave surged through both combatants, the air around them seemingly drawn into a vacuum. Both were hurled violently away, while Katakuri seized the momentum to retreat into the distance. Atlas did not pursue. Instead, he stabilized himself mid-air, silently observing Katakuri's receding figure. So, how goes it, young Kanos? Upon returning to the ship, Guion scrutinized the disheveled Atlas, a faint smile gracing his lips. Ah, it's fortunate. He possesses considerable strength. Atlas brushed off the dust on his attire and, with a swift motion, removed a tattered strip hanging from him. He turned to his aide and said, Burleton, would you kindly fetch me a change of clothes? Thank you. Certainly. There is no need for such formality. Major Atlas. Burleton, visibly excited, trailed after Atlas, utterly captivated by his prowess in just a few short days. New World Tadolansi. This is a realm of dreams, suffused with the sweet aroma of confections, flowing cream, and enormous ships that eerily sing. This is the flagship of the Big Mom Pirates, the Queen Mama-chant. Surrounding it are uniquely adorned subordinate ships, with the outermost vessels marked by numerical designations, forming a formidable pirate fleet ruling the New World. At this moment, aboard the Queen Mama-chant, the rotund Big Mom sat upon her throne, her already fearsome visage now particularly grim. To her left sat the taciturn Katakuri, while to her right was Perospero, brandishing an enormous lollipop, his crimson tongue peeking out. The atmosphere in the grand hall was tense, with Perospero not daring to lick his lollipop, fearing that any misstep could invoke the wrath of the furious Big Mom, potentially costing him his life. They had received news that sent shivers down their spines. Big Mom's fourth son, their brother, Charlotte Oven, had perished at the hands of a Navy officer. Ironically, the Big Mom Pirates were a formidable crew founded upon familial ties. Yet Big Mom's children had never experienced a shred of maternal affection, only the harshness of a tyrant. MMM. Are you saying that Oven was killed by a Navy man? Katakuri. Big Mom's eyes, adorned with purple eyeshadow, widened like copper bells, her plump face looming closer to Katakuri's. He could clearly see the crimson veins in her eyes, resembling a demon from the depths of hell. Katakuri remained silent, his gaze unwavering as he met Big Mom's stare, his stoic expression betraying his emotions. For Katakuri, who held a deep affection for his siblings, his grief was profound. Yet this tyrant before him was not in mourning. She was merely concerned about her loss of face. I'm sorry, Mama, but that Navy officer is formidable. I cannot avenge Oven. Perospero was taken aback. Although he was the eldest of Big Mom's children, the strongest among them was indeed Katakuri. The man hailed as the pinnacle of the Charlotte family. This was the first time he had heard this unwavering man express such sentiments. MMM. You are but a worthless fool. Are you prepared to face the consequences of your failure? Big Mom, in a fit of rage, laughed maniacally, her broad face becoming all the more terrifying, her gaping mouth resembling the entrance to a hellish abyss. Perospero broke into a cold sweat, desperately attempting to placate the enraged Big Mom. As he pointed out, should Katakuri perish at her hands, not only would the crew suffer a significant loss in strength, but their other siblings would also become disillusioned. After all, Katakuri was their most revered brother, a fact that Perospero could not deny. Moreover, he shared a deep bond with Katakuri, having endured the trials of life and death during the crew's formative years. MMM. I shall spare you this time. But remember to bring me the head of that Navy officer, Katakuri. At these words, Big Mom ceased her use of her devil fruit powers. Though she was known for her capriciousness, as a cunning and treacherous pirate queen, she could rein in her emotions at critical moments. After all, few could rise to prominence in a new world without exceptional cunning. Yes, Mama. New World, G5 base. Atlas, you truly are remarkable. That old hag Big Mom is likely going mad now. Without a doubt, the voice belonged to Carp, who was currently exuberantly slapping Atlas on the shoulder. Atlas, however, bore an expression of helplessness as he reported the mission's progress to Vice Admiral Tsuru, who was seated in her office chair. As the news spread, the currents of the New World surged ominously. Chapter 84. Espionage and Intrigue in the New World, within the territory of the Pirate Alliance. The oppressive sky brooded with a gloomy atmosphere. The landscape was marred by swamps, and the air was thick with swarming mosquitoes, rendering the island akin to an uncharted wasteland. Dense tropical rainforests enclosed the space, evoking an inescapable sense of claustrophobia. Hey, Bloodscythe, why do you always choose such dreary places? Can't you pick somewhere a bit more normal? Grumbled a towering man of ebony skin, his massive frame towering 5 meters high, his jowls quivering with each word, resembling a moving fortress. Indeed, what a crude fellow. I would have preferred to find a sunny beach where we could bask in the sun and admire beautiful women in bikinis. Now, that would be the height of enjoyment. chimed in a gentlemanly figure beside him. Yet, amusingly, this man, completely bald, bore sharp features that seemed out of place on his round face, his neck adorned with an awkwardly tied bow tie, reminiscent of a comedic caricature. "Ha! Yelmak, Klaus, you two are such a nuisance. I relish the sensation of mosquitoes feasting on my blood," remarked a sinister-looking man with a long face and a hawkish nose, disgustingly licking his cracked lips with a crimson tongue. "Enough of your bickering. Let us address the purpose of this meeting," Francis interjected, unable to endure their complaints any longer, as he had important matters to discuss. "Let's get to the point. Have you read the papers from a few days ago?" Bloodside Leckham inquired solemnly. "Are you referring to the news that Owen from the big MOM Pirates was slain by a Navy rookie? Even their greatest champion, Katakuri, could not contend with that Navy officer? Hey. Surely, you must have sensed the implications of this event? Our opportunity has arrived. If we can defeat a sovereign of the New World, we might solidify our own position as the undisputed pirate overlords," Leckham exclaimed, rising with fervor, his expression akin to that of a fervent zealot. Francis, however, wore a peculiar expression, questioning whether Leckham shared the same ambitions as he did. "Bloodscythe, you must understand. It is only through the alliance of our 4 pirate crews that we stand a chance against Whitebeard and his crew. Even then, we are merely surviving in the shadows of a new world." Yelmak, the gentleman, challenged. "How foolish. Are you blind to the Navy's intentions? First, they targeted the Whitebeard pirates, and now the big MOM pirates. The Navy is determined to eradicate these so-called pirate sovereigns. The New World cannot accommodate so many rulers, leaving us with no retreat," Klaus countered, his muscular form belying a sharp intellect, fully aware of the disparity in strength between himself and the other pirate lords. "The big MOM pirates," Francis finally spoke, dropping a bombshell. "Why, according to my intelligence, that old hag Big MOM is currently pregnant and unable to fight at her full capacity. Moreover, her older child, Owen, has been executed by the Navy, leaving most of her remaining offspring too young to be of any real strength. Thus, this is the most vulnerable moment for the big MOM pirates. As for the Whitebeard pirates, despite their frequent clashes with the Navy, we have yet to hear of any significant losses among their ranks, while Kaido of the Beasts occupies Wano, a strategically advantageous position, making them difficult to confront. Once we conquer the big MOM pirates, we shall take their place and become the true sovereigns of the New World. Rumor has it that big MOM possesses a piece of the red historical text, which could lead us to the Pirate King's great treasure." Francis articulated his analysis of the current situation, painting a vivid picture of the future that stirred excitement among the audience. The 3 others pondered, their eyes darting as they weighed the risks and rewards. Yelmak scoffed, "And then we get captured by the Navy, ending our days and impelled down? Rest assured, the Navy is currently preoccupied with a fierce battle against the Whitebeard pirates, leaving us unnoticed. Besides, we are pirates who thrive on danger. When did we become so timid? This is our final opportunity, and I believe you all understand that." Indeed, Francis is correct. We pirates are no different from gamblers, except that while gamblers wager money at the table, we stake our very lives. Although the risks were immense, the potential rewards were equally enticing. Success would ensure their place in the New World. Hey, I agree. Bloodscythe Leckham was the first to endorse Francis's plan, further arousing Francis's suspicions about his true intentions. "Damn it, I'm going all in. I have no objections." "Excellent. Now let us discuss our operational strategy moving forward." On board a massive 3-masted ship, a fearsome pirate flag billowed from the tall mast, featuring a skull reminiscent of a bear's head, bisected by a deep scar, adding an air of menace. Any pirate from the New World would recognize this as the flagship of the Barbarian Bear Pirates, known as the Barbarian Bear. At this moment, Francis sat in a plush office chair aboard the Barbarian Bear, shrouded in darkness, one half of his form concealed. He held a standard Den Den Mushi in one hand and a white anti-eavesdropping Den Den Mushi in the other. Buru. "Hello, Francis. How are things progressing? I've kept your drought position open for you." The Den Den Mushi morphed into a bizarre figure with 2 horns as the call connected. "Rest assured, everything is proceeding smoothly, Lord Kaido." "That is good to hear. A click signaled the call's abrupt end, but Francis remained unfazed, continuing his tasks as the din-din mushy rang again. Biru-Baru, how is it going? My lord, everything's going well, thanks to that Navy rookie. Once this is over, I can infiltrate the beast pirates. Excellent. Do not squander the opportunity afforded by the ancient Zoan-type bear fruit we provided. Once your infiltration is complete, you can move directly into CP0. Do not expose yourself. You know the consequences of failure. Understood. Another click echoed as the din-din mushy was hung up once more. Chapter 85. The Coming Storm in the New World, G5 Baseport. A colossal naval warship docked at the port, its deck neatly lined with approximately 1,000 naval soldiers, led by the smiling Major General Kaki. Atlas stood at the port, observing the ever-charismatic Kaki, and greeted him with a smile. Today, Atlas was assigned by Vice Admiral Crane to welcome the reinforcements dispatched from headquarters. Originally, Shurian was supposed to join him, but upon hearing that Kaki would be present, she concocted an excuse to slip away, leaving Atlas to bear the brunt of the duty alone. Atlas, where's Miss Shurian? I was prepared to make my 99th confession to her, Kaki remarked. Disappointment etched on his face upon noticing Atlas alone at the port. Major Shurian had a last-minute engagement, so it's just me, Atlas explained somewhat awkwardly, as it was hardly appropriate to divulge that Shurian had evaded Kaki's advances. By the way, didn't Vice Admiral Crane mention that Admiral Akiji would also be coming to the New World for support? Where's he? Atlas inquired, puzzled. Having conversed with Kaki for quite some time, without sight of Akiji descending from the warship. Akiji. Kaki was about to elaborate when a languid voice drifted over from a short distance away. My apologies, Kanos. I kept you waiting. Following the sound, Atlas spotted Akiji, draped in the Navy's justice cloak, clad in a white suit with a deep blue shirt underneath, leisurely riding a bicycle across the water, a narrow sheet of ice forming beneath the tires. Akiji, with half-closed eyelids and frequent yawns, exuded an air of indolence as he approached. Admiral Akiji. Atlas stood at attention, saluting with precision. Akiji nonchalantly parked his bicycle, handing it to a nearby sailor, and proceeded directly to Karp's office. Kanos, let us be off. The winds are picking up. On Onigashima, in Wano country. Brother Kaido, should the beast pirates involve ourselves in the upcoming conflict in the New World to further plunge it into chaos? The imposing figure of Ember, clad entirely in black with a fiery aura emanating from his massive wings, inquired as he observed Kaido, who was heartily drinking. No need. We shall remain on the sidelines and watch the flames rise. However, I must stir the pot a bit. Only such top-tier battles can ignite my excitement. Aboard the Moby Dick. Old man, the Navy's recent activities have intensified, and a considerable force is converging on the New World. Are they preparing to strike us with full force? Marco expressed his concerns. Though he held no fear of the Navy and harbored no ambition for the title of Pirate King, he merely wished to continue living alongside his father. Marco, fret not. If the Navy intends to cleanse the New World, the world government would never consent. Moreover, the other pirates in the New World are not to be underestimated. The Navy might find their teeth shattered attempting to chew on this bone. Bista chimed in, well aware of the world government's nature. The Five Elders would never allow the Navy to grow too powerful or diminish significantly. They sought only a balance. To the Five Elders, the entire world resembled a chessboard. And, as the players, they must ensure that the balance among the major factions remains unbroken to safeguard the world government's dominion. Gulalala. Marco, Bister is correct. Do not worry too much. I am Whitebeard after all. In the New World, at the G5 base, in the office of the staff. The small office was filled with the upper echelons of the G5 base. Atlas was among them, though he held the rank of Rear Admiral. His strength had earned him the respect of those present, making him a notable figure in the hierarchy. Vice Admiral Crane sat upright behind the desk, flanked by the future Admirals Akainu and Akiji, while Karp stood beside Crane, munching on donuts, crumbs scattering across the desk. Now that everyone is here, I will discuss the personnel allocation and arrangements for the upcoming great battle, Crane announced, surveying the room, her ears filtering out Karp's chewing sounds. Karp, Sakazuki, Kaki, Shion. You will lead a contingent of the Navy to intercept the Whitebeard pirates, while also preparing for Kaido's possible interference. Your strength should suffice. Kazan, you and Atlas will take a portion of the forces to the Tato Land Sea. According to intelligence from the CP Department, the Pirate Alliance targets the Big MOM pirates. Should Big MOM find herself at a disadvantage, seize the opportunity to annihilate them and strike at the Pirate Alliance. However, it is likely that the Pirate Alliance will falter. The intelligence capabilities in Tato Land should not be underestimated. We can directly crush the so-called Pirate Alliance thereafter. As for Kaido's beast pirates, they probably won't make an appearance. Kaido is aware of Wano's treacherous position. The Navy wouldn't foolishly provoke them, so no forces will be dispatched, but I will arrange for surveillance. Rest assured, Vice Admiral Crane, not a single pirate from the Alliance will escape. Akiji assured, his previous lethargy replaced with confidence. At this moment in the New World, whether among the big MOM pirates or the myriad of smaller pirate crews, an unusual scent filled the air. Countless pirates were secretly gearing up, eager to stake their claim in the impending war that would reshape the world's order. The winds of a new era are about to sweep across the New World. Chapter 86. The outbreak in January of 1506, during the era of the Sea Circle in the Totland Sea of the New World, the magnificent ship, the Queen Mama Song, floated serenely upon the water. Its vast hull swayed gently with the rhythm of the waves, while the oddly shaped figurehead emitted a soft, melodic hum. Surrounding it were pirate ships of various sizes, each unfurling the iconic flag, depicting red lips and a skull. On board the Song, Mama, having recently given birth to her 75th child, exhibited a surprising vitality, unlike ordinary women who would be weakened by such an ordeal. Instead, she eagerly rolled up the tablecloth, devouring the sweet delicacies hidden within, while servants swiftly replaced the table with new confections, perpetuating the cycle. Mama. Visual feed from the Sea Slug indicates that the Pirate Alliance has invaded our Totland Sea, announced Perospero, hesitating to disturb Big Mom while she was eating. He understood that inciting her hunger pangs could lead to catastrophic consequences for the entire nation. Yet the urgency of the situation compelled him to report. What did you say? Upon hearing Perospero's words, Big Mom immediately ceased her feasting, her crimson eyes locking onto him with a fierce intensity. Her enormous mouth, stretching almost to her ears, dripped with corrosive saliva, suggesting that she might devour him whole if he did not provide a satisfactory explanation. Mama, the so-called Pirate Alliance has invaded the Totland Sea. It seems they have set their sights on us. Perospero swallowed hard, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead under Big Mom's penetrating gaze. Huh, those worthless fools dare to covet my Totland? They truly underestimate me, Big Mom exclaimed, her fury palpable. Perospero, gather the fleet with Katakuri. I shall personally obliterate them. Do they think I'm an easy target? But, Mama, you have just given birth. Are you sure you should? Perospero expressed concern, knowing that Big Mom was the linchpin of their pirate crew. Without her, they would scarcely be regarded as formidable. Are you instructing me on how to act? Perospero, you are merely my son. Know your place. Big Mom's expression darkened, her long-held aura of authority crashing down on him. Terrified, Perospero nodded vigorously in agreement. On the outskirts of the Totland Sea, four uniquely designed ships entered this dreamlike expanse, their fearsome figureheads starkly contrasting the serene environment. The four pirate crews of the Pirate Alliance boldly encroached upon Big Mom's territory, challenging the formidable pirate queen who ruled the New World. The captains of the four pirate crews wore expressions of excitement mixed with gravity, as if they were on the cusp of seizing dominion over the New World, even catching a glimpse of the Pirate King's throne. Huh, for insignificant fish. Do you think of me as a soft persimmon? How utterly infuriating. Before they could revel in their anticipation, Big Mom arrived at the bow of the Song, wielding the enormous sword named Napoleon, flanked by her homies, Zeus and Prometheus, who commanded thunder and flames, respectively. Cackle all you want, old hag. The old era is over, and there is no ship that can hold you now. It's time for you to step aside and make room for us young blood. One of the captains jeered. Fools! Katakuri, take this wretch's head to present to me. Big Mom ordered. Yes, Mama. Katakuri responded affirmatively. Yelmak, you and Francis restrain Big Mom. I will handle Katakuri. proclaimed Rakem confidently. As a Paramecia-type blood fruit user, he could manipulate the blood within his enemies and accelerate his own blood flow to enhance his combat prowess. He had awakened his Fruit-S abilities and felt unafraid of Katakuri. Damn it! Yelmak and Francis internally cursed, realizing the disparity in strength between Katakuri and Big Mom. They had been outmaneuvered by Rakem, and now had no choice but to press on. Huh! How dare they underestimate me? Big Mom retorted, her laughter echoing ominously as an invisible sound wave radiated from her, targeting the Pirate Alliance. Conqueror's Haki. The atmosphere seemed to freeze, and the once boisterous pirates fell silent. Their eyes vacant, mouths agape, as if their very souls had been siphoned away, collapsing lifelessly. Conqueror's Haki. What manner of monster is this? Such terrifying power. We cannot possibly face such a creature. It is tantamount to seeking death. Captain, we must retreat. The Big Mom pirates are beyond our capacity to contend with. Those who managed to remain conscious trembled, their legs quaking like leaves, drenched in sweat, resembling frightened kittens. What are you panicking about? She is merely an old woman. It's just Conqueror's Haki. Several captains attempted to steady their comrades, though they too felt a twinge of fear. Although 3 of them possessed Conqueror's Haki, their powers paled in comparison to Big Mom-S. Everyone, attack! Blood Scythe. Rakem could no longer remain passive. He unleashed his abilities against Katakuri, while the others sought their respective opponents, aware that hesitation would lead to their total annihilation. Huh! Zeus. Thunder. Yes, Mama. Zeus, hovering in the air, transformed menacingly, enveloped in darkness as a massive column of lightning descended without warning, a harbinger of disaster. Yelmak, a natural-type cloud fruit user, was unperturbed by Zeus's assault, fully aware that Rakem was not merely a threat to them. As the largest boss present, Charlotte Linlin's 3 homies were well known to them. Yelmak's cloud fruit would first neutralize Big Mom's Zeus, while Francis, an ancient Zoan-type bear fruit user in his ancient bear form, was nearing the awakening of his abilities, making them the optimal choice to confront Big Mom. Chapter 87. This path is blocked upon the arrival of Aokiji and Atlas at the Totland Sea. The big MOM pirates were already embroiled in a fierce battle against the Pirate Alliance. The air was thick with the sound of cannon fire and the acrid scent of gunpowder, painting the once blue sea a deep crimson. Overall, the Pirate Alliance found themselves under the relentless assault of the big MOM pirates, struggling against the formidable presence of Big MOM herself, even in her post-labor state. Yelmak and Francis, engaged in a tactical dance with Big MOM, silently lamented their dire predicament. Confronting her was an exercise in futility. Her terrifying physique, akin to a steel balloon, rendered their efforts ineffective. Moreover, her 2 formidable homies endowed her with an extensive area of effect capability. What a lunatic, Yelmak thought bitterly, as Big Mom unleashed thunderous flames without regard for the battlefield's toll, inflicting heavy casualties on both the Pirate Alliance and her own crew alike. To her, these so-called soldiers were merely expendable homies, creations she could summon at will, and she held no regard for human life. It appears I have come at an inopportune moment. Just as the battle reached a fever pitch, Aokiji's warship intruded upon their theater of conflict. You all may continue. I assure you, I shall not interfere, Aokiji declared, arms crossed on the deck, offering an awkward smile to the stunned onlookers. Well, the Navy has arrived. How amusing. Big Mom's bloodlust surged as she sneered at the newcomers. Little insects, you shall submit to my might. Thunderous fire crackled around her as she charged towards Yelmak and Francis, her seemingly corpulent form moving with surprising agility. Boom! The terrifying force of her thunderous flames struck the 2 men, leaving Yelmak barely a moment to elementalize, a futile effort. For the scope of Big Mom's attack was too vast to evade. In an instant, they were nearly brought to the brink of death. Francis, however, relying on the resilience of his ancient Zoan-type devil fruit, sustained minimal injury. Ice Age. Aokiji swiftly assessed the situation, activating his fruit's powers. A frigid breath escaped his lips, transforming a vast expanse of sea and the surrounding pirates into solid ice sculptures. He would not merely stand by. Both factions were on the brink of exhaustion, and the moment to strike had arrived. Hey, 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 Navy, this is our war. Do you seek your demise? Big Mom growled, her predatory eyes narrowing upon the calm Akiji, her sinister laughter echoing in the chaos. My sincerest apologies, madam. This is my justice, Akiji responded coolly, conjuring a slender ice dagger that he hurled with deadly intent at Big Mom's face. An opportunity. Yellmark and Francis exchanged glances, instinctively retreating from the battlefield. They had underestimated Big Mom's power. Their forces had been decimated, and Bloodscythe was now being overwhelmed by Katakuri. Klaus was similarly ensnared by several of Big Mom's children. Although he had the upper hand, escape seemed impossible. With Akiji now actively engaging Big Mom, they realized that remaining any longer could spell their doom in Totland. It seems the Navy is poised to take command of the battlefield, Akiji remarked, glancing at the fleeing Yellmark and Francis, making no move to hinder their escape. Apologies. Piracy is forbidden in this area. Atlas, commanding a medium-sized Navy vessel, intercepted their retreat with ease, utilizing his keen observation abilities to locate the duo. Navy? Brigadier? Yellmark scoffed at Atlas, fully aware that despite their recent chaotic retreat in the New World, they were not to be trifled with by a mere Navy brigadier. Francis, equally perturbed, furrowed his brow at the Navy's audacity to deploy a brigadier in such a high-stakes conflict. He had been seeking an opportunity to ambush Yellmark, but this Navy officer's presence complicated matters significantly. However, Francis was not one to show mercy. The Navy officer would have to fend for himself. Flying finger gun, explosion. Atlas disregarded the duo's deliberations and unleashed a fiery explosion towards Yellmark. Boom! The explosive ray pierced through Yellmark's form, striking the distant sea and sending towering waves into the air. Yellmark, now grim-faced, relinquished his elemental form, the previous ease in his demeanor replaced with solemnity. He had narrowly avoided the brunt of the explosive flames, yet felt their overwhelming power, realizing the Navy officer before him was no ordinary foe. How intriguing, Francis. It seems we must collaborate once more. What are you? Yellmark's face twisted into a sickly smile as he prepared to rally Francis to confront the Navy officer, only to be taken aback as Francis casually walked towards the Navy's side, completely unguarded. Hey, hey, hey. Wasn't it said that piracy is forbidden here? Are you blind? You can't possibly miss such a large living being before you. Yellmark's frustration grew as he realized the truth. Francis was an undercover agent. In light of Francis's unusual behavior and his previous roles in this conflict, Yellmark gradually grasped the reality of the situation. Chapter 88. The Cloudy Man? Little demon. It seems that this is all part of your Navy's cunning scheme. Is it? Ha ha ha. Truly, Sengoku deserves the title of a wise general. Ermac's expression bore hints of irritation, yet he felt utterly helpless, letting out a series of low, sardonic chuckles. He felt akin to a mouse being toyed with by a cat, his face contorting into an unsightly grin. I apologize, Mr. Ermac, but the bounty of 700 million berries on your head is merely a testament to your status as a sea nuisance. You possess far too much knowledge, and thus, I must bid you farewell. Atlas remarked coldly, gazing at the sickly gentleman before him, devoid of any emotion. It must be noted that the current bounty system is not as inflated as it would become a decade later with Luffy's rise, which would result purely from the devaluation of berries and inflation. Therefore, Ermac's bounty of 700 million berries still held substantial weight, and his prowess should not be underestimated. Ha ha ha, what a boastful little brat. Although Ermac had just witnessed a mere glimpse of Atlas's capabilities, the pride of a great pirate would not allow him to concede without a fight. Thunderclouds descend. Ermac cackled malevolently as dark clouds began to gather in the sky, flashes of lightning brewing within. Suddenly, a pillar of lightning struck down from above, targeting Atlas's head. Boom! A tremendous surge of lightning energy enveloped Atlas in an instant. However, Ermac did not display any surprise. He was well aware that the man before him could not perish from such an assault. How invigorating! It has been far too long since I have felt such exhilaration. As the lightning dissipated, Atlas stood unscathed, his form entirely enveloped in a thick layer of haki. Though the upper half of his attire had been reduced to ashes, revealing his muscular physique. Atlas twisted his neck slightly, the powerful joints cracking in response. And to his delight, he discovered a slight enhancement in his physique from the recent thunderous baptism, however minuscule it may be. Now it is my turn. Atlas summoned his muscles, unleashing a forceful explosion beneath his feet, causing the sea's surface to cave in. In an instant, he appeared before Yi Ermac with terrifying speed. Iron block. Arm smash. His arms swelled suddenly, the overwhelming sensation of power surging forth, igniting sparks of fierce combustion upon contact with the air. Cloud shield armed. Almost simultaneously, a massive wall of clouds, imbued with haki, rose up before Yi Ermac. Duong. A peculiar sensation arose, firm yet slightly yielding. It did not produce the usual metallic clang of haki colliding, but rather, the formidable resilience seemed to absorb a third of Atlas's strength, while the remainder was withstood by haki. I am the Cloudy Man, having consumed the cloud fruit. My cloud shield possesses both the softness of fog and the hardness of haki, rendering it unbreakable. Yi Ermac chuckled with a hint of pride, believing that while this marine posed some trouble, he was by no means an insurmountable adversary. Thus, he eagerly explained his abilities, adhering to the fine tradition of pirates. Is that so? Atlas remained non-committal, yet he suddenly exerted more force, activating the explosive power of the dragon talisman, flames erupting from his fist. Boom! Oh, that feels good. Atlas exhaled in relief as he watched Yi Ermac sent flying. Meanwhile, Yi Ermac, struggling to maintain his footing, surveyed his tattered gentleman-esque attire, a wave of unbridled fury surging within him. Hey, you have thoroughly enraged me now, Navy. Just as the words escaped his lips, thick clouds of fog began to swirl upon the sea, rising like a white continent, lifting Yi Ermac's form high into the air while attempting to envelop Atlas in a shroud of mist. Atlas felt as though gigantic hands were gripping his body, tightening their hold with each passing moment. Boom! An explosive burst of flames erupted, creating a vast void in the fog that bound Atlas. However, under Yi Ermac's control, the clouds swiftly reformed at a visible pace. Observing this, Atlas executed a moonwalk, employing his technique to escape the clutches of the fog with great speed. Flying finger gun, explosive Gatling. A fierce glint flashed in Atlas's eyes as he unleashed a torrent of bullets, imbued with haki, aimed relentlessly at Yi Ermac. Yi Ermac was undeterred, swiftly wrapping his arms in clouds, hardening them with haki, his massive black fists colliding violently with the explosive flames. Bang! 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 A series of explosions resounded, a wave of white energy erupting from Yi Ermac's center. Seizing the opportunity, Atlas darted into the energy cloud, his form rapidly transforming. Shrinking to a height of 2 meters, his haki deepening, intricate patterns swirling across his chest and back. 2 trails of tears extending from the corners of his eyes down to his neck. Life return, armed, paper drawing body. Unlike the warrior god body, the paper drawing body allowed Atlas to react with heightened agility and sensitivity, while the warrior god body granted him the strength of a giant, perfectly harmonizing with the divine power bestowed by the Ox Talisman. Whirling dance, serpent. Even before Atlas ascended, Yi Ermac's observation haki had already detected Atlas's presence, prompting him to launch an attack. A multitude of serpentine forms composed of fog surged forth, their bodies veiled in haki, clearly aiming to ensnare Atlas. Do you think my observation haki is mere decoration? Atlas's eyes narrowed, 2 vibrant red glimmers spilling forth as he maximized his observation haki. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With the enhancement of the paper drawing body, Atlas adeptly evaded all the serpents composed of clouds. Though the breadth of his observation haki had not expanded since his last battle with Katakuri, its sensitivity had notably improved. Explosive battle axe. In an instant, Atlas soared above the clouds, hovering menacingly over Yi Ermac, raising his right leg high, his body resembling a drawn bow, channeling explosive flames downward with tremendous force. Bang! Even though Ermac hastily constructed a wall of clouds in that fleeting moment, he was still struck down by the overwhelming power from above. Pong! A dull thud echoed, and Ermac did not plunge into the embrace of the ocean, thanks to the layer of fog he had previously conjured to restrain Atlas. Chapter 89. Flourish and flourish henceforth. I shall not grant you another opportunity. Starfall. Atlas would not afford Yelmac a moment's respite. His body swiftly grew in size, the intricate patterns on his face coiling upwards to converge upon his forehead, while the muscles on his back became distinctly defined, ultimately forming a ghastly visage, from which steam continuously emanated. Struggling, Yelmac gradually rose from the thick layer of clouds. Suddenly, a black object plummeting at high speed breached the range of his observation, leaving him little time to discern its nature. Bang! The immense acceleration created a void within the clouds, sending waves of water soaring dozens of meters high, crashing mercilessly upon Yelmac. He evaded it. Yet, Yelmac felt no joy. Instead, cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Although he had narrowly escaped Atlas's attack, his left arm was rendered useless. He could distinctly feel the shattering of bones, completely incapacitating his ability to fight. Is this fellow not a power user? Yelmac pondered in surprise, having mistakenly assumed Atlas's explosive capabilities indicated he was a fruit user. However, the current situation made it evident that he had misjudged. At that moment, Atlas, lurking beneath the sea, was equally convinced that his assault had inflicted considerable damage upon Yelmac. Boom! A colossal splash erupted as Atlas surged forth like a swiftly darting tiger shark, aiming directly at the position where Yelmac stood, his head reinforced with haki. Cloud shield, armament. Yelmac had not anticipated the swiftness of Atlas's attack, which came in a relentless chain, leaving him scarcely a moment to breathe. A profound sense of peril compelled him to instantaneously unfurl the cloud shield, cloaked in haki. Crash! The violent impact reverberated around him. This time Yelmac could not fully defend himself. The formidable explosive flames, accompanied by the thrust of Atlas's head, struck fiercely against his body. The turbulent winds scattered the surrounding clouds into irregular debris, which slowly drifted upon the churning sea. Yelmac found himself atop one of the larger remnants, an ominous premonition swelling within him. After a brief confrontation, he realized he was no match for this naval officer, although he had already been drained in his encounter with Big Mom. Fog domain. As Atlas came to a halt, his vision was instantly obscured by the encroaching fog, reminiscent of smokers' smoke fruit. However, the two substances were fundamentally different. Smoker's smoke consisted of solid particles, whereas Yelmac's fog comprised water vapor and tiny ice crystals, thus possessing a cooling effect. Indeed, as Atlas contemplated, the temperature around him began to drop, though it paled in comparison to Aokiji's freezing abilities. Attempting to flee? Yelmac was not the type of pirate to stubbornly fight when outmatched. Retreating in the face of danger was the norm for a pirate's existence. The qualities of ruthlessness, cunning, and greed were perfectly embodied in Yelmac. Atlas had long since locked onto Yelmac's position, his leg muscles tensed, and his form blurred into an afterimage as he dashed towards Yelmac. Yelmac sensed Atlas's movement, his heart racing. Activating his fruit ability, he condensed a large volume of fog, his haki following suit, and hurled it menacingly toward Atlas. Cloud shield, armament, spear. The sharp spearhead gleamed with a dark luster, its terrifying sharpness causing a pang of pain on Atlas's cheek. How much haki has this guy wrapped around? Atlas marveled, yet his forward momentum did not falter. Do not forget, I am still a swordsman. Atlas swiftly drew the third generation of a legendary sword, his arm swelling with power as he slashed forward. One sword style, armament, thunder slash. The blood-red slash, entwined with the black-red aura of haki, boasted greater might than before. This was a technique he had only recently begun to master, and with deeper training in haki, his application of it became increasingly adept, allowing him to attempt to intertwine it with his slashes. The formidable cutting ability swiftly cleared the obstacles in Atlas's path. Sensing movement behind him, Yelmac's heart sank, his limbs momentarily freezing in fear. In almost the same instant, Atlas's pupils dilated, a powerful aura erupting from him, akin to a ferocious king of the forest, lunging directly at Yelmak. This is Conqueror's Haki. A flicker of bewilderment crossed Yelmak's face, as though struck by a colossal hammer. An overwhelming dizziness surged through him, causing his body to momentarily freeze. Excellent. Atlas seized this opportunity, rapidly appearing behind Yelmak. Before Yelmak could turn, the gleaming blade of the third-generation sword flashed, and blood sprayed forth as a shocked head tumbled into the sea. Yelmak beheaded. TCH, what a flourish. Atlas scoffed, the tip of his blade slowly lifting Yelmak's head from the water. As the surrounding fog dissipated, a massive warship approached swiftly in Atlas's direction. After all, Yelmak's fruit had yet to awaken. Although Atlas felt he was on the brink of awakening, he still lacked the ability to permanently alter the environment. Admiral Atlas, the mission is complete, requesting return. Soon, the warship led by Akiji converged with Atlas. An officer resembling a subordinate approached to report. Atlas did not believe Akiji had perished at the hands of Big Mom or fled. Although Akiji had not yet reached his peak, he undoubtedly possessed the strength of an admiral. However, the world government inexplicably delayed the promotion ceremony for Sengoku to officially assume command of the Navy. As an elder statesman of the Navy, as long as Sengoku had not been promoted to fleet admiral, the three monstrous vice admirals could not formally become admirals. This is my conjecture, and it aligns with logic, as I am uncertain whether their promotions occurred simultaneously or with a time gap. I hope you understand. Akiji is buying us time for withdrawal. He should arrive shortly. Very well, I understand. Chapter 90, Behold. Chang Wei is battling Laifu in an uncharted expanse of the New World. The air reverberated with the deafening roar of cannon fire as two distinctly opposing fleets stood their ground. Ha ha, are you here to seek trouble again, old man? Haven't you had enough fallen soldiers? Kapu bellowed, his imposing figure clad in the captain's cloak of white beard, billowing dramatically in the sea breeze. His grip firm on the formidable weapon known as the Tsonyan Cut. Indeed, Kapu, you should be more concerned about your own fate. Today may very well be the day your head remains here. If that happens, I shall have to extend my apologies to that little brat Atlas. Kapu's excitement was palpable as he rubbed his rugged knuckles, a fierce sense of belligerence emanating from him. Huh, let us see if you possess the prowess to match your bravado, Kapu. With that proclamation, Whitebeard stood tall, raising his left hand high, forming a 90-degree angle. A swirling white orb materializing atop his fist. Quake! The very fabric of space appeared to shatter like a mirror, fissures spreading instantaneously, powerful energy rippling across the ocean surface, causing the world itself to tremble. Almost simultaneously, Kapu leaped into the air, his arm clad in haki, encasing his fist in a formidable aura. Fist of the Falling Star. The cataclysmic collision birthed a colossal tempest, leaving both the Navy and pirates in awe as the very sky seemed to tear apart. Is this truly the clash of top-tier warriors? Such might is astounding. No doubt about it, old man Whitebeard. The world's strongest man is not a mere boast. Indeed, Mr. Kapu is formidable, truly the legendary Marine. The naval and pirate factions erupted in fervor, their senses overwhelmed by the spectacular confrontation that had rent the heavens asunder. Enough of this tedious probing. War is not a child's play between pirates and Navy. Kapu. Whitebeard raised the Tsonyan Cut, its gleaming blade aimed at the Navy, a terrifying aura of Conqueror's haki pouring forth. War had officially commenced. Not far from the Totland Sea, two Navy vessels, a large and a small, swiftly traversed the waters. On the larger ship's deck lay a tall man, languid and relaxed, a green eye patch obscuring his vision, with no umbrella to shield him from the sun's rays beating down upon his white suit. Admiral Akiji, shall we directly support Admiral Kapu? Atlas inquired from the smaller vessel, watching the almost slumbering figure of Akiji. Let us assess the situation by the time we arrive. The battle will likely be nearing its conclusion. Akiji replied nonchalantly. This operation has gone relatively well. Our combat results should be commendable. Fortunately, the most powerful pirate crews in the New World consist solely of Big Mom, Kaido, and Whitebeard. Kaido's forces remain intact, but they are confined to Wano. Whitebeard's crew remains the strongest, while Big Mom has suffered significant losses, including many of her underdeveloped offspring. How could I miss such a grand battle? As the Navy clashed with the Whitebeard pirates, a tremendous roar echoed from above as a colossal azure dragon descended, crashing into the fray between Kapu and Whitebeard, Kaido of the Beasts. In his dragon form, Kapu and Whitebeard were momentarily separated by the intrusion, exchanging glances before one swung a fist and the other swung a blade. In an instant, two gaping wounds rent Kaido's massive dragon body, causing him to roar in pain. Yet astonishingly, the wounds began to heal at a visible pace. Kapu and Whitebeard, undeterred by Kaido's interference, resumed their intense battle. You two are quite exhilarating. Kaido, the troublemaker, always gravitated towards chaos. Marco, entangled with Akainu, scoffed at Kaido's entrance. In his eyes, both Kapu and Whitebeard possessed the capability to send Kaido reeling. It was Kaido's resilience that kept him standing. Boom! Just as Marco's attention waned, a colossal fist of magma struck him squarely, creating a gaping wound in his chest, searing with heat. You dare to lose focus in our fight? Whitebeard Pirates 1st Division Captain Marco. Hey, Bista, can't you keep an eye on me? Marco lamented, eyeing the wound on his chest. Meanwhile, the flames of regeneration surged, swiftly knitting flesh back together, leaving only a faint mark. I'm not as resilient as you. A hit like that would be quite unpleasant for me. Although Kapu, Whitebeard, and Kaido's battle waged far from the ocean surface, the shockwaves from their encounters unleashed tempests and thunderous sonic booms, deafening all nearby Navy and pirates. Upon Atlas and Akiji's arrival for support, they witnessed Chong Wei battling Laifu. No, it was Whitebeard and Kapu pummeling Kaido. At that moment, Whitebeard began to comprehend that while the Navy had stationed a significant force here, their true objective was not solely to eliminate the Whitebeard pirates. Moreover, with Kaido's disruptive presence, the Whitebeard pirates, who had been at a disadvantage, found renewed vigor. Kaido's sporadic blasts of heat caused both pirates and Navy to tread cautiously, fearful of potential fire from above. Frozen time capsule. The Whitebeard pirates are beginning to retreat. Seeing this, Whitebeard shouted, his left hand clawed and tearing through the air, a massive fissure stretching from the sky to the sea, cleaving the ocean in two, marking the Whitebeard pirates' retreat. What a pitiful sight, Whitebeard. Kapu ceased his assault, realizing he could not halt Whitebeard's departure. And the Navy's intention was not to annihilate the Whitebeard pirates entirely. Hey, you're not going to continue fighting? I'm not done having fun. Kaido, feeling dissatisfied, was promptly met with a fierce beating from Akiji and Akainu, who joined forces with Kapu, leaving him to stagger away, his head swollen and dazed, as he retreated upon the fiery clouds. Chapter 91. The Three Emperors in the morning days following the conclusion of the chaotic battle. Flocks of news birds busily soared across the globe, carrying a sensational announcement that sent shockwaves throughout the seas. The Navy had successfully purged the New World, dismantling the pirate alliance entirely. In the wake of the Pirate King's demise, new dominators emerged upon the waves, heralded by the World Economic News as the Three Sea Emperors. On Cake Island, Big Mom, unusually abstaining from her usual feasting, clutched a newspaper, her expression a perplexing blend of emotions, oscillating between delight and fury. Mama, began Perospero, his voice trembling as he delivered the grim statistics. Aside from the deaths of St. Mark, Taburet, Hayfit, and Moscato, Mondor and Smuggy are gravely injured, along with the loss of numerous combat homies. Useless. They're all utterly worthless. Big Mom seethed, her rage palpable. These offspring were the fruits of her labor, birthed over the years, each possessing significant potential, yet they had perished before they could even mature. Katakuri, standing nearby, wore a grim visage. The news of his siblings' demise had already weighed heavily upon him, and Big Mom's scathing remarks only deepened his distress, particularly as he had witnessed St. Mark fall victim to the aftermath of her own battle. Marvelous indeed. The Navy, she exclaimed, her voice dripping with sarcasm. What are the damages inflicted upon the Whitebeard and Beast pirate crews? According to our intelligence, Perospero continued cautiously, the Beast pirates emerged relatively unscathed, as Kaido himself was the only one to partake in the fray. In contrast, the Whitebeard pirates suffered considerable losses, with several crews under his command obliterated. Yet their overall strength remains intact. Furthermore, among the invading pirate alliance in Totland, we have captured Klaus and Leckcam, while Yelmak was killed on the spot by the Navy. Only Francis managed to escape. Big Mom's fury ignited, a demonic aura radiating from her being. "I demand that head," she bellowed. "Mother." Francis has already allied with Kaido's beast pirates. He is now one of their three prominent figures, Drought. Perospero cautiously reminded her. Kaido? Has he forgotten the kindness shown to him back in the day? On the Moby Dick, Marco leaned against the ship's railing, his eyelids drooping. "Father, it appears the Navy's true target was never us. The entire affair was merely a ruse. They divided the battlefield into two, primarily aiming at the pirate alliance while simultaneously striking at us. The Whitebeard pirates, the Beast pirates, and Big Mom's crew. That fool Lin Lin must be seething right now, as the pirate alliance was her primary target." Whitebeard laughed heartily. Despite having once sailed alongside Big Mom, their relationship was far from amicable. He understood that if the Navy were to eliminate him, Big Mom would relish the opportunity to seize a piece for herself. Whitebeard was well aware that Big Mom had long coveted Fishman Island, which he protected. However, this may be a blessing in disguise. The current state of the seas has achieved the balance desired by the world government. At least for the time being, the Navy will refrain from making any significant moves. Moreover, Father, you are now recognized as a Sea Emperor globally. Ha ha ha. Titles of Sea Emperor mean little. What truly matters is all of you. Whitebeard raised a cup brimming with liquor, tilting it back and draining it in one gulp. In Wano, Onigashima, Kaido's voice boomed as he received today's edition of the newspaper. "Brother Kaido, this is the latest release from the World Economic News. Morgan even visited to present it. But you were too inebriated to meet him." Dressed in his signature black attire, the ever-mysterious figure of Jin stood by. "The Sea Emperors? Ha ha ha. But my ambitions stretch far beyond that." Kaido snatched the newspaper, glancing at it before breaking into a deranged fit of laughter. "By the way, how goes the suppression of the samurai who followed Oden in Wano? Most have been imprisoned and sent to Tontada for extraction of Sea Prism Stone. However, their SA situation with Master Yamato. Yamato? What trouble is that scoundrel up to now?" Kaido felt a headache brewing. His child, or rather daughter, had become obsessed with the late Oden after witnessing his execution at the tender age of 8, and her admiration had only intensified upon discovering Oden's logbook. Kaido had once envisioned Yamato succeeding him as the ruler of Wano, yet now it seemed she was fixated on expelling him, the invader. "Master Yamato attempted to escape while you were absent, but was caught by the Loyalists and is now imprisoned in Onigashima's dungeon." Meanwhile, in the North Sea, at the Doflamingo family stronghold, a man draped in a pink feather coat and donning sunglasses lounged in a reclined chair. "The three Sea Emperors, you say?" The seas are growing ever more lively. His bronze hand clenched at the sun above, as if attempting to snuff out the very light of the world. "Wouldn't you agree, Rosinante, my dear brother?" The man, clad in a flamboyant pink ensemble, turned to his companion adorned with a jester's visage, his expression brimming with defiance and ambition. Chapter 92. Observation Hockey in October of the year 1506 of the Sea Circle calendar on Ron Island, which lies within the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. There stands a relatively modest island in the New World. A colossal white skull adorned with a crescent moon flag hangs high atop the tallest building, signifying the island's protection under Whitebeard's aegis. Each year, a modest tribute is required, though undoubtedly far less than the treasures found in the heavens. Inside a tavern, Atlas, clutching a jug of beer, tilted his head back as the refreshing wheat brew flowed down his throat. This year, Atlas had reached the age of 20, both physiologically and psychologically embodying the maturity of a man. Indeed, following the conclusion of the war in the New World, he had ascended to the rank of Rear Admiral. This was undeniably the domain of the Whitebeard pirates, even though Whitebeard generally exhibited a degree of leniency towards the island's inhabitants. They dared not cultivate an overly familiar relationship with the Navy. On board the Moby Dick, Marco emerged from the ship's cabin, his expression one of resignation. With a deadpan stare, he addressed Whitebeard. "Old man, that guy has invaded our territory once more. Perhaps you should send Jozu to deal with him this time. Marco. Jozu is no match for him. You can endure a beating better. It would be best if you went, Whitebeard chuckled, recognizing that the young upstart from the Navy was once again attempting to challenge him. As the sovereign of the seas, it was beneath Whitebeard to confront Atlas personally. He could only dispatch a commander. However, Marco had not been able to match Atlas for over a year, and only Marco's regenerative flames could maintain a semblance of parity with the young man's prowess. The alarming rate of Atlas's progress astonished even Whitebeard himself. Another one like Carp. Boss, time to settle the bill. Damn it, where is that pineapple-headed guy? Atlas glanced at the stacked barrels of ale on the table. Despite his inebriated surroundings, his eyes remained strikingly clear as he rose to bellow at the cowering tavern owner, expressing his dissatisfaction. Hey, speaking ill of others behind their backs isn't a commendable habit. You insufferable Navy. A voice echoed at the entrance of the tavern. Turning to see a man clad in a purple coat emblazoned with a Whitebeard pirate's insignia and sporting a pineapple-shaped hairstyle, Atlas feigned a smile. Marco, you finally arrived. I thought your crew was dwindling and could send no one to reprimand me for encroaching upon your territory. At the mention of this, Atlas's expression darkened slightly, recalling the undignified pursuit he had endured at the hands of Big Mom, who, as a powerful emperor of the sea, had taken personal offense against him. In truth, Atlas had merely ventured into Tato land a handful of times, primarily to engage in friendly sparring with Katakuri. After all, if he wished to evade capture, no one could possibly restrain him, and he had gleaned valuable insights into observation hockey, much like Luffy had. Who could have anticipated that Big Mom would unleash her wrath, accompanied by Zeus and Prometheus, relentlessly pursuing him? Luckily, his vitality rivaled that of Cockroach, and though he found himself in a bit of a predicament, Big Mom could not truly harm him. Well, you brought this upon yourself. Marco seethed, observing Atlas's feigned innocence. Since the upheaval in the New World, Atlas had taken to frolicking between the territories of the Whitebeard pirates and Big Mom's crew, nearly earning himself a place on their blacklist. Yet, Atlas's resilience and self-healing abilities seemed to rival those of Marco himself, a renowned mythical beast. Had he secretly consumed some Zoan-type devil fruit? Let us depart. I trust you do not wish to endanger the island's inhabitants. We shall find an uninhabited island to settle our differences, Atlas declared, dismissing the need for further explanation as he signaled Marco to clear a path and strode through the tavern's entrance. Stepping outside, Atlas stretched languidly, and a flash of crimson light flickered in his eyes as a potent sense of awareness emanated from him. Observation Haki. Activate. This form of observation Haki. Marco's expression shifted as he noted the rapid expansion of Atlas's sensing ability, which quickly enveloped Ron Island and continued to extend into the boundless ocean. The magnitude of this terrifying perception was unlike anything Marco had ever encountered. I've located it. A smirk graced Atlas's lips as he began to stride toward an area devoid of any visible objects within his field of vision. Is such observation Haki truly feasible? Marco pondered, comparing the distance to the desolate island before him to that of Ron Island. A sense of unease washed over him. He had never witnessed such an expansive range of awareness. Marco, do not lose focus. If you falter, today may very well mark your final breath of fresh air. Atlas cautioned, his eyes keenly observing Marco's distracted demeanor. He had no desire to engage in battle with an opponent unable to maintain composure. Enough of your bluster. You wretched Navy, Marco retorted, unleashing his blue flames to form wings as he swiftly transitioned into his hybrid form, launching himself toward Atlas with the momentum of his descent. To your left, Atlas remained remarkably composed, his observation Haki locking onto Marco's figure. In a nearly simultaneous motion, he shifted his body slightly to evade Marco's kick with remarkable agility. Foreseeing the future, Marco's heart raced as he abruptly halted his forward momentum, soaring high into the air to observe Atlas from above, only stopping when a safe distance had been reached. Marco would never mistake his opponent. As the captain of the Whitebeard's First Division, he had fought countless battles against Big Mom's crew and was well acquainted with Katakuri's capabilities. He had distinctly noticed that even before he initiated his attack, Atlas had already begun to evade. Chapter 93. The function of the sheep talisman in a fleeting moment of stalemate. Marco swiftly struck, the azure flames in his grasp coalescing into a multitude of phoenix tail feathers. These feathers, in a grand display, formed a fiery fist that lunged towards Atlas on the ground. Fire fist? I can conjure one too. Atlas exclaimed with fervor, his own fist enveloped in flames, exuding a terrifying explosive force. With a swift retraction of his right leg, he pivoted and unleashed his punch. The collision of their explosive powers sent ripples through the air, akin to waves on water, the shock wave crashing against Atlas as he remained steadfast, his feet firmly anchored to the ground. How increasingly terrifying! Atlas mused, unperturbed, raising his right hand, coated in armor, to intercept Marco's trajectory. Their armored powers clashed with a resounding clang. This guy's Conqueror's Haki seems to have intensified, Marco thought, feeling as though he had collided with ordinary steel against tempered steel, the backlash causing discomfort in his legs. Realizing his first strike had faltered, Marco flapped his wings, creating distance, executing a somersault in the air. His left foot morphed into a claw, utilizing his momentum to accelerate towards Atlas's chest. Crane's claw, iron block, arm cross hunt. The clash between Marco's claw, enveloped in armor, and Atlas's crossed arms resulted in a brief standoff, both combatants sliding backward. However, Atlas only retreated a few steps, whereas Marco skidded back several dozen meters, an undeniable testament to their disparity in strength. Impressive. It seems you've made significant advancements in your power. Marco, Atlas remarked, surprised. Given their frequent encounters over the past 6 months, he had come to understand Marco's abilities intimately. Although Marco's Phoenix Fruit granted him regenerative azure flames, which primarily serve a healing function rather than inflicting damage, it could consume the vitality of his foes. Thus, Marco primarily relied on martial skills, reminiscent of Atlas before acquiring the Dragon Talisman, embodying a rogue fighting style. After numerous skirmishes, both fighters appeared somewhat disheveled, yet remained invigorated, showing no signs of fatigue. Marco, allow me to demonstrate this technique. As Atlas's words echoed, a formidable aura erupted from him, causing the surrounding vegetation to tremble and show signs of cracking. Conqueror's Haki. In the original narrative, only Shanks was known to wield Conqueror's Haki to inflict physical damage. Now, empowered by the Sheep Talisman, Atlas achieved a similar effect. Indeed, the Sheep Talisman was a newly activated sigil for him, enhancing his soul, notably expanding the range of his observation Haki and amplifying his Conqueror's Haki. Following his battle with Katakuri, Atlas had been on the verge of grasping the ability to foresee the future, and the Sheep Talisman had finally opened that door for him. In the original work, the Sheep Talisman was primarily noted for allowing the soul to exit the body, suggesting a robust spiritual essence, intricately tied to the enigmatic forces of mental power. Within the power hierarchy of the pirates, Conqueror's Haki epitomizes willpower, while observation Haki signifies the extension of the mind, often referred to as the sixth sense. Yet, both spirit and will are inextricably linked to the fundamental essence of the soul. Marco's mind felt as if struck by lightning. If Atlas's previous Conqueror's Haki had felt like a wooden mallet, this time it was akin to an iron hammer. Nevertheless, Marco, as the first division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, quickly regained his composure after a momentary lapse. However, that fleeting distraction was the greatest opening for Atlas. Explosive fist, armed shatter. With blinding speed, Atlas delivered a punch that struck Marco with tremendous force, darkened imprints appearing upon contact, the sheer impact propelling Marco skyward. The intense pain jolted Marco's senses, his regenerative azure flames enveloping him, healing the scorched wounds in an instant, his form transforming into the mythical beast, Phoenix. A piercing cry erupted from Marco's avian beak, the azure flames blazing with renewed vigor. Phoenix Stamp. After healing, Marco transitioned back to his hybrid form, unleashing a powerful shockwave towards Atlas, the entire motion fluid and seamless, denying Atlas any chance to react. Armed, external release. Atlas stood his ground, the crimson aura of his armor colliding with Marco's phoenix stamp in a thunderous explosion. Uncertain if this was an exclusive ability of Marco's phoenix fruit. The remnants of the shockwave, despite being mostly dispersed by Atlas's armor, continued their assault towards him. Life restoration. Armed. Divine body. Atlas's physique surgit. Expanding to a towering 5 meters, bulldozing forward, leveraging his formidable strength to absorb the impact of the phoenix stamp, the kinetic energy propelling him relentlessly towards Marco. With a series of thunderous impacts, fists met fists, palms met palms, as the two engaged in a fierce exchange without any semblance of defense. Atlas, bolstered by his high-quality armor, had the resilience to withstand the onslaught, while Marco, perpetually revitalized by his azure flames, showcased extraordinary endurance. Yet, in comparison to Atlas's formidable capabilities, Marco's advantages seemed dwarfed. Marco, if this is all you can muster, then you shall remain here today. As they separated, Atlas slowly drew the legendary sword, Sandai Kitetsu, from his waist. Chapter 94. 80,000 cuts in an instant in the state of the god of war. Atlas stands nearly 5 meters tall, his massive hands dwarfing the seemingly delicate third-generation Ghost Slash, which appears as a mere toy in his grasp, creating a striking visual impact that elicits a suppressed chuckle. However, Marco, who confronts him, finds nothing amusing in the situation. The overwhelming sharpness emanating from Atlas grazes his face, invoking a stinging sensation. The technique, one sword style. A snap of the fingers contains 20 instants. Each instant contains 20 thoughts. Each thought contains 90 moments. Each moment contains 9 million lives and deaths. A potent sense of threat courses through Marco, causing every hair on his body to stand on end, and instinctively, he takes flight, retreating swiftly, 1,000 cuts in an instant. The third-generation Ghost Slash in Atlas's hand seems to transcend the very notions of time and space, striking with a velocity that slices through Marco's being. Clang! The blade is sheathed. Marco, bewildered, finds no wounds upon his body, yet an instinctive awareness warns him that the situation is far from simple. Did you not hear it? The lament of flesh and blood. As the words leave his lips, countless cuts manifest on Marco's once pristine form, blood gushing forth, transforming him into a relentless fountain of crimson. Boom! Marco's body trembles as vibrant green flames of regeneration erupt from his being. Yet the wounds multiply. Sizzle. More and more green flames rise from the gashes, flesh disintegrating and regenerating in an instant. With a pounding heart, Marco pats his chest, reflecting on the terrifying swordsmanship. That last move nearly convinced him he would meet his end here. His body bears no trace of injury, not even a scar, though beads of cold sweat gather on his forehead, a testament to his genuine fear. Despite his regenerative flames being capable of restoring his flesh in an instant, he knows that should the assault surpass his limits, death would inevitably follow. Stop the theatrics. You are the legendary Phoenix, a creature rarer than those of the elemental variety. Atlas scoffs, dismissing Marco's performance. Come on, let us call a day. After all, there's little you can do against me. Not necessarily, is it? Third-generation Ghost Slash. Atlas says, lightly tapping the hilt at his waist. The technique he just executed combines the speed of the rabbit talisman, creating an unparalleled velocity that induces a disorienting sensation of time and space, rendering evasion impossible. You can still employ that technique? Marco exclaims, astonished, with every hair on his body standing on end, enveloped in an overwhelming sense of danger. Razor, explosion. Seizing the moment Marco is momentarily stunned, Atlas lunges forward, delivering a powerful punch to Marco's face. Thud! The force of Atlas's blow causes Marco's face to swell dramatically, several teeth flying out, a mouthful of blood spilling forth. Yet, the green flames rapidly envelop him, healing nearly all his injuries in an instant. Suddenly, just as Atlas prepares for his next move, he freezes, sensing a life force brimming with vitality intrude upon his observation range. It appears to be reinforcements from the Whitebeard pirates. I'll let you off for today, Marco, but next time you may not be so fortunate. Without hesitation, Atlas turns to depart. Marco, understanding the situation, makes no effort to impede him. Judging from Atlas's expression, he surmises that his father has likely dispatched reinforcements. However, even with another ally, detaining Atlas would be a formidable challenge. He is a man capable of escaping the grasp of the Sea Emperor. And so, to Marco's astonished gaze, Atlas ran away. Indeed, he ran. With his current physique, utilizing the rabbit talisman speed, there was no doubt he could sprint freely across the ocean. After a considerable time, until Atlas's silhouette vanished into the horizon, a tall, dark-skinned man appeared in a small boat within Marco's line of sight. The man bore 2 curved black mustaches, donned a deep blue top hat, and wore an open blue shirt that revealed a swath of chest hair, with a sword sheath at either side of his waist, and a black cloak draped over his shoulders. The 5th Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, Flower Sword de Vista. Hey, Marco, what on earth happened to you? You look like a wreck, haha. Vista, spotting the bloodstains on Marco from afar, laughs heartily. However, within his observation range, he senses Marco's life force remains robust, prompting him to mock with abandon, as is the camaraderie of the Whitebeard Pirates. Don't mention it. That bastard navy has grown increasingly formidable. By the way, what brings you here? Marco glances at his attire. Although all wounds have vanished, the bloodstains remain, only slightly steamed away by the flames. Well, Dad was worried since you've been gone for so long, so he sent me to check on you. Vista recalls his father's admonition before departing. That arrogant navy has talent surpassing even a young carp. Vista, go see for yourself. I fear that foolish Marco might get into trouble. Marco scratches his head, feeling somewhat sheepish. Thankfully, your arrival deterred Atlas. Or I might have inadvertently met my end here today. Really? I know the extent of your abilities. That guy was able to push you to such a degree? Vista expresses surprise. Marco's fruit ability is far more resilient than ordinary mythical beasts. Each mythical type possesses the general traits of enhanced vitality, high defense, and exceptional recovery, along with a unique ability. For instance, Sengoku's human fruit, Buddha form, enables the Buddha shockwave, while Kaido's fish fruit, Azure Dragon form, grants dominion over thunder and flames. Marco's Phoenix power allows him to regenerate rapidly as long as the damage does not exceed his limits. I can't help it. That guy's physique and self-healing capabilities are monstrous beyond belief. I truly have no inkling of where his limits lie, and moreover, at the mention of swordsmanship, Vista licks his dry lips, a glimmer of interest illuminating his expression as he murmurs, "A grand swordsman. Is it?" Chapter 95. Recall from headquarters in the year 1507 of the Sea Circle at the G5 Naval Base, within the office of the Staff Division. The atmosphere was stark and unembellished, devoid of the anticipated assembly of prominent figures. Behind the desk sat Admiral Tsuru, a legendary naval officer whose eyes sparkled with wisdom, as she scrutinized Atlas, who was seated on a visitor's chair. Admiral Tsuru held a profound admiration for Atlas. She was a veteran of the Navy, having devoted her life to the noble cause of maritime justice. From a graceful young woman to a silver-haired matron, witnessing the emergence of another exceptional young talent after the 3 great monsters of the Navy filled her heart with immense satisfaction. "Admiral Tsuru, have you summoned me for a specific mission?" Atlas inquired, still bewildered after being redirected from the task he was set to embark upon. "Do not be anxious, Atlas. What are your thoughts on the current situation in the New World?" After a moment of contemplation, Atlas replied slowly yet assuredly, "Presently, there exists a so-called Emperor of the Sea among the pirates in the New World. The other pirates venturing into this realm either align themselves with the 3 major pirate crews or face annihilation at their hands or that of the Navy. Since the last upheaval in the New World, we, the Navy, have taken control of the territories previously held by the Pirate Alliance and dealt significant blows to the Whitebeard Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates, thus emerging as the primary victors. However, this situation harbors considerable disadvantages. Firstly, it compels these pirates to seek refuge under the power of the 3 emperors, significantly augmenting their strength. For pirates, seeking to join forces rather than face defeat is hardly a source of shame. Secondly, the world government. Atlas broached a startling topic, Yet Admiral Tsuru's expression remained unchanged, merely gesturing for him to continue. Strictly speaking, Atlas's commentary effectively severed the perceived connection between the Navy and the world government. Should the five elders catch wind of this, they would undoubtedly harbor suspicions towards Atlas. The Navy is, after all, the enforcement arm of the world government, and a separation from it is inconceivable. Thus, the five elders are currently in search of candidates for the Shichibukai. Since the inception of the Shichibukai system, the only Shichibukai has been captured and imprisoned and impelled down, prompting them to seek a new equilibrium. Admiral Tsuru elaborated. Any Navy officer with a sense of justice would likely resent the unchecked dominance of the world government, particularly that of the foolish Celestial Dragons. Garp has publicly derided the Celestial Dragons as a bunch of scum on multiple occasions. However, the Navy's funding fundamentally derives from the world government's control. Without it, the Navy would scarcely endure. Enough of the discord with the world government. Let them grapple with their own issues. I have summoned you primarily to relay your transfer orders from headquarters, Admiral Tsuru interjected, effectively concluding the discussion, as both officers tacitly chose to refrain from further discourse. Admiral, Atlas sensed the impending news, aware that his achievements warranted recognition, despite being slightly hindered by age and experience. The past year of relentless combat against pirates had accumulated sufficient merit to overshadow any deficiencies in tenure. Meanwhile, aboard the warship, Kaji, who had been eagerly courting Shiwan, stared agog at the monstrous storm looming before them. Although he had long acclimated to the new world's peculiar weather, the prospect of being interrupted during a rare moment alone with his goddess was infuriating. Helmsman, prepare to alter course. Navigators, steer clear the storm. If we're caught in its grasp, the entire ship could be doomed, Shiwan commanded, eager to extricate herself from Kaji's incessant banter. Report, Major Shiwan. The storm is too close. We cannot evade it. We must minimize damage to the ship and ensure our safe arrival at Marineford. A navigator dashed out from below deck, breathlessly relaying the current predicament. Leave it to me. The ship cannot sustain any damage, lest Admiral Sengoku begins his incessant lecturing again. Atlas, who had been resting against the rail, now spoke up. Focus on steering the ship. Do your utmost. Yes, Major Atlas. The navigator saluted before hastily returning to the cabin. As the navigator's figure faded from view, Atlas turned his back to the others and leaped off the warship. Hey, what are you doing, Kanos? Shiwan exclaimed, perplexed, unable to fathom the connection between Atlas's words and his decision to jump overboard. Just watch, Major Shiwan. Atlas offered no further explanation. His muscles swiftly expanded, transforming him into an 8-meter-tall giant, his maximum height achieved in the state of life restoration, augmented by the power of the bull charm, a pure display of raw strength. Impact, detonation. Atlas placed his hands upon the warship, igniting explosive flames beneath his feet, unleashing a formidable force that propelled the vessel across the ocean at an astonishing speed, much to the astonishment of all present. Chapter 96, Vice Admiral What? Is this a joke? Is this truly the might of Major General Atlas? The sheer strength to propel a warship with his bare hands. Goodness, this is out in the open sea without any leverage. This is even more terrifying than pushing a warship. Although our vessel is merely a medium-sized ship, such a display of power is utterly exaggerated. Soon, under Atlas's impressive force, the warship distanced itself from the eye of the storm, allowing the Navy crew to narrowly escape a disastrous fate. However, they remained in awe of Atlas's recent display of strength. All right, enough standing around gawking. Let us get back to our duties. Gaki's words dispersed the crowd of onlookers, and as he glanced at the relaxed Atlas, a grotesque smile crept onto his face. He playfully punched Atlas's chest and exclaimed, "Impressive, young Karnos. I can hardly keep up with your current prowess. You truly are the monster of monsters as described by Master Zephyr." Atlas's feat paled in comparison to Whitebeard's legendary single-handed haul to the Moby Dick during the Marineford War, a ship far larger than this standard war vessel. The sheer spectacle of that moment, where the Moby Dick stood motionless against a rapid advance, was nothing short of breathtaking. It is worth noting that the Charlotte Owen, who perished at Atlas's hands and possessed the flame fruit, once attempted a similar display of bravado during the Marineford War, only to fail miserably and be crushed. Enough of your mutual flattery. Let us focus on the safety of the warship and hope we reach Marineford soon. Before long, as the warship docked steadily at the harbor, the on-duty Navy personnel approached. To Atlas's surprise, he recognized one of them. It was Hayes. Hayes felt a twinge of embarrassment, having personally escorted Atlas to the recruit camp years ago. Yet, over the years, while he remained a colonel, Atlas had ascended to the rank of rear admiral, with the possibility of soon becoming a vice admiral. Though the difference between a rear admiral and a colonel is merely one rank, the disparity in authority is monumental. The rank of admiral signifies entry into the upper echelons of the Navy, even if it is just a rear admiral. The achievements required for a colonel to ascend to admiral are indeed formidable. Colonel Hayes, it's been a while. How have you been? Atlas greeted him, recalling their past encounters. How enviable. Soon, you shall become the youngest vice admiral in the history of the Navy. Hayes openly expressed his admiration without a hint of jealousy. He had long since matured beyond such trivial emotions and recognized the inherent differences among individuals. Enough of that. We must report to Admiral Sengoku. Let us catch up over drinks another time. Atlas nodded in agreement and waved farewell to Hayes as he followed Gaki and Jiun towards Sengoku's office. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. Kumin. Upon hearing the invitation, the three entered in succession. Atlas instinctively surveyed his surroundings. The office retained its original layout. Atlas had only visited Sengoku a few times, but the prominent banner proclaiming justice and the ever-chewing goat remained etched in his memory. Sengoku maintained his typical appearance, with his frog-like eyes and whip-like beard, exuding an aura of renewed vitality. After all, this upcoming war in the New World was meticulously orchestrated by him, significantly enhancing his prestige within the Navy. It was likely that the five elders would not delay in promoting him to the position of Fleet Admiral. Reporting to Admiral Sengoku, the New World is under the watchful eye of Vice Admiral Karp, and there are no significant issues. The Navy has fully consolidated its occupied territories, and the major naval bases are nearly complete. The speaker was Jiun, who held the most experience among the three. Sengoku briefly outlined the recent activities of the Navy and the reassignment of their positions. Although they had mentally prepared for this news, hearing it confirmed by Sengoku stirred a wave of excitement within them. Presently, Sengoku was the only admiral in the Navy, as Steelbone Kong had long ceased to manage naval affairs, placing the three in positions of considerable authority. Of course, while Akainu and the others shared the rank of vice admiral, they were also known as admiral candidates. More accurately, they were prospective admirals. Although this status did not exist within the official ranks of the Navy, it held a higher status than that of an ordinary vice admiral. Sengoku casually placed the document he had just reviewed into the goat's mouth and addressed Gaki and Jiun. Upon hearing their names, the two promptly departed without hesitation. With a click, Atlas watched as they vanished behind the closed office door and turned to face Sengoku, who was staring intently at him. Admiral Sengoku, if you have something to discuss, please do so directly. Atlas could not endure the peculiar gaze any longer, feeling as if he were being treated as a scoundrel. I summoned you to discuss your future stationing. Jiun should be on board with Shokoho, and Gaki will remain at headquarters. As for you, Chapter 97. Fisher Tiger in the year 1507 of the Sea Circle calendar, atop the Red Earth continent lies Mariehua, the abode of the five elders, the supreme rulers of the world and the world government. Here resides a most privileged elite, wielding dominion over the globe and the authority to subjugate it. Yet, these so-called descendants of 20 kings, these purported nobles of the world, are nothing more than a detestable assembly of fools. Mariehua, a hallowed ground pursued by many, reveals opulence at every glance, palatial structures, resplendent in gold and jewels, and servants of exquisite beauty flit about, creating an illusion akin to a dream. However, beneath the glittering facade of these magnificent edifices lies a graveyard of bones and a cesspool of filth and corruption, an unspeakable evil. As night descends and the first lights illuminate the streets, the palaces become shrouded in an air of mystique and beauty. Shadows flit through darkened alleys, where groups of slaves are herded along by guards wielding whips. The slaves, akin to cattle, are brutally pushed and prodded, and those who lag are met with punishment, forced to rise despite their injuries. Blood trickles down their battered bodies, and their vacant stares suggest a loss of sensation, as if fate itself is an afterthought to the lofty nobles above, who would never squander medicine on mere slaves. In this elevated sanctuary, slaves are perpetually regarded as the most inexpensive commodities, mere objects in the eyes of the celestial dragons, who see themselves as divine beings, descended from the creators capable of enslaving all. Herded into the dim dungeons, the slaves huddle together, receiving only a meager portion of leftovers for dinner, barely sufficient to sustain their basic existence, with no choice to select. As for the hope of a savior's arrival, perhaps in the early years of their captivity, such illusions lingered. Simultaneously, within a shadowy dungeon devoid of crowded slaves, three young sisters sit huddled together. Before them lies a somewhat unappealing steamed bun, occasionally besieged by pesky flies, a testament to its unappetizing nature. Yet, in unison, their stomachs rumble, betraying their longing for the unsightly morsel. Big sister, perhaps you should eat it. We aren't that hungry, suggests the youngest sister, suppressing her swallowing instinct as she gazes at the eldest. Following her gaze reveals a girl with flowing black hair, whose delicate features remain unblemished by the grime, exuding an irresistible allure. Upon hearing her sister's insistence, the eldest frowns slightly, her delicate lips parting to release a voice as melodious as a lark song. Margarita, what nonsense are you speaking? I'm already quite full. The three share an awkward glance before breaking into laughter. How about we divide it among the three of us? Suddenly, thunder rumbles ominously, the sky shrouded in dark clouds that envelop the sea, with occasional flashes of lightning illuminating the darkness, as if to shatter the oppressive gloom. Out of nowhere, a red, finned hand grasps the edge of the continent with a mighty force. Boom! Another clap of thunder echoes, and a flash of white light reveals the figure of a fishman, a member of the notorious demon fish race. In the Marine headquarters, within the office of the Admiral, a decision has been made to station you at Sabaody Archipelago. Typically, a Rear Admiral oversees this area. Atlas thought, his gaze fixed on Sengoku, seeking answers in his expression. Sengoku, sensing the inquiry, straightforwardly articulated the reasoning behind the assignment. The Sabaody Archipelago serves as the sole gateway for pirates entering the New World. Your task is to intercept the majority of these pirates at the threshold of the New World, preventing the Whitebeard pirates, the Big Mom pirates, and the Beast pirates from gaining reinforcements. Currently, the three dominant pirate crews in the New World have been significantly weakened by our Navy. But if a steady influx of pirates continues, much of our previous strategy would be rendered futile, particularly concerning the so-called supernovas among them. Atlas could not help but admire Sengoku's strategic brilliance, for he is indeed revered as a sage among the Navy. This maneuver is nothing short of a masterstroke. Without fresh blood, the vast pirate crews would ultimately be reduced to mere shells of their former selves. Whitebeard and Kaido are more than willing to welcome new pirate crews, each with their own approaches. Whitebeard relies on his immense charisma to inspire loyalty, while Big Mom believes in the bonds of blood, seeking to forge alliances through marriage. As for Kaido, he employs brute force, compelling others to submit or face relentless labor until they relent. Moria, Atlas suddenly mused, recalling that this individual would soon escape from Wano, perhaps even exhuming treasures from the land. The sword known as a Kushui would be a fitting replacement for his aging weapon. The Sandai Kitetsu. Just as Sengoku prepared to elaborate further, the telephone snail on the desk rang abruptly. "Hello, this is Sengoku," he answered, maintaining his usual calm demeanor. "I am Nazarov Saint, the Five Elders," a voice declared. Atlas immediately recognized the name, understanding that this was one of the highest authorities of the world government. "What is the matter?" Sengoku straightened instinctively. Mariewa has been attacked. Chapter 98 Prelude TikTok. In the dim, damp dungeon, the darkness was so profound that it seemed capable of consuming everything. Stella. a young man, appearing to be in his 20s, huddled in the corner of the shadowy cell, murmuring to himself. His gaze was vacant, his face pallid, with sunken eye sockets, and his body was a mere skeleton clad in rags, resembling a flickering candle in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment, save for a striking mane of gray-green hair. It was dinner time. Some wilted cabbage leaves and fly-infested buns lay carelessly in the center of the dungeon. Yet the youth paid no heed to the gnawing hunger in his belly, repeating the name over and over, with tears occasionally spilling from his reddened eyes. "Hey, aren't you going to eat?" A fellow slave in the same cell grasped the food on the ground, shoving it into his mouth while glancing at the young man in the corner. "Newcomer?" A hoarse male voice emerged from the darkness, and a tall man stepped forward, illuminated by the faint moonlight filtering through the cracks in the wall. He appeared to be nearing 40, his expression calm, devoid of the usual daze and despair characteristic of slaves. "My name is Corey. I was just captured not long ago." Corey scratched his head awkwardly, reluctantly offering the food in his hand. "Are you hungry? You can have all of this." "Bah, I can't eat this garbage. It's all yours." The middle-aged man scoffed, rejecting the offer with a derisive laugh. "What is wrong with him? He looks so frail. How can he not eat anything?" Corey inquired, not immediately consuming the food in his hand, but instead pointing at the gray-green-haired youth. "Don't mind that fellow," the middle-aged man said, casting a glance at the murmuring youth, a smirk of mockery curling at the corner of his lips. "That guy's name is Teselo. He came in about 5 years ago. No, 6 years ago. When he first arrived, he was always shouting about searching for a woman named Stella." "Hey, want to guess what happened in the end?" the man asked Corey with a twisted sense of amusement. "I don't know. That woman must be dead. Otherwise he wouldn't have ended up like this," Corey speculated uncertainly. "Bingo. Indeed. The woman named Stella was torn to shreds by beasts in the Colosseum 5 years ago, and ever since, this guy has been reduced to this deranged state." As if recalling a painful memory, Teselo, curled in the corner, momentarily shifted his vacant gaze, revealing a hint of obsession and madness in his eyes. "Moreover, I was a slave in the Colosseum, and I witnessed it all. I saw this guy go from full of life to this numbness. It was all before my eyes." "Damn," the middle-aged man cursed, not knowing whether he was cursing Teselo's foolishness or the cruelty of the celestial dragons. Listening to Teselo's tale, Corey felt a surge of compassion and was tempted to approach and offer comfort. However, glancing at the ominous aura surrounding Teselo and the persistent rumbling of his stomach, he hesitated and instead sat cross-legged, continuing his battle with the food on the ground. "Kid, hurry up and finish so you can sleep. There's heavy labor awaiting you tomorrow." "Unlike me." "Huh, what did you do in the Colosseum?" Corey asked, curiosity piqued by the middle-aged man's earlier mention of being a slave in the arena. "What do you do in the Colosseum?" "Of course, it's about slaughtering each other for the amusement of those damned celestial dragons," the middle-aged man replied, finding a pile of straw to lie down on. The thought of the Colosseum seemed exhilarating, a place every man dreams of yet. The Colosseum in Mariejois was merely a bloody slaughterhouse offering a modicum of entertainment to the bored celestial dragons. Every day, the man faced different slaves as opponents, and sometimes, a celestial dragon might take an interest in a man-beast battle, meaning he danced on the edge of death daily. He had no time or energy to wallow in self-pity like Teselo, even though his son and wife had perished at the hands of the celestial dragons. Living brings hope. Before long, the dungeon was filled with the sound of the man snoring, and Corey soon concluded his struggle with the food, staring vacantly at the bars of the dungeon. Freedom? Corey pondered, lost in thought. He was still young and harbored no deep-seated hatred for the celestial dragons. His life as a slave had been brief, only a few days, and he felt no intense longing for the freedom spoken of by others. Perhaps spending my life here wouldn't be so bad, Corey thought to himself wryly, considering that for someone with no family, any place was the same. Mariejois at least provided him a meal. He might even encounter the legendary world nobles, the celestial dragons. Corey's hometown was in the West Sea, a region rife with gang culture. He had been captured by a slave ship and brought here, much like many ordinary people in the pirate world. Having never seen a true celestial dragon, only hearing fragmented accounts from others, some filled with hatred, some with yearning, and others dismissive. Suddenly, as Corey sat in a daze, a flicker of flame broke through the engulfing darkness, spreading rapidly, as if it would shatter the night and herald the dawn. Startled, Corey sprang to his feet, shouting loudly, "It's on fire! Has Mariewa been invaded?" Corey found it hard to believe. In the minds of the world's populace, Mariewa was the abode of the descendants of the Creator. How could it possibly be invaded? The middle-aged man, awakened by Corey's exclamation, instinctively surveyed the surroundings, quickly drawn to the distant flames. "We can escape." A flicker of rage flashed in the man's eyes as he clenched his hand tightly, prominent veins bulging on his arms, his eyes reddening with barely contained tremors. It seemed he had made a significant decision, and with a deep exhale, he appeared to shed a heavy burden. Yet his gaze was fixed upon the thick walls, as if piercing through barriers to glimpse a palace in Mariewa, home of the celestial dragons. Tezelo in the corner also stirred, awkwardly shifting his limbs, an ember of anger igniting in his gaze, as if he had found a belief, or perhaps an obsession. Chapter 99. Boa Hancock on the Red Earth continent. In the holy land of Mariewa, flames raged everywhere, accompanied by a cacophony of anguished shouts, which had become the dominant theme of this sleepless city. Amidst the flickering flames, a tall red fishman led a throng of liberated slaves, violently breaking open cell doors. With an increasing number of slaves joining this grand procession, Corey and a robust middle-aged man were naturally among them, including the recently despondent Tezelo, who now mingled within the crowd. "Hey, Uncle, where are you going?" Corey exclaimed, his face a mask of anxiety as he reached out, gripping the middle-aged man's arm tightly. Not out of fear, but because this man was heading in the opposite direction of the crowd. "What are you doing?" "Of course, seeking vengeance," the middle-aged man said through clenched teeth, his gaze no longer calm and composed, but rather revealing a madness that made Corey instinctively take a step back, loosening his grip. "Penny, Turner, I can finally avenge you," sobbed. The middle-aged man stumbled towards the residence of the celestial dragons, tears welling in his eyes. Corey watched his retreating figure with a complex expression. He could not empathize, but he understood. It must be excruciating. Tiger noticed Corey's turmoil, yet he refrained from intervening. Everyone had their own choices. He was no fool. Rescuing these people and granting them a chance to choose was the extent of his capabilities. At that moment, the young celestial dragon, Rodsvald, appeared increasingly agitated, sniffling incessantly. Initially eager to select a few male slaves to serve him, he was dismayed to discover that his slaves had escaped. Although he had shot several guards, his frustration remained unquenched. "Rodsvald, CP0 has already been dispatched to apprehend the fleeing slaves. The 5 elders have issued orders prohibiting you from stepping outside the palace. It is swarming with lowly slaves who may inadvertently harm you." A trembling attendant cautioned, fearful that if Rodsvald were to encounter danger, his own fate would be far worse. "I am a celestial dragon. Do those slaves dare to touch me?" The young Rodsvald, blissfully unaware of the peril, was brimming with misplaced confidence. His plans for the night were set, and there was no way he would alter them. He was, after all, a supreme celestial dragon. This left the attendant in despair. But then a clever idea struck him. With a sycophantic smile, he suggested, "Rodsvald, with so many slaves outside, the air is rather tainted, and they are poorly presented. How could they ever be worthy of your noble presence?" This caused Rodsvald to hesitate, his pride as a celestial dragon momentarily shaken. He believed that the wretched slaves were unworthy of his audience. Indeed, the esteemed Rodsvald. Suddenly, Corey, who had unwittingly strayed from the group, froze in shock as a gun-wielding guard concealed in the shadows became akin to a living statue, aiming directly at him. Realizing the gravity of the situation, cold sweat broke out on Corey's brow. Had he been shot, even if he had survived, escaping Mariewa would have been impossible. His gaze shifted downwards. A seemingly ordinary slave outfit adorned a girl who, despite her youth, stood tall, her innocence captivating. "Hey, rude man, what are you staring at?" Hancock, slightly annoyed, was prepared to use her devil fruit powers to petrify him for his impudence. "Ah, sister, Please let us leave quickly. If the celestial dragons catch us again, we'll never escape. Sanda Sonia, seeing Hancock's ire, urgently embraced her. They had already wasted too much time, and their primary mission was to flee this wretched place. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to stare. Corey stammered, flustered. This was not entirely his fault. Even though Hancock was still young, her beauty was already evident. And with the allure of her sweet fruit powers, it was no wonder he was captivated. Ignoring him, Hancock and her companions hastened towards the port of Mariewa, knowing that only by securing a vessel could they hope to escape this place. Meanwhile, the situation in Mariewa had grown dire. Naval forces expedite reinforcements. We cannot allow those slaves to escape Mariewa. It would be an unprecedented scandal for the world government. Otherwise, you'll see what happens. A chilling laugh echoed from the transponder snail belonging to St. Nazilov. With a snap, the transponder snail was abruptly hung up, leaving Sengoku's previously pleasant demeanor rather grim. Admiral Sengoku, has Mariewa been attacked? Atlas, who had overheard the entire conversation, inquired. He vaguely recalled that in the year 1507 of the Sea Circle calendar, the Holy Land of Mariewa was breached by a fishman named Fisher Tiger, during which the future pirate empress, Boa Hancock, was also liberated. After a moment of contemplation, Sengoku swiftly began to make arrangements. Atlas, since you're here, take a warship to Mariewa to assist CP in their mission. I will arrange for Borisolino and Kizuru to follow shortly. This is quite troublesome. We're merely assisting. Should we fail, don't blame the Navy for it. Chapter 100. I have recently awakened and am struggling to maintain control. At the Marineford port, a naval vessel quietly rests upon the waves, manned by over 2,000 sailors. Fully prepared for action. One must commend the efficiency of the Marines. Mere moments after issuing orders, they have readied both ships and soldiers. However, it seems that Atlas may disappoint the Marines' earnest efforts this time. If things go awry, it can be somewhat excused, considering he is merely a minor rear admiral at present, with the rank of vice admiral still pending the formal ceremony. Ah, young sir, would you mind if I hitch a ride with you? The voice that interrupted Atlas's musings was distinctly lewd, unmistakably belonging to none other than Admiral Kizaru. Kizaru, how is it that you are here so swiftly? I expected you to lag behind. Atlas quipped, turning to face Kizaru. Alas, my ship is still under repair, and the esteemed Admiral Sengoku has yet to provide me with a vessel. Thus, I must rely on your generosity, Kizaru replied, his expression one of feigned distress. That truly poses a dilemma. A single ship will significantly hinder my operational efficiency. Atlas jested. Indeed, and I wonder if the Navy compensates for overtime. I certainly do not accept unpaid labor. They exchanged knowing glances, their camaraderie evident. Enough idle chatter. All hands on deck. Our destination, Mariewa. The colossal warship departed the Marineford port, methodically charting its course towards Mariewa. As dawn broke and the first light of day illuminated the horizon, the ship arrived at Mariewa, which was ablaze with flames, the air thick with chaos as slaves fled and guards pursued. Yet, not all slaves sought escape. A small faction, indifferent to life and death, sought to retaliate amidst the turmoil. However, only a few, like the robust middle-aged man, dared to challenge the authority of the world nobles. Others, filled with pent-up frustration yet lacking an outlet, could only selectively wreak havoc upon the port city below Mariewa. Ah, Navy, you finally arrived. But why is there only one ship? As the vessel docked, a figure clad in a black and white mask, shrouded in shadows, approached Atlas and Kizaru, who were engaged in conversation. What? Is this rat in the gutter attempting to instruct me? Atlas retorted. Whoa. All right, Atlas, I shall leave this to you. I must see to Mariewa. Disturbing the world nobles is not advisable. Kizaru interjected hastily, invoking the celestial dragons as a shield. The masked figure, taken aback, relented, understanding that while the Navy and CP agencies often clashed, the latter existed solely to serve the celestial dragons, their needs paramount above all else. Not a problem. I shall handle it. My Conqueror's Haki is quite suitable for clearing the area. Conqueror's Haki? How terrifying! Kizaru vanished in a flash of light, leaving a perplexed Atlas behind. who nearly misinterpreted Kizaru's light-hearted tone as mockery. Conqueror's Haki. The CP0 agent was momentarily stunned, having only heard of Sengoku's prowess in this regard. He was astonished to discover that this young naval officer possessed similar capabilities, which were rare among the Navy, especially in their ranks. What a formidable group! Atlas's observation Haki enveloped the entire port city, rendering the actions of countless individuals crystal clear. He could not ascertain whether the term formidable referred to the celestial dragons or the rampaging slaves. "Excuse me, young Navy officer, please expedite the suppression of this insurrection." "Why the urgency?" Atlas grumbled, rubbing his temples as a surge of potent Haki erupted from him. A palpable pressure filled the air, causing everyone in the city, both fleeing slaves and pursuing guards, to feel as though a weight had settled upon their chests. "You despicable slaves, how dare you flee?" The Boa Hancock sisters, having just witnessed guards who had threatened them collapse, were momentarily dazed. "Is this Haki?" Hancock, the most perceptive among them, sensed the shift and glanced towards the port, before urgently pulling her sisters towards the escape vessel prepared by Tiger. That was terrifying. Tazolo, with his gray-green hair, took a deep breath, cautiously retrieving a weapon that had fallen to the ground, and launched an attack on the incapacitated guard. Similar scenes unfolded throughout the city, as many who were meant to perish in the chaos found their fates rewritten. "Hey, what on earth is going on?" The CP0 agent beside Atlas, sensing the anomaly, raised his voice in inquiry. "My apologies, my Conqueror's Haki has awakened only recently, and I am still struggling to control it." "An unfortunate misstep," Atlas offered, though his demeanor was anything but apologetic. "You're deceiving us." The CP0 agent seethed, angered by Atlas's apparent favoritism towards the slaves, yet feeling powerless against this brazen Navy officer, his face contorting beneath the mask. "I will definitely report this to the Gorosei. You best consider how to explain this to Sengoku." Chapter 101. A momentary slip of the hand at last. The crimson sun rose, casting a gentle glow. The chaos and flames gradually subsided, as most of the enslaved individuals boarded the long-prepared refuge vessels, with Admiral Atlas's warship leisurely trailing behind the largest ship. "Admiral Atlas, might you hasten your pace? Should these slaves manage to escape, you shall bear the consequences." The soldiers nearby were anxious, for firing upon these defenseless captives would be a catastrophic blow to their long-held convictions. "Silence, you scoundrel!" Atlas could no longer tolerate the incessant chatter of the CP0 agent donned in a black and white mask, whose presence had become an unwelcome burden. With a surge of his Conqueror's Haki, he exerted pressure directly upon the CP0 operative. "What are you intending to do?" The masked figure stammered, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. "I intend nothing, but if you do not silence your incessant prattle, you may find that your opportunities for speech will be irrevocably lost." A blatant threat. The CP0 agent understood that Atlas would not act against him, unless he wished to jeopardize his standing within the Navy. Yet, he dared not gamble, for the stakes were his very life. Seeing the CP0 agent fall silent, Atlas scoffed disdainfully. Such a creature, having been indoctrinated by the celestial dragons since youth, was nothing more than a soulless automaton. "Ignore him. Pursue your own course of action." "Yes, sir," came a reply. The CP0 agent seethed internally, cursing his circumstances, yet his body remained obedient, paralyzed by fear of incurring Atlas's wrath and facing immediate execution. Boom! A barrage of cannon fire erupted towards the refuge vessels, yet most of the shots went awry, and the immense waves generated by the explosions enabled the ships to distance themselves further from the pursuing fleet. On the largest refuge vessel, a newly liberated slave turned to ask a nearby red-skinned fishman, "Benefactor, is there something peculiar about the Navy pursuing us?" This fishman, a formidable figure with a bandana and dense curls, possessed a wide mouth adorned with a scruffy beard. "Do not call me Benefactor. My name is Tiger, Fisher Tiger. It seems the Navy is reluctant to pursue us," he replied. "Let's sail at full speed and leave them behind." The crew, still in awe of their savior Tiger, complied without hesitation. After all, he could easily abandon them for his own escape, being a fisherman favored by the sea. In a discreet corner of the refuge vessel, The Hancock sisters were drawn by the Navy's assault. Thanks to their Zoan fruit abilities, they easily spotted Atlas standing at the bow. "Sister, was it this Navy officer who rescued us?" Sandersonia inquired, her uncertainty palpable. "Yes, it must be," Hancock replied, nodding firmly, her gaze distant as she pondered the implications. On the warship, an officer reported, "Sir, those slaves are nearly out of our reach. The distance is increasing. Fear not. Allow me to assist them on their way." Atlas proclaimed with an enigmatic expression, his actions unceasing as he activated the Dragon Seal incantation. Explosive fire. A massive column of explosive flames shot forth from the warship, landing perilously close to the refuge vessel. The resulting explosion sent towering waves crashing against the ship. "Hold on tight. Secure yourselves to anything stable. Do not be thrown overboard," Tiger shouted, though his voice was soon drowned out by the roar of the surging waves. "My apologies, a mere slip of the hand," Atlas remarked, tilting his head toward the CP-0 agent, offering yet another insincere apology. Soon, under the intense heat, dense steam rose from the sea, and as Atlas had anticipated, the warship lost sight of Tiger and the others. "Report, sir. We have lost track of the group of slaves. What a pity, yet it cannot be helped. Their fortune seems extraordinary. I trust Admiral Sengoku shall not hold me accountable." Atlas feigned regret, embodying the role of one who bears guilt. "Admiral Atlas, you must take responsibility for all your actions today." Interesting. Suddenly, a powerful life force intruded upon his observation, indicating that the other party had also sensed his presence. "Hey, you scoundrel, do not speak recklessly. My observation Haki has not lost track of them." As soon as the words left his mouth, Atlas leaped from the warship, sprinting across the surface of the sea, sending a cascade of white spray in his wake. Running atop the ocean? This man is merely an admiral? The CP-0 agent was taken aback. Having been astonished by Atlas's conqueror's Haki, he was now further astounded by his ability to traverse the sea with such ease. Chapter 102. Silbaz Rayleigh, how terrifying. I never anticipated that such a figure would be involved in this incident. Atlas, gliding over the sea with the elegance of a moonwalk, gazed down at Tiger and his companions, as well as a man at the bow of the ship. The man sported long, golden curls, a thick beard adorning his chin, round spectacles perched on his nose, and a scar running vertically across his right eye. His piercing gaze fixed intently upon Atlas suspended in midair. "Silbaz Rayleigh." Atlas slowly uttered the name of the man before him, the right-hand man of the pirate King Roger. "Shouldn't you be enjoying your retirement in some far corner of the world? Apologies, young Navy officer, but I cannot allow you to pass. Tiger, you and the others should make your escape. Let this old man hold back this Navy officer." Rayleigh spoke with an air of nonchalance, turning to Tiger behind him. "Very well, take care." Tiger nodded slightly, fully aware of Rayleigh's formidable strength, harboring no concerns for his safety. This man undoubtedly belonged to the elite echelon of the world's strongest. As Atlas observed the retreating vessel, he refrained from taking action to impede their escape, for his true intent in coming here was not to intercept Tiger. Primarily, he was intrigued by the prospect of engaging with Rayleigh, and he had to provide an account to the higher-ups in the world government. After all, he had come to confront the fleeing slaves and the right-hand man of the Pirate King, Rayleigh. Should he fail to stop them, it could be forgiven, as he was still quite young. Atlas had already devised his explanation for the Gorosei. It was a plan that served dual purposes. "Young Navy officer, you do not genuinely wish to capture them, do you? Given our opposing stances, there is no need for superfluous words, Mr. Rayleigh." Noting that Atlas did not intend to engage in idle chatter with him, Rayleigh's expression remained unchanged as he summoned his power, creating a deep crater in the ocean's surface. With a whoosh, a powerful sound pierced the air as Rayleigh's figure abruptly appeared before Atlas, an overwhelming pressure enveloping him. At 63 years of age, Rayleigh stood as old as Carp. For an ordinary individual, this age might suggest a decline into frailty. However, for these top-tier warriors, this age marked the zenith of their prowess, with only a slight decline in physical ability that could be easily disregarded. What a long-forgotten sensation of pressure, rather than fear. Excitement surged within Atlas's expression as the prospect of clashing with the world's mightiest in their prime ignited his combative spirit. Bang! The collision of fist and blade sent ripples through the air, the flow of haki igniting sparks. "How formidable your haki is, young Navy officer," Rayleigh remarked with astonishment, surprised that this young man's haki matched his own in quality. "You are quite impressive as well, Mr. Rayleigh," Atlas scoffed, his form rapidly changing as he compressed his body to a height of approximately 2 meters. His body was enveloped in a black-red aura, lines extending from the corners of his eyes to his neck, each muscle appearing sharply defined, radiating an intense heat. Life returns, armed, paper drawing martial form. At this moment, Rayleigh acutely sensed a transformation in the young Navy's aura, and the sense of threat he posed grew palpable, surprise flickering in his gaze. "Allow me to test the aura of the so-called right hand of the Pirate King." As soon as the words left his lips, the two figures engaged once more, their powerful haki colliding, causing the surrounding ocean to warp and terrifying waves to surge skyward. Clang! The haki-covered sword clashed again with Atlas's fist. "How terrifying!" Their isn't a scratch. Rayleigh observed Atlas, who displayed no vulnerabilities. Logically, even the strongest haki, when enveloping the entire body, would see a decrease in defensive strength in localized areas. Yet, this young Navy officer seemed to defy that principle, indicating either that his haki was stronger than it appeared or that his reserves of haki were alarmingly vast. Explosive fist. Impact. An eruption of flames blossomed on Atlas's fist as he drew it back, propelling it toward Rayleigh's face with immense force. Bang! Bang! Rayleigh raised his sword to block, his haki enveloping the blade. The deafening sounds of their collision echoed almost simultaneously, the sheer force rattling Rayleigh's grip, causing him to stagger backward. External haki? Before the fist could strike the blade, a surge of crimson haki surged forward, catching Rayleigh off guard despite his defensive stance. "What a monstrous young man! It appears I must reveal some of my true abilities." Quickly regaining his footing, Rayleigh chuckled softly, having gleaned a substantial understanding of the young Navy officer's strength from their brief exchange. It would be no exaggeration to state that Atlas was the most exceptional young man he had encountered, without exception. Initially, he believed Shanks to be impressively talented among the youth, but in comparison to this Navy officer, he seemed to pale somewhat. With this thought, Rayleigh's expression turned serious. Gripping the hilt of his sword with both hands, he recognized that a two-handed grip would afford him greater power, enhancing both offense and defense. Demonstrating Rayleigh's genuine regard for Atlas. Razor explosion. Atlas made the first move, his form shifting rapidly through the air. The paper-drawing martial form endowed him with remarkable speed and agility, allowing him to close the distance to Rayleigh in an instant. Clang! Utilizing his momentum, Atlas executed a side kick that collided with Rayleigh's blade, the metallic lament of their haki clash ringing out. Indeed, worthy of the title Dark King. Atlas mused, observing the bloodline that faded from his calf. The serious Rayleigh was indeed formidable, having directly breached his haki defenses. Although it did not inflict significant injury, it gradually heightened Atlas's vigilance. Chapter 103. A blade splits the sea. The terror of Rayleigh, the continuous and intense barrage of explosive rays emanated from Atlas's hand, striking towards Rayleigh with the ferocity of a meteor shower. With a swift motion, Rayleigh, utilizing his formidable observation haki, evaded the oncoming blasts. Yet the singed hair and tattered garments betrayed his current state of distress. Meanwhile, the CP-0 agents aboard the warship sensed the distant clash. Yet their trepidation prevented them from venturing alone to witness the spectacle, fearing Atlas might seize the opportunity to eliminate them, subsequently pinning the blame on the pirate world. With the world government turning a blind eye, Marine advanced the ship slightly to assess the situation, commanded the CP-0 agent, donning a black and white mask. However, to his chagrin, the Marines remained indifferent to his orders, showing him no respect as a member of CP-0. How frustrating, he muttered, feeling increasingly vexed since boarding the vessel. Unbeknownst to Atlas, who was focused intently on Rayleigh, the CP-0 agent's grievances were of no concern. Atlas's muscles tensed, his fists coiled with energy. Iron fist, shatter. The rippling muscles of Atlas propelled a flurry of punches towards Rayleigh. Yet strangely, most of the punches seemed to strike the air beside him rather than making contact. Observing this peculiar phenomenon, Rayleigh halted his evasive maneuvers. Future precognition? While the observation hockey's ability to foresee events is indeed formidable, the future is ever-changing. And what Atlas anticipated was merely a potential outcome, not an inevitability. Atlas did not expect his foresight to suppress Rayleigh, who, as the right-hand man of the Pirate King, possessed far more combat experience and adaptability. Droblade technique, Thunderslash. With a swift motion, Rayleigh unsheathed the Sandai Kitetsu, a glint of cold light flashing as a blood-red slash surged forth towards Atlas, an unavoidable onslaught. The speed was astonishing. Rayleigh felt he had no chance to evade. In the blink of an eye, the crimson strike filled his vision. Suddenly, he raised his sword, enveloping it in armament hockey, as black-red lightning danced along the blade, emanating an aura that distorted the surrounding space. Conqueror's hockey, enveloping. In an instant, Atlas's strike was extinguished, and a slash, now twice as powerful, surged unabated towards him. The aerial slash cleaved the sea asunder, the terrifying sharpness imbued with the unique intimidation of Conqueror's hockey, crashing upon Atlas. With a gasp, Atlas spewed forth a mouthful of blood, his armament hockey brutally pierced, leaving a gaping wound that bled profusely. For a fleeting moment, he felt a disorienting blankness, but the healing capabilities of his magic soon mended his injuries. Blast! I unleashed a skill, and you countered with a grand technique? Atlas muttered, frustrated as he wiped the remnants of blood from his mouth. Oh, his recovery ability exceeds that of a monster. Rayleigh was taken aback to witness Atlas heal from the inflicted wound almost instantaneously, prompting him to wonder if Atlas had consumed a healing devil fruit. It is known that while some possess monstrous physiques, none achieve such rapid recovery. Not even Kaido in this new world. Seems you're serious, old man? Atlas, now irate, tore away his tattered clothing, revealing a muscular torso, gripping Sandai Kitetsu firmly before him. One sword style, one flick, 20 moments. One moment, 20 thoughts. One thought, 90 breaths. One breath, 9 million lives and deaths. Rayleigh sensed a momentary stillness in time, a chilling sensation creeping over him. One instant, 1,000 slashes. Atlas's figure appeared to displace itself, moving from in front of Rayleigh to behind him. Puff, puff, clang, clang. The sound of countless blades colliding with flesh resounded, intertwined with the mournful cries of metal. This swordsmanship is worthy of a great swordsman. Rayleigh, not to be outdone, displayed resilience, though most strikes landed upon him. The depth of his hockey mastery ensured he sustained only minor wounds, slowly healing. Otherwise, he would not have the leisure to critique Atlas's swordsmanship. Thank you for the compliment. However, it holds little value for me. Swiftly, Atlas materialized behind Rayleigh, his Sandai Kitetsu, now imbued with hockey, poised for the next strike. A cold gleam descended from the upper right towards Rayleigh's lower left. Reverse slash. Should this strike land, Rayleigh would surely bear a massive gash from shoulder to abdomen. Yet he was far from defenseless. Clang! A long sword emerged unexpectedly, blocking Atlas's reverse slash. Remarkably, Rayleigh had not even turned his body, merely flipping his sword hand to intercept Atlas's blow. However, such a stance lacked power. Rayleigh felt the back of the sword strike him, the force nearly causing him to stumble into the sea. Bang! Atlas seized the opportunity, his right leg swelling with muscle, delivering a powerful strike towards Rayleigh's midsection. Not even a modicum of respect for your elder. Rayleigh, having been kicked, distanced himself, rubbing his waist with an expression of exasperation, questioning Atlas's understanding of respect for the elderly. Apologies, but it seems it's time for someone of your age to rest 6 feet under. Atlas retorted, unrelenting. Hey, old man, could you teach me that technique of yours with the Conqueror's hockey? Rayleigh gazed at Atlas, who moments ago had cursed him to the grave. Now seeking his guidance on hockey techniques, a bemused smile spreading across his face. Certainly, but only if you abandon the Navy and join the pirates. Oh, perhaps not then. Chapter 104. I bled for the Navy. Hey, I suggest you just let me go, Rayleigh tentatively inquired. Although he could have escaped, the prospect of being pursued by this naval officer was quite distressing, especially since he had witnessed the terrifying prowess of Atlas's observation hockey. Sure, just stand there and let me take a swing at you, Atlas retorted, recalling the grievous wound Rayleigh had inflicted moments ago, one that nearly reached the bone. If not for his magical talisman, he would likely be lying on the ground, groaning in pain. That would indeed be a predicament. But I'm not one to engage in such folly. As soon as the words left his lips, Rayleigh vanished from Atlas's sight. A flash of red light flickered in Atlas's eyes, and a confident smile curved his lips. Do not underestimate my observation hockey, old man. Naval officer, do not be overly confident in your observation hockey, came a voice from behind Atlas. However, he was not surprised. He swiftly turned around and, with great anticipation, thrust his sword forward. Clang! The two were locked in a standoff, sparks flying from the point where their weapons met. Not bad. It seems your strength has not diminished. Atlas sneered at Rayleigh. Thank you for the compliment, but I am far from being too old to teach you a lesson, Rayleigh replied. Clang! 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 The exchanges continued, and despite Atlas not suffering significant losses in terms of hockey or strength, he felt a subtle pressure. The young sprouts of this new era cannot withstand your onslaught. Rayleigh's demeanor gradually turned serious, his gaze sharpening. In that moment, he resembled the legendary Dark King Rayleigh, rather than a jovial retiree. The blade descended, enveloped in armament hockey. While Conqueror's hockey began to entwine around it, black-red lightning danced along the edge, filling the space with immense pressure. That move again. Is it Conqueror's hockey entwining? Atlas's expression grew grave. His armament hockey surged rapidly, and his observation hockey was heightened to its peak. He braced himself to face this strike head-on. In his perception, the power of this sword far surpassed the previous attack. Only by personally experiencing the entwining of Conqueror's hockey could he grasp this technique more swiftly. Moreover, with the formidable healing ability granted by his talisman, as long as he wasn't subjected to an instantaneous obliteration, he could recover swiftly. As for the stamina required, it was a trivial matter for him now. Puff! After a brief moment of resistance, Atlas's armament hockey was suddenly torn apart. Even with his extensive preparation and maximum coverage of armament hockey, Rayleigh's strike breached his defenses as if they were mere paper. The intimidating effect of the Conqueror's hockey was far more intense than before. Yet for Atlas, who possessed a talisman and his own Conqueror's hockey, the impact was minimal. This is the sensation. Atlas's expression brightened. He seemed to have grasped some techniques regarding the application of Conqueror's hockey, and the massive, gaping wound on his body vanished instantaneously under the talisman's influence. One opportunity. Upon witnessing this, Rayleigh's eyes sparkled, and thoughts of retreat surged within him. This man was a veritable monster, seemingly capable of instant recovery from any wound. Although he had been under pressure, if Atlas adopted a strategy of trading injuries, even Rayleigh could suffer greatly. After all, he was now 63 years old, and his recovery abilities were no match for his youth. Hey, Navy, where are those slaves? They escaped? Who are you talking about? Rayleigh? The CP0 agent in the black and white mask was initially furious, but upon hearing Rayleigh's name, his expression shifted to one of shock. The name Rayleigh was not unfamiliar to him. Only 9 years had passed since the death of Pirate King Roger, and Rayleigh had not entirely faded from the ranks of the world's formidable figures. To think he could have escaped unscathed from such a person. Observing Atlas heading towards the ship's cabin, the CP0 agent found himself momentarily lost in thought. Marineford, Sengoku's office. What? You mean that old Coot Rayleigh was involved in this incident? Sengoku questioned, his expression filled with suspicion. You didn't intentionally let those slaves go, did you? Suddenly, Sengoku regarded Atlas with a questioning gaze, well aware that this individual's range of observation hockey far exceeded that of ordinary people. Hey, Sengoku, how can you suspect me? I bled for the Navy, Atlas retorted, visibly displeased, even adopting a posture as if to lift his shirt for Sengoku to inspect. Enough. After all, it is the Dark King Rayleigh. It is only natural that you could not stop him. Sengoku quickly intervened to prevent Atlas from making a scene that could lead to misunderstandings. concerned for his own reputation. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Ah, Sengoku-san. And you too, Kano. The figure that entered bore a pouty face, none other than Rear Admiral Kizaru. Sengoku, observing Kizaru alone, inquired with curiosity, "Where is Kizuki?" Kizuki is still at the Holy Land handling follow-up matters, including various coordination tasks. When it comes to slacking off, I would call you the strongest. Chapter 105. Bounty Marineford, Sengoku's office. Are there any casualties among the Celestial Dragons, Borsellino? Fortunately, it seems there was only one Celestial Dragon injured. I've heard that the slave nearly took his life in revenge for his wife and children, Kizaru remarked, illustrating with his fingers. Indeed, it was true. That Celestial Dragon would likely spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair, burdened with an indelible psychological scar. That's a relief. Sengoku sighed, rubbing his temples. He held no concern for the fate of the Celestial Dragons, but he feared the repercussions from the five elders. Suddenly, the phone on the desk rang. Click. This is Sengoku. Under the scrutinizing gazes of those present, Sengoku calmly picked up the receiver. What is the Navy doing, Sengoku? The voice of one of the five elders emanated from the phone, low and clearly suppressing anger, evidently dissatisfied with the Navy's performance during the recent turmoil. Nevertheless, we in the Navy have promptly provided support to Mariehua. Sengoku retorted fiercely, unwilling to accept the five elders' immediate criticism of the Navy. According to the CP Department's investigation, the mastermind behind the attack on Mariehua is Fisher Tiger, the merman. You are to determine his bounty and dispatch personnel to pursue him. Keep a close watch on Fishman Island's movements. Remember, spare no effort. Furthermore, try to avoid conflict with the Whitebeard pirates. I trust the Navy can handle this delicately. We do not wish to see the balance of power at sea disrupted again. The intelligence operations of the world government were impressively efficient, quickly unearthing Tiger's identity. However, their stance on Fishman Island remained ambiguous. Fishman Island held a unique status, being a member state of the world government yet under the protection of the Whitebeard pirates. This was not entirely the fault of Fishman Island. Its geographical position was exceedingly precarious. As one of the two passages to the New World and the Paradise, it was perpetually ravaged by pirates while receiving no protection from the Navy. Moreover, King Neptune's friendship with Whitebeard in his youth compelled them to fly the Whitebeard pirates' flag. We have discovered that Rayleigh is also involved in this incident. As for Rayleigh, let us reinstate a bounty on him. If he disregards the opportunities Roger secured for them, let him return to his life as a pirate. This statement rang hollow. Rayleigh, being a top-tier powerhouse of the seas, had no fixed territory and could leave at will. The Navy had no means to contain such a formidable force unless they dispatched 2 admirals to encircle him. However, such an action would be futile. Admirals represented the highest combat strength of the Navy, aimed at deterring all evildoers at sea. Such powerful individuals were already scarce, making it nearly impossible to allocate 2 of them. The 5 elders proceeded to outline all tasks in a single breath over the phone, yet notably omitted Atlas's name, likely due to Rayleigh's interference. Even if CP0 spoke ill of him before the 5 elders, they could not deny his confrontation with Rayleigh. Despite their fear of Whitebeard's fearsome destructive capability, the world government's foremost concern was not to allow the Navy's influence to rise again. The Navy had begun to exhibit tendencies of operating beyond their control. And then, just when Atlas thought the incessant chatter was concluding, the voice returned. Originally, we intended to hold your promotion ceremony in the next year or 2. However, due to the Navy's disappointing performance during the Mariehua incident, we 5 have unanimously decided you will be promoted to Admiral when you capture Fisher Tiger. That is all. Click. Before Sengoku could respond, the call was abruptly terminated. Damn it. Hearing the promotion postponed, Sengoku could not contain his anger, knowing full well it was merely an excuse from the 5 elders. With only his subordinates present in the office, he felt no need to conceal his emotions. A few days later, a news report that would send shockwaves across the globe was published in the World Economic News. Mariehua attacked. Though the world government issued a statement vehemently condemning Fisher Tiger's heinous actions and remained silent on the liberation of slaves, many viewed Tiger as a hero, especially among the ruffians of Fishman Street. A rather unimpressive ship sailed slowly across the sea, its deck crowded with a diverse array of people, representing most of the world's races, none other than Fisher Tiger and his companions. Having just departed from the vicinity of the Sabeti archipelago, some had disembarked along the way, leaving behind mostly those who were homeless or too far from their homeland to return. Brother Tiger, the Navy has issued a bounty on you. Tiger turned to the voice, recognizing it was Paul running towards him with a freshly printed bounty notice, eliciting a mix of helplessness and amusement. Paul was one of the merman slaves rescued by Tiger from Mariejoa, and he idolized him for liberating him from hell. However, Tiger felt somewhat helpless as he sensed the underlying distance from the other freed slaves, who, while not openly hostile, carried an air of unease towards mermen. This discrimination rooted in racial prejudice weighed heavily on Tiger's heart. The Navy certainly spares no expense. Tiger seized the bounty notice from Paul, where his likeness was prominently displayed alongside a staggering bounty of 230 million berries. Of course, Brother Tiger, you are the great hero who liberated the slaves. Paul beamed with pride. One might mistakenly think the bounty of 230 million berries was for him. Chapter 106. Recruit Cyrus, what are your plans for the future, Paul? Tiger did not share in Paul's excitement, and instead inquired about his future intentions. I am uncertain, but I wish to follow you, Boss Tiger. Paul replied with a hint of enthusiasm. For him, Tiger was the one who had pulled him from the depths of despair, ever since escaping Mariegeos. He had resolved to follow this man. Before Paul could ask further, Tiger spoke with unwavering determination. Marineford, new recruit training camp, Zifa's office. Zifa Sensei, how have you been lately? Any promising recruits? At this moment, the office was occupied only by Zifa, Kyozo, and Atlas, making for a relatively private meeting. Atlas jokingly inquired. Following the conclusion of the Mariegeos incident, Atlas had successfully been promoted to Rear Admiral without any significant setbacks, despite the five elders taking a slight interest in him due to the previous interception of Rayleigh. However, Atlas had not acted out of line, and having already caused enough displeasure to the Navy under Sengoku's watch, he felt no need to exacerbate the situation further, as it might provoke a rebellious sentiment within the ranks. Kyozo chimed in, Zifa Sensei has been using you as a role model for the new recruits. In their eyes, you have surpassed even Akainu and the other formidable figures. Then they must be quite weary of hearing my name, Atlas quipped, surprised by the high regard Zifa held for him. Sengoku has assigned me to guard the Sabeti archipelago, Atlas revealed, not concealing anything from Zifa, as this was no major secret. Although Zifa had retired from active duty, as a former admiral, his influence remained, and such matters were easily discernible with a little inquiry. Guarding Sabeti? Typically, the base commander, there's a rear admiral. Why would Sengoku send you, a vice admiral? Zifa expressed his confusion regarding Sengoku's decision, as he had long ceased to oversee Navy affairs and had not closely followed global developments. Sengoku wishes to prevent the influx of pirates into the New World, thereby curbing the power of the three major pirate crews, Atlas explained, stretching his somewhat stiff limbs and letting out a satisfied sigh. The atmosphere remained relaxed, as the three were not bound by a strict hierarchy. By the way, when will you take away that recruit you had me specially train? Now that you've attained the rank of Rear Admiral, it's time to assemble your own fleet. Cyrus? What do you think of him, Zifa Sensei? His progress should be considerable. I have high hopes for him. Strictly speaking, Cyrus was not a conventional recruit of the Navy, but rather an auditor. One must not underestimate the new recruit training camp. For all individuals undergo rigorous identity and qualification checks. Entry is not granted lightly. Cyrus could be considered an auditor, thus exempt from the standard graduation assessments. With a simple order from Atlas, he could board a ship and would be regarded as part of Atlas's direct lineage. Zifa succinctly evaluated Cyrus's current standing. The primary distinction between Cyrus and the other recruits was his combat experience. He was a man forged in the arena and had been tasked with the defense of Dressrosa, endowing him with a combat acumen and intuition that the new recruits could hardly rival. At this time, the recruits should be training on the drill grounds. Would you like to give them a lesson? They could meet their legendary upperclassmen, Zifa suggested. Certainly. Seeing the glimmer of anticipation in Zifa's eyes, Atlas readily agreed, as his own responsibilities were not overwhelmingly demanding at present. On the training grounds of the recruit camp, two figures were engaged in a fierce duel. The application of techniques, such as the Shurgan and Tekai, dazzled onlookers, as waves of pressure rolled between the two combatants. Shurgan, Tekai. Finally, a failed strike added to the tally of defeats. The instructor, observing the scene, declared loudly, "The victor is Cyrus." Cyrus, upon hearing this, displayed a genuine expression of elation. It seemed as though he was born for the arena, each victory filling him with profound joy. However, having joined the Navy for a year, he had yet to catch a glimpse of that man. At times, Cyrus wondered if he had been forgotten in Marineford. How do you find his progress? Are you satisfied? The three, having arrived at the drill ground earlier, had observed the entire bout, and Zifa was quite pleased with Cyrus's performance. Aside from not mastering the storm step and moonwalk, he has shown remarkable proficiency in the other four techniques. Moreover, these recruits should not be new arrivals, Atlas noted, his keen eye immediately discerning Cyrus's grasp of the six powers. However, he has qualified to join my fleet. Atlas added. Chapter 107. The land of Sabaody today marks your departure for Sabaody. Atlas, Sengoku remarked as he observed the prepared figure of Atlas. Remember, do not overlook a single supernova entering the New World. You may conduct matters as you please in Sabaody. Any ensuing trouble shall fall upon me. No worries. I assure you that those pirates 1T even grazed the edges of the New World. Atlas confidently patted his chest in affirmation. By the way, avoid offending the celestial dragons. I am aware of your disdain for them. No problem. If I cannot confront them, I can certainly evade them. This statement further unsettled Sengoku, as the thought of Atlas eliminating a celestial dragon was a situation he could not contain. Well then, I shall take my leave. The warship awaits me at the port. Noticing Sengoku's inclination to continue speaking, Atlas hurriedly excused himself. The warship prepared for him was already docked, and due to the establishment of the New World Navy base, a substantial number of naval officers had been dispatched to the New World. Consequently, the number of warships at headquarters was significantly reduced, unlike when Atlas first arrived at Marineford. Admiral Atlas. Over here, as Atlas reached the port, he heard the voice of Gyrus from one of the warships. It was a large, standard naval warship. Atlas had not yet considered commissioning a personal warship. It was not due to a lack of funds, as the Navy could reimburse such expenses, but rather because he did not find it necessary at the moment. His station was not far from headquarters, and he deemed even custom warships to be somewhat mundane. Thus he might postpone any considerations regarding warships. Hey, Gyrus, you look quite spirited today. Gyrus stood on the deck, dressed in a standard naval uniform, a stark contrast to his appearance in Dressrosa. He now held the rank of private, with no notable achievements to his name, and Atlas saw no reason to promote him unduly, as Gyrus was quite capable of apprehending minor pirates. The warship's standard configuration consisted of approximately 1,000 regular naval soldiers and several hundred elite sailors, with a bearded colonel serving as the subordinate officer. The distribution of forces on board was balanced yet not particularly remarkable, though Atlas intended to personally recruit a few trusted individuals for his ship at a later time. Smoker had long been earmarked by Atlas. He had graduated from the rookie training camp the previous year, holding the rank of major at the time. He should have been promoted to lieutenant colonel, but due to his blatant disobedience during the graduation trials, his final evaluation suffered, adversely affecting his promotion. Admiral Atlas, may we set sail now? Have all personnel been accounted for? Yes, Admiral. All personnel and supplies have been accounted for. We await your orders. Very well, let us depart. Destination, Sabaody Archipelago. Atlas nodded slightly and turned to the bearded man. Ah, you are called Meiji, correct? Prior to their departure, Sengoku had already provided Atlas with information regarding the principal officers aboard the warship. Thus he had a vague recollection of the bearded man. Yes, Navy Colonel Meiji's reporting to the Admiral. Meiji saluted with a serious expression. His knowledge of Atlas, the young Vice Admiral, was limited. However, the most vivid memory he had was of Atlas capturing the recently appointed warlord of the sea, Crocodile, and imprisoning him in Impel Down. A year ago, hailed as a rising star of the Navy, Atlas had emerged from the trials of the New World even more formidable, ascending to the rank of vice admiral through his numerous military accomplishments. One could say he was a monstrous figure within the Navy. Upon learning of his assignment under Atlas, Meges felt a twinge of apprehension, as many strong individuals tended to possess peculiarities. Fortunately, after a brief interaction, Meges found his impressions of Atlas to be quite favorable. The Sabaody Archipelago is not far from the Navy headquarters. It is primarily a singular entity formed by the world's largest mangrove tree, the Yarchi mangrove, with its roots protruding above the water's surface, giving rise to the archipelago. The most distinctive feature of the Sabaody Archipelago is the natural resin secreted by the roots of the Yarchi mangrove due to respiration, resulting in the unique bubble culture of Sabaody, which is also a vital gateway to the New World. Thus, it is known among pirates as both the Island of Failure and the Island of Rebirth. The archipelago consists of 79 numbered trees, each clearly demarcated into distinct areas. Atlas's destination this time lies within regions 60 to 69, where the Navy is primarily stationed and where the world government has its entrances and exits. Regions 1 to 29 are notorious for human trafficking and auctions, collectively termed the Lawless Zone, a gathering place for nearly all criminals, including pirates. Regions 30 to 39 are the essence of Sabaody's bubble culture, featuring the must-visit soap bubble park for tourists. Regions 40 to 49 serve as sightseeing areas and specialty shops, relatively peaceful, making them suitable for visitors. Regions 50 to 59 are primarily home to shipyards and coating craftsmen, although the shipbuilding techniques may not rival those of Water 7. The unique coating process is crucial for pirates venturing into the New World, making this area a favorite haunt for them. As for regions 70 to 79, they are merely accommodations, and Atlas was unaware of any additional services offered there. It can be said that regions 1 to 29 are where Atlas will focus his attention. Despite the looming threat of slave-catching fleets, most pirates are undaunted by danger. Although many pirates may appear rather unkempt, some celestial dragons have a penchant for collecting pirate captains. Therefore, where there is demand, supply follows. Sabaody seems rather tranquil. Atlas mused, admiring the distant, looming Yarchi mangrove. He had anticipated welcoming a barrage of cannon fire. Admiral, do not be deceived by appearances. We are heading directly to the Navy's base, which is somewhat distant from the Lawless Zone, so any commotion there has yet to reach us. Meges explained, his lips twitching slightly. As an experienced Navy officer, Meges had some understanding of Sabaody's situation and was not easily fooled by its outward calm. Is that so? I believe this beautiful island deserves a moment of peace. Chapter 108. Within the scope of observation, I am justice upon hearing Atlas's grand declaration. Meges appeared somewhat bewildered, evidently unaware of Atlas's impending actions. Indeed, beneath the surface allure of this world lies a multitude of filth and sin. On board the warship, Atlas had silently enveloped the entirety of Sabaody Archipelago within his observation, revealing that this seemingly pristine island was rife with acts of violence and human trafficking, particularly in the notorious zones 1 to 29. It was simply intolerable. A cleansing of this evil was in order. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than Meges felt an overwhelming aura emanate from Atlas. Although it was not directed at him, the sheer force of it left him momentarily dazed. Conqueror's Haki. Ha ha ha. I am a notorious pirate with a bounty of 70 million. It is your honor to serve me, and you dare to ask for payment? Inside a certain tavern, a menacing bald man, his appearance difficult to describe, brandished a massive curved blade, his demeanor exuding arrogance as he glared at the tavern owner. Surrounding them was a circle of onlookers, including a motley crew of pirates, presumably the bald man's subordinates. Hey, old man, our captain is the demon Nick. Are you seeking death? Ha ha ha. How novel. Demanding payment from pirate. The crowd gasped at the revelation. The infamous pirate, known for having obliterated a naval base in the North Sea, had encountered the tavern owner, an encounter that could only invite sympathy from the onlookers. Huh, a mere 70 million bounty, and you dare to call yourself a great pirate? The tavern owner, unfazed by Nick's intimidation, remained resolute. As one who operated a tavern in lawless territory, he was no stranger to danger. Nick, incensed by the owner's mocking expression, felt the veins in his arms bulge as he raised his blade, poised to cleave the owner in two. "Ah, so you're a pirate from the North Sea?" the owner inquired, seemingly unperturbed, diverting the conversation to an unrelated matter. What of it?" The descending blade halted abruptly, a sharp edge grazing the tavern owner's forehead, drawing a line of blood. "Joker. I am affiliated with Joker," the tavern owner proclaimed, standing calmly as he regarded Nick, seemingly convinced of the name's weight. "Joker? Who is that? Have any of you heard of him?" "No. Perhaps just a merchant from the North Sea?" "Hey, it seems the demon pirate crew is wary of this Joker." The crowd buzzed with curiosity upon hearing the unfamiliar name, but their astonishment deepened when they observed Nick's apprehensive expression. Nick and his crew were clearly acquainted with the infamous Joker, a prominent figure in the underground world of the North Sea. Though he hadn't ventured into the Grand Line, Nick had crossed paths with Joker's subordinates, and the outcome was evident in Nick's demeanor. "Let's let this go. Consider it our treat, courtesy of the tavern owner." The tavern owner was evidently astute, recognizing that despite Joker's notorious reputation, this was the Grand Line, where even the mightiest could fall. If Nick were to lash out in anger, it would be an unjust fate for him. Even if Joker later sought vengeance, what would it matter? "Very well. Today I shall extend Joker some courtesy. First mate, bring the tab." Although Nick was known as the demon, he was not a fool. Seeing the tavern owner's offer to de-escalate the situation, he readily acquiesced. As these words left his lips, the crowd, initially eager for spectacle, was left disappointed, their curiosity about Joker intensifying. While a bounty of 70 million was not uncommon in the Grand Line, it was evident that Joker was not an adversary to be trifled with. Just as the crowd prepared to disperse, a terrifying presence enveloped the tavern, transforming the world into a monochrome canvas. Thud! Thud! The pirates within the tavern collapsed like dumplings in boiling water. What? The onlookers were at a loss, feeling an overwhelming gust of wind as these once boisterous pirates fell, frothing at the mouth, some even bleeding from their orifices, lifeless. "Hey, are you blind? Can you not see that living person over there?" In Zone 2, a wiry old man barked orders at his henchmen clad in black suits, directing them toward a terrified young girl of about 17 or 18. "What a pity. She has caught the eye of that man." "Silence. That man is the mastermind behind Sabaedy's largest human auction house. It is said he has celestial dragons backing him. Looks like this girl has no chance of escape." The girl's terror deepened as she wept, foreseeing a grim future as a slave. "But she is just a tourist? Isn't she?" A burly man behind the wiry figure seemed reluctant. "Ha ha ha. Haddon, why the sudden compassion? Think of your sick wife and daughter. Truly a gem. The celestial dragons will surely appreciate her. They're in dire need of slaves lately." Before the wiry man could advance, he felt a sharp blow to the back of his head, warm liquid spilling from his ears and throat. Bang! A similar scene unfolded across the Sabaedy archipelago. As though an omnipotent eye was casting judgment upon the wicked, delivering divine retribution almost simultaneously. Chapter 109. Do not waste food either in the Grand Line. Area 51 of the Sabaedy archipelago. What is this aura? A disheveled young man with gray-green hair lurks nearby. His name is Gilder Tetsolo. Recently arrived in Sabaedy after descending from Marie Joyce. Never mind, I'll inquire later. My immediate goal is to find a vessel and escape this wretched place. Although he is uncertain about his next steps, his ambition is clear, to amass wealth. If only he had money, he would never have allowed Stella to be purchased by the Celestial Dragons. If only he were wealthy, the Celestial Dragons would then be obliged to curry his favor. If only he possessed riches, his experiences would not have been so tragic. Money is the most splendid and useful thing in the world. Tetsolo's desire for wealth has become nearly obsessive. He believes that all his misfortunes stem from his poverty. Admiral, what are your intentions? As the Sabaedy coast gradually approached, Major Mages felt perplexed by Atlas's recent actions. Conqueror's Haki has incapacitated most of the criminals. Lead the soldiers to gather the scum. Atlas replied lazily, if any remain alive. Conquerors can achieve such an effect? Mages felt a dryness in his throat and instinctively swallowed. In his understanding, was Conqueror's Haki merely effective against weaklings? It was not surprising for Mages to harbor such thoughts. As a Navy colonel, It is challenging to ascend to the realm of those who wield conqueror's haki. His understanding of it is often superficial, especially since some possessors of this power merely regard it as a symbol of qualification, remaining oblivious to its true capabilities. With observation haki, pinpoint strikes are quite achievable. In fact, after receiving 2 strikes of conqueror's haki from Rayleigh, Atlas has become more adept and versatile in its application. Otherwise, conducting such a large-scale precision strike would carry a high risk of collateral damage. Yes, Admiral. Mages quickly complied, entirely dismissing Atlas's boastfulness, and led the soldiers to disembark orderly onto Sabaody. The soldiers were brimming with excitement, having overheard the conversation between Admiral Atlas and Colonel Mages. They understood this was a golden opportunity to reap accolades, each of them eager to prove themselves. Who would have thought that Rayleigh was absent from Sabaody? Perhaps he has gone to Amazon Lily? Watching the departing Navy personnel, Atlas murmured to himself, initially hoping to confront Rayleigh, but despite utilizing observation haki to scour the area, he could not detect Rayleigh's presence. What a shame. In the lawless zones from 1 to 29, the ground was strewn with pirates, exhibiting a singular characteristic: vacant eyes, frothing mouths, and some bleeding from their orifices, as if their skulls had sustained severe impacts. This was the scene the Navy encountered upon arriving at the Sabaody archipelago. This is Demon Nick with a bounty of 70 million, unconscious but not dead. Here, S. Butcher Augustus, with a bounty of 90 million. This man is a notorious killer, most of his bounty due to the massacre of civilians. Hey, this is Weeping Slayer Capani. I've heard he is quite insane. His mind is a bit unhinged. As the Navy meticulously identified the infamous pirates, it became evident that all the unconscious individuals were indeed pirates and some human traffickers. This precise strike left the Navy personnel in awe of the young officer's capabilities. This is truly unbelievable. Mages nearly lost his composure. Could such a degree of impact really be achieved by a mere rear admiral? He had heard rumors that this formidable rear admiral had yet to earn a title, while Akainu and the other 2 admirals possessed natural abilities, granting them extensive area of effect skills. Could they really execute such precise strikes across an entire island? Mages was uncertain. Nevertheless, the visual impact of the scene before him was undeniable. In truth, Atlas's strength was slightly inferior to that of the 3 monstrous admirals, but he could certainly contend with them for days on end, and the outcome of such a battle remained uncertain. However, earning a title was no easy feat generally. Admirals of such rank fall into 2 categories: elite admirals from the Navy headquarters, usually seasoned veterans with sufficient merit, or candidates for the position of admiral. Candidates for admirals are almost guaranteed elevation to that rank, provided their strength and military achievements are adequate, for admirals are recognized as the pinnacle of naval power, ultimately reliant on strength for their standing. Years later, while Gion and Kaji were undoubtedly qualified to ascend to the rank of admiral, they were ultimately replaced by world conscription, either due to insufficient strength or because the Gorosei sought to balance the Navy by selecting individuals from non-naval factions. According to Atlas's conjecture, the most probable scenario was the former. In this world, strength reigns supreme, and sufficient military prowess determines one's status. Hurry, there is one still alive. What? Are the handcuffs insufficient? Then quickly bring a rope. Yes, perhaps not anticipating such astonishing actions from their superior, the handcuffs aboard the vessel were utterly inadequate for the prisoners. Mages, being decisive, ordered the remaining prisoners' limbs to be severed, preventing them from escaping upon regaining consciousness. The Navy's efficiency was commendable. They swiftly dragged the bound pirates to the shores where their ship was anchored, awaiting orders from Atlas. What a hassle! I hadn't anticipated that so many pirates would still be alive. Atlas observed the pirates being dragged by the Navy with a hint of disdain, clearly dissatisfied with the efficacy of his conqueror's haki. Yet, this was overly critical. It was improbable for heavily bountied pirates to succumb instantaneously to his distant assaults. Admiral, how should we handle this group of pirates? Verify their identities and then execute them. No need to waste food by sending them to impel down. Chapter 110. Purge. Indeed, there was a notable tranquility. As usual, Atlas was employing his observation haki to patrol the Sabaody archipelago. Here it comes again. In the lawless zone, a seemingly frail man with tightly set features sensed a familiar aura, causing his body to tense up, muscles rigid, as he dared not make any movements that could be misconstrued. His name was Lauren Frost, the newly appointed head of the largest auction house in Sabaody. And today marked the third day of his tenure. Despite his ascension from second-in-command to the leader, Lauren Frost felt no joy. Ever since that devil of a Navy officer arrived, the lawbreakers of the Sabaody archipelago had been living in constant fear. Forget about engaging in the slave trade. Those pirates did not dare to breathe too loudly, lest they inadvertently provoke the Reaper. In truth, the world government had expressly forbidden the slave trade. Yet the celestial dragons remained the world's most formidable slave masters, rendering that law nearly meaningless. Damn it, the celestial dragons have sent someone to urge me again. Lauren Frost even contemplated whether he should pack up and flee. Recently, due to Fisher Tiger liberating a considerable number of slaves in Mariewa, the celestial dragons, unaccustomed to the loss, were dispatching their subordinates to acquire slaves in droves. As one of the primary sources of slaves for the celestial dragons, the auction house in Sabaody naturally fell within their sights. The existence and expansion of this auction house were largely due to the celestial dragon support. And should they find it no longer of use, Lauren Frost's fate would be all too clear. Who knows when the next batch of slave ships will arrive? It should be soon. The atmosphere had been exceedingly tense in recent days, yet Lauren Frost, left with no other options, could only harbor a glimmer of hope while secretly transporting slaves to the auction house, reasoning that the devil of a Navy officer was indeed constantly surveying Sabaody. What if? What a troublesome little imp. It seems I must be more cautious with my words in the future. Seated in the Marine headquarters office, Sengoku hung up the phone with a resounding click. Rubbing his temples in exasperation, he noted that this was the third call from senior world government officials. Only those of celestial dragon status could directly summon someone of Sengoku's rank with such ease. All three parties shared a singular objective: to demand that Atlas be reassigned from Sabaody. This little rascal certainly knows how to stir up trouble for me, but well done. The furrow in Sengoku's brow completely relaxed, and a satisfied smile graced his lips. The existence of slavery was a grotesque blot on justice, one that the Navy had long resented. However, due to the world government's formidable authority, the Navy could only strike at the slave trade in limited capacity, never daring to suppress a large-scale slave market like that of Sabaody. Only someone as fearless as Atlas would dare to take such actions, truly worthy of being the wielder of Conqueror's Haki. In Area 66 of the Sabaody archipelago, the Navy's station location, thud after thud echoed in a training room. Such ordinary training had little effect on Atlas at this point. The primary goal was to maintain explosive strength and enhance muscle memory. His only viable means of progress now lay in engaging in combat with formidable opponents, as the acquisition of experience and skill was invaluable. Vice Admiral, a slave ship has been spotted stealthily approaching the waters of Sabaody. Just as Atlas was drenched in sweat, Megis's voice rang out from the doorway of the training room. Atlas was puzzled. How could someone be so reckless as to approach his gun's muzzle? It seemed today would present an opportunity for a thorough cleansing, providing a memorable lesson for those who dare to harbor hope. Oh no, a final lesson. With that thought, Atlas grabbed his nearby attire and strode purposefully toward the door. Fresh from his workout, Atlas radiated heat, causing Megis at the entrance to feel a chilling gust, an overwhelming pressure that momentarily stunned him, leaving him rooted in place, oblivious to Atlas's imminent departure. Get moving. What are you standing there for? Sensing Megis's hesitation, Atlas turned, furrowing his brows, and chided him with displeasure. Oh, yes, sir. In the lawless zone of the Sabaody archipelago, a desolate shoreline lay almost devoid of human presence. Lauren Frost had stumbled upon this location by chance. While it was somewhat troublesome to dock here, the allure of immense profit rendered such inconveniences trivial. Breathe easy. It seems we haven't been detected by the Navy. Apparently, that devil hasn't caught wind of our activities. Lauren Frost exhaled in relief. Today seemed fortuitous. Moreover, the slaves aboard this ship should suffice for the celestial dragon's demands for the time being, especially since There was an exquisite mermaid slave on board, one he was certain the world's aristocrats would find irresistible. Lauren Frost could almost envision his future accolades from the Celestial Dragons, forgetting entirely the cautious demeanor he had just exhibited. What a repugnant visage. Chapter 111. Thunderous measures hurry, move quickly. General Atlas has spoken, and we must deliver a severe lesson to those rascals. We cannot afford to lose face. General Atlas observed Major Mages, who was methodically directing a throng of naval soldiers not far from him, and nodded with mild satisfaction. In his view, Mages exhibited commendable leadership skills. However, Atlas harbored a desire for a female naval officer to serve as his adjutant, as the sight would be rather pleasant. As the saying goes, a secretary handles affairs. When there are none, well, it seemed he would need to consult Admiral Crane, for it was unfortunate that most of the female naval officers were stationed on his ship. Nevertheless, Atlas merely entertained this thought. An adjutant need not possess exceptional strength, merely the competence to manage affairs efficiently. He certainly did not wish to be ensnared in mundane matters like Sengoku. Soon, amidst Atlas's musings, Mages led the naval personnel in the direction of Lauren Frost. Hey, Lauren Frost, you fool. What are you doing in this godforsaken place for the handoff? The slave ship was not particularly large, and at the bow stood a burly man, his demeanor exuding arrogance as he directly provoked Lauren Frost. The head of the auction house. Alex, show some respect. I am your superior. Lauren Frost's displeasure was evident, tinged with a hint of pride. To him, Alex's behavior was a manifestation of jealousy. Previously, they held equal standing in the auction house until an elderly superior unexpectedly perished, and with Alex conveniently absent, Lauren Frost inexplicably emerged as the victor. What a stroke of luck for that fool. Although Alex felt considerable resentment towards Lauren Frost's good fortune, he refrained from escalating matters, for they were all in pursuit of profit. Who would jeopardize their earnings? The Navy? Alex scoffed. Lauren Frost was as cowardly as ever. He believed they had the Celestial Dragons backing them. How could mere lackeys of the world government hope to contend with them? Alex's disdainful gaze towards Lauren Frost intensified. Hey, what are you looking at? A slave ship? How audacious to act so brazenly under General Atlas's very nose. Before Lauren Frost could finish his sentence, Mages' voice abruptly intruded upon their conversation. The Navy? I am not. Startled by the interruption, Lauren Frost found himself at a loss for words. Are you referring to those few leashed individuals? Bang! In apparent response to Lauren Frost, several men clad in black suits were abruptly dropped from above. Their chances of survival barely 1 in 10. Wait, Vice Admiral Atlas. Instinctively glancing skyward, Lauren Frost was rendered speechless. Realizing that the dreaded naval officer had arrived in person, his face paling in despair. He understood that today, he could not escape death. He had witnessed the massacre that had turned the lawless zone into a blood-soaked landscape, and that man had become synonymous with terror on that day. Atlas's presence here was not solely for Lauren Frost. He had yet to earn that distinction. After all, this was merely the beginning, and the subsequent actions would require his oversight. Vice Admiral of the Navy, we are backed by the Celestial Dragons, the world aristocracy. Even an admiral must heed our commands. Alex remained unperturbed, his gaze defiantly fixed on Atlas above, seemingly confident that the naval officer would not dare to act against him. What a fool! Lauren Frost had never regarded his longtime colleague as such a dimwit before. Bang! Atlas narrowed his eyes, observing Alex's provocation from below. Without uttering a single word, he unleashed a fiery explosion that instantly engulfed the previously arrogant Alex. Beneath the terrifying force of the blast, Alex's body was effortlessly torn asunder, his blood and viscera vaporized by the merciless flames, leaving behind only the faint scent of charred flesh in the air. Gulp! Lauren Frost swallowed hard. The acrid smell of burning flesh invaded his nostrils, and every hair on his body stood on end like a frightened cat. He had never felt so close to death as he did now. Eliminate this scoundrel, and slay his accomplices as well. They are even more wretched than pirates. Atlas remarked disdainfully, casting a contemptuous glance at the trembling Lauren Frost. Yes, upon receiving the order, the naval officers surged forth like wolves. charging towards the henchmen aboard the slave ship. Atlas was unconcerned. The Navy accompanying him had undergone rigorous training, emerging from the seas of corpses and blood. Their combat prowess unparalleled. Moreover, their adversaries were merely lackeys from the auction house. This was an utterly unequal confrontation. The conflict was as swift and sudden as autumn winds sweeping away leaves, arriving abruptly and concluding just as quickly. Are we saved? It seemed they had heard the word Navy. Don't be naive. The Navy is in cahoots with those ruffians. How could they possibly come to our rescue? The would-be slaves within the cabin exchanged incredulous glances, their yearning for freedom burning fiercely within them, strong enough to incinerate anything in its path. Soon, the previously murmuring would-be slaves fell silent, for before them stood a regiment of neatly aligned naval officers. Some even rubbed their eyes in disbelief, as if the scene before them was a dream. Stop dawdling. Come forth. We need to conduct a personnel registration. The leading naval officer, noticing the open cage still devoid of movement, urged them. Yes. With a start, the once immobile crowd surged forward, creating a cacophony of noise. Silence. One at a time. No need to rush. The commanding officer remained unfazed, calmly directing the throng to exit the cage in an orderly fashion. Chapter 112. Eradicating the Roots. Spring winds bring new life. 1, 2, 3. Is there still a mermaid? Mages, who was counting and registering the personnel aboard the slave ship, was somewhat astonished. It was not that he had never seen a mermaid before, but at this tense juncture between the world government and Fishman Island, he was uncertain how to handle this mermaid. Admiral Atlas, we have discovered a mermaid on the slave ship. How shall we proceed? When faced with uncertainty, one ought to consult their superior. Mages fully embraced this noble tradition and directly inquired of Atlas. Mermaid? Atlas turned his gaze toward Tarika, who stood out among the crowd. With a seemingly pitiful appearance, her smooth, delicate skin and cascading blue hair framed her upper body, which bore no distinction from that of a human woman. The scant fabric that adorned her modestly concealed her ample bosom, while below, a fishtail adorned with alternating black and white scales hinted at an alluring contrast. This is a stone snapper mermaid. It is said that once a mermaid reaches the age of 30, her tail transforms into legs. Atlas mused, stroking his chin, his thoughts wandering far and wide. Nearby, Tarika appeared to sense Atlas's scrutinizing gaze, her eyes betraying a hint of trepidation. Initially, under the influence of Princess Odoheim's advocacy, she had believed humans to be benevolent and virtuous. Although the sun's warmth enveloped her, her heart remained untouched by its glow. Admiral, what are you thinking? Seeing Atlas remain silent, Mages could not help but prompt him. About the world government. Mages hesitated. There was no denying that Fisher Tiger's assault on Mary Joa had humiliated the world government, akin to grinding their dignity into the dirt. The world government is of no concern to me. Regardless, they cannot reach me. If there is to be a headache, it shall be for Sengoku. Atlas brazenly deflected blame onto Sengoku, who had given him solemn assurances before departing. Beware of pirates. The night in Sabaody is anything but tranquil, at least for the so-called slave masters. In areas 1 to 29, the shadows of naval patrols loomed large, with nearly every household subjected to searches. The Navy justified their actions as a means to prevent ruthless pirates from infiltrating the general populace, posing a grave threat to the safety of lives and property. What? You refuse to comply? I regret to inform you that the Navy has reason to suspect your involvement with pirates and human traffickers. Should you resist arrest, we shall be compelled to eliminate you on the spot. Most ordinary citizens naturally applauded the Navy's vigorous efforts. Area 1, the largest slave auction house in Sabaody, even occasionally attracted the attention of the Celestial Dragons. It could be said that this auction house harbored the darkest and most profound evils of Sabaody. However, at this moment, it was surrounded by rows of Navy personnel, led by Colonel Mages and Cyrus. Cyrus, having been personally recruited by Atlas, was a key combatant in this operation and would also reap a portion of the glory. Oh, by the way, he was now a sergeant. Atlas had brought approximately 1,500 naval officers from headquarters, while Sabaody's naval base housed around 1,000. For the auction house, roughly 800 naval personnel had been dispatched, as Atlas aimed to completely eradicate human trafficking from the realm of Sabaody in one decisive sweep. Hey, what do you Navy intend to do? Our auction house is backed by the Celestial Dragons. The internal staff of the auction house, despite their fear, found a semblance of courage to confront the Navy. Emboldened by the presence of the Celestial Dragons, we intend to do nothing but follow Admiral Atlas's orders. Henceforth, no human trafficking shall occur in Sabaody. You have 1 minute to vacate the premises immediately, or, for some reason, Majas suddenly recalled Atlas's stern visage. Pausing before continuing, show no mercy. You dare defy the Celestial Dragons? The staff, sensing the Navy's seriousness, began to panic, their voices trembling with authority. Majas, weary of further conversation, commanded the Navy to breach the auction house. As for the 1 minute ultimatum, that was merely a casual remark, was it not? With the order given, Cyrus brandished his sword, flanked by the solemn yet exhilarated naval officers. Justice was no longer a mere concept, but a tangible force being enacted upon this island. And the Navy, regardless of rank or strength, had never forgotten the essence of justice. Justice, justice. In a fervor of emotions, someone among them began to lead, and soon the entire naval force erupted in a passionate chorus, their voices resounding through Area 1 in a collective cry for justice. Before long, under the Navy's overwhelming assault, the No. 1 auction house was utterly dismantled and numerous slaves were liberated. Many of them had been the merchandise left unsold just days prior, their sustenance barely sufficient for survival, each appearing gaunt and emaciated. Worse still, some bore severe injuries, and the most tragic among them had their tendons severed, rendering them nearly incapacitated. In this group, one could witness a myriad of harrowing sights. Infuriating, the Navy officers present were filled with righteous indignation at such a spectacle. Their sense of justice, coupled with the innate conscience of humanity, made it intolerable to witness such atrocities. Admiral Atlas is indeed a leader worthy of admiration. A shared thought resonated within the minds of the assembled Navy. To wield power while retaining one's conscience might be the greatest fortune in this world. Achoo! In his office, Atlas could not help but rub his nose, pondering in confusion. Who is speaking of me? Is it Sengoku, that old man, chastising me? Chapter 113. A night of unbarred doors and uncollected losses after cleansing Area 1 of the auction house. Major Mages and his comrades turned their attention to scour the numerous auction venues scattered across the archipelago of Shambaudi. In an instant, the islands were engulfed in a palpable fear, as the very air was thick with trepidation. A multitude of slaves were liberated, and even the profound darkness of night could not conceal the unveiled atrocities. Yet, the purging did not cease. Report to Colonel Mages. Areas 1 to 10 have been cleared. 12 trafficking dens have been dismantled, and a total of 800 individuals have been rescued. Mages was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a staggering number of slaves in merely the first 10 areas. Moreover, these were likely only the most recent captives, with countless others having been sold into bondage in the past. What the casualties! The Navy has suffered no losses. However, many of those rescued are grievously injured. Over 1,000 criminals have been neutralized. 1,000. Such a seemingly weightless figure belied the mountain of corpses it represented. That night, blood flowed freely, and nearly all who witnessed the scene trembled in terror, likely haunted by sleepless nights. The atmosphere of Shambaudi shifted dramatically, whether engaged in crime or merely contemplating it. All were rendered quaking and deterred from their nefarious intentions. Now, we shall commence the sweep of areas 11 to 29. The naval force stationed in the Shambaudi Islands numbered approximately 2,500, yet it was impossible to deploy them all. Thus, personnel were allocated for patrols, supplemented by a primary strike unit to maximize their impact. Knock, knock, knock. Open the door. We are the Navy, and suspect you are harboring pirates. Are you mistaken? We are of noble lineage. On what grounds do you, the Navy, presume to question us? The occupants of the residence appeared quite irked, clearly displeased with the Navy's intrusion, and were intent on leveraging their noble status to resist the authorities. Bang! Without uttering a word, Meiji led his men in forcefully breaching the door, brusquely shoving aside a couple who bore the unmistakable air of nobility. His keen gaze began to survey the room. "What are you doing? Who permits such behavior? I am a noble of a world government member state." The woman shrieked, her voice piercing the air like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Her face contorted in fury. They were indeed bona fide nobles of a world government member state, having invested heavily to visit the picturesque Shambadi Islands, perhaps hoping to forge connections with world aristocrats and curry favor with the celestial dragons, thus alleviating their domestic political predicaments. "Who is he?" Meiji disregarded the woman's outcry and pointed towards a youth in the living room, shackled with a bomb collar. The boy appeared frail, his large eyes dull and lifeless. Awakened by the commotion, he gazed vacantly at the stern-faced Meiji, devoid of any will to survive. "He is our purchased slave," the nobleman responded, maintaining a calm demeanor unlike the woman, as he faced Meiji's inquiries. "Is that so?" Meiji's lips curled into a cruel smile. "Where is the identification? What identification does a slave require?" The nobleman was taken aback. "Do you understand what you are saying? We are nobles with legal rights. Remember this." Meiji's expression turned grave as he addressed the couple, his tone devoid of any fluctuation. "I am informing you, not negotiating. Otherwise, it would not be unreasonable for two nobles to perish in a pirate attack, would it?" "Ha ha ha." Meiji was not excessively arrogant or brutal. Rather, after witnessing the depths of darkness throughout the night, he had come to see these so-called nobles as mere beasts in human guise. There is no need for civility towards such beings, for the heavens would still have their champions. "You." The nobleman understood he was being threatened by Meiji, yet felt utterly powerless, his gaze fixated on Meiji's face, as though attempting to etch his likeness into memory. "Tisich." Meiji noticed the nobleman's unmasked expression, but paid it no heed. He had encountered countless similar reactions that night, and he was confident that Vice Admiral Atlas would not allow him to suffer indignities. "Hey, you there, it's time to go." Meiji turned to the somewhat dazed slave boy, who seemed momentarily frozen, lacking any intention to move. The boy finally regained his senses, realizing that the brash Navy officer was there to rescue him, and pointed helplessly at the explosive collar around his neck. "Oh, I almost forgot." Meiji's feigned exasperation as he slapped his forehead, his expression hardening as he looked at the noble couple, extending his calloused hand. The nobleman's face soured, yet recalling Meiji's earlier threat, he reluctantly retrieved the remote control from his pocket. Click! Meiji seized the remote and crushed it, the shattered remnants slipping from his grasp. The enslaved boy felt an inexplicable moisture in his eyes, as if a shackle had been shattered. Perhaps this was what freedom felt like. "What is your name?" "It no longer matters. From now on, I shall be called Elbis." The boy, no longer merely a slave, seemed to radiate newfound vigor, his eyes glimmering with a different light, for this moment signified a rebirth. "Very well, let's depart. Our patrol duties remain unfinished." As Meiji spoke, he led the contingent of sailors towards the exit. "Commander, is there something amiss? Does the Navy still have openings?" "Serving in the Navy is perilous. Do you believe you can endure?" "Certainly. I have just emerged from hell." "Why?" "Perhaps I have glimpsed justice." Elbis' eyes sparkled with hope, as if he had caught a glimpse of a noble ideal. "Very well. Report to the base tomorrow." The figures of the boy and the Navy gradually faded into the encroaching darkness amidst their exchange. Chapter 114. Gil Tesoro the following day, the morning light, slightly intoxicated, pierced through the darkness. The Sabaody archipelago welcomed a new day, brimming with vitality. Reports indicated that the adult trafficking zones, numbered 1 to 29, had been eradicated, with all human trafficking dens dismantled and nearly 2,000 slaves liberated. In Area 66 of Sabaody, within the office of the naval commander, two figures occupied the space. One reclined in a plush chair, while the other sat attentively at the desk. Atlas leaned back, a soft gaze directed at the dutiful Mages, who reported on the arrangements for the rescued individuals. "What will become of those who might turn to piracy?" Atlas asked, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. "Mages, you must understand that they are now civilians within the protection of our Navy. Regardless of their future choices, remember, we should judge actions, not intentions. Understood, sir. And what of the merfolk? All right, I have grasped the general situation. You may return to your duties, Atlas replied, pausing momentarily to regard Majas with appreciation. And by the way, you have performed exceptionally well. Thank you for your kind words, sir. Majas beamed, his spirits lifted as he exited the office. A gentle knock sounded. Enter. As the words left Atlas's lips, a naval soldier cautiously pushed the door open, his gaze filled with fervor and admiration. Admiral, there is someone outside claiming to know you and requesting an audience. Really? Someone who knows me? Atlas mused, pondering the identity of this visitor. His past had been solitary, and his encounters within the Grand Line had been with the Navy, who typically would not require an introduction. Bring them in, Atlas commanded, dismissing the mystery. With his current strength, he felt little apprehension about potential threats. Yes, sir. The soldier hurried away, eager to obey. Excuse me, are you Admiral Atlas? Before long, a young man with gray-green hair appeared, visibly anxious in Atlas's office. And you are? Atlas inquired, sifting through his memory for any recognition of this young man. My name is Gil Tesoro, the young man replied cautiously, studying Atlas's expression. I escaped from Mariehua. Noticing Atlas's skepticism, he instinctively began to remove his shirt to reveal the mark on his back. Stop. Hold on. Atlas interjected, alarmed at the prospect of exposing such a stigma. He thought to himself, Tesoro would not wish for his disgrace to be publicized either. Despite the tumult within, Atlas maintained a calm facade, a smile gracing his lips. He recognized the young man before him as the future Golden Emperor. The contrast between the Tesoro of now and the one he would become in a decade was striking. Had it not been for Atlas's vivid recollection of his surname, he might have struggled to identify him. Though Tesoro appeared disheveled, his handsome features remained intact, the center-parted gray-green hair only enhancing his charm, starkly different from the image of a nouveau riche he would later embody. That is impossible, Tesoro asserted confidently, seemingly more convinced than Atlas himself. You rescued me in Mariehua. I would never mistake you for anyone else. Moreover, I have witnessed all your actions since your arrival at Sabaody. You are a true naval officer. Therefore, I wish to follow you. Tesoro's eyes sparkled with fervor, akin to a devoted disciple beholding a revered deity. Initially, Tesoro's plan had not included this course of action. However, after witnessing the Navy dismantle numerous human auction houses, liberating countless slaves, and altering fates, he felt an overwhelming urge to meet Atlas, his savior. Atlas had transformed Tesoro's perception of the Navy entirely. Very well. You have my permission, Atlas contemplated for a moment before adding, however, you must keep your mark hidden. I will find a way to assist you with that. Thank you so much, Tesoro exclaimed, excitement radiating from him as he bowed deeply toward Atlas. The afternoon passed pleasantly, until the ringing of a transponder snail disrupted the tranquility. Do you realize the trouble you've caused me? Came the thunderous voice of Sengoku over the line. Now, don't be angry, Sengoku. Wasn't it you who said I could act freely? Atlas replied nonchalantly, confident that most of the Naval High Command supported his actions, especially Akainu. Do you know how many complaints I've received from the world government these past few days? I don't, but do enlighten me. Come now. I trust you didn't call just to chastise me. Did you? Atlas deftly tried to redirect the conversation as Sengoku's irritation simmered. Humph. Sengoku recalled that he had business to discuss with Atlas, forcing himself to suppress his rising temper. According to the latest intelligence, this year's supernovas are nearing the Sabaody archipelago. Be vigilant and ensure none escape. I trust your capabilities. I will do my best. Supernovas? Aren't they just easy pickings? Chapter 115. The imminent supernovas in the vast expanse of the Grand Line. A pirate ship glided steadily across the undulating sea. Its robust mast adorned with a black and white striped skull flag. The skull bore a wild mane, and a menacing scar stretched from its upper right to its lower left, rendering it particularly fearsome. Captain, we are nearing the Sabaody archipelago. The new world lies before us. On the deck of the pirate ship, a group of buccaneers sat cross-legged, at the center of which loomed a towering figure, a giant of nearly 3 meters in height. His bald head and fierce visage were marred by a substantial scar that traversed his face in an odd pattern, reminiscent of both a knife and an axe wound. He. The New World is home to 3 emperors of the sea. Perhaps our captain shall emerge as the 4th. Indeed, we are destined to claim the title of Pirate King. The band of pirates animatedly discuss their aspirations for the future: fame, wealth, and status. These are the treasures they sought, the very bait that Roger had cast. Let us consider how to deal with the rear admiral stationed at Sabaody. Amidst the fervent chatter, an incongruous voice pierced through, dousing the enthusiasm like a bucket of cold water, and the atmosphere fell into a sudden hush. Details: Cacao, the captain, who had remained silent until now, broke the awkwardness. Cacao, the first mate and a strategist of remarkable intellect, had long earned the respect of the crew, and the captain knew better than to dismiss his words lightly. Historically, the Sabaody archipelago was guarded by only rear admirals, and their scant forces were insufficient to deter the pirates. Thus, the Navy had long retreated to areas 60 to 69, while regions 1 to 29 remained a lawless paradise for pirates, known for rampant crime. So long as one did not provoke the celestial dragons, the Navy would largely turn a blind eye. What's one rear admiral? Our captain is a supernova with a bounty of 110 million berries. Someone immediately retorted, throwing in a flattery. Cacao glanced up, mentally marking the speaker's visage. One ought not to underestimate a rear admiral. While the captain was formidable, they were mere fledglings in the face of such an officer. Should it be an ordinary rear admiral, it might be manageable. We could escape, but that man captured the warlord crocodile single-handedly during his rookie days. After arriving at Sabaody, he has ruthlessly eradicated criminals, uprooting the lawlessness entirely. I fear our passage into the New World may prove quite arduous. Upon hearing this, the previously seated captain suddenly rose, his towering figure eclipsing the crew's sight. A menacing grin split his fierce face, and an aura of intimidation radiated from him. Merely a rear admiral. I'm Sanchez. Captain, you are consuming our provisions single-handedly. In the waters approaching Sabaody, another pirate ship was en route to the New World, its hull painted in the legendary shade of deathly Barbie pink. The deck awash in a delicate hue. On the expansive deck, a robust silhouette sat, long hair cascading down, powerful arms reaching for the laden table before her, piled high with various meats. Beside the table stood a woman clad in a chef's hat and pure white uniform, her attire appearing to hang loosely on her exaggerated form, the fabric straining against her ample curves, the fastenings threatening to burst. With a displeased expression, the chef, known as Calmona, hands on her hips, glared at the muscular woman. Indeed, following the chef's gaze, one would be astonished to find that the giant voraciously devouring food was a girl of striking beauty, her refined features at odds with her well-developed muscles and broad shoulders, her entire physique seemingly sculpted for muscle, even her hands adorned with sinewy knots. Ugh, Calmona, your culinary skills are simply too exceptional, and this isn't my fault. It's the fruit's ability. The captain protested, her delicate face adorned with a look of feigned innocence, though her gaze drifted downward, where sympathy was utterly misplaced. Well, we shall soon arrive at Sabaody, and we can replenish our supplies then, Calmona gently soothed, her eyes revealing a hint of fondness. I knew you were the best of me, Calmona. A seemingly simple pirate ship bore a peculiar flag, featuring a slender rapier, its hilt adorned with a skull. The vessel was long and narrow, reminiscent of a blade. In the bow, a man of average build sat cross-legged, a uniquely shaped sword resting on his lap. With meticulous care, he steadied it with his right hand while gently polishing the blade with a cotton ball in his left. How long until we reach Sabaody? The man asked, his eyes focused on the sword, sensing movement nearby. Soon, perhaps in a day or two. Unbeknownst to him, a tall figure had silently approached from behind. Yet he paid no heed to the man so engrossed in his task. For this was the infamous supernova, Matt Glennon, with a bounty of 100 million berries. I've heard a rear admiral has arrived at Sabaody. Glennon continued, his curiosity piqued. Yes, a great swordsman, no less. Captain, you wouldn't be thinking. The tall man felt a shiver of foreboding as he observed the glimmer of interest in Glennon's eyes. Indeed, it has been too long since my swordsmanship has progressed. I yearn to gauge my skills against that of a great swordsman. A frenzied light flickered in Glennon's gaze, his polishing slowing unconsciously. Madman! The tall man could only think this in his mind. Almost simultaneously, the pirate supernovas, on the brink of reaching Sabaody, received intelligence about the archipelago. Yet none hesitated or retreated. Perhaps this was the enigmatic confidence of pirates. Chapter 116. The curtain rises in the region of Area 17, the Sabaody archipelago. A three-masted sailing ship adorned with the pirate flag anchored at the island's edge. The vessel bore a pink hue, and clusters of pirates disembarked leisurely. Led by a robust figure. Was that a girl? Kalmina, why don't we head to Area 31st? I hear it's renowned for its shopping street along the Grand Line. And we could procure you some new attire, so you won't feel so constrained, suggested a woman with a strong demeanor as she stepped off the ship, winking at Kalmina beside her. No need for that. I would rather gather some supplies. The food on board is nearly depleted. Salparov, you lot come with me to buy some provisions. Kalmina gently declined the woman's offer and turned to a few pirates who had followed her. Understood, Captain Kalmina. They responded promptly. Hey, you fellows must keep a close watch over my precious first mate. The woman, seeing the situation, relented and, with a serious expression, issued her instructions to the pirates before heading directly to Area 24. They had meticulously crafted their plans prior to arriving at Sabaody, and Area 24, known for its restaurants, was a must-visit for Yurasova, who aspired to sample the culinary delights of the world. Gluttonous Yurasova. Bounty, 120 million berries. Meanwhile, in Area 21 of the Sabaody archipelago, within a bar illuminated by neon lights, there was no energetic dance or raucous crowd, as one might expect. At the bar's central spot sat a man with long hair cascading down to his waist, clad in tattered garments, exuding the unmistakable aura of a pirate. Behind him, patrons kept their distance, the atmosphere in the bar eerily quiet, all eyes drawn to the composed figure. German. Bounty. 220 million berries. The highest among this generation of pirate supernovas. Amidst the crowd, a man trembled as he found German's wanted poster among a heap of notices, his voice tinged with disbelief. These pirates dare to come to Sabaody, where a vice admiral is stationed. Hey, whether they want to or not, they must come. This is the sole gateway to the New World. Pirates truly are a reckless bunch. They had not anticipated that Atlas had only recently restored calm to Sabaody. Yet these vile pirates were already disturbing the island's peace once more. A vice admiral? Just right, my bounty hasn't increased in ages. German, seated quietly at the bar, absorbed the discussions around him, downing his drink, his gaze revealing an inscrutable intent. I have yet to encounter a worthy opponent. Are you Matt Glannon? Bounty. 100 million berries. What good fortune. Nearby, a group of Navy soldiers, each gripping their weapons tightly, appeared slightly tense. The pirate before them was this year's supernova. Shall we withdraw for now, Captain? It's best to avoid conflict with the Navy at this juncture. Let us create a ruckus after we coat the ship, advised a tall man named Eric, one of the few members of the Swordmaster pirate crew, who had endured many hardships to reach Sabaody, all because of a captain who incessantly sought challenges. Unfortunately, they had chosen a secluded spot to dock their pirate ship, only to stumble upon the patrolling Cyrus, leading to the initial standoff. No, I will defeat this Navy officer first. Glannon remained resolute, his gaze fixed on Cyrus. Undeterred by his rank, as a swordsman, he could easily perceive the formidable sword aura emanating from Cyrus. Heavy, sharp, fine, really. Who told us to have such a headstrong captain? With that, Cyrus initiated the assault, swiftly drawing his broadsword, his muscles straining under the effort. Excellent, Glannon shouted, swiftly unsheathing his rapier, a flash of cold light appearing. Clang, clang, clang. A flurry of blades clashed, the sound of metal ringing out as two towering figures engaged in a fierce battle, sparks flying from their intersecting blades. Go! Eric, witnessing his captain's resolve to fight, rallied his comrades to charge at the Navy. Otlock, what a narrow fate. I never expected to encounter you here. Sanchez glared menacingly at Otlok across from him, unconsciously touching the massive scar that ran across his face, a twinge of pain stirring within. What is this? Was the lesson I imparted last time insufficient? Otlok remarked, raising his peculiar weapon, resembling a large axe with a drill at the end and a protruding spearhead. Exuding Amenasinyoha. Otlok possessed the powers of the superhuman speed fruit, a subordinate fruit of the Momo fruit, granting him enhanced attack and movement speed, the extent of which depended on his mastery. The scar on Sanchez's face was a memento from Otlok, a blow that nearly split his skull in two. Had he not been an animal-type user of the zebra fruit, bolstered by the resilience of animal life, he might have already been a lifeless corpse. Oof. I'll let you off this time. I'll settle the score in the new world. Otlok, recalling the previous battle's devastation, hesitated but, not wanting to lose face, retreated tactically with a parting threat. At the Navy base, in the Commander's office. What nuisance. It seems everyone has arrived. Atlas Board repeatedly swept his observation hockey across the Sabeti archipelago. The arrival of the pirates was certainly not hidden from his perception. He awaited the perfect moment to ensnare them.